I lost more than 5,000 yuan again. I smashed the phone on the desk. My monthly salary is only 400 yuan. If I calculate it this way, I have lost more than a year's salary. At this rate, the hundreds of thousands of yuan in my hand will not last long. My operations have been too unsuccessful recently. I have been defeated repeatedly and have lost tens of thousands of yuan. I thought that speculating in the stock market was unreliable. Since I worked at Jiangnan Sugar Company and was familiar with the price of sugarcane, I transferred my funds to trade sugarcane futures. I didn't expect that futures would be difficult to trade. I couldn't see the real-time market in the office, and I couldn't always stay in front of the computer at the exchange. I relied on the phone to understand the market, and I entered and exited quickly based on the technical aspects. I was too drifting with the crowd, and my winning rate was low. No, I had to change my mindset. Did my luck run out? It would be great if I could still be like I was 3 months ago. My thoughts drifted back to the day when Huazhou Stock Company went public in early July. I arrived at the securities company early, thinking it was early, but the trading hall was packed with people, several times more than usual. Everyone wanted to cash in on the stock listing, and so did I. I took out the shareholder registration certificate from my bag and took a look. The 22,000 original shares I subscribed for at 1.25 yuan per share 3 years ago had become 57,500 shares after 2 dividends and bonus shares and the conversion of public accumulation funds into capital. No one knows the listing price of Huazhou shares. For reference, it is about 6 or 7 yuan for similar companies. If it can reach this price, I can sell the shares for 300,000 or 400,000 yuan. I fantasize about the wonderful feeling of having this money, and I am excited and looking forward to the stock market opening. Brother, are you selling stocks? A big bearded man beside me asked me with an accent from another place. My thoughts were interrupted and I nodded subconsciously. Sell it to me. Cash on delivery, immediate payment. The big man patted his bulging bag. What's the price? I asked casually, trying to test the price. $3.50, how about it? The big man stared at my shareholder registration certificate with greedy eyes and tentative words. You're kidding. I muttered, put the certificate in my bag and turned to leave. $4.50, how about it? How many shares do you have? Don't go, buddy. The price is negotiable. The big man said anxiously from behind. After the news of Huazhou shares going public came out, many outsiders came to Jiangqing to buy the original shares with cash. Before, they had no idea who had the shares, but today, the last few minutes before the opening of the market was the last chance to buy at a low price. I headed for the trading hall without looking back. My psychological price was at least $6 per share. The price difference this person offered was nearly 100,000, not counting the risk of over-the-counter transactions. At this time, anyone who sold stocks before the market opened would be a fool. I finally squeezed into the hall, but it was still far from the trading counter and I couldn't squeeze through. I had no choice but to stop. Fortunately, the angle was good and I could see the data on the big screen opposite. People were packed like sardines in a can. The weather was hot and the air was dirty. It was really hard to wait for dozens of minutes. Many people around me were discussing the stock price, some guessed 5 or 6 yuan, and some guessed 8 or 9 yuan. I listened quietly and made up my mind not to sell it if it was less than 6 yuan. The market opened. The originally noisy hall suddenly became quiet. The big screen displayed the stock prices one by one, and it took 5 or 6 minutes to display all the stocks. Almost everyone stared at the big screen to find the price of Huazhou shares. I have held the stocks for more than 3 years, and today is the opportunity to cash in. I hope the price will be high, but no one knows. If the price is low, it will not be worth selling. These few minutes are full of anticipation and anxiety. Wow! There was a cry of surprise in the hall, like the cheers of the audience when a goal is scored in the World Cup. I knew the price was out, but I hadn't seen it yet. I didn't know whether everyone was happy or disappointed. I quickly looked for it on the screen and saw it. 10.50 yuan, the opening price. It is far higher than the stock price of similar companies. I invested more than 20,000 yuan at the beginning, and now it has increased nearly 30 times, and the total value of the stock is nearly 600,000 yuan. Before I could react from the surprise, people around me were already rushing to the crowded counter like a tide. Few people thought that the opening price would be so high. The huge profit drove everyone to sell the stocks as soon as possible at a high price. I also wanted to sell as soon as possible. The price was beyond my expectation. I was afraid that if I was slow, the high price would be gone. But looking at the crowd in front of me, I couldn't get in. I couldn't even get the order. How could I sell? I regretted that if I had known that there would be so many people today, I should have come yesterday to get a few order forms in advance and filled them out. I wouldn't be helpless now. Wow! There was another louder roar. The big screen showed the price of 13.86 yuan, 30% higher than the opening price. I couldn't wait any longer. I looked around and saw someone writing a commission order on the wall not far away. I squeezed over and said, "Master, do you have extra commission orders? Lend me one." The man turned his head and looked at me and said, "I only have 2 or 3. I smiled and said, "It's urgent. Today is a special situation. I can't squeeze in. Usually, I can just take it from the counter." The man filled out the order, tore off a blank one and gave it to me, saying, "Okay, I'll give you one." I thanked him and took the order and attached it to the wall to fill it out. The surprise and the urgency of not wanting to miss out on the high price made my hands tremble, and I cut my pen tip twice while filling in the form. I was troubled about how much price to fill in. If the price was too high, I couldn't sell it. It would be even harder to squeeze in and withdraw the order and requote. Time was running out, so I just filled in the market price. Before submitting the order, I looked at the price, and as long as it was not too low, I would resolutely sell it. The total value of the stocks is now 600,000. I got the money first. Who knows what the price will be tomorrow? By the time I managed to squeeze to the counter and hand in my order, more than half an hour had passed. After handing in my wrinkled, sweaty order, I breathed a sigh of relief. Sweating profusely, I squeezed out of the crowd and stood at the door to check the stock price. It was still above 11 yuan, which satisfied me. Panting heavily, I fanned my sweaty shirt to cool myself down. Looking back at the crowd that still overwhelmed the counter, I couldn't believe that I had just rushed through that squirming, warm flesh. Although I sold the stocks and the price change had nothing to do with me, I still stood at the door of the hall reluctantly until the morning closing. The morning closing price of 14.9 yuan made me feel bad. According to this price, I lost at least 200,000 yuan. After returning from the securities company, I spent the whole day guessing what the stock transaction price would be. Although I knew it was pointless to dwell on it, I just couldn't help but think about it. I used different prices to calculate countless times in my mind to guess how much money I would have in my account. I was so tormented that I didn't sleep well that night. The next morning, I went to the securities company early, got the delivery note, and saw that the transaction price yesterday was 11.20 yuan, and the principal and interest in the account totaled more than 640,000 yuan. Compared with the monthly salary of a few hundred yuan, this is a huge amount. Although I had expected it, I was still shocked when I saw the number on the list. For a week after that, I felt like I was living in a fantasy. I couldn't believe that I had so much money in a blink of an eye. During that time, I was full of joy and excitement. The feeling brought by wealth was too good. Although it may not make you really strong, it certainly makes you feel inflated. It was then that I suddenly realized the true meaning of wealth to a man. I am essentially the same as I was a few days ago. The difference is the change in the amount of money in my bank book. This change made me look at things from a different perspective and made me stand up straighter. Now I really understand the meaning of economic foundation in junior high school and high school textbooks. I have something to do, so I'll be gone for a while. I'll go to the Light Industry Bureau tomorrow morning to do something, so I'll come back later. Xia Xiaona's words interrupted my thoughts and pulled me back to reality from my memories. I was just standing by the window thinking, and didn't notice when she came in. I turned around and answered her, and she put on her bag and went out. She was the general manager's secretary, and she was in the same office as me. I graduated from Jiangqing University of Science and Technology with a degree in computer software. In August of the same year, I joined Jiangnan Sugar Company. I have been working in the administrative office of the head office for more than 2 years. My main job is to communicate with sugar factories, collect and summarize facts information from sugar factories, and understand futures market information. That is why I transferred my stock market funds to futures. I thought I was familiar with the fundamentals of sugarcane and had a great chance of making a profit in futures. But as the number of transactions increased, new problems arose. The fundamental data did not change frequently, but the market changed every day. Even if the prediction was correct, the price would not stop at the predicted position. If the position was not closed in time, it would happen every day that the judgment was wrong and the funds were lost. Besides, no one is a god, and it is impossible to predict correctly every time. Frequent trading also makes people tired. It is easy to forget the original intention and go with the flow. Later, they trade just for the sake of trading. They can't find a reason to stick to it, whether it is right or wrong. This is the problem that has been bothering me recently. I have been trying to solve it to make trading easier and more profitable. Otherwise, hundreds of thousands of dollars will be gone soon. After repeated failures, the lofty ambitions of a few months ago are almost gone. Faced with the confused money prospects, I was full of melancholy. I stayed in the office until very late, went back to the dormitory to read books, pondered, and went to bed very late. The next morning, I had just entered the office when Director Luan from next door heard the door open and came in to ask, "Li Xin, have you finished summarizing the information sent by the sugar factory?" I put down my things, picked up the printed report on the table, handed it over and said, "The statistics are done. It was just printed out yesterday afternoon." After saying that, I secretly glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 8:30. I secretly thanked God that I was not late, otherwise I would be caught by him again. Director Luan is about 40 years old, short and fat, with a beer belly, feet turned outward, and he walks with his heels drooping, which is more strenuous than a duck. On his round head, he has a pair of small eyes that roll around and never stop looking when he speaks, making it hard to tell what else he is thinking with his eyes. He talks a lot and acts like a housewife. Even though he is my boss, I don't like him and never go to his office unless necessary. In fact, it's not just me. There are only 2 offices in the head office's administrative office. Director Luan's office is rarely visited by anyone, while Xia Xiaona and I have more people visiting. Several young people from branch companies like to gather here, talking and laughing, which is in sharp contrast to the office next door. Director Luan took the information and looked through it, then asked expressionlessly, "Which sugar factory hasn't reported its data yet?" I answered, "They have all reported it, and it will be too late if we report it later. Several sugar factories have already started crushing." Director Luan asked again, "Has Xia Xiaona not come yet?" I explained, "Not yet. When she got off work yesterday afternoon, she said that she would go to the Light Industry Bureau to do some work this morning, and might come a little late." Director Luan frowned and said, "Pay attention in the future, and remember to turn off the lights when you leave work, and save electricity." I didn't react for a moment, and looked up at the roof lights and said, "They all turned off the lights before leaving. Besides, there's no need to turn on the lights in broad daylight." Director Luan frowned and said, "You're still saying no." "At about 8 o'clock yesterday afternoon, I saw the lights in your office were still on when I was downstairs." I understood immediately and said hurriedly, "Oh, you mean yesterday afternoon." I stayed in the office until after 8 o'clock after get off work yesterday, and turned off the lights when I left. After listening to this, Director Luan rolled his eyes, turned around and walked to the door, and said, "When Xia Xiaona comes, tell her to summarize the information she has collected from Guidong Province and Yueshi Province and give it to me as soon as possible." The Sugar Industry Association's internal publication, Sugar Industry Information, is about to be published every 2 weeks, and this data will also be used in this week's business meeting. He almost walked to the door and turned back to remind her, "Tell her to hurry up, General Manager Wu is urging us to get this data urgently." I said, "Okay, I'll tell her when she comes." I pouted as I watched him leave the room, and sat back down at the table, wondering why he kept harping on trivial matters. Looking at his expression, he probably didn't believe me at all, and was sure that I didn't turn off the lights last night and that my explanation was just to fool him. He scolded me so early in the morning. Who cares? Believe it or not. I didn't want to let this unhappy mood affect my mood, so I picked up an internal document and looked through it. Yueshi Province, Guangdong Province and Jiangnan Province are major provinces in sugarcane planting and sugar production in China, and the sugar production of these three provinces accounts for more than 75% of the country. Sugar is also produced in the Central Plains and the north. The raw material is mainly beets, and the sugar produced is beet sugar, also known as soft white sugar, which is far less than cane sugar. I have never seen soft white sugar, but I have heard from salesmen from other provinces that it looks better than cane sugar, but it is less sweet. The white sugar mentioned in the market currently refers to cane sugar. I looked at the data and thought about the futures market of the exchange. I had to take time to go to the exchange in the afternoon to check the trend chart of the past few days. There was no candlestick chart, and I could only rely on the phone to understand a few data. I really couldn't find the feeling. It would be great if the exchange trading market data could be connected to the company computer, so that I could check the market changes at any time, without having to go to the exchange every few days. It's okay to be tired from running back and forth, but the key is that Director Luan doesn't like me going to the futures exchange. When I report to him, he ignores me. It's just because this task was arranged by General Manager Wu Bin, he can't say much, but his disdainful face clearly tells me that he is not interested. There were a few times when I went to the exchange to check the market. After watching for a whole morning, Director Luan came to find me and saw that I was not in the office. His face immediately drooped like a shoe pad. Xia Xiaona reminded me afterwards. I felt wronged. Going to the exchange was arranged by the general manager, but Director Luan thought it was unnecessary. I was caught in the middle, and I would lose face in front of him if I wasn't careful. Damn. Director Luan is really good. You know, it was General Manager Wu who asked me to go from time to time. If you are unhappy, you can go and tell Mr. Wu what's the matter with my nose not being a nose and my face not being a face. Just as I was thinking about it, Lin Li, the East China business manager of the sugar sales branch, walked in from outside. Li Xin, do you have any cigarettes? I've run out of mine, give me one. I took out a cigarette and handed it to him. Long time no see, are you on a business trip? When will you be back? Lin Li sat down on the sofa, lit a cigarette, took a puff and said, I've been in Jiangsu and Zhejiang for almost a month, and I came back the day before yesterday. After he finished speaking, he looked at the cigarette in his hand and said, you always smoke good cigarettes. I smiled and said, it's okay, I'm not a big smoker, I just buy a pack and smoke. Lin Li put the cigarette to his mouth and took a deep puff, holding it for a long time before he raised his head and blew the smoke into the air, sighing, our Jiangnan cigarettes are still the best. People from outside the province I like it. The cigarettes I brought when I went out to discuss business were sold out in a few days. I had to buy local cigarettes, which couldn't compare to our own. I joked, there are other advantages to being out of the province. There is heaven above and Suzhou and Hangzhou below. Everyone knows that it is a good place, and there are many beautiful women, right? Ha ha. Lin Li laughed and said, no matter how good a place is, it will lose its novelty after staying there for a long time. Besides, there are still sales tasks to complete. I am tired like a dog all day long. How can I have the energy to think about it? But the beauties are really beautiful. Will you go on a business trip with us next time? I'll introduce you to a few, ha ha. I laughed when I heard it, walked to the sofa opposite him and sat down. It's settled, I'll find you next time in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. At this time, Xia Xiaona, wearing a white shirt with a small lapel and red floral patterns, a brown skirt that just reached above the knees, black half-heeled leather shoes, and a delicate small bag on her right shoulder, walked in and said, I heard you guys laughing in the corridor. What's the matter that makes you so happy? As soon as Xia Xiaona entered the door, Lin Li's eyes were fixed on her slim body, and he said with a smile, Li Xin wants to go to Jiangsu and Zhejiang to find beautiful women. After hearing this, Xia Xiaona smiled and looked at me and said, Li Xin is so handsome, and there are so many beautiful women in Jiangcheng. Why does he have to go to Jiangsu and Zhejiang to find him? I secretly blamed Lin Li for selling me out with just one sentence, and wondered what this guy's intention was he doing it intentionally or unintentionally? I said to Xia Xiaona perfunctorily, we were just joking. Did everyone in the hallway hear it? You'd better keep your voice down. It would be troublesome if the company leaders heard it. Seeing that I didn't want to talk about this topic, Xia Xiaona turned to Lin Li and asked, Manager Lin, have you sold out the sugar? Lin Li said, it was sold out a long time ago. Otherwise, the new sugar-making season is about to start, and once the new sugar comes out, the old sugar will not be able to sell. When Xia Xiaona mentioned sugarcane, I suddenly remembered and said to Xia Xiaona, Director Luan just came to you and asked you to compile the information of the new sugar season in Yueshi Province and Guidong Province and give it to him as soon as possible. He said that he would use it in the next issue of Sugar Industry Information and this week's business meeting. Xia Xiaona took out a stack of information from the drawer and said, Okay, I'll print them all and give them to him later. Hearing this, Lin Li stood up, walked to Xia Xiaona's desk, picked up a copy of Sugar Industry Information, and looked through it, and asked, The new statistical data is out. I heard that the sugarcane production in Yueshi and Guidong provinces has decreased significantly this year. Is it true? Xia Xiaona looked at him in surprise and said, Where did you get the news? You're well informed. Lin Li walked across the table and sat down on my chair. He stared at Xia Xiaona and asked, Looking at your expression, this news should be true. When I was selling sugar in Jiangsu and Zhejiang last month, many people were saying that the floods in August this year destroyed a lot of sugarcane in these two provinces. How big was the loss? Is there an exact figure? Xia Xiaona glanced at the door and saw that there was no one in the aisle, so she whispered, I also learned about it from the data that Guidong Province is expected to reduce production by 15% to 20%, and Yueshi Province is slightly better, with an estimated reduction of about 10%. After that, she reminded, This is internal information, you just need to know it, don't spread it outside. I was worried about futures trading these days. After hearing what she said, I thought that the reduction in raw material production in the main production areas must have a great impact on product prices. This is important information. I immediately stood up from the sofa, leaned over to the table and asked in a low voice, How big was the flood? It destroyed 20% of the sugarcane production. Seeing my concern, Xia Xiaona was surprised and smiled and explained, the data said that the proportion of sugarcane destroyed was not so large. It was the flood that soaked the roots of the sugarcane for a long time, which caused the largest reduction in production. I thought about it and said, Oh, so that's it. Sugarcane is really troublesome. It won't work if it's dry, it won't work if it's flooded, and it won't work if it's frozen in winter. Xia Xiaona replied casually, Who said it wasn't? She went to the coffee table to make a cup of tea, returned to the table to put down the teacup, picked up the information on the table, and said to the two of us, You guys chat, I'll go to Director Luan for a while. After that, she turned and went out. I leaned over the table, took out a cigarette, handed it to Lin Li, and lit one for myself. The news I just heard excited me, but I didn't show any sign on my face. I pretended to ask casually, with such a big reduction in sugarcane production, the sugar in the new crushing season should be easy to sell. Lin Li leaned his head back, yawned, looked up at the ceiling and said, Whether it's easy to buy or hard to sell, it's all the same. Anyway, I have to stay in the overseas office, and I will be away for 1 or 2 months. I further inquired, the current sugar price is 4,380 yuan per ton, which is not low. Do you think the price of new sugar will increase after it is listed? Lin Li said without hesitation, Of course. With such a big reduction in sugarcane production, the gap between supply and demand of sugarcane is relatively large. During the peak sales season, the price will increase by 400 yuan per ton, 500 yuan is normal. I asked again, Generally speaking, New Year's Day, Spring Festival, Mid-Autumn Festival, and National Day are the times when sugar is consumed more, right? Lin Li said, Yes. So before these holidays, it is the peak season for sugar sales. I thought about it and asked, Today is November 5th, not far from New Year's Day, what do you think the price of sugar will be? Lin Li answered casually, Now is the time when there is a shortage of sugar. The sugar from the previous crushing season in the major production areas has basically been sold out, and the sugar from the new crushing season has not yet been put on the market for sale in large quantities. If the new sugar is put on the market at this time, the price will generally go up. In addition to the reduction in raw material production mentioned earlier, I don't think the price of sugar will fall. He took a puff of his cigarette and asked curiously, Why do you care about these? Do you really want to go to Jiangsu and Zhejiang to find beauties? Why don't you talk to Mr. Wu and come to our sugar sales company to do business? There are many opportunities in the south, ha ha ha. At this time, Li Xin was quickly sorting out the information he learned from Xia Xiaona and Lin Li. He immediately made a decision. He should hurry up and go to the futures market to open a position and buy some sugar in the next 2 days, otherwise he would have no chance after the news of the shortage of raw materials spread. After hearing what Linley said, he casually threw his cigarette butt into the ashtray and said with a smile, "If you don't understand something, just ask you frontline business experts. The scenery in Jiangsu and Zhejiang is even more beautiful, and I must go and see it if I have the chance." Linley could tell from Li Xian's words that she was a little absent-minded, as if she was just trying to please him. He was very puzzled. Li Xian was so excited a few minutes ago, how could she suddenly become so worried and silent? When he saw the graceful and charming Xia Xiaona leaving, his eyes suddenly dimmed. He took 2 deep puffs, finished the cigarette in his hand, said goodbye and went back to his office. Li Xian was the only one left in the room, looking down in deep thought. In fact, the news he just heard made Linley's heart pound. He paced around his office restlessly for a while, then turned around and went out, knocking on the office door of Tang Jianhua, the manager of the sugar sales branch. Having been in the sugarcane sales market for several years, he knew very well what the news from Xia Xiaona meant. As soon as he entered the door, he excitedly shouted, "Boss Tang, good news, there's a way." Ahem. Tang Jianhua raised his head from a cloud of smoke, holding a half-burned cigarette between his smoke-yellow fingers. He squinted his eyes and asked, "What's the news?" Linley sat down opposite him and told him everything he had just heard. After hearing Linley's words, Tang Jianhua sat up straight from his big chair and pressed the cigarette butt in his hand into the ashtray that was already full of cigarette butts. His sallow face was full of surprise, and he asked with wide eyes, "Is this news true?" Seeing that he was very interested in the news he told him, Linley was very excited, so he said with certainty, "The information collected by the head office's administrative office should be accurate. Xia Xiaona has already reported the materials to Director Luan." Tang Jianhua realized that he had lost his composure a little bit, and after a moment's hesitation, his face immediately regained its dignity in front of his subordinates. He pointed at Linley and said, "Well, go to Director Luan right away and send me a copy of the information. I want it now." Linley agreed and stood up to leave. Tang Jianhua reminded him, "Don't tell anyone about this. Just keep it to yourself." Linley turned around and replied, "I know, Mr. Tang." Then he opened the door and went out to find Director Luan. The news Linley brought was like a shot of stimulant to Tang Jianhua. He could no longer sit still. He stood up and paced back and forth in the room twice, constantly calculating in his head, with such a large reduction in raw material production in the 2 main production areas, the supply and demand gap in the new crushing season is unprecedented, which has a huge impact on the price of sugar. Such an opportunity will not come along for decades. If you seize it, your profit this year may be more than the total of the past 7 or 8 years. However, it is not easy to seize such an opportunity, and it requires a large amount of capital. If you only use your own funds and operate according to the previous business scale, you will miss the opportunity in front of you. While he was thinking about it, Linley had already returned from Director Luan with a document in his hand. Before Linley could speak, he reached out and took the information, flipping through it quickly, leaving Linley standing aside awkwardly. A few minutes later, he finished reading the information in his hand, looked up and asked, "Does Mr. Wu know about this?" Linley blinked and answered woodenly, "I don't know. But I saw that Xia Xiaona had just compiled this information and sent it to Director Luan a few minutes ago. I guess not many people know about it." Tang Jianhua returned to his big chair and threw a cigarette across the table, saying, "I understand." After that, he lit up the cigarette and ignored Linley, thinking about how to make use of this rare opportunity to do something big. Seeing that Tang Jianhua was deep in thought and silent, Linley said goodbye and left. After much thought, Tang Jianhua gradually came up with an idea: seek a large loan from the bank. He wanted to go to the general manager of the head office, Wu Bin, immediately, but then he thought, this matter is of great importance, and it might not be possible to rely on one person alone. He needs to give it more thought, find as many people as possible, reach a consensus and form a joint force, and then go to Wu Bin, and try to convince Wu Bin in one go. But who should I discuss this with? It's not necessarily a good idea to have too many people know about such an important matter. It would be too obvious and would disgust Wu Bin, and it might even backfire. Also, such information is a commercial secret. If it gets out with too many mouths, I will lose the advantage of seizing the initiative. After careful consideration, he chose Yao Li, the manager of the head office's finance department. This woman's words carried a lot of weight in the company, and the most important thing was that she would be the one to handle the subsequent bank loan. Yes. Just think of a way to persuade her, and then go find Wu Bin. Tang Jianhua did what he said. He lit another cigarette, picked up the documents on the table, and went out to find Yao Li. When Tang Jianhua knocked on the door and came in, Yao Li was about to go out to do some work. When she saw him come in, she asked, "Manager Tang, what's up?" Tang Jianhua handed her the information in his hand and said, "Take a look at this first, the latest statistics, and talk after you finish reading it." After that, he sat down on the sofa, smoking a cigarette, crossing his legs, completely ignoring Yao Li's expression of going out to do something, and he was not going to leave until the conversation was over. Seeing him like this, Yao Li had no choice but to put down her bag and opened the information Tang Jianhua handed over. "What's the matter? So mysterious?" Tang Jianhua didn't say anything either, just waited quietly for her to flip through the information page by page. A few minutes later, Yao Li finished reading the information and asked curiously, "Manager Tang, isn't this just the statistical data from the office? What do you think is wrong?" Tang Jianhua said, "Look carefully at the data on sugarcane production reduction due to floods." Yao Li opened the document again and looked through the relevant content according to Tang Jianhua's instructions. She said, "This is what you are talking about. I just saw it." "Manager Tang, what do you mean?" Tang Jianhua put down his crossed legs, sat up straight, leaned forward with his elbows on his knees, and emphasized word by word, "This is a great opportunity that doesn't come around for decades." Yao Li glanced at Tang Jianhua's focused expression, then looked at the information carefully and said, "Compared with previous years, the reduction in production is quite serious." "Manager Tang, what do you mean?" Tang Jianhua didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Use this opportunity to get a loan from the bank and try your luck on a larger scale." Yao Li asked in surprise, "Let's try it on a larger scale." "How large a scale?" Tang Jianhua said, "I am still considering the specific number, but at least it should not be lower than this number." He stretched out 2 fingers and gestured, saying a number. When Yao Li realized that Tang Jianhua was talking about the bank loan, she felt that he was being mysterious. Isn't this a common thing? Why is it necessary to make it so mysterious? But when Tang Jianhua told her the loan amount, Yao Li was still shocked. She had never thought of such a large amount before. She said in disbelief, "Manager Tang, are you kidding? Are you talking in your sleep?" Tang Jianhua said seriously, "How can you be joking? I'm telling you something serious." Seeing that he didn't look like he was joking, Yao Li said, "It's not like you haven't taken out bank loans before. You should have an idea of how big the loans were in the past." After hearing this, Tang Jianhua stretched out his right index finger and tapped the edge of the coffee table in front of him. He said, "The key to the problem is here, scale." Yao Li pushed her glasses up on her nose and asked, "What do you mean?" Tang Jianhua emphasized, "If we don't expand the scale of this great opportunity, it's like we haven't done anything." Yao Li said, "Manager Tang, let's not talk about whether this opportunity is good or not. You are very familiar with the loan application process. For such a large loan, I want to ask you, what will you give to the bank?" Tang Jianhua said confidently, "I have considered this. We can talk to the bank about using goods as collateral. This is a possibility, right?" Yao Li thought about it and said, "That's true." Tang Jianhua struck while the iron was hot and said, "Over the years, the company has dealt with many banks. Needless to say, the company's credibility is high in their eyes. They are also quite familiar with our main business. As long as we explain this year's situation to them, will the people in the bank not see the opportunity here?" Seeing Yao Li listening quietly, Tang Jianhua said, "Besides, we can apply for this loan from several banks separately, so that the actual amount applied for by each bank will not be much larger than the previous scale." Yao Li asked worriedly, "Are you sure the price of sugar will go up this year?" Tang Jianhua put the cigarette to his lips, took 2 long puffs, poked the burned-out cigarette butt into the ashtray, pointed at the information on Yao Li's desk and said, "Look at the statistics. Do you even need to ask this?" Yao Li thought about it carefully and felt that she had asked a stupid question. After pondering for a long time, she asked again, "How much do you expect the price of sugar to rise this year?" Tang Jianhua saw that Yao Li was a little moved. He did not answer Yao Li's question immediately. Instead, he lit another cigarette, leaned back on the large leather sofa, took a deep puff of the cigarette, and then said firmly, "At least 1,000, at most 1,070 or 80. Yao Li was disgusted when she saw Tang Jianhua smoking one cigarette after another, filling her office with smoke in a short time. But when she heard Tang Jianhua's estimate of the increase in sugar prices, her small eyes widened behind her gold-rimmed glasses and she said in surprise, "Will it increase so much?" Tang Jianhua had a smile on his face and said confidently, "Don't tell lies in front of real people. I guess I haven't said this to anyone else yet. Mr. Wu doesn't know either." Yao Li was a little unconvinced. Tang Jianhua weighed his words carefully and said, "I have just considered this suggestion and have not had time to talk to him yet. I want to hear your opinion first. If you also support my opinion, the chances of convincing Mr. Wu will be much greater." Yao Li was such a shrewd person. After hearing what Tang Jianhua said, she immediately understood that his purpose in talking to her about this matter was to seek her support. Tang Jianhua was not stupid. This was a major business move for the company. If he, as the finance manager of the head office, objected, the possibility of Wu Bin's approval would be very small. But if she supports Tang Jianhua, will it bring any disadvantages to herself? This matter is very serious, and she needs to think about it carefully. Thinking of this, she evaded and said, "Manager Tang, I need to think carefully about what you said. You should talk to Mr. Wu first. His opinion is the most important." Tang Jianhua didn't care after hearing Yao Li's excuse. Looking at Yao Li's expression just now, he knew that she had taken it to heart. He was very interested in her, but refused to marry her. This behavior showed that this woman was not simple. He wanted her to be smart. If she was the kind of woman who had no knowledge at all, he would not have found her. It's good to have such a beginning today. If it can be done with just one sentence, then what's the big deal? You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. I don't believe that I can't handle her. Seeing that the conversation had met his expectations, Tang Jianhua stood up and said, "Okay, Manager Yao, please think about it first and we will exchange ideas another day." After that, he left Yao Li's office. After Tang Jianhua left, Yao Li put the document on the table into her bag, went downstairs, got in the car and went out to do some work. While sitting in the car, she kept thinking about the bold suggestion Tang Jianhua had just made. She felt that although this suggestion was a bit too radical, it might really be a good opportunity. Tang Jianhua returned to the office, and now he was more and more confident in his ideas. What he needed to do now was to put these ideas into words as soon as possible and convince Yao Li and Wu Bin with detailed data. He often comes into contact with various clients and has a very sharp eye. In just over 10 minutes of conversation, he had seen clearly the woman's inner thoughts. Based on his understanding of Wu Bin, as long as Yao Li and he agree, the possibility of achieving this is still very high. Even if the final funding scale is not as large as he expected, it is worth a try. He sat down at the table and began to think about how to write the report. In the administrative office of the head office, Li Xin, who had been thinking about the impact of the substantial reduction in raw material production on sugar prices, decided, after a morning of careful consideration, to change his previous short-term trading approach and take a long-term gamble. After getting off work at noon, he had lunch outside, went back to the dormitory to rest for a while, took a taxi, and went straight to the Jiangnan Commodity Exchange. The exchange is located in the provincial exhibition hall, and the hall is partitioned and decorated into many rooms of 30 square meters each. Many companies in the province have a trading seat here, and then rent a room like this as an office and put a few computers in it. Customers can check the market and place buy and sell orders in this office. When Li Xin arrived at the rubber factory's office at the exchange, it was almost 1:30 p.m. and the afternoon trading was about to begin. There are 3 staff members in this office. The director is Zhang Jin, who accepts clients' commissions in the office and calls the traders on the floor to place orders. Chen Jiang is a red vest, that is, a trader on the floor, responsible for answering calls and placing orders on the floor. Wang Hong is in charge of finance and is also in charge of settlement. She is responsible for collating and summarizing the trading data of each client on that day. Li Xin hurried into the room and saw that Lao Feng, Lao Zhao, and Su Li had already arrived and were sitting at their computers waiting for the opening. These three were frequent visitors to the office and were more punctual when they arrived here every day than when they went to work. Seeing Li Xian coming in, Zhang Jin greeted him with a smile and said, "You haven't been here for a few days. What have you been busy with?" Li Xian took out a cigarette and gave it to him, Lao Feng and Lao Zhao, and said, "It's just work every day, busy with nothing. How is the market these days? What do you think?" Lao Feng is a retired employee of an enterprise. He is in his early 50s. He uses his own money to do short-term trading every day. The order volume is very small. He opens and closes a position on the same day and never leaves an overnight position. It is said that Lao Zhao is a salesman of a food factory. The company opened an account here but seldom trades. He basically comes here to pay attention to the market every day, which is equivalent to collecting futures price information for the company. Suli is a young woman in her 20s, of medium height, very fashionable, with long curly hair. Her husband is a clothing wholesaler and is said to be quite wealthy. She was at home with nothing to do and heard someone say that futures trading could make money and was more fun than playing mahjong, so she opened an account with a few of her sisters. She was easy to follow the crowd when placing orders and was quite bold. Lao Feng lit up a cigarette and took over the conversation, saying, "The market has been fluctuating back and forth these past few days, with a range of more than 20 points. You can't make any money whether you go long or short." Suli said to him, "Old Feng, you run back and forth every day, sometimes long and sometimes short. We are dazzled and don't know what to do, ha." Zhang Jin said, "The market has been consolidating these past few days, which is quite torturous. Li Xian, what do you think?" Li Xian said, "It's almost the end of the year, and the peak period for sugar consumption before the holidays is approaching. I should be able to do some long orders." He then asked Zhang Jin, "Is there any recent news from the exchange?" Zhang Jin said, "There is no special news. I heard from the sugar factory that the expected output of the province in the new crushing season is roughly the same as the previous crushing season. Some people have said that the output of other major sugarcane producing areas will decrease, but I don't know the specific figures. Maybe it's just gossip." Lao Zhao said disapprovingly, "There are all kinds of news in the market, who knows which one is true? If you rely on news to place orders, 9 times out of 10 the market trend will be the opposite of your expectations. If you lose money several times in a row, your confidence will be gone." Li Xian had only asked casually, but Zhang Jin's words made him nervous. He thought to himself, there is no such thing as a wall that is impenetrable, and it seems to be true. The news of the reduction in sugarcane production was still confidential information in the company, and only a handful of people knew about it, but now there was already some news in the exchange. Fortunately, such news cannot be verified by outsiders and lacks detailed data. Therefore, most people who heard it thought it was unfounded gossip like Lao Zhao did. Otherwise, the market would definitely not be like this now. Li Xian made up his mind to open a long position and no longer hesitated. He looked at the trend chart on the computer screen and did a rough calculation in his mind. At the current price, one lot is 10 tons and the margin ratio is 8%. The funds in his account should be enough to open positions of about 130 lots. Judging from the information he has, the probability of making money by going long is very high. The only thing that worries him is that after this order is opened, he has to hold it until after New Year's Day, which is at least 2 months. It is a medium to long-term order. Amid the noisy discussions of others, Li Xian stared at the numbers jumping on the computer screen in silence, calculating quickly in his mind. Although he is firmly bullish on the market outlook, no one can predict how the market will fluctuate in such a long period of 2 months, so the total position should not exceed 60 lots. Today, I will open 1/3 of the position, which is 20 lots. When to buy the remaining position depends on the market trend in the next few days. From the time point of view, the Spring Festival is more than a month after New Year's Day. The current main contract T601 will face delivery in mid-January after New Year's Day. Its trading volume is gradually decreasing, and the trading margin ratio will gradually increase. The trading volume of contract T605 is gradually increasing. By the end of November at the latest, T605 will become the main contract with the largest trading volume. If you want to build a position, you should build a position on the T605 contract, which has a delivery date in mid-May next year. This way, you will have much more room for maneuver in time and space. Thinking of this, he said to Zhang Jin, according to the current price, open a position and buy 20 lots of T605 contracts for me. Zhang Jin immediately picked up the phone and reported the order. Then, he put down the phone and turned to Li Xin and said, the order has been completed. The T605 contract bought 20 lots and the transaction price was 4,393 yuan. Li Xin said, okay. Wang Hong filled out a transaction confirmation form on the table and handed it to Li Xin, who took it and signed his name. This was the original voucher for the customer's on-site transaction, and each account relied on this data for settlement on the same day. If the customer is not here, but places a transaction instruction by phone, the call here is recorded, and the recording can also be used as a proof of transaction. In addition, the customer needs to come here at a convenient time to sign the transaction confirmation. Li Xin saw that it was still early for closing and decided not to open any positions today, so he left the exchange and went back to the company. Li Xin took a taxi back to the company gate, got off the car, looked at his watch, it was 14:45, he was already late, so he hurried upstairs. As soon as I entered the office, I saw Gao Hui, the Northeast business manager of the sugar sales branch, sitting in his seat and chatting with Xia Xiaona across from him. Seeing Li Xin coming in, Gao Hui stood up and offered his seat. Li Xin picked up the cup on the table, turned around and got a glass of water, and joked, Manager Gao, are you not busy today? Come and inspect when you have time. Ha ha. Gao Hui smiled and said, how dare I? How dare I come to the head office to inspect? Li Xin took out a cigarette and handed it to him, saying, you look good, plump and white. The soil and water of the Black Land are very nourishing. Xia Xiaona interrupted and said, remember to bring back some delicious food from there next time. Gao Hui lit a cigarette and joked, it's been more than 3,000 kilometers, and it's not easy to bring food. Should I bring you 2 pots of pork stewed with vermicelli and chicken stewed with mushrooms? They'll all go bad by the time we get here, ha ha. Xia Xiaona curled her lips, not sincere. Gao Hui defended himself, food is hard to bring back. But the furs over there are really good. If you want, I can bring some back for you. Li Xin asked, a fur coat? We have leather coats, leather pants, leather hats, and leather gloves. They are absolutely authentic. They were brought here by Russians who came from Swifen to do border trade. The prices are much cheaper than in the mainland. Gao Hui said with a thumbs up. Leather coats and leather pants can't be worn for more than a few days in Jiangqing. The winter here is not that cold. Li Xin said. Xia Xiaona asked with interest, what kind of leather are the leather gloves made of? Do they look good? We have deerskin and roe deer skin. They are very beautiful. Xia Xiaona thought for a moment and said, why don't you bring me a pair of roe deer skin so I won't feel cold when I ride a motorcycle in winter? Gao Hui said, no problem, I'll bring it to you next time. Li Xin asked with great interest, the farthest you have gone is Swifen. Doing business with the Russians. Yes, but instead of doing business directly with the Russians, we deal with local dealers, who then sell to the Russians. Li Xin took a sip of water, put down the cup and asked, how is the sales of sugarcane shipped to such a far place? Gao Hui rolled his eyes at Li Xin and said, you sound like a foreigner. Why is it so hard to sell? Sugarcane is in short supply in the Northeast, not to mention Russia, where sugarcane is even more scarce. Didn't you see that the price of sugarcane in the Northeast is basically the highest in the country? Li Xin flicked the ash in the ashtray and said, for such a long distance, the shipping fee must be very high, right? Gao Hui explained, in fact, the freight is not a problem. The key is whether it can be transported. The railway transportation capacity in our province has always been a bottleneck. It is very difficult to apply for railway wagons during the peak period of sugarcane production every year. Even if you have sugar, you can't transport it. He raised his head, blew a smoke ring into the air, and continued, in this regard, the other 2 major sugarcane producing provinces are much better than us. It is very convenient for them to transport their sugar, so their market share there is much larger. I've learned a lot. I'll ask you for more advice in the future. Li Xin said with a smile, thinking to himself that there are many tricks in the sales market, and he can learn a lot if he has the chance to talk more with the frontline business managers. The noise of Li Xin and others chatting made Tang Jianhua in the office across the street very annoyed. He stood up, closed the door of his office, and continued to revise the report that was almost completed. After returning from Yao Li's office this morning, he sat at the desk to write this report. He did not go home for lunch. After eating in the company cafeteria, he went back to the office to continue writing. He had to come up with a result before the end of the day. He had a feeling that this matter could not be delayed and had to be resolved quickly, otherwise he might miss a great opportunity. After more than an hour of hard work, he finally produced a report that he was very satisfied with. After carefully examining the printed drafts in his hand, he excitedly went to the financial manager's office to find Yao Li. After entering the room, he couldn't wait to ask, "Manager Yao, how have you thought about the suggestion I made this morning?" Seeing his anxious look, Yao Li couldn't help but laugh and said, "Manager Tang, you are too impatient, aren't you? It's only been a few hours, and you're so anxious for the results. You have to give me some time to think about it." Tang Jianhua said seriously, "This matter is extremely urgent and cannot be delayed." He handed the report in his hand to Yao Li and said, "This is the report I wrote and I'm going to submit it to Mr. Wu. Take a look at it first and we can exchange opinions." Yao Li took the report from Tang Jianhua and read it carefully. She finished reading the several-page report in a short while, but she felt indescribable. From her perspective as a financial manager, the report was too crudely written. It clearly stated what needed to be done and the profit expectations were clear at a glance, but after careful scrutiny, she felt that it lacked detailed data support. Most importantly, there was little mention of possible risks. She put the report on the table and said, "Manager Tang, I think the purpose of this report is very clear. It would be better if there were more data. Also, there is no mention of risk issues here. What if the price does not meet expectations?" Tang Jianhua was a little dissatisfied with Yao Li's words and said, "I can add some more data. Do you think this plan is feasible?" Yao Li smiled and said, "The risk issue is not explained in detail. How can I answer you?" Tang Jianhua explained, "The reason why I say this is a great opportunity is that it has almost no risk, or I can't see where the risk is." He sat up straight on the sofa and said, "Think about it, what was the sugar price like in the past few crushing seasons when there was no obvious reduction in sugarcane production? The sugarcane production will be reduced by such a large margin in this crushing season, but the sugar prices of several sugar mills that have already started crushing have not increased significantly. Is this normal?" Yao Li listened quietly to Tang Jianhua's words. She said that not because she saw any risks in this matter, but because all the investment reports she had seen had this item, but Tang Jianhua's report lacked it. Tang Jianhua continued, "This shows that the information we have is very important. In the future, when the market realizes that the raw material production has been drastically reduced, the price of sugar will definitely skyrocket. If we seize this opportunity, it will be difficult for us not to make money next year." Yao Li thought to herself that Tang Jianhua's report might be written rather roughly, but every word he said made sense. Even if she wanted to refute it, she couldn't seem to find a reason. As the financial manager of the head office, she is quite clear about the major links of sugarcane sales. In recent years, the sugarcane sales business of the sugar company has been going smoothly, and the completion of the annual sales plan is almost a sure thing. In fact, after Tang Jianhua talked to her this morning, she had carefully calculated it in her mind. From the analysis of information from all aspects, the chances of taking this opportunity to take a gamble were indeed very high. And the more carefully she analyzed it, the more she felt that her worries were unnecessary. With such a large gap in raw materials, it would be strange if the price of sugar did not rise in the new sugar pressing season. From a personal perspective, if this thing succeeds, the benefits to me are obvious. She was proud and arrogant, and unwilling to be inferior to others, but she had a hidden pain in her heart. Among the senior executives at the level of branch managers, she was the only one, the manager of the finance department of the head office, who did not have a private car. Although Director Luan of the head office does not have a private car, all the cars in the office are under his control. When he goes out to do errands or takes a ride to and from get off work, it's just like he has his own private car. As for herself, she either had to squeeze into the bus or ride a bicycle to get to work, and she had to apply for a car from the office when she went out to do things. This matter had been weighing on her mind for a long time, making her very uncomfortable, but she couldn't tell others. If what Tang Jianhua said really came true and the company's profits soared this year, then I would have made a great contribution. Then I would find a chance to talk to Wu Bin about it, and it would be natural for him to give me a car. Tang Jianhua used his eloquent speech to finally arouse the gambling nature in Yao Li's heart, and she gradually agreed with Tang Jianhua's idea of taking advantage of this great opportunity to try her luck. After gaining Yao Li's support and making careful preparations overnight, Tang Jianhua went to see Wu Bin, the general manager of the head office, early the next morning. Standing at the door of Wu Bin's office and raising his hand to knock on the door, Tang Jianhua couldn't help but feel his heart beating fast. He himself felt a little surprised. What happened? This situation is extremely rare. He has worked under Wu Bin for 7 or 8 years, and has never encountered such a situation when entering and leaving Wu Bin's office. After hearing Wu Bin say, "Come in," Tang Jianhua pushed open the door and walked in, and saw Wu Bin sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper. He adjusted his inexplicably nervous mood, nodded to Wu Bin, and greeted, "Hello, Mr. Wu." Wu Bin asked, "Manager Tang, what's the matter?" Tang Jianhua sat down opposite Wu Bin and said, "According to the statistics we got yesterday, the sugarcane production in Guidong and Yueshi provinces dropped significantly. I think this information is very important. The price of sugar will definitely rise sharply next year. I wrote a report, please take a look." After he finished speaking, he handed the report in his hand to Wu Bin. Wu Bin put down the newspaper in his hand, took the report handed over by Tang Jianhua, and asked, "Sugarcane production has dropped significantly. How much?" Tang Jianhua replied, "The data says it's about 15% to 20%. Wu Bin was shocked when he heard this. He just turned the first page of the report and stopped. He looked up and asked, "A 15% to 20% reduction in production? That's so much?" Tang Jianhua nodded and said, "That's what the statistics say. I don't think the data will be too different." Wu Bin asked, "Is this information obtained from the office?" Tang Jianhua said, "Yes." Wu Bin complained unhappily, "What's wrong with this old Luan? He didn't even tell me such important news." Tang Jianhua pointed at the report in Wu Bin's hand and said, "The statistical data is attached at the back of my report. Take a look." After that, he sat quietly and waited for Wu Bin to read the report in his hand page by page. 10 minutes later, Wu Bin, who was extremely steady, raised his head and frowned, saying, "Such a large loan. How is that possible?" Tang Jianhua was prepared for Wu Bin's reaction, so he was not discouraged. He explained, "Mr. Wu, you know that according to statistics, the sugarcane production will decrease too much in the coming crushing season. The price of sugarcane will definitely be very good next year. It would be a pity to miss this opportunity." Wu Bin said, "It's okay to increase the loan amount a little bit on the basis of the past, but the number you mentioned is too big. Do you know how big the risk is?" Tang Jianhua said with a smile, "Of course I have considered this. Risks are always there. Judging from the situation this year, the opportunities far outweigh the risks. Isn't there a saying? Fortunes are sought in danger." Seeing that Wu Bin didn't say anything, Tang Jianhua continued, "In terms of business scale and information advantages, we are the industry leader in the province, and no other company can pose a threat to us. Only we can grasp such a rare opportunity. If we seize this opportunity, the company's profits next year will be multiplied several times." Wu Bin looked at the report written by Tang Jianhua and said with some concern, "You said that the sugar price will rise so much, but that's just your estimate. If the increase is not that big, how can there be so much profit?" Tang Jianhua answered confidently, "I estimate that the price of sugar will increase by at least 1,000 yuan and at most 1,700 yuan. If you think this estimate is too high, then we can discount it by half based on the maximum increase. An increase of 800 yuan per ton is always possible, right? Even if we calculate based on this number, the profit will be considerable." Seeing that Wu Bin didn't say anything, Tang Jianhua knew that he was quite satisfied with this number, so he continued, "In previous years, even if the raw material gap was not large, it was common for the price of sugar to rise by 400 to 500 yuan per ton at the end of the year when sugar was in short supply. Given the situation this year, there is almost no doubt that the price will rise by 800 yuan, right, Mr. Wu? A larger increase is actually something we can expect." Wu Bin looked through the documents on the table and raised some questions, to which Tang Jianhua explained them one by one. Tang Jianhua, who was good at observing people's words and expressions, could tell from Wu Bin's words and expressions that he was gradually moved, but Wu Bin did not express his opinion on whether his suggestion was feasible. After pondering for a long time, Wu Bin said, "This matter is of great importance. Let me ask Director Luan to notify all branch managers and above to hold a meeting this afternoon to discuss the matter and listen to everyone's opinions." Seeing Wu Bin's ambiguous attitude, Tang Jianhua had no choice but to stop there. But after coming out of Wu Bin's office, he returned to his own office, sat down on the big chair and thought carefully, and he couldn't help but feel a little happy in his heart. What made him happy was Wu Bin's attitude. On the surface, Wu Bin did not comment, but this just shows that there is room for improvement. If Wu Bin thought that this matter was completely unnecessary, he would reject it on the spot and would not arrange a meeting for discussion with branch managers and above. Past experience told Tang Jianhua that this meeting was very important and its outcome would determine whether Wu Bin would support his suggestions. He was used to going home for a nap at noon, but today he was alone in the office at noon, with all kinds of information and arguments that would be used in the meeting flashing through his mind like a kaleidoscope. Wu Bin was undoubtedly the protagonist of the meeting, but if everyone else was against it, Wu Bin would not support it. Therefore, in addition to Wu Bin, other people had to be persuaded. After work in the afternoon, Li Xin saw Xia Xiaona constantly coming in and out of the office. He was very curious and asked, "I see you are so busy, what is going on?" Xia Xiaona said, "What else can I do? There's a meeting going on in the small conference room. Director Luan asked me to serve tea or something. How about you go?" When Li Xin heard this, she smiled and waved her hands, saying, "Haha, you should go. It's not appropriate for me to go." Xia Xiaona smiled and said, "You are so righteous. You give in when you see difficulties." Li Xin asked, "What kind of meeting is this and what are they discussing?" Xia Xiaona said, "I don't know, it seems to be about buying candy." Li Xin listened and said thoughtfully, "Oh." While the two of them were talking, a small meeting room at the head office was in full swing with the door closed and the room filled with smoke. 6 people, including General Manager Wu Bin, Finance Manager Yao Li, Administrative Office Director Luan, and 3 branch managers, were sitting around the table. It looked like the meeting had been going on for a long time. Wu Bin, who doesn't smoke, frowned and helplessly fanned the smoke in front of him with his hands. He said to Director Luan, "Open the window a little and get some fresh air." Tang Jianhua sat next to Wu Bin, puffing smoke to encourage Wu Bin, saying, "Boss Wu, this opportunity is rare, it's worth doing." Wu Bin hesitated and said, "The opportunity is good, but isn't it too risky to be so radical?" After listening to this, Tang Jianhua turned his gaze to Yao Li across the conference table, his eyes full of encouragement and expectation. Yao Li glanced at Tang Jianhua. She knew exactly what Tang Jianhua meant. She adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and said, "Mr. Wu, I still support Manager Tang's opinion. It would be a pity to miss this opportunity. As for the problem of the loan amount being too large, Manager Tang also said that we can negotiate with the bank in the form of goods mortgage." Hearing this, Tang Jianhua interrupted and said, "Manager Yao is right. The sugarcane we have is a scarce commodity, and the bank knows this very well. Their current business forms are also diverse. If we analyze the situation of the new sugar-making season to them, the people in the bank are all shrewd and will understand it immediately. The bank will not refuse to do such a thing that will add icing on the cake." At this time, Wu Bin was somewhat moved by what they said. Judging from the information he received, this was indeed a rare opportunity. Ever since Tang Jianhua first told him about this, he had been feeling uneasy. Wu Bin has been in the sugarcane industry for decades, and has been promoted step by step to the current position of general manager at the department level. It is not easy. Thinking that he is just in his early 50s and it is still early for him to retire, such a good opportunity may allow him to move up a level in the light industry bureau. Gradually, he had a tendency in his heart. But this was a big move he had never made before, and he wanted to listen to other people's opinions to strengthen his confidence. So he glanced at the other 3 people, hoping that they would also express their opinions and add some chips to the decision he was about to make. When Director Luan from the administrative office saw Wu Bin's gaze coming towards him, his eyes rolled around twice, then he lowered his head and looked at the blank notebook in front of him, remaining silent. He was clear about the situation in the new crushing season, but he did not fully understand the technical issues that Tang Jianhua and Yao Li talked about. He was sure of one thing: according to the past examples of the sugar company, even if they made a lot of money this time, the credit would not be linked to the administrative office. But if something went wrong, he would be the one who voted in favor, and he would be held accountable. Moreover, from his careful observation, he could see that General Manager Wu Bin was also a little nervous, and not as confident as Tang Jianhua and Yao Li. So, he made up his mind to just listen and not say anything. As soon as Wu Bin saw him lower his head to avoid his gaze, he knew that he would not get anything from him. He was too familiar with this person. In all these years in the company, this person has always been the best example of keeping a low profile. Repairing water pipes, modifying sewers, and maintaining the hygiene of the company's employee cafeteria are small matters that are within his responsibilities. As the director of the administrative office, he should be in charge of them, but he often brings them to himself, the general manager, for instructions and reports, as if he is afraid that you don't know that he has done these things. However, as a middle-level manager of the company, he was unable to explain such a major event and remained silent throughout the entire meeting. Thinking of this, Wu Bin couldn't help but feel a little disgusted in his heart. Yu Shuhua felt that the loan amount was a bit too large at the beginning, and gradually she realized that Tang Jianhua and Yao Li had the same opinion. They used each other's words as a basis to convince Wu Bin, and they were full of confidence and determined to win. The main business of her branch is alcohol sales, and she rarely deals with sugar business. She is not as familiar with the changes in sugar prices as Tang Jianhua. From the data, she also thinks that the alcohol sales price this year will be very good, but she is really unsure whether the sugar price will rise by more than 1,000 yuan as Tang Jianhua said. She didn't know what Wu Bin was thinking, so she didn't rush to express her opinion. As the discussion deepened, many of her worries were gradually dispelled in the debate. She herself also felt that this was something that could be done. Just like what Tang Jianhua said, even if she thought that a sugar price increase of 1,700 or 1,800 yuan was unlikely, then an increase of 800 yuan was always foreseeable, right? Just based on this number, it was much larger than the increase in the past few crushing seasons, so it was worth a try. Moreover, she saw that Wu Bin was gradually inclined to support the opinions of Tang Jianhua and Yao Li, so she expressed her agreement. She also had her own plans in mind. Wu Bin's opinion was already clear, so it would be useless for her to oppose it. Would she still have a say in Wu Bin's future? If such a large loan amount is approved, it is impossible to give it all to Tang Jianhua's branch. I should be able to get a lot myself. With these funds, taking advantage of the good situation this year, in addition to expanding the existing business, I can also develop the most profitable sugarcane business. If they succeed in this bet, the alcohol sales branch will take a big step forward and will be more confident in the future. To take a step back, even if something goes wrong, Wu Bin from the head office and Yao Li, manager of the finance department, will take responsibility, and Tang Jianhua from the sugar sales branch is the one who is most responsible. If they are not afraid, why should I be afraid? Yao Juansai, manager of the materials branch, did not say much at the meeting. He had just learned about the drastic drop in sugarcane production in the neighboring province from reading the meeting materials. The first impression this news gave him was that it was an excellent opportunity. As Yao Juansai listened to Tang Jianhua expounding on his suggestions, he felt mixed emotions. His thoughts were somewhat similar to Yu Shuhua's. Their company's main business was to provide materials and equipment to sugar factories. The business volume was not large, and it was a job that required a lot of work but did not pay much. Their profit was the lowest among the three branches. He had been the manager of the material company for at least 6 or 7 years. During this period, he also wanted to develop new businesses, but he had never had extra funds. The entire company's funds were tilted towards the sugar sales branch, in addition to the alcohol sales branch, so there was not much left for him. The main sales business of the sugar company is sugarcane and alcohol. Alcohol sales require very special hardware conditions, which is too difficult for me. I don't have the conditions to get involved, but sugarcane sales are possible and the profit is the most lucrative. With the relationship I have established with the sugar factory over the years, there should be no problem in purchasing goods from the sugar factory. This time we have the opportunity to get so much funds, and the sales situation is so good, it would be a pity to miss the opportunity. If you go for a big one now, it is very likely that by this time next year, the funds in your branch's account will be incomparable to what they were before. By then, you'll have much more room to maneuver and won't have to worry about other people's feelings all the time. But thinking back carefully, even if it is only involved in the sugarcane sales business now, there is really a shortage of people in his branch. He now regrets that after so many years of dealing with the sugar factory, why has he never established a channel for sugarcane sales? Even if I had 3 or 5 people under me who were familiar with this business, I wouldn't be so helpless now. If the company really approved Tang Jianhua's suggestion, it would undoubtedly be a piece of cake. The only thing he was afraid of was that he didn't have the people to catch the pie. Seeing Wu Bin's expectant look, Yao Jun said loudly, to everyone's surprise, I support Manager Tang's proposal. This is worth doing. Wu Bin smiled and nodded and said, tell me your reasons. Yao Junsai said, the question now is whether the statistics on the reduction in sugarcane production are true. If they are, there is no reason not to do it. Tang Jianhua said, this information should be accurate. Yao Junsai immediately said, then we can't hesitate any longer. I don't think the profit margin is as high as Manager Tang's, but I agree with his analysis that the profit margin is discounted by half. There is no problem at all with an increase of 700 to 800 yuan. Think about it carefully, where have there been such good opportunities in the past few crushing seasons? Now we are just doing what we should do on a larger scale. I don't think there is any problem. Tang Jianhua was deeply moved by Yao Junsai's words. If Yao Junsai had not been sitting across the table, Tang Jianhua might have stood up and given him a hug. He never expected that Yao Junsai would support him so clearly. Even Yao Li, whom he had spent a lot of effort to win over, was not as supportive as Yao Junsai when she spoke. While Wu Bin and his team were meeting in the small conference room, Li Xin made a telephone entrustment and bought 10 lots of T605 contracts at a price of 4,410 yuan. The current position is 30 lots, with an average price of 4,398.67 yuan per ton. After finishing these things, Li Xin called his girlfriend Li Ying and asked her out for dinner in the evening. Li Xin met Li Ying in an English training class in March this year. They were classmates. She graduated from the Institute of Engineering, 1 year younger than Li Xin, majored in electrical engineering, and worked in the Jiangqing TV factory. Li Xin's first girlfriend was a college classmate. They were in the same grade but different majors. Li Xin studied computer software and she studied electronic instruments. They met in the second semester of their sophomore year and dated for 2 years. She was an only child. When she graduated from college, her parents wanted her to return to her hometown in Hubei. Li Xin wanted to stay in Jiangqing, but neither side was willing to give in, so they broke up. After all, it was his first love, and the impression left by his first girlfriend was very deep. He even thought that this was what love was like, and even if he changed someone, it wouldn't be better than this. But after starting his relationship with Li Ying, Li Xin's original feelings about love were completely overturned. He suddenly discovered that people can be so different from each other, and the same language and behavior can have very different reactions in different people. Li Ying has a very gentle personality and dresses in a fresh and simple manner. If she walks on campus, you would think she is a student girl. She has fair skin and her face looks a bit like movie star Ingrid Bergman when viewed from the side. Most importantly, she is a typical beautiful girl from a small family. When they are together, she is very dependent on Li Xin. Li Xin also enjoys spending time with her. Although they have only known each other for more than half a year, their relationship has developed very quickly. After get off work, Li Xin went to the TV factory gate to wait for Li Ying. Before he finished smoking a cigarette, he saw Li Ying walking out of the gate from a distance. Li Xin threw away the cigarette butt and walked over to him. How long have you been waiting? Li Ying was very happy to see Li Xin waiting for her early. I just arrived a while ago. Li Xin said with a smile. Li Ying wore a purple sleeveless dress that just reached past her knees, revealing her fair and toned calves. She wore black high-heeled leather shoes, her long hair was tied up with a floral handkerchief, and she carried a small black bag on her right shoulder. Li Xin put his arm around her waist and walked side by side with her. Through her thin skirt, his palms were filled with the softness of her waist and he could smell the fragrance of her black hair in the wind. Li Xin once said that she liked to see her wearing skirts, and Li Ying took it to heart. As long as the weather was good, she would almost always wear skirts of different styles. This alone gave Lee Xin a great sense of satisfaction. Are you wearing makeup? Lee Xin looked at her red cheeks. No, I got off work early today and just came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. Li Ying said. No wonder your face is so white and rosy, like a peach. Lee Xin teased her half jokingly and half seriously. Li Ying glanced at Lee Xin from the side, smiled shyly, and her face turned even redder. What do you want to eat today? Lee Xin asked. All right, you decide. How about we go eat some spicy chicken? There's a good one near the Xinhua cinema and we can go to the movies after dinner, Lee Xin suggested. What movies are playing recently? Li Ying asked. I don't know, I'll know after I go to the theater. It's still early and the distance is not far, how about we take a walk there? Lee Xin said. Okay. Li Ying said. Li Ying is 1.65 meters tall. Wearing high heels, she looks even taller and more beautiful. She and the handsome Lee Xin, who is 1.75 meters tall, stand out in the crowd. As they were talking, the two entered the restaurant, went up to the second floor, chose a table by the window, and sat down facing each other. Li Ying took the small bag off her shoulder and placed it by the window. Lee Xin ordered a large plate of spicy chicken, a serving of Li Ying's favorite stir-fried broccoli, and a serving of roasted eggplant. She asked for a bottle of cold beer for herself and a bottle of Coke for Li Ying. It was dinner time and the restaurant was doing good business. Lee Xin smoked a cigarette and chatted with Li Ying while waiting for the food to be served. Is your factory busy recently? Fortunately, our technical department rarely works overtime. Are your TVs selling well? It's just average, not as good as those famous brand TVs. I heard that they might be acquired by other big manufacturers. Will foreign factories merge with you? Lee Xin asked with interest. No, a small factory like ours doesn't like foreign brands. It seems to be from Sichuan, Changhong Electric. Have you heard of it? I think I've heard of them and seen their TVs in stores. After a while, the dishes were served. Lee Xin opened a beer and said, this spicy chicken has color, fragrance and taste. It is red, white and yellow. The red is the chili, the white is the garlic, and the yellow is the chicken. It looks appetizing. Eat more. Don't be afraid of the spiciness. The Coke is iced. After eating for a while, Lee Xin wiped the sweat from the tip of his nose and asked, is it delicious? Li Ying sucked her lips because it was so spicy and kept drinking Coke. She said, it tastes good, but it's too spicy. My mouth is burning. I can't stand it without drinking Coke. Lee Xin looked at her red face and couldn't help but reach out and grab her white and tender fingers, saying, your face looks like you have put on rouge, it looks good. Li Ying quickly pushed his hand away, looked around, and said shyly, you're annoying. If anyone sees us. Lee Xin laughed and took a sip of the wine. He liked her shyness like a girl next door and always looked for opportunities to tease her. After dinner, night had already fallen. The night was getting darker, and the colorful neon lights and lingering pop songs exaggerated the restlessness in the night. The two walked side by side, and Lee Xin's left hand went around Li Ying's back and embraced her warm left arm. Being so close to her, feeling the warmth and fragrance of her body, Lee Xin, who was already full of food and drink, was already distracted. He was so excited that he had to slow down. He was afraid that Li Ying would notice, so he tried to cover it up while thinking to himself, who came up with the saying that one can't walk when seeing a woman. It's so damn appropriate. If there weren't so many people coming and going around them, he would have been unable to resist using further body language. He originally wanted to take Li Ying back to the dormitory directly, but he had said before that they wanted to watch a movie, and it would be embarrassing to go back on his word now, so he had to suppress his desire and walk towards the cinema. Arriving at Xinhua Cinema, Li Ying complained that the movies showing tonight were not very good. Lee Xin saw an opportunity and took the opportunity to say, the movie is not good, come back another day when there is a good movie, why don't you come to my place to watch TV? Li Ying smiled and said, okay. When Lee Xin saw that his plan had worked, he took her hand, walked out of the cinema, quickly hailed a taxi and went to the dormitory. As soon as she entered the dormitory, Li Ying saw that the furnishings in the room were a bit messy, so she asked, "How long has it been since you cleaned here?" Li Xin, who was not thinking about this at all, said, "I don't remember. I think I mopped the floor 2 days ago." Li Ying laughed and said, "You call this cleaned up? It's almost the same as the boys' dormitory. How about I help you put it in order?" Li Xin quickly stopped her and said, "Let's do the business first, and we'll talk about the rest tomorrow." Li Ying whispered, "I knew you had bad intentions." The first time he possessed Li Ying was in June this year, 3 months after they met. It was in Li Ying's dormitory. On the weekend, the two went on an outing in Xishan. After returning to the city and having dinner, he sent Li Ying back to the dormitory. It was very hot. After being out all day, Li Ying said she wanted to take a shower in the bathroom at work and asked Li Xin to wait for a while. There were 2 people living in their dormitory. Her colleagues who lived with her were not there on weekends, so she was alone. Li Xin sat beside Li Ying's bed, smoking and reading magazines. Not long after, she came back from her shower, holding a plastic basin filled with her changed clothes, wearing a blue dress with white flowers. Her hair was wet and tied into a bun at the back of her head, and she was wearing a pair of pink slippers. Putting down her clothes, she took a towel and sat next to Li Xin. She lowered her head to wipe the water off her long hair while chatting with Li Xin. She was beside Li Xin, bending over, lowering her head, letting her long hair hang down to wipe the water off her hair. This posture fully revealed her slender waist, slender neck, and white arms, and the charming fragrance of a young girl was overwhelming. Li Xin looked at her, and was moved at the moment, so he hugged her from behind. She was startled and dropped the towel in her hand. She pushed Li Xin and said in panic, "Be careful, my colleagues may see us when we get back." Li Xin, who was about to succeed, said, "Aren't you usually alone on weekends? She won't come back at this time." Li Xin's words calmed the slightly panicked Li Ying down. Gradually, her hands, which had been resisting, tightly hugged Li Xin's neck. After dinner tonight, the attentive Li Ying felt from Li Xin's arms around her that he was a little absent-minded about his original plan to watch a movie. After a few months of dating, the two had become very close, and she knew very well what Li Xin was longing for at this moment. So at the ticket office, she sympathetically complained that the movie tonight was not good. Li Xin, who had already made plans, immediately took the opportunity to change her plans. She also had expectations for the charming night, so she agreed to Li Xin's request. After the storm, Li Xin lit a cigarette, the cigarette but flickered in the dark bedroom. Li Ying rested her head on Li Xin's arm, looking at the little bit of moonlight shining through the thin curtains, and said, "This moonlight is so beautiful." Li Xin said, "You are more beautiful than the moonlight." Li Ying said, "You are so sweet. I can't sleep now, tell me something about your past." Li Xin said, "I have experienced so many things since I was a child, which part do you want to hear about?" Li Ying said, "Just talk about your college life." Li Xin asked, "Which grade do you want to listen to?" Li Ying said, "I have to listen to it since my freshman year, haha." Li Ying liked to listen to Li Xin talking incessantly, and Li Xin was also willing to confide in front of Li Ying, so the two of them chatted until very late before falling asleep. The next morning, when Li Ying woke Li Xin up, it was almost time to go to work. The two hurried out the door, without even having time to eat breakfast, and rushed to their respective offices. In the corridor, looking at Li Ying who was walking in front of him in a slender and graceful manner, Li Xin couldn't help but kiss her on the face again. It was morning rush hour and one could never tell which door in the corridor might open. Li Ying was worried that someone might open the door and see Li Xin's actions. She was so frightened that her face turned pale and she dared not speak. She tried in vain to resist Li Xin's insolence with her hands. Li Xin hugged her and whispered in her ear, "You smell so good tonight, I want more." Li Ying blushed with shame and said coquettishly, "You are annoying." When Li Xin arrived at the company, he was already late. As soon as he sat down in the office, Xia Xiaona said to him, "Maybe you have to go on a business trip this afternoon." "Business trip? Where to?" "Us." Li Xin didn't react for a moment and asked in confusion. What he didn't know was that after careful consideration at the meeting, Wu Bin finally agreed to Tang Jianhua's suggestion, and the relevant departments of the branches and the head office had immediately taken action. Before Xia Xiaona could answer, Director Luan from next door came in and said, "Li Xin, get ready in the morning. You two will go on a business trip with Mr. Wu in the afternoon." When Li Xin heard this, she immediately guessed that he and Xia Xiaona were talking about the same thing, so she asked, "Director Luan, where are you going?" "In the afternoon." "Why is it so urgent?" Director Luan said expressionlessly, "Boss Wu is going to Guidong and Yueshi provinces to inspect the situation of sugarcane raw materials. Let the office arrange 2 people to accompany him. You and Xia Xiaona will go. Also going with him is Yu Shuhua, the manager of the alcohol sales branch. This time we will take Boss Wu's car and it is estimated that we will be gone for about half a month. If you have nothing to do in the morning, you can go back and prepare your luggage. Remember to make an appointment with Boss Wu's driver, Master Yang, for the time and place to meet in the afternoon." Li Xin finally understood what was going on, and nodded with Xia Xiaona, saying, "Okay, we'll get ready in a while." After seeing Director Luan leave, Li Xin whispered to Xia Xiaona, "What happened? It was so sudden." Xia Xiaona said, "I just heard this morning that the company is preparing to buy a large amount of sugar, so Mr. Wu is going to inspect the sugarcane production in Guidong and Yueshi provinces. Li Xin already has positions on hand, and the expected positions have not yet been fully established. He really doesn't want to leave Jiangqing at this time." Moreover, after hearing Xia Xiaona's news that the company was expected to buy a large amount of sugarcane, he felt that this mission came at a really bad time. He said reluctantly, "It's just that I left too hastily. Besides, wasn't Director Luan always the one who went there for such things in the past?" Just as Li Xin said, when Director Luan learned that Wu Bin was going to inspect outside the province, he also thought that he would be an accompanying member of the trip. But when Wu Bin asked him to arrange for Li Xin and Xia Xiaona to accompany him, he did not mention him at all. He felt very surprised and felt very uncomfortable. Xia Xiaona was Wu Bin's secretary, so it was natural for her to go with him, but what about Li Xin? He was just a small clerk, so why did they let him go but not the office director? Could it be that he played a more important role than himself? He thought so in his heart, but he didn't dare to ask, so he could only agree to Wu Bin with his head down. When he arranged Li Xion's work just now, he felt very awkward and didn't want to give Li Xion a good face, as if Li Xion had taken something from him. After he returned to his office, he was still holding back a rage in his heart. Xia Xiaona had no idea what Li Xion was thinking at the moment. As the secretary of the general manager, she worked in the same office. Although she rarely went out of the province, she usually had the opportunity to go on business trips with General Manager Wu to the sugar factory below. Li Xion had been in the company for such a long time, but apart from doing office chores, he had no chance to go out. He didn't even know how sugar cane was produced. Li Xion himself said that he had stayed in the sugar company for so long in vain. She had often joked with Li Xion about this matter. Now she felt that such an opportunity was rare, but Li Xion didn't want to go. She felt it was a little strange, so she said, "You've been sitting in the office doing nothing anyway, so now is a great opportunity for you to go out of the province and have a look." Li Xion didn't say anything after hearing this. He thought that this matter could not be put off, and he could only find a way to deal with it quickly. He opened the drawer, took out his work notebook, prepared some information that might be needed, and put it in a file bag. Seeing that the information was almost ready, he said to Xia Xiaona, "I'll go ask Master Yang where to meet this afternoon." In the yard downstairs, Master Yang was washing the car. After Li Xion made an appointment with him to meet in the afternoon, he turned and went upstairs. In the office, Xia Xiaona was also busy preparing materials for the business trip. Li Xion picked up the prepared document bag and said, "I'm almost done here. I'll go back and prepare my luggage. I've made an appointment with Master Yang. He will pick you up first on the way in the afternoon and pick me up last. I'll wait for you in the dormitory after lunch. Just say hello downstairs and I'll come down." Xia Xiaona said, "Okay, see you in the afternoon." After leaving the company, Li Xion immediately took a taxi to Jiangnan Commodity Exchange. Considering that he has to go on a business trip in the afternoon and will be gone for more than half a month, it is a problem whether he can get in touch here in time to open and close positions during this period. So Li Xion decided to take a look at the market trend this morning. If the original upward prediction is maintained, he will establish the remaining half of the position. Li Xian walked into the room and saw that Lao Zhao and Su Li had already arrived and were looking at the market conditions at the table. He greeted the people in the room, found a seat to sit down, and concentrated on looking at the market conditions. Currently, the price of the T601 contract is 4,470 yuan per ton, and the trading volume and open interest are gradually decreasing. The price of the T605 contract is 4,453 yuan per ton, and the trading volume and open interest have gradually increased. He roughly estimated in his mind that the 30 T605 contracts he had opened had earned him 54 yuan per ton, and the total profit from the 30 positions was 16,200 yuan. Referring to various known information and market K-line charts, Li Xian feels that the market trend has begun to develop in the direction he predicted, and this trend should become more and more obvious as time goes by. Seeing that it was almost 11 o'clock, Li Xian said to Zhang Jin, "Open a position and buy 30 lots of T605 contract at the price of 4,455 yuan." Zhang Jin reported the order, then hung up the phone and turned to Li Xian and said, "The order has been executed." The T605 contract bought 30 lots and the transaction price was 4,455 yuan. Li Xian said, "Okay." Wang Hong filled out 2 transaction confirmation slips on the table and handed them over, smiling and saying, "Li Xian, this confirmation slip is for today, and the other one is for your phone order yesterday. Please check if the price is correct. If there is no problem, please sign for me." Li Xian took it, looked at it, signed her name, handed it back to her, and said, "No problem." Zhang Jin then turned around and said to Li Xian, "I roughly calculated for you. There are 60 positions in total, the average price is 4,426.84 yuan per ton, and the capital utilization rate is nearly 50%. It is still profitable at present." Li Xian took out a cigarette, gave one to Lao Zhao and Zhang Jin respectively, lit one for himself, and said with a smile, "I hope the profits will increase." Su Li, who had been sitting next to him without saying anything, interrupted and asked, "Li Xian, you are so firmly bullish, do you have any news? Tell me a little." Li Xian heard this, glanced at her, and said in general terms, "There is no news, but it is the transition period between the old and new sugar crushing seasons, and the peak sugar consumption period during New Year's Day and the Spring Festival is coming soon. The probability of sugar prices rising is greater. I think we can go long in a small amount." Everyone chatted for a while, and because he had to go back to pack his luggage to prepare for a business trip in the afternoon, Li Xian said goodbye and left before the morning closing time. On the way back to the dormitory, Li Xian called Li Ying and told her that she was going on a business trip in the afternoon. Li Ying was a little surprised and said, "Why didn't I hear you say you were going on a business trip today last night? How long will you be gone?" Li Xian explained, "I just found out about this morning when I got to work. I will be going with the company's boss to the main sugarcane producing areas in Guidong and Yueshi provinces for an inspection. It will take about half a month." Li Ying said somewhat disappointedly, "Oh, it takes so long. Please be careful on the way." Li Xian said nonchalantly, "It's okay. I'm not on a business trip alone. There are 5 of us traveling with you. Don't worry. It's okay. I'm hanging up now. I have to go back and pack my luggage. We'll leave after lunch." After Li Xian hung up the phone, she forgot about Li Ying. He now has 2 things in mind, the positions on hand and the itinerary for the next half-month. The price of the former was unpredictable to begin with, and due to the latter, he was unable to deal with possible situations on site in a timely manner. The 2 things intertwined made him even more uneasy. He even regretted that he had been a little hasty in opening the 30-lot buying position today. Li Ying was different. She still blushed and felt her heart beating fast when she thought about Li Xian's enthusiastic behavior last night. When they broke up in the morning, Li Xian hugged her and said that he wanted to do it again tonight. Although she blushed in the corridor at that time, Li Xian's words made her think about it on the way to work. Li Xian's valor and bravery made her taste the sweetness of love. She spent the whole day recalling the madness of last night, and in her heart she was looking forward to the night falling earlier so that she could feel the passion and romance again. But now the news that Li Xian was on a business trip made her sweet expectations come to nothing. She was in love, but suddenly she had to be separated from Li Xin for half a month. Her heart suddenly felt empty. Although they didn't see each other every day, the news still made her feel lost. After she put down the phone, she started to worry. Before Li Xin even left, she began to calculate when he would come back. After lunch, Li Xin packed his luggage and necessary documents into a small suitcase, leaned on the bed to rest while waiting for Master Yang's car. At about 1400 hours, 2 car horns were heard from downstairs. Li Xin stood up and went to the balcony to look downstairs. It was the Chevrolet 7-seater commercial vehicle driven by Master Yang. Li Xin picked up the suitcase and went downstairs to the car in a very swift manner. Wu Bin, the general manager of the head office, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was in his 50s. He was a kind-looking elder with a very good reputation in the company. Li Xin smiled and greeted him. At this time, the door of the second row on the right side opened. Yu Shuhua, the manager of the alcohol sales branch, was sitting on the left side of the second row near the window. Xia Xiaona opened the door and moved to the middle seat of the second row. She said to Li Xin, "You can sit by the window. You can put the suitcase in the back seat." The third row of seats was already filled with several suitcases, large and small. Li Xin put his own suitcase on top, stacking it neatly to avoid blocking the rear window. He smiled and said, "Look at all the luggage in this car. If you don't know, you would think we are moving." Mr. Wu turned around and smiled and said, "Manager Yu and Xia Xiaona, the 2 female compatriots, have more luggage, several suitcases each. We men have much simpler things, only 1 suitcase is enough." After Li Xin closed the car door, he asked, "Master Yang, this won't block your view from behind, right?" Master Yang looked in the rearview mirror and said, "It's okay. I'm fine." Seeing that everyone had settled down, Mr. Wu turned around and said, "Are you all ready? Then we'll set off." Xia Xiaona happily agreed, follow Mr. Wu's instructions and set off. Master Yang laughed and teased Xia Xiaona, "You look so happy. This time we're going to travel at least 3,000 kilometers. Do you get carsick? Don't throw up all over my car." Xia Xiaona responded with a smile, "No way." Master Yang said to Li Xin while driving, "Li Xin, there is a national highway atlas in the bag behind Mr. Wu's seat back. I have no problem with the roads within the province, but I am not familiar with the roads outside the province. You can help me be a navigator and show me the way when the time comes." Li Xin took out the atlas, flipped through it and said, "Okay, no problem." As they were talking, the car had already left the urban area of Jiangqing and was speeding eastward along the national highway. The Chevrolet business car driven by Master Yang is Wu Bin's private car. It is luxurious, spacious, and comfortable. It has 7 seats in 3 rows, front and back. 3 people can sit in the second row without being crowded at all. This car was imported from the United States, commonly known as the American Bullethead. It is particularly eye-catching among the Santana and Guangzhou Peugeot cars on the streets. It is said that there are only 2 in the entire Jiangqing city, and it attracts a lot of attention when driving on the street. This time when Wu Bin went to inspect outside the province, many people wanted to go besides Li Xin. The reason was very simple. From a business perspective, they used to be on business trips within the province and were only familiar with the situation in their own province. Now it was a rare opportunity to go to these 2 important sugar-producing areas in the country for inspection. From a personal perspective, Jiangnan is located in the border area and is relatively close to information. Now I have the opportunity to take the company boss's special car and travel thousands of kilometers to visit economically developed areas. Compared with the past when I had to carry my luggage and squeeze on trains or buses to travel outside the province, this is simply a good job. No wonder Xia Xiaona was so happy that she danced with joy. The reason why Yu Shuhua, manager of the alcohol sales branch, went together was that the expectation of sugar price increase this year was relatively clear. In addition to the previous alcohol sales business, the alcohol sales branch also wanted to get involved in sugar sales business. This inspection was a good opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the sugar sales business. Second, the alcohol sales branch had a large amount of receivables from a company in Vietnam province that had been delayed for a long time, and this trip could help collect the money. Yao Li, the financial manager of the head office, also wanted to go with us, but she couldn't because she had to coordinate loan matters with the bank. Li Xin sat in the car, feeling a little worried. He was increasingly worried that he would not be able to handle adverse changes in the futures market in a timely manner. After thinking about it, he finally had to comfort himself. I should make the best of it and trust my own judgment, especially since I only have a half position at the moment. As for the changes in the market, you can learn about it by phone and then deal with it according to the actual situation. This is actually the same as the way you used to learn about the market by phone in the office and then make transactions. Thinking this way, I feel much more at ease. The car's stereo was playing Teresa Ting's songs. Li Xin liked her songs very much and was flipping through the atlas while listening to the songs. The air conditioning temperature was just right. Even though the afternoon sun shone through the car window onto his body, Li Xin didn't feel the slightest bit of heat. The journey of several thousand kilometers has just begun, and everyone has a vision for the future journey. The wonderful feeling of moving forward on the road towards the future, even Li Xin, who has a lot on his mind, has a sense of anticipation in his heart. Everyone was chatting excitedly. Xia Xiaona took out a bag of oranges from her bag and shared them with everyone. Yushihua said, "Master Yang, you can't eat while driving. You can only eat when you rest." Master Yang joked, "Watching you guys eat makes me drool. Xia Xiaona, why don't you peel it and feed it to me?" Everyone laughed. Xia Xiaona smiled and said, "Haha. I wouldn't dare. I'll save it for you. You can eat it when you stop to rest." After eating the orange, Li Xin subconsciously reached for the cigarette in his trouser pocket and wanted to smoke one. But then he thought that Wu Bin and Master Yang didn't smoke, and there were two female colleagues sitting next to him. The space in the car was not suitable for smoking, so he had to give up. Seeing Wu Bin finished his oranges and was drinking tea from a thermos cup, he asked, "Boss Wu, where are we going this time?" Wu Bin put the cup in the cup holder and said, "We need to visit the 4 main sugarcane producing areas and local sugar factories in Guidong and Yueshi provinces, and also visit the CEOs of the sugar companies in these 2 provinces. We have to visit so many places in about 2 weeks, so the time is quite tight. During the inspection, Li Xin and Xia Xiaona, you two should pay attention to collecting information and listen more." Li Xin and Xia Xiaona nodded quickly in agreement. Li Xin thought for a moment and said, "This is equivalent to going to a different place every day. Excluding the time spent on the road, the time you can stay in each place is really not much. It's quite tight." Master Yang interrupted and said, "I have never been to these places, so I am not familiar with the roads. Li Xin, we need to cooperate well. Before we set out to a place, we need to choose a route first. You need to remind me at any time according to the map signs how to turn at the forks in the road. Otherwise, it will be a waste of time if we take the wrong road." Li Xin smiled and said, "No problem, I'll be your assistant." Wu Bin asked Master Yang, "You are the only one with a driver's license, and you are the one driving this long distance. Can you do it?" Master Yang said, "Don't worry, Mr. Wu, it's no problem. When I was working in a factory, the company sent us to the northeast to receive a bus. I drove the bus all the way from Changchun to Jiangqing by myself, which was more than 4,000 kilometers. Now driving an imported car like this is luxurious and comfortable. Compared with the bus I drove back then, it is much better." Yushihua said, "Master Yang, we are all tired when we are on the bus, and you must be even more tired. You should stop and rest every few hours. Safety comes first." Wu Bin said to Master Yang, "Manager Yu is right. If you feel sleepy, you can stop the car and rest at any time. Be careful." Master Yang said, "It's okay, Mr. Wu, I will pay attention." Li Xin asked Xia Xiaona, "Besides the fruit, do you have any dried chili peppers in your bag?" Xia Xiaona asked in confusion, "Why bring chili peppers?" Li Xin said, "Master Yang felt sleepy on the road. We gave him a chili pepper. The effect was immediate and he felt much more energetic." Everyone laughed when they heard this. Wu Bin turned around and asked Yushihua, "Your account receivable has been delayed for a long time. Can you collect it this time? Don't make a wasted trip." Yushihua said, "I think there will be no problem. We have already discussed it over the phone. I think we can get it back this time." She went on to say, "Mr. Wu, after the loan is approved, our alcohol sales company will apply for a quarter of the total amount, and it must be allocated to us in a timely manner. Wu Bin said, the loan is for your branches to do business. The key is that you must use the money well and make full use of it. Making money and having a profit is the ultimate goal. Then, he changed the subject and asked, you have so much money to do the sugarcane business. Are you sure? Yu Shuhua replied, we have considered it carefully and are confident. The sugarcane sales business is profitable and we will have to do it sooner or later. We should start it now while the opportunity is good. Wu Bin asked again, the sugarcane sales branch has already ordered a lot of sugarcane from the sugar factory. What about you? How is the progress now? Yu Shuhua quickly reported, our main alcohol sales business is proceeding according to the previous steps, so I won't talk about that. As for the sugar sales business, we have already reserved 2,000 tons of sugar from the sugar factory with our own funds. After the loan is in place, 80% will be used to purchase sugar and the remaining 20% will be used to purchase alcohol. Wu Bin said, alcohol sales business is your strong point. You have dedicated railway lines, dedicated tank trucks for transportation, and dedicated storage tanks in warehouses. Few other companies can compete with you with these conditions. You must make this business stronger and bigger. Expanding the sugar sales business is a good thing, but you must learn more from the sugar sales branch, as they are more experienced in this area. Wu Bin picked up the thermos cup and took a sip of tea, then continued, the materials branch also has the same problem. After the loan was approved, they also applied for a quarter of the total amount, most of which was also used to purchase sugar. Your two branches may have some problems with the staff reserve for this business, so you should make plans early. The loan matter discussed by Wu Bin and Yu Shuhua was something only the company's leadership knew about. Li Xin was confused as he listened to them. He thought of what Xia Xiaona said about the company wanting to buy a large amount of sugar cane, but Li Xin had no idea how much they wanted to buy and on what scale. Hearing this, he felt that this was a good opportunity. The loan amount they were talking about was a key piece of information, so Li Xin tentatively asked, Mr. Wu, how much is the total amount of the bank loan? How long will it take to get it approved? After he said this, he immediately felt a little uneasy, thinking that his question was a bit abrupt. After all, this was a company secret, and maybe Wu Bin would not answer. He would not blame him for asking about this in front of so many people in the car, but at least he would remain silent, which would be embarrassing enough. What he didn't expect was that Wu Bin didn't care about it and said casually, the total amount is 200 million. If it can be approved, I estimate that there will be news within a week or two. Yu Shuhua asked worriedly, the loan amount is so large this time, will there be any problems with the bank? Wu Bin said, our company has a very good reputation in the bank, and we have been able to obtain loans smoothly in the past. Of course, we have never applied for such a large amount of loan before. Manager Yao of the head office's finance department is busy with this matter, so I don't think it will be a big problem. Even though Li Xin had little idea of the company's previous operating scale, and had no idea how much the 200 million yuan represented an increase compared to the previous operating scale, the 200 million yuan still surprised him. He silently estimated in his mind that according to the current price, this amount of money could buy more than 40,000 tons of sugar at the sugar factory. If it were placed in the futures market, the amount of sugar that could be purchased would be 10 times greater. From the conversation between Wu Bin and Yu Shuhua, he heard that such a loan scale was unprecedented in the company. Given the company's position in the sugarcane circulation market in the province, such a big move would undoubtedly boost sugar prices. This was huge good news. This news gave him peace of mind, and his previous worries gradually faded away like floating clouds. As we were talking, the car drove into a small town. Time passed quickly as we chatted along the way. Before we knew it, 3 or 4 hours had passed. It was time for dinner, so we decided to have dinner before leaving. Master Yang said to Wu Bin, this town produces a kind of tribute rice, which is sticky and fragrant. The local Panax Noto ginseng stewed chicken is also good. Should we go and try it? Wu Bin smiled and said, okay, I'll follow your instructions. Master Yang quickly waved his hands and replied, no, Mr. Wu. Don't say that. I'll just follow your instructions and lead the way. Ha ha. As he spoke, Master Yang led the way to a famous local farmhouse. After entering the house and sitting down, several people ate melon seeds while waiting for the food to be served. After a while, a large pot of stewed chicken and a pot of rice were served. Li Xian looked at the fragrant, glutinous and white rice in the bowl and praised Master Yang. It really lives up to its reputation. I can eat 3 bowls of such fragrant rice without any vegetables. Master Yang said, don't be impatient. Put some chicken soup in the rice and try it. Li Xian tried the chicken soup with rice he mentioned, gave a thumbs up and said, it's amazing. Master Yang, you are so lucky. You must have eaten a lot of it before, right? Yu Shuhua and Xia Xiaona also praised the delicacy and shouted, Master Yang, we must take this route when we come back. Master Yang asked in surprise, why? Xia Xiaona said, this rice is so delicious. I'll buy some when I pass by here on my way back. Yu Shuhua also said, that's right, we must stop here when we come back. Wu Bin laughed and said, women and men are different. The 3 of us men just finish eating, but you women want to take some home after you finish eating. After dinner, Master Yang and Li Xian studied the road traffic map and found that the nearest destination was more than 200 kilometers away. Master Yang suggested, Mr. Wu, why don't we set off soon and try to get to the next destination to stay overnight, so that we can go to the local sugarcane planting area and sugar factory to learn about the situation early tomorrow morning. Wu Bin said, okay, let's go. At this time, night had fallen. The group hurried out of the restaurant and got into the car. The car slowly drove out of the town, the bright lights cut through the dark night sky in the suburbs and gradually disappeared into the deep night. After the company's leadership reached a consensus, Tang Jianhua was so excited that he didn't sleep all night. His wife saw him tossing and turning and couldn't sleep, so she asked him if he was feeling unwell. He said, no, it's something at the company. His wife was even more worried after hearing this and asked, did something happen? He said impatiently, what are you thinking about? It's a good thing, but it can't be explained in a few words. Go to sleep. The next morning, he called Lin Li to his office and instructed him, let's arrange a dinner party tonight at the old place. Bring along the few bottles of wine that were left over from last time. Lin Li felt a bit overwhelmed when he heard this. He still vividly remembered the last few times he drank with clients and vomited. He also had a splitting headache the next morning and couldn't get out of bed. It seemed like he would not go home until he was drunk again tonight. But he didn't dare to refuse, so he said, okay, how many people? Is 1 table enough? Tang Jianhua said, there are only 5 or 6 people, 1 table is enough. In the evening, in the most luxurious private room on the 2nd floor of the Xingyun restaurant, Tang Jianhua, Lin Li, Gao Hui and others sat around a large round table with delicious dishes on the table. The room was filled with smoke, and Tang Jianhua kept inviting everyone to eat and drink. Since he sat down and started eating and drinking, Lin Li has been wondering in his heart that the people attending the dinner are all colleagues in the branch company, no outsiders. He thought that he was drinking with clients tonight. What exactly is the purpose of Mr. Tang's dinner tonight? Seeing that the other people were also somewhat confused, Lin Li asked under the influence of alcohol while toasting each other, Boss Tang, we are flattered by such good food and wine. Do you have any good news? Ahem. Tang Jianhua's face, which was originally sallow, turned red due to the alcohol. He stared at his business managers with bloodshot eyes and said, don't ask. You will know when the time comes. The most important thing now is to do what I told you just now. Hurry and go to the sugar factory to buy as much sugar as possible. Lin Li, Gao Hui and a few others exchanged surprised looks. Some people thought to themselves, what's wrong with Mr. Tang today? Is he drunk? This statement sounds a bit unreliable. Gao Hui also thought that this was just drunken talk, but after thinking about it carefully, it didn't seem like it. Everyone could see that Tang Jianhua's dinner tonight was a big deal, but he refused to explain why. Gao Hui followed up on his topic and asked carefully, Mr. Tang, how much do you want? It's not that bad, is it? Tang Jianhua stared at their expressions with his eyes wide open, and said with a smile, you little brats, do you think I'm drunk and talking nonsense? Let me tell you, I'm very sober. You just need to do as I say. Don't be petty-minded, be more courageous. This time next year, doubling the bonus will be a piece of cake, and those of you who deserve a car can all get one. Gao Hui's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he asked, Boss Tang, how much more should we buy from the sugar factory? How about the funds? Tang Jianhua waved his hand, and a large piece of ash fell from the cigarette held between his index and middle fingers and almost fell into a plate containing squirrel fish. He said disdainfully, breathing smoke and alcohol, "It's not about increasing it by a few percent or tens of percent on the original basis, it's about doubling it, do you understand? At least 2 or 3 times. Funding is not a problem, it's not something you have to worry about." Lin Li quickly moved the plate of fish towards himself. This was his favorite dish. Looking at the whole fish that had hardly been touched, he secretly felt lucky, it was almost all wasted. After hearing this, several people gradually understood what was on Tang Jianhua's mind. Especially Lin Li, thinking about the fact that he was the first to tell Tang Jianhua about the drastic reduction in the production of raw materials from outside the province. He guessed that the company might make a big move, but he was not sure whether it would be as Tang Jianhua revealed in a few words. But it is certain that it is a good thing overall. With such a good opportunity, if we can really expand the business scale 2 or 3 times, the benefits next year will definitely be good. It would be great if we could really equip ourselves with a car. In Tang Jianhua's mind, this was a sure thing. According to his plan, next year's performance would be very impressive, and it would only cost a few dollars to equip a few trusted business managers with cars, which was not a big deal at all. He had already set his eyes on an imported off-road vehicle with 7 seats, 4-wheel drive, and an 8-cylinder engine. The wheels were as wide as those of a Boeing 737 and it wouldn't sink even if driven in the desert. That was a real car. The Santana I have now is nothing, it doesn't suit my status at all. Next year, when the business is good, I will replace my own car first, and then buy a few Santanas, and distribute them to the business managers below along with my current one. Of course, that car costs nearly 1 million yuan and consumes a lot of fuel. It is much more expensive than Wu Bin's current private car, and it is a bit eye-catching. At worst, I can find a way to persuade Wu Bin to buy a better car. Anyway, I am not short of this little money. In addition, there was something he had been looking forward to for a long time. After the deputy general manager of the head office retired due to illness, this position had been vacant. If the performance of his branch company was particularly outstanding this year, it would undoubtedly be the best endorsement for his promotion. The prospects promised by Tang Jianhua made several trusted business managers full of expectations for the coming year. After get off work, several people ate and drank until after 9 o'clock, stimulated by alcohol and dreams. After eating and drinking, they went to the karaoke bar to sing and played until the early morning. Li Ying hadn't heard from Li Xin for several days. Tormented by longing and unspeakable emotional desire, she couldn't sleep at night. She called Li Xin's office several times, but the phone kept ringing, but no one answered. This added to her anxiety and longing. Li Xin has been gone for 8 days. Didn't he say he would be gone for 2 weeks? It's been over a week, how come there's still no news? Thousands of miles away, Li Xin was sitting tiredly in the car speeding on the winding mountain road, his heart once again shrouded in heavy dark clouds. During the previous 7 days, the group checked out after breakfast every day and set off to investigate the local sugarcane planting areas and sugar factories. After dinner, they took a short rest and then drove to the next destination to stay. During this journey, Li Xin felt like he was on a march to a war, always rushing forward. When the car stopped, Master Yang took a rest in the car, and Li Xin had to understand the situation like everyone else. After getting in the car, Master Yang drove. General Manager Wu, Yushuhua, and Xia Xiaona could take a nap, but Li Xin could not sleep no matter how sleepy he was. He had to hold a pen and a road traffic map to serve as a navigator for Master Yang. Wu Bin's heart was clear and sunny. According to the information from the sugarcane planting areas and sugar factories along the way, the province's sugarcane production has decreased by at least 20%, and the sugar production in the new crushing season will also decrease by a corresponding amount. He couldn't help but feel happy in his heart that expanding the scale of operation was the right step. Although the information he learned along the way all supported the rise in sugar prices, what made Li Xin most uneasy was that he had lost contact with the commodity exchange since the first day of his departure. He had no idea what the current price of sugar futures was. The market outlook is bullish, but it does not mean that it will rise now. There are many examples of stocks falling before rising and then rising. Unable to get in touch with the commodity exchange, Li Xin became increasingly anxious. The mobile phone Wu Bin carried with him had no signal once he left Jiangqing City. The mobile phone was completely unusable in the sugarcane planting areas and sugar factories in the neighboring province. When I was investigating outside during the day, I couldn't find a place to make long-distance calls. After staying in a hotel at night, I could make long-distance calls, but there was no one in the exchange office late at night. Li Xin and the exchange are out of touch. He regretted not keeping other contact information of Zhang Jin and the others. Even if he had the home phone number of any one of the three of them, he would not be so helpless. This morning, a group of people went to inspect the largest Gangdu sugar factory in Guidong province. After having lunch at the sugar factory, they immediately rushed to the provincial capital and planned to visit the president of the provincial sugar company in the afternoon. It was already 2 p.m. when we arrived at the hotel. After checking in at the hotel lobby, we took the elevator upstairs with our luggage. Mr. Wu took out a business card and handed it to Xia Xiaona, saying, "The CEO of Guidong Sugar Company is surnamed Qin. Please contact him and see if he is available at 3:30 in the afternoon so that we can visit him." Then he said to everyone, "Everyone take some time to rest, and we will set off at 3 o'clock in the afternoon." Li Xin put the luggage in the room and saw that it was already 2:15. He said to Master Yang, "Master Yang, you take a rest. I'm going to make a long-distance call. I haven't contacted my family for several days." After that, he quickly took the elevator downstairs and came to the business center in the lobby on the first floor of the hotel and dialed the long-distance number of Zhang Jin's office. Li Xin held the phone in his hand, his heart pounding. He had been anxious to make this call for the past few days. Now that the phone was in his hand, he felt a little panicked, not knowing what kind of news would be waiting for him after the call was connected. He closed his eyes, made up his mind and comforted himself, "If I stick my head out, I'll be stabbed. If I hide my head, I'll also be stabbed. What's coming will come. There's no point in hiding." These short tens of seconds felt so long to him. The call went through, and it was Zhang Jin who answered. When he heard Li Xin's voice, he immediately shouted excitedly, "Oh! Li Xin, it's you. I couldn't find you anywhere these days, and there was no news from you. Where have you been?" When Li Xin heard his tone, her heart sank and she thought, "Oh no. Could it be that the thing I've been worried about these past few days has happened?" He asked helplessly and nervously, "What's wrong? Did something happen? Did the price of sugar fall?" Zhang Jin heard Li Xin's nervous tone and knew that Li Xin had misunderstood what he had just said, so he quickly explained, No, don't worry. The sugar price is not falling but skyrocketing. Today is the 4th daily limit. We are anxious because we wanted to notify you to close your position but we couldn't find you, and you didn't contact us. You are too careless. Do you know what the current price is?" Li Xin was a little dizzy. He had been worried about the price falling sharply, but now he knew that the price had skyrocketed. He couldn't wrap his mind around it for a while, and asked woodenly, "What's the price?" Zhang Jin said, "The T605 contract is currently at the upper limit, the price is 5,286 yuan. Li Xin finally came to his senses and said in surprise, 4 consecutive daily limit increases. Is that true? Wait a minute. Let me think about it. I remember I have a total of 60 positions, and the cost of holding the positions is 4,426 yuan, right?" Zhang Jin said, "Yes. I made more than 800 yuan per ton. Why don't you close your position quickly? This is such a blessing from heaven." Li Xin was so happy that he almost jumped up. He stamped his foot on the ground, ignoring the puzzled look of the pretty lady in the business center, and shouted into the phone. Close the position immediately." Zhang Jin was affected by Li Xin's emotions and shouted over the phone, "Okay, don't hang up. I'll report your order right away. Don't hang up." Li Xin was so excited that his hand holding the phone was shaking. He could clearly hear Zhang Jin's voice placing an order on another phone. Then, Zhang Jin said to Li Xin on the phone, "It's done. T605 contract, 60 lots sold, the transaction price is 5,286 yuan. Li Xin calmed down a bit and said, "Wait a moment, I'll take notes. He turned to the lady at the business center and asked for paper and pen. While taking notes, he repeated into the phone, T605 contract, sold 60 lots, the transaction price is 5,286 yuan, right? Zhang Jin said, that's right. Li Xin looked at the paper in his hand. His hands were shaking because he was too excited. The simple line of words became 3 lines, and each word was written in large size and crookedly. He didn't care about that anymore and said happily into the microphone, okay, I'll calculate how much money I made in a minute. I'll sign the transaction confirmation when I get back, and I only recognize the current transaction price of 5,286. The reason why Li Xin said this was that he was keeping something on his mind. This phone call is authorized by the client and all calls are recorded. The contract name, price, closing quantity, and other data mentioned can be regarded as the basis for the transaction entrustment. In the past, other trading seats in the exchange had experienced a situation where the closing price during settlement was significantly different from the closing price entrusted by the customer. There was no telephone recording at the time, so the two parties argued for a long time. Li Xin said this on the phone in order to finalize all the closing data with Zhang Jin. After all, his profit from this single order was too huge, and he was not at the exchange, so he had to prevent similar incidents from happening. Zhang Jin said, of course, that's right. Then he asked, where have you been? Do you know that we have been so anxious these days and have been looking for you everywhere, but you didn't contact us? You are really something. Now the price is skyrocketing, and you are making money. What if the price plummets? What will you do? Li Xin explained, I'm on a business trip and can't contact you. Do you think I'm not anxious? I've been as anxious as an ant on a hot pot these past few days. Sigh. Anyway, I'm making money now. No more talking. I'll treat you to a meal when I get back. After hanging up the phone, Li Xin immediately did a rough calculation on the paper where he had recorded the prices. In just over a week, he had earned 516,000 yuan. Thinking back on how nervous and restless he had been during the past few days, he felt relieved at last. He was so overjoyed that he wanted to shout out loud. Restraining the ecstasy in his heart, Li Xin took out his wallet to pay the long-distance call bill. Sir, you must be a new guest staying in our hotel. You look so happy. Did you make a lot of money in your business? The beautiful lady at the business center asked with a smile. Hearing her ask this, Li Xin realized that he had lost his composure when he made the phone call just now. Li Xin looked at her. The girl was about 18 or 19 years old, of medium height, very pretty, and looked like a minority. She had a clear outline between her eyebrows. She was wearing a purple business suit that was tailored to fit her body very well. She had a beautiful square scarf tied around her neckline. The waisted suit and the well-cut short skirt perfectly showed off the curves of the young girl. He felt that the girl was very clever and must have heard something from his words. He smiled and replied, yes, the business is profitable. I'm so happy. Thank you for calling and letting me know the news. The little girl smiled and said, you're welcome. After paying the phone bill, Li Xin walked out of the business center and came to the hotel lobby. This is a 4-star hotel with a coffee bar in the lobby. Li Xin waved for the waiter to come over, ordered a cup of coffee, then sat down on the large leather sofa, lit a cigarette, drank coffee, and calmed himself down. The huge stone that had been weighing on my heart for so many days was finally put down. In the magnificent hotel lobby, he drank fragrant coffee with mixed feelings. He was very proud of making a fortune, but also felt lucky to have survived. He thought, knowledge is power, information is wealth. It took him 3 years to make 600,000 yuan last time, but now he made 500,000 yuan in 1 week. However, this time it was really risky. I had no way of understanding the price trend for such a long time. If the price had plummeted, my positions would have been forced to close. In that case, let alone making money, it would be hard to say how much I would lose. Futures trading has a leverage of nearly 10 times. If you use it well, you can make a lot of money. If you use it wrongly, you will go to hell. After finishing his coffee, he saw that it was almost time to leave. Without time to savor this wonderful feeling, he threw his cigarette butt into the ashtray, stood up, and took the elevator upstairs. After going upstairs, when Li Xin passed by Wu Bin's room, he saw that his door was open, so he looked inside and saw Wu Bin packing things next to the closet, so he said, "Mr. Wu, I just called back and learned that the price of sugar futures in Jiangqing has risen a lot. It is now more than 5,200. When Wu Bin heard this, his face changed visibly. He stopped what he was doing and asked, "It has increased so much. What about the price of the sugar factory?" Li Xin said, "I don't know. I only know the futures price." Wu Bin was very surprised by the news. He said to himself, "When I spoke to Tang Jianhua on the phone last Wednesday night, he didn't mention the increase in sugar prices." Seeing that Li Xin was still standing at the door, he said, "I know about this. I'll call Tang Jianhua later. Tell them to postpone the departure time by a quarter of an hour." Li Xin replied, "Okay, I'll tell them." After Li Xin left, Wu Bin closed the door and immediately called the company to inquire about changes in sugar prices. Tang Jianhua, who was extremely anxious, complained as soon as he received Wu Bin's call, "Boss Wu, why did you call me just now? I couldn't get in touch with you these past few days." Wu Bin asked, "Just now I heard Li Xin say that the price of sugar cane futures has increased by nearly 800 yuan. Is that true? How much has the X-factory price of sugar mills increased?" Tang Jianhua said, "It's true, the sugar factory's X-factory price has increased by about 500 yuan. Wu Bin asked dissatisfiedly, "Why didn't I hear such important information from you when we talked on the phone last week?" When Tang Jianhua heard this, he couldn't help but curse in his heart, "How can this be my fault?" But he had to patiently explain, "Mr. Wu, when we talked on the phone last week, the price of sugar had not changed significantly. The price has suddenly risen in the past few days. Especially the futures price. It is understood that it has risen for several consecutive daily limits without any explanation. Driven by the futures price, the prices of sugar mills immediately followed suit and rose within a few days. What's worse is that some sugar mills don't quote prices or sell sugar." After hearing what Tang Jianhua said, Wu Bin didn't know how to respond for a moment. Tang Jianhua continued on the phone, "Boss Wu, Manager Yao, and the others are too slow in getting things done. It's been such a long time, and there's still no progress on the loan. If it keeps going on like this, nothing will get done." He never expected that the price of sugar would change so drastically. The increase in the past few days was even greater than the increase in the previous crushing season. While regretting that he missed this sharp increase by acting too late, he suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart, the price has risen so much, can he still buy it? He could sense some resentment in Tang Jianhua's tone. To be fair, Tang Jianhua was not to blame for the poor communication in the past few days. Since his mobile phone was almost useless after leaving the province, he could only get in touch with the company when he called back to the company. But the problem is that the price of sugar changes so quickly. Even if the contact is not interrupted in the past few days, what can be done? Not to mention that the loan has not been implemented yet. Even if the loan has been received, it is impossible for even a god to turn all this money into sugar in such a short time. Wu Bin didn't need to call Yao Li again. He knew the progress of the loan from Tang Jianhua's words. He was no longer as anxious as Tang Jianhua to get the loan approved as soon as possible. Instead, he had a strange idea that he hoped the loan would not be approved so quickly. It might not be a bad thing to wait and see. At this time, Mr. Qin looked at his watch and said to Wu Bin, "Mr. Wu, it's rare for you to come to our place. How about we have a simple meal together and chat while eating at the table?" Wu Bin said politely, "How can I be so embarrassed? I came here to learn from you and trouble you to entertain me." Mr. Qin said generously, "Mr. Wu, you are being too polite. It is my duty to be a good host. Besides, if I visit you someday, I will have to trouble you, Mr. Wu. Come on, let's talk while we eat." As they were talking, everyone went downstairs and took a car to the restaurant. Mr. Qin hosted a splendid banquet. After the banquet, the group said goodbye to Mr. Qin and it was already 2100 hours in the evening when they returned to the hotel. The sudden change in sugar prices made Wu Bin somewhat at a loss. It was true that the plan was not as fast as the change. In an instant, the number of uncertain factors increased dramatically. The changes in these factors might even completely disrupt the original overall plan. He needed to reconsider it seriously. Just now at the banquet, the table full of delicious food did not arouse his appetite at all. He tried his best to hide his worries and greeted the two general managers with a smile on his face, while thinking about how to deal with the current dilemma. He thought to himself, this is a big deal. If it's not handled well, there will be big problems. Yushihua was also concerned about the rising sugar prices, so she went straight into her room as soon as she got back to the hotel and made a phone call to arrange for staff to go to the sugar factory to urge for the delivery of the goods. There was another thing that worried her. The price of sugar had risen so much, so the price of alcohol would definitely rise a lot. She had been thinking about buying sugar these days, so why did she forget to order more alcohol from the sugar factory? Li Xian and Master Yang had just entered the room and put down their things when Wu Bin knocked on the door and said, tomorrow's arrangements are as follows: leave early in the morning and go directly to the company where Manager Yu of Yueshi province collected the money. Stay there for one night after finishing the business. The day after tomorrow, rush to the capital of Yueshi province to visit Mr. Chen of the Provincial Sugar Company. I just talked to him on the phone. He just came back from inspecting sugar factories in various places. We are short of time and need to rush back as soon as possible. We will not visit various places in Yueshi and will directly ask Mr. Chen for information. You plan your route, rest early, and set off as early as possible after breakfast tomorrow. Li Xian and Master Yang agreed and said, okay, Mr. Wu, you should also go to bed early. Seeing Wu Bin suddenly change the originally planned itinerary, Li Xian hurried back to the company, guessing that it might be due to changes in sugar prices. He thought, since he was free now, any changes to his schedule would have no impact on him, and it would be the same whether he returned earlier or later. This was the first time in these days that he felt so relaxed and free of any burden. The price of sugar suddenly skyrocketed within a few days, making Tang Jianhua so anxious that he beat his chest and stamped his feet. He went to the finance department of the head office many times, constantly asking about the progress of the loan. But that was not a department of his branch after all. At the beginning, he was still restrained. But as time went by, seeing that the loan was not coming in, his face began to look unsightly and his words became unpleasant. After talking to Wu Bin today, I passed by the door of the finance department's office and saw Yao Li. I asked, Manager Yao, when can the loan be approved? Yao Li was busy with something, and answered without even looking up, I'm busy right now. The bank has its own procedures, and we'll let you know when it's done. There's no point in getting anxious. Yao Li's slightly impatient and understated explanation made Tang Jianhua's long-suppressed anger burst out. He frowned and yelled like he was scolding his subordinates, don't tell me the objective reasons, it's useless. Do you want your head office's finance department to eat for nothing? The loan has not been settled yet. Do you know what important thing you have missed? I just want to ask you, is there a specific time? When can we get the result? Yao Li was startled by Tang Jianhua's roar, and looked up at him blankly. She had never been treated like this before, and in front of several girls under her. Tang Jianhua was so unreasonable that she was so angry that her face turned red. She was speechless for a while, and she stood up and slammed the door and left. Tang Jianhua returned to his office, still furious. He smashed a teacup and cursed angrily, damn it, it took so long to get it done. What kind of efficiency is that? I can't get any more goods. I have to watch the money go away like water. He made a rough estimate in his mind. According to his expected purchase volume and price, the profit he missed out on was too huge due to the sudden increase in sugar prices. Tang Jianhua was also full of resentment towards Wu Bin. During those crucial few days, he could not contact him at all. When he received a call from him today, many sugar factories had already heard the news and either significantly increased the ex-factory price or simply stopped selling sugar. But he still didn't dare to act rashly towards the general manager Wu Bin, especially when he sensitively heard on the phone that Wu Bin seemed to be hesitant and wavering in the face of the rapidly changing situation. He had no choice but to try to persuade Wu Bin in a friendly manner to stick to the original plan. He knew very well that if Wu Bin changed his mind, his grand plan for this year would be nothing more than a pipe dream. He was somewhat disgusted with Wu Bin's indecisiveness and his retreat when faced with changes. But he knew that such emotions must not be revealed at all, and he had to continue to work with Yao Li to persuade Wu Bin, otherwise all his efforts would be wasted. Yao Li had heard about Tang Jianhua's bossing around before, but these things had happened to other people before, so she just treated it as a story and let it go. But this time it was a personal experience that made her so angry that she was speechless. As the manager of the finance department of the head office, no one in the entire company had dared to treat her like this. After she came out of the office, she went straight home and stayed at home alone for the whole afternoon. The scene just now made her lose face. She was too embarrassed to go back to the office. She really didn't know how her employees would look at her. The mask of dignity and seriousness that she tried hard to create in front of her subordinates was instantly shattered by Tang Jianhua's rudeness, which made her, who was very proud, so angry that she almost vomited blood. She secretly hated Tang Jianhua to the core. Is it that easy to get a loan? You know that banks have many rules and strict procedures. When you needed me to speak for you, you shamelessly came to me to beg, but now you come to me to show off. Do you think the finance department of the head office belongs to you? Do you think I'm your servant? While Tang Jianhua and Yao Li were fighting fiercely in the company, Wu Bin and his team were all calm, at least on the surface. The car sped along the winding provincial road. Manager Yu and Xia Xiaona closed their eyes to rest. However, Li Xin did not dare to slack off at all. He kept paying attention to the traffic map and reminded Master Yang of the driving route at the fork in the road. However, his mind was thinking about the conversation he had with the other company's personnel during dinner last night. Wu Bin sat in the front row, not feeling sleepy at all. The issue of sugar prices was already enough to upset him, and last night's meal made him even more upset. They set out early yesterday morning and, after a long journey, arrived at the company in Yueshi province where Yu Shuhua wanted to collect the money that afternoon. After they hurried to the bank to process the bank draft, it was almost time to get off work. The president of the other company, along with the vice president of business and the financial manager, entertained Wu Bin and others at a seafood restaurant. During the dinner, Wu Bin had a sullen face the whole time. He didn't say anything, but in his heart he blamed Yu Shuhua for her lack of business acumen. It was obviously a disadvantage to let the other party occupy such a large sum of money for such a long time. It turned out that Yu Shuhua had set an ambush for him in this matter. Now he knew the specific details, which made him furious. Wu Bin's sullen face made Yu Shuhua feel very uncomfortable. She carefully kept a smile on her face, fearing that Wu Bin would scold her in public and embarrass her in front of everyone. She had a different perspective. The other party was an important client and they would continue to cooperate in the future, so she had to save face. Therefore, her expression was much more amiable than Wu Bin's. Li Xin and Xia Xiaona didn't understand what was going on. Seeing that Wu Bin's demeanor was very different from his performance at the dinner table in the past few days, they thought he was acting like a general manager in front of the branch manager's clients, so they didn't think about it too much and continued to chat enthusiastically with the accompanying personnel of the other company. The boss of the other company was such a shrewd man. Having been in the business world for so many years, he saw clearly what Wu Bin and Yu Shuhua were thinking, but he pretended to know nothing, kept urging them to drink and serve food, and never mentioned the matter of funds being occupied. He had used such a large sum of money from the other company for so long, and compared with the bank loan, he saved a lot of interest, which was a great deal. How much did it cost to set up a banquet to entertain them today? He could figure it out. Wu Bin was like a mute who was suffering in silence, unable to express his pain. The incompetence of the branch manager made him, the general manager, lose face. On the surface, it seemed that the other party was entertaining their group with a humble attitude, but in fact, the outcome on the table had already been clearly decided, and the other party was just being nice after having taken advantage of them. As the general manager, I was completely being fooled by the other party. It is understandable that the two young people, Li Xin and Xia Xiaona, were kept in the dark about all this, but can't you, Yu Shuhua, see it? No, I have to find time to give a few branch managers a good beating. I can't let something like this happen again. Otherwise, where will I put my face? Li Xin didn't know that Wu Bin was full of resentment at this time. Seeing that he didn't seem to sleep, he asked, "Boss Wu, at dinner last night, the boss of the other company said that they felt that the sugar business in the new crushing season would be difficult to do. I asked him why he thought so. He said that it has only been a short time since the new crushing season started, and the price of sugar has risen so high. Sugar factories are reluctant to sell and hoard, and trading companies like theirs have no time to get goods at a better price. He also said that with the sugar price so high, there may be a lot of sugar coming in through abnormal channels. Thinking of this, he asked on the phone, the price has risen to this level, can we still buy it? Tang Jianhua didn't expect Wu Bin to ask this. He was stunned for a moment, and after a slight hesitation, he said, there shouldn't be any problem. Wu Bin pretended not to hear his answer and said, this emergency is very important. You should seriously consider the countermeasures and we will talk later. Tang Jianhua said, okay. Wu Bin hung up the phone and went downstairs with a lot on his mind. On the way to the Guidong Sugar Company, Wu Bin turned around and said to Yu Shuhua with a serious face, I just talked to Tang Jianhua on the phone. The price of sugar has risen very fast in the past few days. Almost overnight, the sugar factory stopped selling sugar. Yu Shuhua asked in surprise, really? How much has it increased? Wu Bin said, the price has increased by about 500 per ton. I also feel it is sudden. When I talked on the phone last week, the sugar price was still flat. Yu Shuhua thought for a moment and said worriedly, if the sugar factory stops selling sugar, will the sugar we ordered from the factory change as well? Wu Bin nodded and said, you are right. It is possible. We need to finalize it as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the sugar factory regrets it, then all our efforts will be in vain. At 15:30 in the afternoon, the group arrived at the Guidong Sugar Company on time, and the staff took them to the general manager's office. General Manager Qin stood up to greet them warmly, asked them to sit on the sofa, and asked the staff to make tea. Wu Bin introduced the accompanying staff one by one. President Qin took out his business card and handed it out to everyone. Then he sat down on the sofa opposite Wu Bin and greeted him, President Wu, long time no see. You didn't go to the sugar fair in Shanghai this year? I don't think I saw you. Wu Bin smiled and said, yes, we haven't seen each other for almost 2 years. I went to the Nanjing Sugar Fair last year, but I had something else to do this year, so I didn't go. Mr. Qin asked, are you here for a meeting or to discuss business? Wu Bin said, we are here for an inspection. We heard that the sugarcane production in your area has been greatly reduced due to the flood this year, so we visited several major sugarcane producing areas and sugar factories. Now, we are here to learn from you. Mr. Qin laughed and waved his hands, saying, ha ha ha. I don't dare. Mr. Wu, what are you talking about? Let's learn from each other. Then he asked with great interest, what do you think after your inspection? Wu Bin said, based on what we have seen and learned, the reduction in sugarcane production is quite significant. I estimate it is 20%. What do you think, Mr. Qin? Mr. Qin nodded and replied, almost. The reduction in sugarcane production this crushing season is very serious. The total volume should have dropped by this much. The situation in some areas is even worse than this. Yu Shuhua said, Boss Qin, coming here really broadens my horizons. The scale and efficiency of your sugar factory are much better than those in our province. Mr. Qin said, thank you very much. Which sugar factories have you been to? Yu Shuhua said, I have visited 4 sugar factories in total, and I felt that they were all very good. The Gangdu sugar factory that I visited this morning was very outstanding. It may be the best sugar factory in your province. Their annual output of cane sugar is very high. On this basis, they do a good job in recycling, such as making paper from bagasse and producing alcohol. We are very impressed. We can't find a sugar factory of this scale in our area. Mr. Qin said with some pride, in fact, the overall level of sugar factories in our 2 provinces is similar. The sugar factories you visited, Manager Yu, may be relatively good. The situation of Gangdu Sugar Factory is more special. In terms of annual output, it is not only the largest sugar factory in the province, but also the largest sugar factory in the country. In terms of operating indicators, since the factory focuses on technological transformation and application of new technologies, in addition to the main business of sugarcane production, as you said, Manager Yu, their factory also works hard on recycling and many other links. At present, the profits generated by these side businesses have accounted for 1/5 of the total profits. While inviting everyone to drink tea, he continued to introduce the sugar industry like a treasure, for factories like Gangdu Sugar Factory, which have a large production volume and do a good job in sideline business, the profit of sideline business can account for 1/5 of the total profit, so their cost per ton of sugar is very advantageous. But factories of this scale are few after all, and their experience is also being promoted in our province, but many sugar factories are too small and have limited ability to introduce and use new technologies, so there is still a lot of room for future development and improvement. Li Xin was concerned about the price issue. When he finished speaking, he interrupted and asked, "Mr. Qin, the raw material production has been reduced so much this year. How is the sugar price trend here recently?" Mr. Qin replied, "Sugar prices have been rising in the past few days. Some sugar factories have stopped selling sugar and are hoarding it in warehouses waiting for the price to rise." Hearing this, Wu Bin also said with deep emotion, "I just got the news that the ex-factory price of sugar factories in our area has also risen rapidly in recent days, and it has risen by more than 500 yuan in a few days. This is too outrageous and it is simply unprepared. Such a situation has never happened before. How will the price go in the future? What do you think, Mr. Qin?" Mr. Qin replied, "I'm not sure about the price. We have a sugar trading center here, and many sugar factories are sellers. Many buyers from outside the province also buy sugar there. Their director's surname is Lin. We often exchange information and are old friends. I asked him to come and talk to you about the price of sugar. What do you think, Mr. Wu?" Wu Bin heard this and said happily, "That's great." Mr. Qin stood up and went to the large desk to make a phone call. Not long after, a middle-aged man came in. He was short and chubby, wearing a suit, tie, and gold-rimmed glasses. He greeted Mr. Qin with a smile on his face. "Mr. Qin, what can I do for you?" Mr. Qin stood up and introduced, "Come on, Director Lin, let me introduce you. This is General Manager Wu of Jiangnan Sugar Company. A group of 5 of them came to our place to inspect the sugar production. I would like to invite you to come over and talk about the sugar price. Please also introduce the situation of your trading center. Now your trading center has a relatively large impact on the sugar price." After listening to this, Director Lin immediately took out his business card and handed it out to everyone. After sitting down on the sofa, he smiled and said to Wu Bin, "Mr. Wu, nice to meet you. What do you want to know?" Wu Bin smiled, turned to look at Li Xin and Xia Xiaona, and said, "If you don't understand anything, ask Director Lin. This is an opportunity to learn." Li Xin thought to himself that this sugar trading center was probably equivalent to a futures exchange. Director Lin was the general manager of the exchange, so he should have a better understanding of sugar prices. After hearing what Wu Bin said, he immediately took over the conversation and said, "Director Lin, is your sugar trading center a futures market?" Director Lin explained, "In fact, the main sellers of our trading center are sugar factories from all over the country, and the buyers are merchants from all over the country. The operation mode is somewhat similar to the futures market." When Li Xin heard this, he immediately understood that his estimate was correct. He went on to say, "There is a commodity exchange in Jiangnan that sells sugar futures. I heard that the price of sugar has been rising for the past few days. The price of the contract for delivery in May next year has reached more than 5,280 yuan. How is the price here in your trading center?" Director Lin said, "I have heard of this commodity exchange, but I don't have direct contact with it and I don't know much about its market conditions. The price of our trading center's forward contract for May next year closed at more than 5,350 yuan today, and it has been rising for several consecutive days. It seems that the price linkage between the two places is still very strong." When Li Xin heard what he said, his eyes suddenly lit up and he thought, "Yes, this is the largest production area, and the guiding role of prices is unquestionable. If I can grasp their price information at any time, wouldn't it be very helpful for my futures operations?" So he said, "Guidong is a major sugar-producing province, and the trend of sugar prices has a strong guiding significance for the whole country. Director Lin, can you fax us a copy of your trading center's daily highest price, lowest price, closing price, trading volume, open interest and other data after the afternoon market close?" Director Lin smiled and said, "No problem. If possible, please provide us with some information about the sugar industry in your province. This is also very important to us. We can share what we have with each other." Li Xin said happily, "That's great." Xia Xiaona interrupted and said, "Mr. Qin, Director Lin, our Provincial Sugar Industry Association has an internal publication called Sugar Industry Information, which is published every 2 weeks. The content is the production, price and other information of each sugar factory in the province. We will fax you a copy after each issue is published. Please give us your guidance. Mr. Chen said modestly, I don't deserve your advice. We also want to publish a publication like this, but we have never been able to implement it. We need to learn more from you in this regard. Director Lin also said, thank you very much. You are also one of the major sugar-producing provinces. This information is very important to us. I will definitely read it carefully. Li Xin felt that it was a good deal to be able to exchange the company's internal publication for such an important source of information. He continued to ask, Mr. Chen, Director Lin, in your opinion, the current sugar price is rising so fast, how much room for growth is there in the future market? Mr. Chen thought for a moment and said, the price increase in the past few days is somewhat unexpected. The current price is high compared to the same period in history, but it is not the highest. Considering the supply of raw materials in the new pressing season, I think the price will rise a little, but it is difficult to estimate how much. Director Lin also said, I think what Mr. Chen said makes sense. The supply gap of sugarcane in the new crushing season is so large. If there are no other special circumstances, the sugar price should remain high. It is not known whether the speaker of Director Lin's second half of the sentence was intentional or not, but the listeners did not take it too seriously. It was already several months later when Li Xin was thinking about the meaning of this half of the sentence. Yu Shuhua heard this, opened her eyes and interrupted, the situation is really as they said. Companies like ours have a very special relationship with the sugar factory. If we want to buy sugar, we can make an order by calling the sugar factory, and then we can pick up the goods and pay. But this year's situation is too special. The price is rising so fast now. Even we only got a small part of the low-priced sugar. You can imagine what other companies are like. Wu Bin pondered for a while and said, it was originally expected that the price of sugar would rise, but no one expected it to rise so quickly. As far as our company is concerned, if the loan is approved, with the sugar price so high, it is hard to say how much it will rise in the future. Should we continue to purchase goods? If we don't continue to purchase goods, we will have to pay interest on the loan in vain. Moreover, for the sugar that your branches have received so far, the purchase price is not bad, but the quantity is too small. The reason why we are in a hurry to go back is to go back and discuss the next countermeasures. As for the sugar coming in through abnormal channels, it seems that there are some every year, and it is difficult to prevent it. The current sugar price is high, and the profit drive is indeed not small. Yu Shuhua didn't know that Wu Bin was still upset about yesterday's incident, so she continued, the company that went to collect the money yesterday is very active in doing business and very bold. As long as they can make money, they dare to do anything. From their tone, as long as they think the price is right, they dare to buy sugar from unknown sources. When Wu Bin heard her bring up what happened yesterday again, he was furious. He wanted to say something to her, but he felt it was inappropriate to scold her in front of so many people, so he held back and said nothing. Li Xin was thinking, I wonder if the sugar futures price of Jiangnan Commodity Exchange will rise or fall in the next 2 days. After this surge, how to operate in the future market, I have no idea. Fortunately, I don't hold any positions now, so I feel a lot more relaxed. As for what to do next, don't worry. I might as well observe it after I go back and then make plans. At around 1700 hours in the afternoon, the group arrived at the capital of Vietnam province and settled down in the hotel to rest for a while. About half an hour later, Mr. Chen from the sugar company in the province sent his driver to pick everyone up, saying that Mr. Chen had arranged a dinner and was waiting in the private room. Wu Bin and his companions came to the restaurant. As soon as they entered the private room, Mr. Chen stood up to greet them warmly and said, Mr. Wu, long time no see. I remember that I went to your place on a business trip 2 years ago and met you once in Jiangqing City. It has been 2 years, right? You should have come over a long time ago. Wu Bin shook his hand and said, yes, you should go out more often. This time I came to ask for your advice. Mr. Chen said hurriedly, I don't deserve this. You have come all the way here, it must be hard work. Please take a seat and chat. After everyone sat down, Wu Bin briefly introduced the accompanying personnel. Mr. Chen pointed to a middle-aged man beside him and introduced him to Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu, this is General Manager Zhao of the Nanhai Commodity Exchange. He came to our place for inspection yesterday and hopes that our company will become their client. When he learned that you were coming, he stayed for one more day and wanted to get to know you. He is the host of today's dinner, and I am just borrowing his flowers to offer to Buddha, ha ha ha. Wu Bin stood up and shook his hand, saying, "Hello, General Manager Zhao. I'm sorry to have to spend money on your expenses on our first meeting." General Manager Zhao hurriedly said, "Mr. Wu, please excuse me. It is my honor to have the opportunity to meet you." At this time, the dishes were served one after another. During the toast, Mr. Chen asked, "Mr. Wu, you came all the way from Guangdong. How was the inspection?" Wu Bin said, "The situation in Guangdong is not very good. The raw material production has dropped too much. I estimate that the decline is 20%. I originally planned to visit several sugarcane producing areas and sugar factories in Yueshi, but now time is too tight and I am in a hurry to return. I don't have time to go down and learn more about it. I heard that you just came back from an inspection trip down there, and I would like to hear more of your insights." Mr. Chen said, "The sugarcane production in Yueshi has also decreased in the new crushing season, with a reduction of about 10% to 15%. It seems that among the three major sugar-producing provinces, Guangdong and Yueshi have significantly reduced their production, while your Jiangnan has remained the same. The supply and demand gap of sugarcane in the new crushing season is relatively large." Wu Bin asked directly, "Sugar prices have risen rapidly in the past week. What do you think of the future market?" Mr. Chen said, "Such a large increase in sugar prices in the short term is indeed unexpected, but considering the supply-demand gap I just mentioned, the current price is still reasonable. I think the price will increase to a certain extent in the future, and overall the sugar price in the new crushing season will remain high." Seeing that they were talking about the price, Li Xin took the opportunity to ask, "Mr. Chen, the sugar price has risen so high even though the sugar crushing season has just begun. The sales price of the sugar factory has also risen. As a trader, the operation of the sugar company should be more difficult than before, right? The CEO of a provincial head office is usually very cunning. In such a public occasion as a dinner table, in front of so many people, even if he wants to talk about business, he will only talk in general terms and will not go into specific details." However, as soon as Li Xin asked this question, he touched upon a very core strategic issue in this year's business. When Mr. Chen heard him ask this, he looked at the young man in front of him with some surprise. He didn't want to answer this question at first, but when he saw Wu Bin beside him put down his wine glass and turned to look at him, he had to answer, "Yes, in this case, the sugar price may have fulfilled the expected increase in the entire crushing season in advance, and when the supply and demand gap is large, in order to curb the rapid increase in sugar prices, the authorities may import a certain amount of sugar or sell off reserve sugar, which will greatly affect the trend of sugar prices. If traders do not operate well in the future market, they may only earn a little hard-earned money after working hard for a year. But the sugar mills are different. I think their situation will be much better this crushing season." Li Xin asked while the iron was hot, "We have come into contact with many sugar factories and traders along the way. Some people said that the sugar price is high in the new crushing season, and there must be a lot of sugar coming in through abnormal channels. If this is true, will the sugar price be affected? What do you think, Mr. Chen?" Mr. Chen didn't expect that this young man would be so persistent about the price issue. He spoke directly to the point, not giving you any chance to breathe. He was a little aggressive. He felt a little unhappy at first, but didn't want to show it. He couldn't believe that a young man who had just started out could think so deeply about a problem. Thinking of the look in Wu Bin's eyes that was expecting answers when Li Xin asked the questions just now, he immediately thought that these questions were asked by Wu Bin privately instructing the young man. In this case, he had to take them seriously. Thinking of this, he smiled disapprovingly and said, "This problem has always existed. The domestic sugar price is much higher than the international sugar price. With such a long coastline, it is inevitable that some sugar will come in through abnormal channels. But no one can tell how large the amount is. I don't think it will be serious enough to affect the national sugar price." At this time, General Manager Zhao filled a glass of wine, stood up and said, "Two CEOs, it's a rare opportunity to have such a good opportunity. I'd like to toast you. I'll drink it. You can do whatever you want." After finishing the glass of wine and sitting down, General Manager Zhao said to Wu Bin, "General Manager Wu, if you have the chance, please visit our non-high commodity exchange. I look forward to further cooperation with you." Wu Bin said, I will definitely visit you if I have the chance. Your commodity exchange has very good market price information. Please support us with more information in this area in the future. General Manager Zhao said with understanding, Mr. Wu, you are too polite. You and Mr. Chen are big bosses in the sugar industry, and the information you have learned is even more valuable to us. Regarding the price information of our exchange, I will ask them to fax a copy to you and Mr. Chen every afternoon after the market closes. Li Xin was secretly delighted after hearing this. In this way, he would have the price information of several influential sugarcane trading markets in the country, which would definitely be useful in the future. General Manager Zhao continued, Mr. Wu, in fact, the cooperation and exchange between your sugar company and our exchange is far more than just information exchange. Yesterday, I discussed with Mr. Chen that there is a lot of room for your sugar sales business in the future. Seeing that Wu Bin was listening quietly and did not express his opinion, he smiled and further explained, two bosses, you will definitely not come to me to buy sugar. But we have a lot of room for cooperation in selling sugar. Let me give you an example. For example, you have 10,000 tons of sugar in the warehouse, and the market price is above the cost price. At present, these sugars are profitable. If the price is in the process of rising, then these sugars have plenty of time to be sold slowly in the market, and they will always make money. However, if the price is expected to fall rapidly, it will take at least 10 days or half a month to sell out these 10,000 tons of sugar in the market. During this period, the price may fall too much, turning the original profit into a loss. In this case, if you have an account in our futures exchange, these 10,000 tons of sugar are equivalent to 1,000 futures positions. On the main contract with active trading volume, 1,000 futures positions can be sold out within 10 minutes, and will not cause large price fluctuations. In other words, 10,000 tons of sugar can be sold quietly within 10 minutes, and the profit is immediately locked in. Wu Bin interrupted and asked, we sell sugar at your exchange. The distance between the two places is quite far, so the shipping fee is not small, right? Is this a good deal? Seeing Wu Bin's reaction, General Manager Zhao's eyes lit up and he replied with a smile, General Manager Wu, you are indeed an expert. You got to the heart of the matter in one sentence. Let me explain to you again. There are two ways to sell 10,000 tons of sugar. One is to incur freight, and the other is not to incur freight. Let me talk about the first one, that is, the sugar sold must be delivered to the exchange in the end. At present, our exchange only has delivery warehouses in Nanhai, Yueshi, and Guidong. Even if the sugar you sell is delivered to the nearest delivery warehouse in Guidong province, the freight is indeed not small. However, as our exchange sets up delivery warehouses in Jiangnan in the future, the freight generated by this method will be very small. And for your sugar company, it is very likely that your sugar warehouse is our designated delivery warehouse. If we can cooperate in this way in terms of warehousing and delivery, your sugar will not have to pay for freight when it is delivered. In other words, the sugar does not move, and you only need to press the hand. If we continue to make some changes to the warehouse receipt, the ownership of the sugar will change. He saw that Wu Bin was listening attentively, and he became more and more excited as he spoke. He took a sip of tea and continued to explain, let's look at the second method. Selling 1,000 futures contracts in the futures market only locks in the profit of 10,000 tons of sugar in the warehouse in terms of price to prevent the risk of a sharp drop in price. In fact, we don't intend to take the sugar to the futures exchange for delivery. As for the 10,000 tons of sugar in the warehouse, since the profit has been locked in with the futures position, it can be sold at the market price in the sugar market. The corresponding position can be bought and closed in the futures market according to the number of tons of sugar sold in the market. The two are carried out simultaneously. When the sugar is sold, the futures position will be closed. In this way, when the market price rises sharply, although the sugar cane cannot make a profit from the increase after locking in the price, when the price falls sharply, it can keep the profit and prevent a large loss. As he continued to talk, and under the influence of alcohol, General Manager Zhao's face turned red. Mr. Chen then said to Wu Bin, I had a long chat with Mr. Zhao yesterday and was deeply touched. Sugarcane trading companies like us often have large inventories. When prices fluctuate greatly, this risk hedging function in the futures market is very useful to us. Wu Bin nodded and said, yes, the futures market is a new thing and is worth studying. General Manager Zhao struck while the iron was hot and invited, General Manager Wu, now that you are here, why not take this opportunity to visit Nanhai province? Visit our exchange, and then I will invite you to go to the beach to play. Wu Bin certainly understood the meaning of General Manager Zhao's meal today. General Manager Zhao should be very clear about how big the sugar company's business volume is. Such a big piece of cake would make people salivate no matter which exchange it is in. From a business perspective, their thoughts are understandable, but they are currently dealing with too many other issues and cannot take care of the operations of the futures business for the time being. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, Boss Zhao, thank you very much. I will definitely visit you if I have the chance. But I'm afraid I don't have time this time. We have been out for more than 10 days, and there are some urgent matters in the company that we need to go back to deal with. We will be leaving tomorrow." Li Xin was very interested in this topic and listened with great interest. He handed cigarettes to Mr. Chen and Mr. Zhao, lit one himself, and took over the conversation, saying, "Mr. Zhao, from the perspective of futures hedging and risk hedging, sugar mills and traders from all over the country are your potential customers. You have a lot of room for development." When General Manager Zhao heard Wu Bin say this, he knew that he was trying to shirk responsibility. Seeing such a big client just pass by him, he was afraid that the next opportunity to sit down and communicate face to face like this would be a matter of time. Thinking of this, he showed a little disappointment in his eyes. Hearing what Li Xin said, he smiled helplessly, "Haha, the future is bright but the road is tortuous. After all, futures are still new in China. Traders in large and medium-sized cities don't know much about it. Relatively remote sugar factories are even more unfamiliar with this kind of financial derivative tool. There is too much work to be done." Li Xin nodded and thought, this is true. In the sugar company where he works, from the senior management of the head office to the business managers of the branch companies, there are many people who have been engaged in the sugar sales business for many years, but few people understand the sugar futures business, and almost no one is familiar with it and has operational experience. There is still a long way to go to connect the original sales business with the futures business. Xia Xiaona couldn't get a word in when she heard them talking about technical issues of futures, so she just watched silently from the side. She paid close attention along the way and found that Li Xin would avoid smoking and drinking whenever possible. When others were chatting about everything under the sun, he didn't say much. But when it came to sugar prices and futures, he immediately became like a different person, talking a lot, and when asking questions and expressing opinions, he was straightforward and didn't pay much attention to the methods and ways. Just like before, he kept asking questions to the other party's CEO like a machine gun, making the other party a little overwhelmed. As a bystander, I saw all this, but Li Xin was completely unaware. How come I didn't notice these things in the office before? This person is quite interesting. Thinking of this, she smiled slightly. Li Xin smoked a cigarette while listening to the conversation between the three CEOs. During this business trip, he was deeply touched by the various local people he met along the way. Especially in the two provincial capitals on the southeast coast, the commercial atmosphere is overwhelming. As long as you are in it, you can feel the restlessness. The streets are full of imported cars and people are hurrying on the road. At mealtime, at the entrances of various high-end restaurants, there were young girls dressed in gorgeous clothes, each more beautiful than the other. It seemed that all the beautiful girls in the city had come to the entrances of the restaurants. This was in sharp contrast to the slow pace of life in Jiangcheng, and it also aroused Li Xin's yearning. Just now, when Li Xin heard General Manager Zhao invite Wu Bin to visit Nanhai, he actually hoped that Wu Bin would agree. Nanhai is the largest special economic zone, and the situation there seems to be more worthy of understanding. After dinner, on the way back to the hotel, Xia Xiaona said to Wu Bin, "Mr. Wu, are you going back early tomorrow morning?" Wu Bin heard something behind her words, turned around and asked with a smile, "Why, do you have any suggestions?" Xia Xiaona glanced at Yu Shuhua and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Yu Shuhua smiled and said to Wu Bin, "Mr. Wu, we have been traveling all the way here, leaving early and returning late every day. I heard that the morning tea here is very special. How about we not have breakfast in the hotel tomorrow, but go out for morning tea and experience the local customs and culture?" Wu Bin laughed and said, "This is great news. Why didn't you tell me earlier? How about this? Let's check out early tomorrow morning and go out to find a unique shop for breakfast. Then, you can go shopping and sightseeing in the city. After lunch, we'll go back. Are you satisfied? Xia Xiaona smiled and said, General Wu is really compassionate to the people. Wu Bin said to Li Xin and Master Yang, plan your return route tonight and take the fastest and most convenient route. Li Xin said, okay, I'll discuss this with Master Yang when I get back. Tang Jianhua estimated that Wu Bin would be back in the next 2 days, and he started to make plans again. Wu Bin's wavering attitude was a big problem, and he had to continue to encourage Yao Li to work with him. As long as Yao Li continued to stand on his side, the problem would not be difficult to solve. Based on his understanding of the other people and his feelings at the last meeting, he could see that Yu Shuhua and Yao Juansai were fence-sitters on this issue. They would take action when they saw benefits, but would immediately back off if they felt danger. The key now is Wu Bin. Wu Bin is a soft-hearted person, and it is not difficult to convince him with a little effort. As long as Wu Bin's opinion leans a little bit towards his side, Yu Shuhua and Yao Juansai will immediately follow suit, and the matter will be settled. What he regretted now was that he had been a little rude in his attitude in the finance department of the head office that day. Yao Li had a very unhappy look on her face at the time. If she changed her attitude and no longer supported him, with Wu Bin's current wavering mentality, and seeing someone backing down and not wanting to continue to push the matter forward, his attitude would be even more unpredictable. If Wu Bin's attitude changes, Yu Shuhua and Yao Juansai, 2 guys who keep an eye on everything and hear everything, will definitely go along with it. In that case, the matter will be over. There was no time to lose and some remedial work had to be done. He took out a box of beautifully packaged tea from the drawer and went to Yao Li's office to find her. Seeing Tang Jianhua walk in with a smile on his face, Yao Li was a little surprised at first, then she frowned and her expression immediately turned cold. She herself didn't want to see Tang Jianhua, and she thought that he would not easily come into her office again after he lost his temper with her. But she didn't expect that just 2 days later, he would come in again with a shameless face. She made up her mind to ignore Tang Jianhua, so she lowered her head and busied herself with her own things, as if there was no one else in the room. Tang Jianhua didn't care about these things. He had been in the business world for so many years, what kind of scenes had he not seen? If Yao Li's cold face could make him back down, then his position as a branch manager would be in vain. He came over to Yao Li's desk, took a look, and asked for conversation. Manager Yao, what are you busy with? Yao Li still said nothing and ignored him with her head down. Seeing this, Tang Jianhua placed the box of tea in his hand on Yao Li's desk and said, Manager Yao, this is a box of tea given by a friend. It tastes very good. I'll give it to you to try. If you like it, I have more. Yao Li didn't even raise her head and said unhappily, take it away, I don't want tea. Tang Jianhua glanced at the tea in the beautiful glass thermos on Yao Li's table, but without pointing anything out, he just smiled and sat down carelessly on the leather sofa opposite Yao Li. Yao Li originally thought that Tang Jianhua might turn around and leave because she disliked him so much, but she didn't expect him to ignore her cold shoulder and sit down on the sofa instead, as if he was not going to leave. She couldn't help but curse in her heart, how shameless. After Tang Jianhua sat down, he said with a smile, Manager Yao, you are also a senior executive of the company, so you should be more tolerant. You should be more tolerant of the differences in work. When Yao Li heard this, she was filled with resentment. She glanced at Tang Jianhua and said in a pretentious tone, oh, what company executive? I don't dare to be one. I am just a servant girl for you big managers. Tang Jianhua was afraid that Yao Li would not speak up. If that happened, he would be alone here talking to himself and would not be able to find a breakthrough. Now, hearing what Yao Li said, he was delighted and thought to himself, as long as you speak up, this matter will be easy to handle. He laughed and said slickly, is that true? Who dares to treat our manager Yao as a servant? Tell me, I will never let him go. Seeing his shameless and fearless look, Yao Li made a disdainful tisk sound and was speechless. Tang Jianhua continued, Manager Yao, you are Mr. Wu's right-hand man, and I will rely on you a lot in business matters. When Yao Li heard this, she recalled the anger she had suffered that day and replied with a hint of meaning, I don't deserve it. Manager Tang is Mr. Wu's right-hand man. Others are more capable, so you should just rely on them. Tang Jianhua said with a smile, Manager Yao, calm down. Let's not lie to each other in person. Just look carefully at the people in the company from top to bottom. Who else can do something? Besides Manager Yao, who else can I rely on for this matter? Hearing Tang Jianhua say this, Yao Li also felt that although Tang Jianhua did not apologize explicitly today, she could sense that he was somewhat regretful for his actions that day. Moreover, Tang Jianhua's last words just now touched Yao Li's heart, which made her feel very happy. Yao Li was a very proud person. Not to mention the ordinary employees, even in the company's management, only the general manager Wu Bin and the manager of the sugarcane branch with the largest business volume Tang Jianhua were worthy of her attention. When she met people like Yu Shuhua and Yao Juansai, she would just laugh and say hello. She looked down on them in her heart. Seeing Yao Li's expression soften, Tang Jianhua knew that his words had worked. He took advantage of the situation and continued to lobby Yao Li. In fact, Yao Li's views had not changed much. In her position, she would not explicitly oppose such a major company management initiative until Wu Bin's attitude changed. She just couldn't stand Tang Jianhua's tyranny. In terms of rank, the two were the same. Tang Jianhua yelled at her in front of his subordinates that day, which made her feel humiliated. She was so angry that she really wanted to find an opportunity to make things difficult for him in business and let him know how powerful he was. But she didn't have the courage to interfere in such a big thing. Seeing Tang Jianhua talking with a big smile on his face for the whole afternoon, she didn't bother with him anymore. She knew very well that this matter was on the verge of being launched. At this point, Wu Bin's worry mentioned by Tang Jianhua was just a manifestation of Wu Bin's hesitation in the face of new changes. Wu Bin didn't have the courage to really stop the whole process. On this point, perhaps she understood Wu Bin better than Tang Jianhua, or perhaps Tang Jianhua was completely focused on making this matter happen, had too high expectations for it, and was too worried that something might go wrong, so he did not seriously try to guess Wu Bin's psychology from another perspective. More importantly, she had a piece of news. It was this news that made her realize that Wu Bin could no longer stop this matter. If it had been 4 or 5 days ago, it might have been possible. But now, it was completely impossible. Now it was Tang Jianhua who needed her help, so she had been listening to his endless speech with a condescending attitude. But from what Tang Jianhua said, it seemed that he didn't know the news at all. She was a little puzzled. Didn't Wu Bin tell Tang Jianhua about this news? She originally wanted to tell Tang Jianhua about this news, but when the words were on the tip of her tongue, she changed her mind and thought, why? You were so impressive that day, so I won't tell you today. Someone else will tell you when you are supposed to know. After analyzing information from all aspects, Yao Li concluded that what Tang Jianhua said had a great chance of success. If it was accomplished, even if she was not the first contributor, she would be one of the main contributors in the future. Anyway, it's something that won't do any harm to me, so why not do it and do Tang Jianhua a favor? Apart from Wu Bin, Tang Jianhua is also considered a local lord in the entire company. In the future, I will definitely need his support in the company. It will be convenient for me in the future if we can form an alliance at this critical moment. Yao Li is not good-looking, but the worst thing is that she has a very strong personality. She is very domineering at work and in life, and most men stay away from her. She got married in her 30s, and she was the one who took the initiative to pursue her husband. Seeing Tang Jianhua trying to curry favor with her, Yao Li's long-lost vanity was greatly satisfied. She used to hate the smell of cigarettes, but suddenly she felt that Tang Jianhua's nicotine smell was very manly, and she even fantasized about getting her husband, who never smoked or drank, to learn to smoke. After spending the whole afternoon in Yao Li's office, Tang Jianhua returned to his own office and let out a long sigh. This girl is really hard to please, even more difficult than those tricky customers. During dinner, he asked his wife to bring out a bottle of good wine, and he drank alone without talking to his family. While drinking, he was daydreaming with great confidence. The effect of talking to Yao Li was good, her attitude had softened, and it was basically certain that he had won her over. With her support, it would not be difficult to talk to Wu Bin again. He even felt a sense of accomplishment. With his persuasiveness, he was able to control Yao Li, who was very strong and difficult to deal with in the company. This required strategy. You have to be tough when you need to be tough, and be soft when you need to be soft. As for women, you can always coax them over by saying more nice things. As long as we can get the head office's finance manager on board, many things within the company will be easier to handle in the future. Just as he was thinking about it, the phone rang. He picked it up and heard Director Luan from the head office. informing him that Wu Bin had returned and asked him to prepare the latest information. Tomorrow afternoon, all branch managers and above would hold a meeting to discuss the next work plan. After hanging up the phone, he secretly congratulated himself for managing his time well. He had just convinced Yao Li in the afternoon, and Wu Bin returned to Jiangqing in the evening. If he had been a little slow in handling things and had not been able to win over Yao Li in time, the outcome of tomorrow's meeting would have been hard to predict. After setting out from Yueshi, Wu Bin and his party did not stop or delay along the way. They took the fastest route, heading west towards Jiangqing. As time went by, Wu Bin felt more and more depressed. During the first half of the inspection, he was in a very relaxed mood. The situations he learned along the way were in line with his expectations and were of great benefit to the planned schedule. However, the news of the skyrocketing sugar prices he received during the inspection was like a turning point, causing his mood to take a 180-degree turn. From that day on, he became extremely nervous, as if there were 15 buckets of water being drawn from his heart, up and down, and he never slept well again. The saying, "unpredictable events happen," seemed to be said to others in the past, but now it felt like it was specially prepared for him. Plans are really not as fast as changes. What you fear will come true. If you had acted earlier and completed your purchasing plan before the price went up, you would have made a lot of money this year, and you would have made so much profit right at the beginning of the crushing season. But there are not so many ifs in things. It is useless to think too much now. The most important thing at the moment is how to deal with sudden changes. The sugar price has fluctuated so much at the beginning of the crushing season. How will the sugar price go in the future after the surge? Such a situation has never been encountered in his many years of career. During the 2-day return journey, he did not say a word except for a few simple words with Yu Shuhua. He suffered from severe insomnia at night, and no matter how tired he was on the road during the day, he could not rest because of his worries. Wu Bin's mood changes also affected the others. The depressing atmosphere in the car made Li Xin and Xia Xiaona silent. The relaxed atmosphere of chatting and laughing relieved the fatigue of the journey. But now Wu Bin looked solemn and serious, and Yu Shuhua was also full of worries. This made Li Xin feel that time was very difficult to endure, and the expected journey suddenly became boring. Fortunately, we are getting closer and closer to Jiangqing. I must have a good sleep after returning home to make up for my sleepiness. What I lack the most on this journey is time, but what I lack the most is sleep, Li Xin thought. Wu Bin and his group returned to Jiangqing last night exhausted. After returning home, Wu Bin, who was extremely exhausted both mentally and physically, called Director Luan to notify relevant personnel to prepare for the meeting the next afternoon. He fell asleep in a daze very late. Having been traveling outside for more than half a month, Li Xin was exhausted from the long journey. The first thing he did when he got home was to fall asleep. When he arrived at the office this morning, it was almost 9 o'clock. As soon as she saw Li Xin coming in, Xia Xiaona called him and said, "I have something to do, come and help me." "What's the matter? Why is it so urgent?" Li Xin asked when he saw her anxious look. Xia Xiaona held a fountain pen in her hand and pointed to the letter in front of her and said, "Director Luan said that Mr. Wu asked us to write the inspection report as soon as possible and give it to him before leaving get off work this morning." Li Xin said, "Oh, I see." Xia Xiaona said, "Why don't you take the pen?" Li Xin smiled and declined, "No, you should write it. You are Mr. Wu's secretary, and writing these reports is your strong point. I can just provide you with the materials." Xia Xiaona patted her forehead and said, "I really don't know how to write this report." Li Xin thought for a moment and asked, "Mr. Wu said the title is called the investigation report." Xia Xiaona said, "Yes, what's wrong?" Li Xin said, "I think it would be difficult to write if the title is investigation report. A report must have a conclusion at the end. How can you and I come to a conclusion based on these circumstances? If the title is investigation report, it would be better. You just need to report the various situations you have learned truthfully. As for what judgments and decisions the company's leaders will make after reading these situations, that is their business." When Xia Xiaona heard this, she suddenly understood and said, "Yes, why didn't I think of that?" Li Xin asked, "Did Mr. Wu tell me how to write the conclusion?" Xia Xiaona thought for a moment and said, "No." Li Xin said, "That's right. Why don't we just report all the information we have learned? What do you think? Xia Xiaona said, okay, I'll write it like this first. Please help me recall the situation that I can't remember clearly. Li Xian said, of course. After a while, Xia Xiaona asked again, do you want to write down what you learned when you went to collect the money with Manager Yu? Li Xian asked, you mean the two things that local traders are worried about this year's sugar prices being too high to operate, and that there will be more sugar coming in through irregular channels? Xia Xiaona nodded and said, yes. Li Xian said, of course I have to write about it. This is also one of the situations I actually learned about. Xia Xiaona thought about it, stood up and said, why don't I go ask Mr. Wu again and find out clearly before I start writing? Li Xian said, that's fine. Xia Xiaona said this and went out. Li Xian took out the notebook he brought with him on the inspection, which recorded in chronological order the places he had visited, the people he had met, and the situations he had learned every day. As the saying goes, a good memory is not as good as a bad pen. Looking at these written records, everything that happened in the past 10 days seemed to be replayed in front of Li Xian, and it was all clearly presented in front of him. Li Xian was flipping through his notebook, recalling what he had learned along the way, when Xia Xiaona came back from Mr. Wu's office. As soon as she entered the office, she said to Li Xian, just as you expected, Mr. Wu said that we should just summarize the information we learned in detail. There is no rush to write the conclusion. We will discuss it at the afternoon meeting. Li Xian handed her the notebook and said, this is the note I took during this inspection. The time, place, people, and the situation I learned are all relatively complete. I recorded it in the form of an outline. Take a look. I will explain it to you in detail if there is anything unclear. Xia Xiaona took it and flipped through it, and said happily, great. It's great to have this, it's very clear at a glance. As soon as I saw the outline you wrote down, I remembered everything at once. Li Xian smiled and said, look how happy you are. As long as it's useful, I'm glad. Xia Xiaona said, I had no idea just now, but now I have these notes, and I can finish writing it and hand it over to Mr. Wu in the afternoon. As they were talking, there were 2 knocks on the door. It was Gao Hui, who was standing at the door and knocked twice. Li Xian said, Manager Gao, you're so polite. Isn't the door open? Come in. Gao Hui walked into the office with a meaningful smile and said, long time no see. Have the 2 leaders returned from their field trip? Xia Xiaona said, Manager Gao, you are making fun of us little people again. Gao Hui said with a sly smile, how dare I make fun of you? You are accompanying Mr. Wu on the expedition. You are either leaders or important figures. Xia Xiaona said, we are just accompanying personnel, doing odd jobs, we are not important people at all. Listening to Gao Hui's sarcastic words, Li Xian suddenly remembered a conflict between him and herself when she first joined the company. Gao Hui and Lin Li are about the same age, 6 or 7 years older than Li Xian, and they joined the company much earlier. They have low education, most of them are secondary school graduates or college graduates, and have worked in the sales market for a few years, rising from salesmen to department managers, and are the backbone of the company. They also have several college students who have just joined the company. When Li Xian joined the company, he did not go to the branch office to work as a salesperson, but went directly to the administrative office of the head office. These business managers found it very strange, and some of them may even regard Li Xian as a potential rival. One day, Gao Hui, Lin Li, and a few others came to Li Xian's office to chat. Gao Hui sat on the chair next to Xia Xiaona, while Li Xian lowered his head and wrote something in his seat. After a while, Xia Xiaona suddenly complained, why are you like this? Why are you putting your feet on the table? Can't you see that Li Xian is across from you? What's the meaning of pointing your saws at someone else? Li Xian looked up, and the scene in front of him made him feel furious. Gao Hui was sitting across from him, half leaning back, with his legs crossed on Xia Xiaona's desk, the soles of his leather shoes facing him, just a little over a meter away. Seeing Li Xian raise her head, he looked at Li Xian with an obviously provocative look. Li Xian understood instantly that Gao Hui was deliberately trying to stir up trouble. A curse was on the tip of her tongue, and Li Xian almost cursed it out loud, but considering that she had just joined the company and didn't want to make the relationship with her colleagues too awkward, she held back. Seeing that Li Xin didn't say anything, Gao Hui thought that Li Xin was easy to bully. He showed a smug smile and replied to Xia Xiaona, "Why are you in such a hurry? Li Xin doesn't mind, right?" After hearing Gao Hui's words, Li Xin cursed in his heart, what a guy who doesn't know when to advance or retreat. From the corner of his eyes, he could sense that except for Xia Xiaona, Lin Li, and other business managers were watching the scene in front of them silently and coldly, waiting to see how he would deal with this situation. Li Xin could see that these people were not necessarily accomplices, but they were definitely watching the fun with a gloating mentality. Anyway, Gao Hui had embarrassed them, so they felt relieved. Li Xin put down the pen in his hand and thought, "You are trying to show me your power." After playing football for so many years, he has never been afraid of anyone in a one-on-one fight. Li Xin looked up, expressionless, and looked directly at Gao Hui and said, "If you move your feet a little closer and put them on my desk, you'll know whether I mind or not." Gao Hui looked at Li Xin's determined eyes and heard the sharp words. He felt a little uneasy and put away the smug smile on his face. He froze there awkwardly. After a while, he quietly put his foot down. He also had no idea what kind of temper Li Xin had, and was afraid of running into a tough guy who would make him lose face if he couldn't handle the situation. Li Xin's uncompromising tone and expression made the atmosphere in the room instantly freeze. Pranks like the one Gao Hui maliciously instigated used to happen frequently within the sugarcane branch. Several of their more senior sales managers would often make fun of their new college graduate salesmen with a very strange mentality. Most of the salesmen teased by them lowered their heads and allowed them to tease them without any resistance. Whenever this happens, the teasing party will always find ways to tease the other party further to gain a great psychological satisfaction. But the situation today was completely different. Before things even started, they encountered a strong collision with the opponent. Gao Hui, who was the troublemaker, froze there and didn't dare to continue. When the other people who were watching the fun and preparing to follow in saw this situation, they didn't dare to step forward easily. The room suddenly became quiet. What they didn't expect was that Xia Xiaona was clearly on the side of protecting Li Xin, which made the people who played the prank feel even more uncomfortable. Originally, one of the important reasons for them to do these things was to make the pretty Xia Xiaona smile. Now that the most important audience sneered at this, they themselves felt bored. A few people changed the topic and chatted for a few words, then greeted each other and left. Li Xin watched them leave from the corner of his eyes, thinking, what kind of people are these? They treat new colleagues like this. What do they think of me? If I don't use force, you will really think of me as a soft persimmon. From then on, the young and energetic business managers in the company all knew that Li Xin looked gentle and polite, but was very tough in his words and deeds. In their interactions with him, no one dared to take Li Xin lightly. At this time, Li Xin knew that there were many people in the company who, like Gao Hui, felt differently about his trip to accompany the general manager on an inspection tour, but Gao Hui just couldn't help but say it out loud. People are really different. Take the time I accompanied Wu Bin on the field trip for example. I wasn't particularly interested in it and couldn't refuse it even if I wanted to, but there were still so many people in the company who were jealous. Thinking of this, Li Xin changed the subject and asked Gao Hui, "Boss Gao, what instructions do you have for coming here today?" Gao Hui smiled and waved his hands when he heard this, saying, "Stop it now. Are you saying this to make me look bad?" Li Xin laughed and said, "You're welcome. We'll call you this in the company from now on, right, Xia Xiaona?" Xia Xiaona said knowingly, "Yes, especially in front of Mr. Wu, we all call you Mr. Gao." Gao Hui quickly said with a smile, all right, I surrender. I can't win against you too. Let's stop flattering each other, otherwise, we will end up flattering each other." Li Xin took out a cigarette, handed it to Gao Hui, and said, "That's right. I was wondering why Manager Gao wasn't as nice to talk to as before after not seeing him for a few days." Gao Hui lit up a cigarette and said, "Let's talk about something serious. What did you gain from this investigation?" Upon hearing this, Li Xin jokingly said, "Hey, we are talking about serious matters here. I'm just afraid that you are not serious." When Xia Xiaona heard what Li Xin said, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Gao Hui waved at Li Xin and said, "Stop joking, kid. Tell me what you have learned." Seeing that he had begged for mercy, Li Xin stopped teasing him and replied, "I have been to many places these days and have gained a lot. Now, we are discussing how to write a situation report." Xia Xiaona also said to Gao Hui, "We need to write it this morning. It will be used in the afternoon meeting with Mr. Wu." Gao Hui heard this and came to Xia Xiaona's desk. He looked at the manuscript on her desk and said, "Really? What are they? Tell me a little bit first." Xia Xiaona lowered her head and was busy writing. She said, "Let Li Xin talk to you. I'll hurry up and write it out, otherwise I won't be able to get off work at noon." Li Xin said, "It's hard to explain in 1 or 2 sentences. You will know the details when you read the written materials this afternoon. In short, the sugarcane production in the other 2 provinces has really dropped seriously. As a result, you have also seen that the sugar price has skyrocketed in the past week or 2, right?" Gao Hui nodded and said, "Yes, it was both expected and unexpected." Li Xin asked, "What do you mean? Tell me." Gao Hui explained, "I mean, everyone expected the price of sugar to go up, but no one expected it to go up so fast." Li Xin said, "That's right. I heard from Mr. Wu that your sugar sales branch got some sugar at a low price before the price increase. How much is it?" Gao Hui said, "Not much, just 2 or 3,000 tons." Li Xin said, "This amount is really not much, what a pity. If the amount is larger, I can make more money." Gao Hui said, "Who knew it would rise so fast? It's no use regretting it now." Li Xin asked, "What do you think of the future market? How much will the sugar price rise?" Gao Hui said, "The gap between supply and demand is so big this year, and everyone is unanimously bullish. As for how much it can rise, I am not sure. What do you think? After your inspection, what do you think of the market outlook?" Li Xin thought for a moment and said, "I heard many people say that the price of sugar has risen so much at the beginning of the crushing season. It is very likely that the increase for the whole year has been realized in advance. It will be difficult for traders to do business this year and it will be difficult to make money. The situation of sugar mills will be much better. I think this view makes sense." Gao Hui agreed and said, "Yes, the sugar factories have made a lot of money this year. It can be said that they are in great demand. Every factory is waiting to sell at a high price." After learning that Wu Bin had returned, Tang Jianhua came to the company early in the morning. He wanted to talk to Wu Bin in detail before the afternoon meeting. However, after going there several times, Wu Bin's office door was locked. When Tang Jianhua went to the office to find Wu Bin had not yet gotten up. It was also a journey of thousands of kilometers. After a night's rest, young people like Li Xin and Xia Xiaona were full of energy the next day. But for Wu Bin, who was a bit older, traveling thousands of kilometers was really too much for him. At home, he finally managed to have a good sleep. When he woke up the next day, he still felt a little flustered and short of breath, so he didn't go to the company and rested at home to prepare for the afternoon meeting. In the afternoon, in the small conference room of the head office, Tang Jianhua sat at the conference table smoking a cigarette. He was repeatedly pondering the draft he had prepared in his mind. This was the 3rd meeting he had called for this matter in half a month. Although he had many complaints about the repeated changes in this matter in his heart, he still had to bite the bullet and overcome these difficulties. After all the participants arrived, Wu Bin walked into the conference room with a solemn look, sat down in the middle, and scanned the participants. After briefly introducing the inspection and the current situation of the company, he said, "If you have any opinions and suggestions for the next step of work, please express your opinions." After hearing what Wu Bin said, Tang Jianhua felt relieved. His previous worries were all gone. He was secretly happy, the loan has arrived. Then there is almost no suspense in the original plan. The reasons he carefully prepared to convince Wu Bin now seem less urgent. Of course, these reasons still need to be stated when necessary, but there is no need to worry that Wu Bin will not listen after you say it. At the same time, he felt a little worried. From what Wu Bin said, the loan had been finalized yesterday, and Yao Li, the financial manager, could not have been unaware of the exact news. But when I humbled myself and spoke well of her in her office yesterday afternoon, she didn't mention a word about such important information. If I had known this news earlier, why would I have been so eager to beg her? She was playing tricks on me and making me tired. I thought I had dealt with her completely, but I didn't expect that you can only judge a person by his appearance but not his heart. This woman is so sinister. Just as Yao Li and Tang Jianhua thought, Wu Bin was now in a dilemma. If he continued with the original plan, he would face many unexpected situations, but it was even more difficult to terminate the plan. Everyone knows that having money in hand is a good thing, but he now has such a large bank loan, which is like holding a hot potato that he can neither hold onto nor throw away. Half a month ago, he was eager to get the bank loan immediately, but now that he has it in his hands, the current situation keeps him awake at night. Sugar prices have already skyrocketed. Can he still buy it now? But what else can he do if he doesn't use the loan to buy sugar? If he doesn't make it work, how can he pay back the loan next year? After listening to Wu Bin's introduction, no one in the meeting spoke. Some of them knew what Wu Bin had introduced, but some had only just heard of it. The complex situation before them made everyone feel a little overwhelmed, and they did not dare to express their opinions easily. This situation was completely within Tang Jianhua's expectations. He saw through Wu Bin's mind and spoke first, confidently beginning his own argument. "Mr. Wu, it's clear that the rise in sugar prices has just begun. We are only making a little less money by purchasing now, so don't worry too much." Seeing Wu Bin listening quietly, Tang Jianhua continued to analyze. "With such a large gap between supply and demand this year, we have the most timely information and were the first to learn about the situation. The news from the sugar mills lagged behind us by nearly half a month, which can be clearly seen from the time when the sugar mills began to raise prices and were reluctant to sell. The last to know the news were consumers in the market. Which sugar mill has its own sales channels now? None. They can only rely on our sales network to finally realize the return of funds and the operation of the entire production process. It is not normal for sugar mills to hoard goods and be reluctant to sell them. They will not be able to hold on for long." He emphasized, "It's only the first half now. It's a pity that we missed it, but I expect the best will come in the second half. We still have a good chance now." Yu Shuhua and Yao Juansai, two branch managers, sat at the table and listened with mixed feelings. The rapid rise in sugar prices disrupted their original rhythm. While they regretted taking action too late, they also had many more worries. They were not unfamiliar with the sugarcane sales business, but they had never actually operated it. Now that they had just started this new business, they realized that they were facing many new difficulties that they had never encountered before. They wanted to get more information from Tang Jianhua, but they didn't want Tang Jianhua to talk so much at the meeting, which would be too obvious and would highlight their own incompetence. Yao Juansai asked worriedly, "It has already increased so much, will there be such a big increase in the future?" After hearing what Yao Juansai said, Tang Jianhua rolled his eyes at him. The reason why he spoke first when everyone was silent after Wu Bin introduced the situation was that he wanted to use his speech to set the tone for the theme of the meeting. If others said something retreating and discouraging at the beginning, it would be difficult to reverse the tone of the meeting, and Wu Bin's wavering confidence would be even more difficult to understand. What he least wanted to hear at this moment was such discouraging words, which were most likely to shake Wu Bin's confidence and increase the difficulty of his persuasion work. He said to Yao Juansai with some disdain, "Let me ask you, who helps them sell the sugar from the sugar factory?" Yao Juansai looked at Tang Jianhua blankly, not understanding what he meant for a moment. Tang Jianhua saw that his questioning had the desired effect and stopped Yao Juansai from speaking inappropriately, so he paused, lit another cigarette, ignored Yao Juansai, and turned to Wu Bin and continued, "Is there any commodity in the world that can eat up all the profits in the entire circulation process at the production stage? The sugar factory can't eat up all the profits. Under the current situation, it is normal for the sugar factory to raise prices. This is the profit made by the sugar factory, and we make the profit from the sugar factory gate to the wholesaler's warehouse." Tang Jianhua was inspired by the grand blueprint in his heart. He became more and more excited as he spoke, his voice and hands trembling a little. "The profits we are enjoying are not for everyone. First of all, we need information advantages, and secondly, we need financial strength, and we have both. The rise in sugar prices has just begun in the production stage. When the consumer terminals react in the future, the profits we have will still be considerable. From the historical data, this year's supply and demand gap is unprecedented, but as far as the current price is concerned, it is still far from the historical high price. I predict that by the end of the crushing season, each ton of sugar will at least increase by 700 to 800 yuan on the current basis, and as much as more than 1,000 yuan. Yao Li then interrupted and said, "Why is it more difficult to get a loan this time than in the past?" One important reason is that the bank also spent a lot of effort to understand the information we provided, and they also believe that there is a lot of room for sugar prices to rise in the future. These people are smart, and if they don't agree, they won't lend money at all. Wu Bin, an expert in the sugar industry, knew all of this, but his style was too gentle and elegant, lacking the strong offensive spirit. Such a big business initiative was not proposed by him in the first place. From the beginning to the end, he was always encouraged to move forward by Tang Jianhua and Yao Li. Before the situation changed significantly, everything was going according to plan. But the sudden change in sugar prices made him feel at a loss. He was at a loss for a moment, not knowing which of the two options was right, to continue or to terminate. It was during his hesitation and indecision that the bank loan arrived, a result that made him not sure whether to be happy or sad. This result left him with no way out, but also gave him a reason in his heart to convince himself to persevere. But when it really came time to make a decision, he still lacked the courage to overcome the opposition and make the final decision. He needed everyone's opinions and suggestions to support him in making a decision. Tang Jianhua's words were extremely inspiring, especially to the participants sitting around the conference table who had a deep understanding of the current situation of the sugar industry. After careful consideration, I felt that everything he said made sense. These reasons were obvious, why didn't I see them? Now that Tang Jianhua had explained them, they were all clearly presented. According to this analysis, as long as the current loan was used well and fully, by the end of the year, the profit margin would still be very attractive. Except for the ambiguous attitude of Director Luan in the office, the overwhelming approval made Wu Bin determined. Funds were immediately allocated at the meeting, and the three branches immediately started to implement the supply booked at the sugar factory. Director Luan did not express his opinion on this matter, not because he could see anything wrong with it, but because he was not familiar with the sales business. In fact, this was what he really thought. Judging from his personality and principles of dealing with people, he would only do things that he felt were 90% sure. He would never dare to do this unprecedented big thing. His cunning attitude made Wu Bin lose confidence in him again. Wu Bin began to think in his mind that after the crushing season was over, he would look for a more suitable candidate to preside over the work of the head office. After finally waiting for the meeting to end, Tang Jianhua, who had finally gotten what he wanted, immediately went into his office and started calling business managers who were already in sugar factories in various places. Time waits for no one, and he wants to speed up the process which has somewhat stagnated. When Lin Li received Tang Jianhua's call, he was bored and watching TV in the guest house of Julin Sugar Factory. The sugar factory is far from the county town, and the conditions of the guest house are very limited. There are 2 beds in the small room. The walls are painted with lime and paint, with the upper 2/3 white and the lower 1/3 grass green. On the table opposite the bed is an 18-inch color TV and 2 chairs beside the table. There were a few northerners living in the room across the corridor. They were playing poker and making a lot of noise, which made him very upset. It has been half a month since he came here. Except for the 2 times he went to the county town to invite Director Wang of the sugar factory to dinner, he stayed in the sugar factory for the rest of the time. He ate in the factory staff canteen and spent the evening watching TV to kill time. This business trip made him feel extremely hard. Compared with the past, the work was many times more difficult. Even for the Julin Sugar Factory, which he had a close relationship with, except for the small amount of sugar that had been paid for, all the original intention orders had to be overturned and reordered. The price immediately increased by several hundred yuan, and the final order could only be made after the payment was received. It was not as easy to invite the factory director Wang Dong to dinner as before. After repeated invitations, he only showed up twice. At the dinner table, behind Lin Li's smiling face, he was less confident and more helpless. There is no way. The supply is limited and the sugar mills are raising the price. The initiative is in their hands. If you don't accept the price offered by others, there will be no goods. What's more terrible is that the funds have not been finally secured. So far, most of the goods have been verbally agreed to the price requirements of the sugar mills, but the money has not been seen. Factory manager Wang Dong's mood was completely different from Lin Li's. This year, there were countless customers coming to buy sugar, and he was now surrounded by customers like the moon surrounded by stars. In previous years, when the gap between supply and demand was not large, he would always respond to requests from the sugar company's business manager when he came to purchase goods. The reason for this was not only that the sugar company was the main sales channel for the sugar factory, but also that it had some industry management functions, and he could not afford to offend it in any way. But the situation this year is starting to be a little different. The shortage of sugarcane has caused the price of sugar in the futures market to soar. Many private enterprises have heard the news and have taken large sums of cash to sugar factories to buy sugar at high prices. He didn't know about the soaring sugar futures price until 4 or 5 days later. He calmed down and analyzed it carefully. Judging from the current situation, the rising trend of sugar prices is far from over. If he sells too early, he will regret it in the future. So he ordered the factory to secretly control the shipment volume. The daily shipment volume was very small, and the price was almost the same every day. Anyone who wanted the goods had to pay in cash, and the shipment price was based on the price when the funds arrived. Every day his office was crowded with all kinds of people who wanted to buy candy from him, and he was overwhelmed by the dinner parties. He had called the head of the finance department and the head of the supply and marketing department, and every day they would compile a list of customers whose payments had been received and give it to him. He only attended the dinner parties of these people, and he was too lazy to deal with other customers. Linley asked him out several times, and after careful consideration, he couldn't refuse, so he went anyway. The wine table is so realistic. Linley, who needs help, drinks from the full cup every time he toasts, while Wang Dong just takes a sip casually. Occasionally, he raises his glass to toast Linley, but it is also casual. Linley drinks it all. The two sat opposite each other, but Wang Dong was half sideways, not facing Linley completely, with his left foot on his right knee, his left elbow on the edge of the table, his palm supporting his left cheek, and only his right hand moved from time to time when picking up food or drinking. He looked like he was full and just came here for the sake of showing it, but in fact he had no appetite at all. Linley was also a frequent guest at the wine table. He could see clearly Wang Dong's condescending attitude, but he still said with a smile on his face, "Director Wang, you must ensure that we get the batch of goods we want." Wang Dong nodded and agreed, "That's no problem, don't worry." He made this kind of promise that did not require a signature several times a day. Anyway, the sugar produced by the factory had to be sold, so it didn't matter who he gave it to, as long as you paid for it. After hearing this, Linley continued to ask, "Then can you decide on the price first?" Wang Dong didn't say anything. He picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of stir-fried meat and put it into his mouth. Linley immediately raised the wine glass to toast him. Wang Dong waved his hand holding the chopsticks, and Linley had to put down the wine glass. After a while, Wang Dong swallowed the meat in his mouth and said slowly, "Manager Lin, it's not that I don't give you face." Linley's face was red from drinking, but his mind was still clear. He immediately agreed with a big smile on his face, "That's right." Wang Dong continued, "You know, the price of sugar changes every day. I can't guarantee you anything about the price. This is also the factory's policy. I can't help you." Linley continued to argue, "We want a large quantity, try to give us a discount." Wang Dong shook his head and said, "Oh, Manager Lin, don't tell me about the large quantity. Haven't you seen how many people come to me every day to ask for goods? The quantity they want combined is not small. To tell you the truth, the sugar in my warehouse is not enough for them to share." When Linley heard this, he became a little anxious. "What about the candies we want?" Wang Dong realized that he had let the cat out of the bag by mistake, and quickly comforted Linley, saying, "Aren't we producing it every day? I've kept the goods you want for you." While he was dealing with Linley, he was secretly wondering, this sugar company has always been wealthy and has never made empty promises, so why are they taking advantage of the huge gap between supply and demand to ask for so much sugar from him this time? Not only is the quantity far exceeding the previous order volume, but there is also no sign of payment yet. Could it be that they wanted to take advantage of the situation and sell my goods to pay me back later? There was no such rule before, not to mention that sugar cane is in such short supply this year. He thought so in his mind, but did not show a single sign of it on the surface. He continued to pretend to be nice while drinking and eating. His subtext was still this, as long as the funds are in the account, the price and quantity can be negotiated. He knew that there was no other big customer like the sugar company in the province, and he would have to rely on them to sell sugar in the future, so he couldn't offend them. But business is business, and since you don't have money at the moment, I can only use nice words to evade you. I will sell first to whoever can give me cash and offer a higher price. This is normal. You are also businessmen, so this logic is not difficult to understand. Linley was very familiar with the people in the supply and marketing department, and they didn't avoid Linley when they talked about some things in private. So after drinking with Wang Dong twice, he knew that it was good enough to reach this point before the funds were in place. The only thing left was to urge the company to find a way to secure the funds as soon as possible, otherwise, it would be useless to say anything more. But after waiting for a long time, Tang Jianhua still said, "Don't worry, we are trying to find a way, money is not a problem." As time went by, Linley began to feel that this matter was not very reliable. He had a good idea of the company's previous business scale. Now the purchase volume had suddenly increased so much, where would he get so much money? If the funds cannot be secured, the boast made at the sugar factory will become empty words, which will be a huge loss of face. In addition, Tang Jian was promised to give him a car and double his bonus next year now seems more like an illusory golden pie. Just when he was getting discouraged and all the flowers had wilted, Tang Jianhua called him. Tang Jianhua's words on the phone cheered him up immediately, and he muttered to himself. Has so much money really been settled? Although he was excited, he still told Tang Jianhua with some concern, "Mr. Tang, the quantity should not be a problem, but the price is difficult to negotiate. It changes almost every day and is already much higher than the original estimate." Tang Jianhua said impatiently, "I know this. You try your best to negotiate. If it were easy, why would we need you? In any case, we can't let the sugar factory ask for an exorbitant price. The sooner it is done, the better. Notify me as soon as there is a result." After that, he hung up the phone. Tang Jianhua knew clearly that what Linley described was the biggest problem that the business managers were currently facing in the sugar factory. He had to call these business managers one by one and ask them to do their best to get the most goods at the lowest price in the shortest time. The current situation made him feel like an ant on a hot pot, anxious and furious. In just 10 days, the purchase cost was much higher than originally expected, which made him very unwilling. But things have come to this point, and we can only go with the flow. If time drags on, the cost will be even harder to control. After Linley answered the phone, he went out to find the factory manager Wang Dong. Now he is much more confident. Worried that things will get worse, he wants to immediately decide which goods he had agreed on, otherwise something might happen one day. After hearing what Linley said, Wang Dong was in a dilemma. The goods that Linley had promised to deliver more than 10 days ago had already been sold to other customers, and now the factory really couldn't produce so many goods in a short time. Even if he had so much goods, he couldn't sell them all to Linley today. He had to sell them slowly and steadily. The price was rising anyway, and the longer he waited, the better it would be for him. He scratched his scalp and said, "Manager Lin, how about this? You go find the sales manager. I'll give him a call later and he'll make the arrangements for you." "Okay." Seeing his expression, Linley became more cautious and asked, "Director Wang, there won't be any problem with the quantity of the goods we want, right?" Wang Dong couldn't avoid the question anymore after hearing Linley's question. He said, "I'm afraid it won't be possible to handle such a large amount at once. I'll try my best to arrange it for you in batches." When Linley heard this, his heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, "I was worried that the night would be long and dreams would be many, but who would have thought that the night had not yet come, but the dream had come first, and there really was a mistake. I just promised Tang Jianhua that there would be no problem with the quantity, and now the trouble is here." Thinking of this, he couldn't help but complain, "Didn't we agree on this? Give priority to satisfying the quantity we want." Wang Dong smiled and explained, "Originally it was agreed upon, but then there were a lot of changes. Your funds are always undecided. During such a long period of time, other customers want goods, and I can't hold back on selling them, right?" Seeing Linley's gloomy face, he stood up, patted Linley's shoulder, and comforted him, "Manager Lin, don't worry, it won't be long before I get everything ready for you. Go find the sales manager now, and I'll ask him to send it to you first." After hearing this, Linley knew that it was useless to say anything more, so he had to go out to find the sales manager. After he left, he cursed in his heart, "MD, you old sly guy. He knows very well what price, quantity, and when to start shipping." The factory manager will directly instruct the sales manager. If the customer is not satisfied and wants to negotiate with him, you have to go to the sales manager. The factory manager will not waste his time with you. But then again, if you are not satisfied with the quantity and price, no matter how much you talk, what can the sales manager promise you? Everything is decided by the factory director. Oh! Linley let out a long sigh. If this batch of goods is to be completed, it will take until the end of the month at the earliest. After Linley left, Wang Dong was secretly frightened. He originally thought that the sugar company would definitely have problems with funding with such a large order volume, and it would be good if they could receive 1/3 of the money, so he gave the goods originally promised to them to other customers first. He didn't expect that they could actually secure the funds in such a short time. They have made such a big move here, so it is estimated that there will be no small movement in other sugar factories. With so much goods in hand, the sugar company will make a lot of money this year. He is very clear about the current supply and demand situation. Before the new crushing season arrives, whoever has more goods will make a lot of money. While arranging for each workshop to speed up production, he was also controlling the shipment volume. Now the factory's warehouse is full, and he has already given a lot of IOUs to sugarcane farmers for the purchase of sugarcane raw materials. If he was not in a hurry to recover funds to buy sugarcane, his daily shipment volume would be even smaller. There was no other way. He was a factory company with limited funds. If he didn't sell sugar, he would have no funds and production would not be able to run. In comparison, he envied the scale of funds of the sugar company, which could stockpile a large amount of goods. There was another thing that had been bothering him. It was the news of the sudden increase in sugar prices. He, the director of the sugar factory, only learned about it a few days later. Moreover, the futures price was the first to rise and the increase was the largest, which led to the price increase of the sugar factory. This made him feel very passive and he didn't understand why as a manufacturer he had to be subject to the futures market. But on second thought, he felt that this would be a good price information channel. If he established a good connection with them, wouldn't he be able to keep track of changes in sugar prices at any time? He heard that he could also sell sugar directly there. If so, wouldn't the factory have another sales channel in the future, and its dependence on the sugar company would be much reduced? This is a win-win situation. There was no time to lose and he got down to work. After he arranged the production and sales tasks for the next few days, he asked the driver to prepare the car and headed straight to Jiangcheng. Compared to the busy Linley and his colleagues, Li Xin in the administrative office was much more relaxed. Especially since he made a lot of money during his business trip, he was even more proud. Taking advantage of the weekend, he took his girlfriend out to travel to a neighboring province. "Tell me the truth, why did you ask me to go to Dali?" Liang withdrew her gaze from the plane window, took Li Xin's hand, and asked with a smile. "Oh, my dear, I've said it 100 times. I'm just too tired from being on business trips these past 10 days. I finally have a weekend off and want to go out and relax, so I asked you to go with me," Li Xin said. Liang was very happy to go on a trip with Li Xin, but she still felt that Li Xin's behavior was a little different from usual. She had finally waited for Li Xin to come back, but he didn't seem to be as anxious to meet her as she was, and only came to pick her up this morning. She was too embarrassed to ask directly, so she kept asking in a roundabout way along the way. "Then there's no need to take a plane. Air tickets are so expensive," Liang said, looking at the white clouds outside the window. "We'll go this morning and come back tomorrow night. How can we do that without taking a round-trip flight?" "Don't worry about these," said Li Xin. "Then why did you choose to go to Dali?" Liang asked. Li Xin said puzzledly, "There is no special reason, I just think this place is nice, the scenery is beautiful, and it can be traveled back and forth within 2 days, so the time and distance are suitable, so I decided to go here." He thought for a moment and then said, "If you really want to find a reason, Dali is famous for its romance. We can also have some romance there. Do you think this is a good reason? Don't you want to go?" Liang hit him on the hand and said with a smile, "You are so smooth talking. She didn't say she didn't want to go. It was Li Ying's first time on a plane. Everything seemed new to her and she kept asking questions. After getting off the plane, the two took a taxi directly to the ancient city of Dali and found an elegant and generous by ethnic minority inn with white walls and green tiles near the south gate. Li Xin went up to the second floor and chose a room facing east. To the east is Irai Lake, and to the west is Tsongshan Mountain. When he opened the window and looked out, the towering Tsongshan Mountain appeared before his eyes like a huge oil painting, and at the foot of the mountain in the distance were scattered farmhouses, which was both majestic and peaceful. Under the sunlight, the white snow on the top of the mountain was extremely eye-catching, with a sense of, the window contains the eternal snow of the western hills, and the door is moored with ships from Dongwu. Li Xin liked this feeling very much. Li Ying was also very excited and very interested in the bi-ethnic group's houses. She kept looking around, upstairs and downstairs, inside and outside the house. Putting down their luggage and taking some personal belongings, the two left the inn and came to the south gate of the ancient city. This is where tourists gather. There are tourists everywhere, and it is very lively. Seeing that it is almost noon, and there are many restaurants nearby, Li Xin asked Li Ying, "What do you want to eat for lunch? Let's eat here and then go up the mountain." "There is nothing to eat on the mountain." Li Ying looked around and pointed at a restaurant sign and said, "Dali fish and casserole, how about we have this?" Li Xin said, "Okay, let's eat this." The two of them walked into the restaurant, sat down, and ordered some dishes. Not long after, the casserole fish was served. It contained fish, tofu, ham slices, seaweed, mushrooms, magnolia slices, Chinese cabbage, etc. The fresh soup was bubbling and the aroma was fragrant. On this cold winter day, the two of them were sweating while eating. Li Xin said, "I remember reading in a book that the most important thing about Dali casserole fish is that it must be made with the unique bao fish from Irai Lake. This is the best dish. I think this fish is crucian carp. I guess the legendary bao fish has long been extinct." Li Ying said as she ate, "The crucian carp is also good. I think it tastes good." After lunch, the two took the cable car up Tsongshan Mountain. The cable car follows the mountain, climbing higher and higher. Looking up, you can see the snow on the top of Tsongshan Mountain. Looking down, the cable car crosses mountain streams, sometimes 40 or 50 meters above the ground. The tops of the towering alpine trees on the ground are still far away under the feet. Li Xin held Li Ying's waist, and the two of them were fascinated by this rare view. Halfway through the journey, a strong wind blew, and the originally stable cable car began to shake. Li Ying grabbed Li Xin's hand in fear and burrowed into Li Xin's arms. Li Xin smiled and said, "Dali is famous for its wind, the first of the 4 scenic spots of wind, flowers, snow, and moon. Let me show you how it is." When the cable car stabilized a little, Li Ying, still in shock, asked, "What does flower mean?" Li Xin said, "It is said that it refers to the flowers in Shangguan. I don't know which kind it is, but it must be very beautiful." Li Ying kept asking, "What does snow mean?" Li Xin kissed her rosy face and said, "You are full of questions. Look up, the snow on the top of Tsongshan Mountain all year round is what it means. Do you still want to ask what the moon refers to?" Li Ying smiled and said, "I know this. It's about the moon reflected in Irai Lake." Li Xin said, "You already know, why are you asking?" Li Ying pouted and said, "I like to listen to you talk." Li Xin felt very satisfied after hearing this, and thought to herself, "It is said that women are auditory animals and like to hear sweet words, it seems to be true." After getting off the cable car, Li Xin held Li Ying's hand and continued to climb up the mountain along the mountain road. The steep mountain became higher and higher. After climbing for a long time, Li Ying panted and said, "I'm too tired. I can't climb any more." Li Xin stopped and waited for a while. Seeing a pavilion not far away, he took her hand and walked in and sat down to rest. In winter, Tsongshan Mountain is very windy and the temperature is much lower than in the city. "Isn't it beautiful to see Irai Lake from a high place?" said Li Xin. Li Ying looked at the Irai Lake in the distance and said, "It's really beautiful. You can't see such a full view from the bottom of the mountain." She looked back and said, "This mountain is really high. I took such a long cable car ride and walked such a long way, but now it feels like I'm not even halfway up the mountain. Li Xian said, it is very high. It is said that every year tourists get lost on the mountain and ask the local fire department for help. The place where we are standing now will be completely shrouded in clouds and fog when the weather is bad, and it cannot be seen from the bottom of the mountain. After hearing this, Liang looked around at the dense woods and said anxiously, let's not get lost. Li Xian wanted to scare her, saying, you won't get lost, but this mountain is high and forested. Listen to the mountain wind, whistling through the pine forest. As the old saying goes, dragons follow clouds and tigers follow wind. The tiger that wanted to eat Wusong on Jingyang Ridge appeared after a gust of wind. I hope there are no wild beasts here, otherwise we will become its dinner. After hearing this, Liang quickly came over, hugged Li Xian's arm and said, it's so cold on this mountain. I'm a little scared. Why don't we stop climbing and walk back slowly? Li Xian smiled secretly in his heart. He liked her cute and cuddly look. He hugged her warm body tightly and said, okay, it's almost time. We still have to queue up for the cable car. It will probably be almost 6 in the afternoon when we get back to the city. Let's walk slowly. After going down the mountain and returning to the ancient city to have dinner, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. At this time, the nightlife in the ancient city has just begun, and most of the people coming and going on the streets are tourists from all over the place. The two of them walked along the streets of the Foreigner Street and the ancient city. They saw a shop that specialized in selling milk fan, so Li Xian bought 2 large bags. One bag was to be taken back to her hometown for her parents, and the other bag was for Liang. This is a famous specialty of Dali, made with milk. The two of them ordered a dish called milk fan with sand at dinner, which was delicious. In a tie-dye clothing store, Li Xian saw a dress and said, this dress is beautiful, would you like to buy one? Liang said, it's winter now, I can't wear it. Li Xian insisted, wear it in the summer. I like to see you in a dress. Liang blushed and said with a smile, really? Take it off and see if it fits. The boss took it down, and Li Xian tried it on Liang's body and said, I think it fits and looks good. What do you think? Liang said, not bad, let's take one. But you have to wait a few months before you can wear it. Li Xian teased her, winter is here, can spring be far behind? Spring isn't far away, so isn't summer coming soon? Liang said coquettishly, you are the only one who can say it. The two of them strolled around and bought a beautiful jade Buddha pendant for Liang in a jade shop. Later, they went to a bar, drank beer and listened to music, and did not come out until very late. After returning to the inn, Li Xian immediately took a hot bath. After coming out, he urged Liang, who was still playing with the jade Buddha pendant, it's so late, go take a bath and rest early. Liang came out of the shower wrapped in a towel and saw Li Xian standing by the window in a daze. She walked over and said, didn't you just say it was late? I thought you went to bed early, what are you still looking at here? Li Xian said, come and see if the scenery is beautiful. Liang said, it's pitch black outside, I can't see anything. Li Xian said, look in the distance, that is Tsongshan Mountain we visited this afternoon. It is lush and green during the day, but now its outline is like a huge silhouette in the night, coupled with the full moon in the night sky, giving people endless imagination. The sound of crickets in the grass over there contrasts with the tranquility of the night, giving people a feeling of being in a paradise. Liang leaned against Li Xian and said, it's just like you said. The view is right outside the window. We'll stay here next time we come. Li Xian said, there are beautiful views everywhere. Next time I come, I'll take you to stay in the cabin on Foreigner Street. It's a different style, but it's close to the bar and very noisy at night. You'll have to sleep very late. Liang said, I don't like places like that. I prefer this place where I can talk to you quietly. Li Xian said, okay, I'll listen to you. Liang said, I'm sleepy. Why don't we take a rest? Tell me what other fun places there are in bed. Li Xian took her hand and walked to the bed, saying, I'll tell you what's the most fun. Tired from the journey, Li Xian woke up very late. Although the light in the room was dim due to the thick curtains, the sounds from outside could be clearly heard. This house was really not soundproof. Faint voices could be heard coming from the yard downstairs from inside the house. I guess it's getting late. Li Xin got up and took a shower in the bathroom. She opened the curtains a little bit, and with the light coming in, she saw Liang lying lazily on the bed. Her long black hair half covered her red cheeks, and her white shoulders and lotus-like arms were exposed. She looked like she was still wandering in a dream. Li Xin gently pushed her. Hurry up and get up. There are still many places to go. You have to hurry up, otherwise it will be too late. Liang rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked, what time is it? Li Xin said, I didn't check the watch, but it was getting late anyway. Liang was dazed for a while before she got up reluctantly. By the time they packed up and went out, it was already noon. After leaving the courtyard, Liang twisted Li Xin's arm hard. Li Xin grimaced in pain and asked, what are you doing? Liang pouted and said, it's all your fault. I'm too embarrassed to face anyone. Li Xin asked inexplicably, what's wrong? You are too embarrassed to see anyone. Liang complained, it's all your fault. Didn't you see how those people in the yard looked at me when I came downstairs just now? They were like knives. When Li Xin heard this, she said disapprovingly, why do you care about what they do? Just pretend you didn't see it like I did. Liang glared at him, pointed at him and said, oh, so you saw it too? Who is as shameless as you? Li Xin teased her intentionally and said, how can you not see it? Look at those female students sitting in the yard drinking tea. They look at you and me with envy. Let them be envious and jealous. Liang blushed, pushed him and said, you look at me with envy, maybe she despises you in her heart, you are so shameless. Li Xin listened, and said calmly, I'm not kidding you. I'm telling the truth. I've taught them a lesson in life. They won't know how to thank me in their hearts in the future. Liang took Li Xin's arm, leaned close to his ear, blushed, and whispered, do you enjoy that kind of mischief? Li Xin looked at her sparkling eyes from the side and said, of course. What about you? Liang stared into Li Xin's eyes. After a few seconds, she let go of Li Xin's arm, ran away with a smile, and said, I won't tell you. Li Ying's slender figure and charming smile exude a charming beauty from inside to outside. This kind of beauty can only be seen in a woman who is extremely satisfied physically and mentally. Li Xin felt a sense of satisfaction that everything was under control. There are some things in this world that are destined to be experienced by men and women. After driving hundreds of kilometers to Jiangcheng, Wang Dong went straight to the futures exchange. The purpose of his trip was to find out what the futures market was all about and what impact it would have on the sugar factory. With the recent big fuss over sugar prices, the futures market, which is at the center of the storm, has been rumored to be extremely mysterious. He had always been skeptical about those rumors, but what happened in the past few days was real. The soaring futures prices made even the director of the sugar factory feel that the change in sugar prices was completely different from before. When he came to the office of the exchange and watched the live trading process, he was amazed. The fast-changing curves and data on the computer screen made him, who didn't know computers, feel a little dizzy. But as the head of a factory, he was very sensitive to prices and trading volumes. He secretly compared his factory's daily shipments in his mind, which only took 1 or 2 seconds on the computer. With such frequent transactions in this market, there are undoubtedly a large number of buyers and sellers. It seems that the rumors I heard before are not groundless. For this reason, the futures market will be a good channel for sugar mills to sell sugar in the future. But he couldn't figure out for a while why the sugar factory, as the seller, had to pay a deposit in advance when selling sugar here. After much consideration, he opened a trading account in the name of the factory. His intuition told him that this account would be very useful in the future. At least after connecting with the futures exchange, he would have first-hand information and would not have to call the sugar company every day to learn about the futures market prices. Since he had no knowledge of the common sense of futures trading, even after asking around, he still only had a vague idea in his mind and had many questions. What interested him most was the frequent and fast transactions in this trading market, which completely overturned the inherent concept of sugar trading in his mind. Watching them complete the buying and selling process of dozens or even hundreds of tons of sugar by typing a few numbers on the computer keyboard is in stark contrast to the hardships of producing and selling sugar in their own factory. He instinctively thought that with so many buyers in the market, if 1/10 of them could get in touch with his factory, even if the supply-demand gap in the future was not as large as this year, the factory's sugar sales would be much easier. Also, where do so many sellers come from? According to the information I haven't heard of other sugar factories selling sugar in the futures market. Could it be that other factories outside the province are selling sugar here? This is even more wrong. Jiangnan is one of the main production areas. The sugar cane in the province must be shipped out of the province for sale. Isn't it a death wish to ship sugar cane from outside the province into Jiangnan? Not to mention selling it in Jiangnan, even during transportation, sugar cane from outside the province will not pass through Jiangnan. You can see this by looking at the map. Regardless of who the sellers were, he was puzzled by the huge volume of transactions. He calculated that today's transaction volume was equivalent to a quarter of the province's annual sugar production. In other words, regardless of earlier or later data, the amount of sugarcane bought and sold in this exchange in just over 10 days is already more than 3 times the province's estimated sugarcane production this year. He just couldn't figure it out. The sugar crushing season was far from over and it would take several months to complete the annual sugar production. Where did so much sugar come from now? Was it real? If the quantity is fictitious, is the price still reliable? After pondering hard all night in the hotel, he seemed to have some insights. The next day, he did not rush back to the factory as originally planned, but went to the exchange again. He wanted to try it out in practice to clarify the doubts in his mind. Otherwise, when he really needed to sell sugar in this market in the future, he would be so confused about the trading rules that it would definitely not work, and he would miss out on important things. After careful consultation and under the guidance of the staff, he placed an order to open a position and sell 10 lots of sugar with trepidation, just like a person standing by the swimming pool wanting to go in but unable to swim. This was equivalent to selling 100 tons of sugar. A few minutes later, under the guidance of the staff, he bought back the positions he had just sold and suffered a loss of several hundred yuan. The first futures transaction ended in a loss, which made him feel indescribable. It was not that he felt sorry for the few hundred yuan. After all, he was the director of a sugar factory with hundreds of people under him. If he cared about this little money, he would be too useless. He felt that it was unlucky to suffer a loss in his first futures transaction. But if you think about it carefully, after the 2 hedge transactions, apart from the loss of a few hundred yuan, you did not get any physical sugar in your hands. He now began to understand the subtleties of futures trading. It turned out that such a large trading volume did not necessarily require the existence of a corresponding amount of physical sugar cane. Afterwards, he opened a buy position for 10 lots at different prices, and then sold and closed his positions. He spent the whole day in the exchange trying this way and that. After several transactions, he made some gains and some losses. When the market closed, he calculated carefully and found that he had lost more than 2,000 yuan that day. With these actual trading experiences, he gradually revised his understanding of futures trading. Futures trading is indeed inextricably linked to traditional physical objects, but it does not necessarily mean that it must be in contact with physical objects. Sometimes, it has almost nothing to do with the physical object and is purely about short selling. But when physical delivery is needed, it is just like selling sugar cane in the factory. The order instructions on the computer in the futures market can be understood as signing a contract. As for the delivery in the warehouse, it is similar to the customer picking up the goods at the factory. In fact, none of the links of transportation and warehousing can be omitted. As for the loss of more than 2,000 yuan, it is just equivalent to selling a few tons less sugar cane, so just think of it as tuition fee. He now has a thorough understanding of futures. The tuition fee was worth it. Today's experience in the futures market has made him gain a lot. It is more cost-effective than attending those factory director and manager training courses. Those training courses last for 10 days or half a month and cost so much tuition. However, after finishing the training, his mind is still empty and he doesn't feel that he has gained anything. It's more like a vacation. Wu Bin stood in front of the large glass window in the office, drinking freshly brewed Westlake Longjing tea from a thermos, in a good mood. In the past month or so, the business of the 3 branches has been progressing very well. More importantly, at the same time, the price of sugar has been rising steadily. If this trend continues, the benefits of this crushing season will be very good. My original worries now seem to be a bit unnecessary. Seeing the sugar price continuing to rise, Li Xin, who was hesitant and missed this wave of market trends, felt mixed emotions. After the previous wave of continuous limit up, the price of the main contract T605 of Jiangnan Commodity Exchange's futures sugar price exceeded 5,400 yuan at its highest, and then fell back slightly. Now the price is hovering at a high of around 5,250 yuan. Although everyone is optimistic about the future market and thinks that sugar prices will continue to rise, Li Xin feels unsure. He is unsure about continuing to chase high prices and go long at such a price, so he has been shorting his position and waiting for the right opportunity. Every day he pays attention to price changes in various places and collects information. Fortunately, the connection with Guidong Sugar Trading Center and Non-High Commodity Exchange has been established. Now after the market closes at 1500 hours every afternoon, the fax machine on Li Xin's desk will receive the day's trading data of 3 markets including the Provincial Commodity Exchange. Li Xin knew that the data he received every day was important, but gradually, he became accustomed to it. It was only after a long time that Li Xin truly realized how important the data was. At that time, there were no more than 10 people in the province who could know these data in a timely manner like Li Xin every day. Judging from the transaction data of the 3 places, the futures price in Jiangnan is still slightly low, which should be caused by geographical factors. The freight cost of sugarcane here to the sales area is higher than that of the other 2 production areas. If the price is not competitive, the sales will not be able to open up. Why does it seem like nothing is happening in the company during this period? It's so quiet. Li Xin said to Xia Xiaona. He is probably on a business trip and is busy buying candy. Xia Xiaona replied. Li Xin wanted to talk to someone and get some information about the latest sales prices at the sugar factory, so he lit a cigarette, walked out of the office, and went to the sugar sales branch next door. The huge business office was empty. There was no one at the 6 or 7 desks. Only Gao Hui was sitting at his desk smoking. Li Xin asked, "Why are you the only one here, so free?" Gao Hui said, "They are all on business trips. I am the one left behind, responsible for answering phone calls and so on." Li Xin looked around and said, "Usually your office is the busiest and most crowded one, but now you're the only one left. No wonder I feel like there's no one in the company." Gao Hui threw a cigarette across the table and said, "They all went to the sugar factory to buy sugar." Li Xin reached out to catch the cigarette he threw over and asked, "Is it so troublesome to buy candy? I always felt that you guys made a lot of noise selling candy, running around all over the province." Gao Hui said, "Buying sugar was relatively easy in the past. We just needed to agree on the quantity and price with the sugar factory and have them deliver the goods to the designated warehouse. We would inspect the goods and put them into storage, and the sugar factory would collect the payment from the company. This year is quite special. The sugar factory is unwilling to sell sugar and is waiting for the price to increase. So we also have to go door to door and buy sugar from the factory with cash." Li Xin thought for a moment and said, "It's so difficult for our company to buy sugar, so wouldn't it be even more difficult for other companies to buy it?" Gao Hui replied, "We are actually quite good. There are dozens of sugar factories in the province, and there are about 10 to 20 of them that have a close relationship with us. As long as we go to their door and negotiate a good price, we can always get the goods. It's just that it takes more trouble than before. It's not easy for those companies outside to buy sugar. Since they can't get first-hand sugar from the sugar factories, many of them come to us to buy goods." Li Xin said, "Sugar prices have risen rapidly in the past month. The futures price at the Jiangnan Commodity Exchange is close to 5,300. Is the ex-factory price of sugar mills similar to this price?" Gao Hui said, "The delivery price to our warehouse is about this price. Did you know that several delivery warehouses designated by the exchange are near our warehouse, and they are all located at several major railway transfer stations in the province?" Li Xin said, "In this case, the futures price and the warehouse delivery price should be more similar. Otherwise, the futures price is too high and the sugar mills will sell sugar directly to the exchange." Gao Hui said, "That's the truth, but we have little contact with futures, and even fewer people in sugar factories understand futures. Among dozens of sugar factories, I heard that only 7 or 8 have opened accounts in the exchange, and only 2 or 3 actually sell sugar in it. At this time, a salesman came in and said to Gao Hui, "Manager Gao, Mr. Tang called and asked me to tell you to check how many tons of sugar the warehouse at Faway Station can still receive, and then call him back." Gao Hui said, "Okay, got it." Seeing that Gao Hui was busy, Li Xin said to him, "You go ahead and do your work. I'll talk to you when I have time." Then he turned and left their office. Li Xin walked along the corridor and saw that the door of the office of Yao Juansai, general manager of the materials branch, was open, so he went in. Yu Hong was the only one in the office, writing something on the table. She was assigned to work as a warehouse manager in a material company after graduating from Young Industrial School. When Li Xin was smoking at the office window, he often saw her going in and out of the material warehouse opposite the building. "Your General Yao is not here?" Li Xin asked. "No, he went to the sugar factory last week and hasn't come back yet," Yu Hong said. Li Xin sat down across from her desk and asked, "What are you writing? You look so serious." Yu Hong smiled and said, "I didn't write anything. I was just organizing the warehouse list. I have to be careful. If I make a mistake and the goods don't match the list, I will have to pay for it myself." Li Xin asked, "Your CEO Yao also went to buy candy, right?" Yu Hong said, "Yes, how did you know?" Li Xin said, "Now, except for the head office and the finance department, there are few people in the offices of your 3 branches. Aren't they all out buying candy?" Yu Hong said, "Yes, it's been so quiet these days." Li Xin asked, "You are different from the sugar sales branch. You don't have a sugar warehouse. Where do you store the sugar you buy?" Yu Hong replied, "I heard from Mr. Yao that the warehouses are all rented temporarily, and some of the sugar is placed directly in the warehouse of the sugar factory after it is purchased. It seems that the alcohol sales branch is the same. Their warehouses are all used to store alcohol, and the purchased sugar cane can only be stored in rented warehouses." Li Xin said, "Your warehouse downstairs should be able to store some sugar." Yu Hong curled her lips and said, "You haven't been in that warehouse, have you? There are too many things in there, and there are a lot of rubber products. The smell is too pungent. I'm afraid sugar can't be stored in there." Li Xin said, "Oh, I see." He originally wanted to ask about the quantity and price of sugar purchased by their company, but then he thought that these data were sensitive and Yu Hong might not know them, so he didn't ask again. Back in his office, Li Xin sat on the sofa and flipped through the recent issues of Sugar Industry Information, his mind full of futures prices and ex-factory prices of sugar factories. Should I go long? Li Xin was a little confused. On one hand, all dealers were unanimously bullish and bought in, and sugar mills were reluctant to sell. On the other hand, his intuition told him that after such a large increase, if he chased high and bought more, there would be room for upward movement, but it was difficult to predict how much room there would be. It's lonely at the top, and chasing high and going long will make you extremely nervous. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Xin decided to take a way that would make him feel at ease, shorting his position. Tang Jianhua received a call from Gao Hui, saying that the warehouse at Faway Station was basically full and there was no way to load more sugar. He had no choice but to call the director of the sugar factory and tell him that he couldn't find a warehouse at the moment, so the ordered batch of sugar could only be temporarily stored in their factory's warehouse. The other party kept finding various excuses to shirk responsibility. Tang Jianhua also knew that the sugar factories were unwilling to sell sugar and the warehouses were indeed not fully stocked. However, they had only managed to get the sugars with much persuasion, and they couldn't just give up because of the warehouse issues. He thought about it again. The sugar was in the sugar factory. There must be a place to store it. It is impossible for it to be placed in the open air. The other party's words were just excuses. Sure enough, after much discussion, the factory director finally gave in, but he made a condition: the sugar could be kept in the sugar factory, but the storage fee would be increased. After hearing this, Tang Jianhua cursed in his heart, "Not only have you increased the price of sugar, but you are also raising the storage fee. Isn't this taking advantage of the situation? Have you forgotten how you talked to me when sugar was not selling well before?" Although he hated the other party to death in his heart, he could only negotiate slowly with the other party. In the end, he finally agreed on a price that everyone was satisfied with, and this large amount of sugar cane was firmly in his hands. Yushihua was also worried about the warehouse issues. Not only did she have to worry about the sugar warehouse, she also regretted not suggesting to the head office to expand the existing alcohol warehouse a few years ago. If the alcohol warehouse had been expanded earlier, it would have come in handy this year. But now, with so much money in hand, I cannot invest it in the alcohol business, so I can only invest in sugarcane, which I am not very familiar with. I don't have a ready-made sugarcane warehouse on my side, so I have to sharpen my knife at the last minute. Sugar is not easy to buy and the warehouse is also hard to find. In comparison, alcohol was easier to get, but she didn't dare to buy it, because even if she did, she had no place to store it. Alcohol warehouses were even harder to find. Alcohol was not like sugar, it was flammable and explosive, and there were special requirements for storage conditions. After much thought, she decided to put the alcohol warehouse aside for now and do what she could do. Seize this year's opportunity and make a fortune from sugarcane. Next year, when she has money, she will ask the head office to invest in expanding the alcohol warehouse. The head office must invest this money. We can't let the branch pay for this fixed asset construction, right? The money earned here will be used as working capital. By the time the warehouse is expanded and the funds are available, even if the sugar business is Northwest longer in place, the scale of the alcohol business will have reached a new level, and the annual benefits will also increase. The most important thing is that the other two branches in this business have no way to compete with us because they don't have such facilities. That afternoon, Lee Xin had just entered the office building when a man came down the stairs and greeted Lee Xin. Is that Lee Xin? Lee Xin looked up and saw that it was Ding Yan. Her father and Lee Xin's father were colleagues, and before the second year of high school, both families lived in the compound of Lee Xin's father's unit. She was 2 grades higher than Lee Xin. At that time, Lee Xin seldom interacted with girls, but the two families lived very close and were very familiar with each other. Although they hadn't seen each other for many years, Lee Xin recognized her at a glance. Ding Yan, it's you. Why are you here? Lee Xin asked in surprise. I came here to discuss some business. What about you? Do you work here? Ding Yan said happily. Yes, I work here, in the head office on the 2nd floor, said Lee Xin. Long time no see. I didn't expect to meet you here, said Ding Yan. Yes, I haven't seen my dad since he transferred to another unit when I was in high school. It's been about 7 or 8 years now. What are you doing now? Lee Xin asked. I live in Jiangqing now. My husband runs a trading company. I came here today to discuss business with Mr. Tang from the sugarcane sales company, said Ding Yan. Are you looking for candy? Lee Xin understood as soon as she heard it. He knew that he came here to see Tang Jianhua for no other reason. Yes, said Ding Yan. Did you make the deal? Lee Xin asked with concern. Not yet. The price offered is too high and we can't negotiate it. Ding Yan said. Why don't you try a sugar factory? Lee Xin suggested. I've approached several companies, but the prices they offered are not low. Adding the shipping costs, it becomes difficult to do business, Ding Yan said helplessly. The price of sugar is a bit high this year, and it is much more troublesome for our company to buy sugar from the sugar factory than before, said Lee Xin. Are you also responsible for sales? Ding Yan asked. I don't do sales. I do odd jobs in the company's administrative office. How about coming up to my office and sitting for a while? Lee Xin said. No, I have something else to do. I'll come and talk to you another day when I'm free. Ding Yan said. Okay, then come over when you're free. Lee Xin said. Ding Yan agreed, waved to Lee Xin, and left. Speaking of Ding Yan, Lee Xin had a deep impression of her. This girl was a well-known figure in the government compound where Lee Xin and his friends lived. She was not only beautiful but also cheerful. Her beauty was not the delicate beauty of ordinary girls, but a very sexy beauty. She was the kind of girl whose body developed early. She was only in the 1st or 2nd year of high school, but she had already grown a curvy figure. In this respect, she was even more eye-catching than the aunties working in the compound. Although Lee Xin was only a junior high school student at that time and had no idea what the word sexy meant, I still felt an inexplicable restlessness in my heart every time I saw her. When I was drawing water from the well or when I met her on the way to or from school, I couldn't help but secretly glance at her. I wanted to get closer to her, but I couldn't muster up the courage to talk to her. As far as he could remember, their first conversation was probably when Ding Yan approached him first. He certainly didn't have the courage to take the initiative to talk to her, although he really wanted to. Many years later, Li Xian secretly laughed at herself for this incident. With Ding Yan's cheerful personality, if she had been bolder at the time, her relationship would not have left so many regrets, and would have been just one or two dull conversations. Recalling the ignorant memories of his childhood, Li Xian went upstairs and walked into the office, where he saw a young man sitting on the sofa. When Xia Xiaona saw Li Xian coming in, she said, "Li Xian, someone is looking for you." After hearing what Xia Xiaona said, the young man stood up and said to Li Xian, "Is that brother Li? I am Chen Hai's colleague, my last name is Lu." Chen Hai is Li Xian's classmate in college and works in a design institute. He called this morning and said that a colleague of his had a batch of sugar to sell. The colleague would come to Li Xian in the afternoon to discuss the details and ask Li Xian for help if possible. When Li Xian heard what he said, she knew it was the thing Chen Hai mentioned. She shook his hand and said, "Oh, hello. Chen Hai called me this morning and told me about it. I have to go to the computer room to print a document. You can come with me." Li Xian took him to the computer room. After they sat down, Li Xian made him a cup of tea and asked, "Xiao Lu, right? Tell me what's the matter. Chen Hai didn't give me details on the phone this morning." Xiao Lu said, "Brother Li, this is the case. My relative is in the Mengjiang sugar factory and can get a batch of sugar. The price can be negotiated and the goods will definitely be fine. I want to find a buyer in Jiangcheng, but I am not familiar with this business. I heard from Chen Hai that you are in the sugar company, so I wanted to come and ask Brother Li if there is any way I can help." After listening to what Li Xian said, "Xiao Lu, I understand what you said. This is about sales and procurement. I am doing administrative work in the office. I am not very familiar with sales and procurement. I have no idea about the freight, storage fees, and sugar quality of different sugar factories to Jiangcheng, so I can't give you a definite answer. How about this? There are several business managers in the sugar sales branch who are very familiar with me and are very familiar with sales and procurement. I will take you to talk to them." Xiao Lu said, "Okay, I'll listen to you, Brother Li." So Li Xian took him to the business office of the sugar cane sales branch, found Gao Hui, and introduced him, "Manager Gao, this is a friend of mine. He has a batch of sugar to sell at the sugar factory downstairs. You two can talk about it and I can help you if possible." Xiao Lu took out a cigarette, handed it to Li Xian and Gao Hui, and said, "Manager Gao, please take care of me." Gao Hui took the cigarette and called Xiao Lu, saying, "Sit down." Li Xian knew that after the introduction, they should talk alone, and it would be inappropriate for him to stand by. So he lit a cigarette and said to Xiao Lu, "You talk to Manager Gao, I have something else to do, come to the computer room to find me after you're done." Xiao Lu said, "Okay, Brother Li, you go ahead." Li Xian nodded to Gao Hui and went out. About half an hour later, Xiao Lu came to the door of the computer room and said to Li Xian, "Brother Li, you are busy. I will go back first." Li Xian stood up and walked to the door and asked, "Have you finished talking to Manager Gao? How did the conversation go?" Xiao Lu said, "We need to discuss the price and shipping costs. I've asked for Manager Gao's phone number and will talk to him another day. That's all for today. Go ahead and get busy. I'm going back now." "Thank you, Brother Li." Li Xian said, "You're welcome. You can contact him more often. He is more familiar with these matters." After typing the documents, Li Xian returned to the office and saw Gao Hui sitting on the sofa chatting with Xia Xiaona. "Did I just send your friend out? Why didn't I see you?" Gao Hui asked when he saw Li Xian come in. "No, I'm typing documents in the computer room." "How was your talk?" Li Xian said. "The conversation didn't go very well," said Gao Hui. "What does not so good mean?" Li Xian felt very strange. Is he a good friend? Or a relative? Gao Hui did not answer Li Xian's question and asked further. He is a colleague of my college classmate. This is the first time I meet him. Seeing what you are asking, what is going on? Li Xian asked in some surprise. Gao Hui explained, what I mean is, if you are a good friend or relative, I will try to help him. If you are just an ordinary friend, forget it, this deal cannot be done. When Li Xian heard this, she felt like there was something going on, so she asked, what exactly happened? Tell me. Gao Hui said, the sugar factory is too far away, and we have never had much dealings with it before. The quantity of this batch of sugar is very small, only 1 or 200 tons, and the price is not right. Add the freight and other things, it is not cost-effective to do it. Li Xian understood now and said, is that so? Fine then, you decide. If it's not suitable, just tell him directly. I'm just introducing him. I don't understand sales and purchasing business. After a while, Li Xian asked again, don't you have a lot of customers who want to buy candy from you? If we don't want this batch of candy, why don't you ask your customers if anyone is willing to buy it? Gao Hui said, what I mean is that if he is a good friend or relative, I will help ask other people if they are willing to accept it. But this is actually not in accordance with the rules. Li Xian asked, isn't this good? Why is it against the rules? Gao Hui said, if other people knew about this, they would gossip about me introducing the company's clients to outside parties. Li Xian suddenly realized and said, oh, so that's how it is. After hearing this, Xia Xiaona said to Gao Hui, it can't be that serious, right? You are too cautious. Gao Hui said, it's true. Don't take it lightly. This has happened before. No one will listen to your explanation. Li Xian said, he was really introduced by a college classmate. Why don't you introduce him to a client to talk to? As for whether the negotiation can be successful, it is a matter between them. Consider it a favor to him. Gao Hui said, okay, I'll ask in the next 2 days. Li Xian said, why are there so many people doing the sugarcane business recently? In addition to Xiaolu, I ran into a friend I hadn't seen for many years in the corridor while I was at work this afternoon. He said he came to buy sugar from your President Tang. Gao Hui said, there are a lot of people speculating in sugar recently. Didn't I tell you a few days ago? Many traders in the province can't get sugar from the sugar factory, so they come to us to buy sugar. After hearing this, Li Xian thought to himself, so many people are trying to buy sugar now, but there are very few people selling sugar. Judging from this trend, the price of sugar should continue to rise. Am I being too cautious? They tried every possible means in the sales market, but it was difficult to get sugar. If they wanted to buy it, they could do it with just one phone call in the futures market. Most importantly, the prices of the two were similar. If they kept doing nothing, they might miss the opportunity. Thinking of this, Li Xian began to feel conflicted. He wanted to follow the crowd, but he had no good reason to convince himself. Just like that, as time went on, he became less willing to buy. Seeing the price of sugar rising steadily, he hesitated and stayed out of it, sighing after missing the opportunity. After the spring festival, the crushing season entered its peak period. Now it is the beginning of March, and the sugar price continues to rise. The price of sugar futures T605 of Jiangnan Commodity Exchange has exceeded 5,600 yuan. Li Xian went to the exchange this morning. He hadn't been there for more than a week. There were many more people in the office of the rubber factory's trading seat. It was obvious that, except for a few people he knew before, the others were new customers who opened accounts here. In the room, everyone gathered around the computer to discuss the market. Lao Feng pointed to the K-line chart on the screen from time to time, expressed his opinions, and shared his experience with the newcomers. Li Xian had been feeling a bit depressed recently, watching others making money but unable to make up his mind to join the market. Seeing them chatting animatedly, he went over to listen for a while. Zhang Jin said, Mr. Feng has been doing well recently. He buys on dips and runs short-term trades. He makes money every day. He has become a star client here. Clients from the trading seats next door often come here to learn from him. Li Xian said enviously, the continuous small increase during this period has accumulated to nearly 400 yuan. If you are firmly bullish and long, you can really make a lot of money by running short-term every day. Old Phone turned around with a red face and said with a smile, I only have 1 or 2 orders at a time. I run around just to make hard-earned money and enjoy the process, haha. Sully patted him on the shoulder and said, Old Phone, don't be so modest. Look at the market. We are waiting to hear your opinion. Seeing that they were so absorbed in watching the film, Li Xin sat aside and started chatting with Zhang Jin. Li Xin asked, You have a lot more customers recently. Zhang Jin said, Sugar prices have risen recently, so there are more customers coming to speculate in sugar. Li Xin asked, Are there many sugar factories opening accounts? Zhang Jin said, It seems that there are not many. They are still the ones that have opened accounts. The price of sugar in the market is now several dozen yuan higher than the price of futures sugar. I heard that people are lining up to buy sugar from the sugar factories. The sugar factories are not worried about not being able to sell sugar, so they will not come here to sell sugar. Then he smiled and asked, You haven't made an order for a long time. Do you want to stop after making money? Li Xin said, No. I just can't find the feeling recently, so I dare not place an order rashly. Zhang Jin said, The price is high now, and it's cold up there, so it's better to be careful. Then he asked, I heard that they are going to import a batch of sugar recently, do you have any news? Li Xin's heart skipped a beat and he said, I haven't heard of that. Where did the news come from? How much is the import quantity? Zhang Jin said, They said they were going to import more than 1 million tons of sugar, but the exact amount is unclear. I also heard about it. You know, people in this exchange come from all over, and there are rumors flying everywhere. Li Xin said, Maybe it's not groundless. With such a big gap between supply and demand this year, it's reasonable to import some sugar. After saying this, he thought to himself, I was too careless. In fact, every year, we arrange the import sugar plan based on the production and sales of domestic sugarcane. Last year and the year before, we imported varying amounts of sugar. How come I didn't pay any attention to this information this year? If this news is true, it will be a huge negative factor for the high sugar price. However, it is difficult to tell whether such rumors are true or not, and they are missing 2 key data, time and quantity. Without such news, I would not dare to go long. If such news is true, then should I look at the problem from a different angle? Can I go short at highs? As for the authenticity of the news about imported sugarcane, you can go back to the company and ask. After work in the afternoon, Li Xin immediately found all the price faxes received from Guidong Sugar Trading Center and Nanhai Futures Exchange in the past month, and connected these data together. The trend was the same as the K-line chart displayed on the computer of Jiangnan Futures Exchange. Looking at this chart, Li Xin suddenly thought of an idiom in his mind, the last gasp of a dying horse. The company has been quite busy recently. People from several branches who went to the sugar factory to buy sugar have returned, and the office is full. I often run into strangers with foreign accents in the corridor, probably customers who come to buy sugar. Li Xin, who was feeling a little worried, could no longer sit still. He stood up and left the office, walked along the corridor, and seeing that there were too many people in the business office of the sugar branch, he went into the manager's office of the alcohol branch. Yu Shuhua was on the phone, and when she saw Li Xin come in, she nodded to him. Li Xin smiled and greeted her, sat down on the sofa opposite her desk, and picked up a newspaper to read. Yu Shuhua talked on the phone for quite a long time, and Li Xin heard that she was talking about the expansion of the alcohol warehouse. After the call, Yu Shuhua said, Li Xin, aren't you busy today? Come over to our place when you have time. Li Xin said, There is no end to the work in the administrative office, so I took some time to come out and take a walk. Why are there so many people in the business offices next door? It seems that there are too many out-of-town customers this year. Some out-of-town customers have no place to stay in the business offices, and they often come to our office to chat. Yu Shuhua said, Sugarcane is in short supply this year, and customers from other places are coming to us. Li Xin said, This is a good thing. I can do business right at my doorstep. Yu Shuhua smiled and said, Then we have to sell it at a good price. Li Xin asked, Manager you bought a lot of sugar this year. Have you started selling it? Yu Shuhua said, We sold a small part of it. We don't have a sugarcane warehouse, so we store it all in the sugar factory warehouse. Now is the peak season, and the sugar factory warehouse is also tight and can't keep it. Li Xian said, I think the price is so high now, I should sell it and put the money in the bag. Yu Shuhua said, our branch is relatively good. We have already started selling a little. The warehouse of the sugar branch is full and they are still unwilling to sell. They want to wait for a better price. Li Xian deliberately led the topic to the direction of his concern. It seems that they are still optimistic about the future market and think that sugar prices will continue to rise. But if imported sugar comes in, sugar prices will be difficult to rise. Yu Shuhua said, the purpose of importing sugar is to ease the pressure of supply and demand. The quantity is limited after all. And in terms of time, it will generally arrive in the second half of the year when domestic sugar is in short supply, at least 3 or 4 months later, so it should not have a big impact on sugar prices. Seeing that Yu Shuhua had indeed mentioned imported sugar, Li Xian took the opportunity to ask, how much imported sugar do you estimate will be produced this year? Yu Shuhua said, the news from the Sugar Association is that it is about 1.2 million tons. Even with these 1.2 million tons of imported sugar, there is still a supply gap. As she was speaking, the phone on her desk rang again. Yu Shuhua stopped talking and answered the phone. Seeing that he had already gotten the information he wanted, Li Xian took the opportunity to stand up and say goodbye. Manager Yu, you are busy first, I'm going over. Back in his office, Li Xian thought, the news of imported sugar is confirmed, and judging from the data, just as Yu Shuhua said, even with the 1.2 million tons of imported sugar, there is still a supply gap. The most fundamental reason why traders dare to be bullish on the future market is based on this point. However, in Li Xian's opinion, the current sugar price of about 5,600 yuan is more than 1,400 yuan higher than the same period last year, and is at a historical high. If the market continues to rise, it will go against the current environment of curbing excessive price increases and controlling inflation. In this case, if you follow the crowd and go long at high prices, the risk is too great. Why not look at it from another angle? Would it be a good choice to go short at high prices? Li Xian lit a cigarette, sat on the sofa and fell into deep thought. The essence of trading is buying and selling. There have always been transactions in the futures market, which means that there have always been people shorting. What do these short-selling people think? Prices have been rising for such a long time, and the increase has been very large. Except for a decent correction before the Spring Festival, prices have been going up for the rest of the time. How can there be something that only goes up and never goes down? But the problem is that over the past month, the price trend has been contrary to my views, and the market has worn away my original confidence. Unlike Li Xian, Tang Jianhua was in a good mood due to the continued rise in the market. His business managers were quite capable and had completed the acquisition tasks very well. Over this period of time, he had stockpiled a large amount of sugar. As prices gradually rise, the gap between supply and demand has attracted traders from all over the world, who have flocked to major production areas to grab supplies. According to the current situation, he predicts that in the second half of the year, September and October will be the peak period for sugar consumption during the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day, as well as a special period of transition between the old and new sugar-making seasons. With these two factors combined, the contradiction between supply and demand will become more prominent. That was a good time to sell candy. Those piles of stuff in the warehouse are not sugar cane, they are clearly pure silver. With so much cargo in hand, he was at the center of public attention and became the target of many traders. Many people did not know Wu Bin existed at all and thought Tang Jianhua was the general manager of the sugar company. His name was well known among the people doing sugarcane business in Jiangqing City. The phone rang non-stop from morning to night, and they were all looking for him to buy sugar. It's easier to deal with people you don't know, just get rid of them. However, it really gives him a headache for those trading partners with whom he has cooperated for many years. If he doesn't give them any money, he can't save face as they will need help from them in the future. If he gives them money, he can't bear to do so. In the end, like squeezing toothpaste, he reluctantly took out dozens or hundreds of tons to meet the demand. He really didn't want to sell a larger quantity. On both sides of the street, many new buds have sprouted on the branches of the sycamore trees that were bare in winter. From a distance, the light green color reflects the breath of spring. Li Xian stood in front of the window, looking at the scenery outside. Being observant, he could even feel that the sunlight was different. It was still a sunny day with no clouds in the sky, but the color of the sunlight was much brighter at this time. Spring comes early in Jiangcheng. It is only the end of March, but the sun is already scorching hot at noon. He seemed to have no impression of the winter that had just passed. Before he felt the cold, spring had already arrived. At 14:50 in the afternoon, as usual, Li Xin called the exchange to inquire about the market conditions. The price of T605 was 56.15, and the price of T609 was 56.73. The current trend was consolidation at a high level. There are only a few minutes left until closing, and it looks like this is how today's trend will go. How is the market today? Xia Xiaona asked. Li Xin said, the May contract is 5,615 yuan, which is not much different from yesterday. After that, Li Xin went to the finance office next door, with several bills to be reimbursed. The reimbursement procedure was complicated. First, he had to go to the finance office to review the bills. After the review was correct, he went back to his department to ask the department head, Director Luan, to sign, then to the finance manager, and finally to Mr. Wu. By the time Li Xin got signatures from leaders at all levels and returned from the finance office after completing the reimbursement procedures, more than half an hour had passed. As soon as Li Xin entered the office, Xia Xiaona said to him, a fax came in, and the prices outside the province have dropped a bit today. Li Xin's heart tightened. This was a rare phenomenon recently. He hurriedly asked, how much has it fallen? Let me see. Xia Xiaona handed the fax to Li Xin and said, it's not much, only a few dozen yuan. Xia Xiaona thought the drop of several dozen yuan was insignificant, but Li Xin heard it as a frightening number. He quickly took a look and found that the closing price of the May contract of Guidong Sugar Trading Center was 56.03, a drop of 54 yuan. The closing price of the September contract was 5,636, a drop of 57 yuan. The closing price of the May contract of the non-high commodity exchange today was 5,598, down 43 yuan. The closing price of the September contract was 5,615, down 65 yuan. The closing price of T605 of Jiang non-commodity exchange today is 56.13, and the closing price of T609 is 5,668. Compared with yesterday's closing price, the change is only in single digits, and it still maintains the high consolidation trend in recent period, and there is no sign of decline at all. Just as Xia Xiaona said, judging from the numbers alone, a drop of dozens of yuan is really nothing, but in Li Xin's mind, a large negative line suddenly appeared today on the K-line chart that had been rising in small steps for a long time. This big negative line swallowed up the gains of the previous 2 or 3 days, making the originally gradually upward trend appear to be under a dark cloud. Li Xin looked at the 3 pieces of data and thought to himself. First of all, in terms of the trading volume of sugar, Guidong Sugar Trading Center is the largest, followed by Non-High Commodity Exchange, and Jiang Non-Commodity Exchange is the smallest. Secondly, from the perspective of the speed of receiving and understanding information, although there is no data to refer to, Li Xin believes that the first 2 are located in economically developed areas and obviously have advantages. Third, judging from past data, the prices of the former 2 are generally 20 to 50 yuan higher than the latter, but judging from today's closing price, the prices of the former 2 are already 10 to 50 yuan lower than the latter, which is obviously a very abnormal phenomenon. At this time, 2 of the 3 exchanges experienced a sharp decline, which is enough to prove that the reason why the price of Jiang non-commodity exchange did not fall is probably due to information lag or other reasons, and it will definitely fall in the future. Thinking of this, Li Xin said to Xia Xiaona, Boss Wu is in the office. Please send these faxes to him and remind him that the sugar prices outside the province have started to fall and he should pay attention. Xia Xiaona said, okay, I'll send it to him later. Xia Xiaona was infected by the nervousness that Li Xin inadvertently revealed when she spoke, and she mistakenly thought that Li Xin meant to blame her for not notifying the leader in time, so she explained, in fact, I would make a copy of the fax every day and put it on his desk, but I don't know what Mr. Wu thought after reading it. Li Xin didn't expect that what he said would make Xia Xiaona suspicious, and he continued to talk about the price information. That's right. Recently, when I was chatting with Manager Yu of the alcohol branch and Manager Lin of the sugar branch, I reminded them that the current sugar price has increased by more than 1,400 yuan compared to the same period last year. It is currently at a historical high, and they should sell sugar and be careful of the risk of price drops. But they think that the price will continue to rise, and now is not the time to sell in large quantities. Xia Xiaona said, they may have their own considerations. During the meeting, they said that of the sugar purchased by the company this year, only the small amount purchased with its own funds at the beginning of the crushing season had a good price. The sugar purchased later with loans was basically purchased after the sugar factory raised the price, and the price was higher. Compared with the current market price, the profit per ton of this part of sugar purchased at a high price is only between 100 and 200 yuan after deducting the storage and transportation costs. No wonder they are reluctant to sell. Li Xian said, this is not bad. Let's sell it first and get the profit first. We can't just do this one transaction during the crushing season. We can buy again when the funds come back. Xia Xiaona smiled and said, haha. Look how anxious you are. You are worrying about nothing. The sugarcane branch is also selling sugar, but the sales are relatively small. Basically, they are selling some of the first low-priced sugar they got. Li Xian thought about the price drops in the two foreign exchanges, and then recalled the inexplicable worry that he had been having in his heart for the past 2 months. In fact, he was worried that it was not safe to chase high and go long. Now thinking about it the other way around, he suddenly realized that all his worries seemed to have become reasons to short sell at high levels. Thinking of this, Li Xian made up his mind to go to the exchange to short sell tomorrow morning. While they were talking, Wu Bin went downstairs to the light industry hall. When he returned to the office, he saw the price reports that Xia Xiaona had sent in on the table. As usual, he took them up, glanced at them, and put them aside. The price drop did not attract any of his attention at all. After get off work in the afternoon, Li Xian took Li Ying to attend the wedding of his college classmate Chen Hai. The wedding banquet was held at the Haitian Hotel. Before getting out of the car, he saw the bride and groom standing at the door of the hotel lobby to welcome the guests. Li Xian and Chen Hai are very close friends. Li Xian had met the bride once before and heard that she worked at the grain bureau. Li Ying put on makeup and dressed up, which was rare. She looked even more beautiful than before, attracting many people's attention. She held Li Xian's arm tightly, as if she was afraid of getting lost in the crowd. Li Xian could feel the eyes on Li Ying. The men's eyes were full of greed, while the women's eyes were more full of competition and jealousy. He felt that the beautiful Li Ying had given him face today, and he felt a little proud. Li Xian teased Chen Hai, you're really quick to act. You're the first among your classmates to invite someone to a wedding. Now that you've got a wife, you won't starve even if there's a 3-year famine, haha. Chen Hai smiled, looked at Li Ying beside Li Xian, winked at Li Xian and said, your girlfriend is very beautiful. When are you going to have a wedding banquet? Then he leaned close to Li Xian and whispered, I don't think I have seen her before. Is she from our school? You kid has not been idle either. The best man standing behind Chen Hai greeted Li Xian and said, hello, brother Li. Li Xian looked carefully and said, is it Xiao Lu? You are dressed so smartly that I didn't recognize you. How is it going? Did you close the deal we talked about last time? Xiao Lu smiled and said, Manager Gao introduced a client to me and I've already secured the deal. Thank you brother Li for your help. Li Xian said, you're welcome. It's good as long as it's done. As they were talking, the bride and her bridesmaid came over to offer cigarettes and hand out wedding candies. Li Xian reached out and grabbed a handful of wedding candies from the plate held by the bridesmaid, took a cigarette and said, you have to eat the wedding candies and smoke a wedding cigarette, too. Seeing this, the bride immediately lit her lighter and lit a cigarette for Li Xian. Li Xian wanted to tease the bride. When he bent down to light a cigarette, the cigarette but just got close to the flame. He blew a breath secretly through his mouth, and the flame went out before the cigarette was lit. This happened 3 times, and the bride became a little flustered. Li Xian laughed and said, your skills in lighting cigarettes need to be improved. Haha. Chen Hai saw that Li Xian was playing tricks, so he came over to help and said, you are playing tricks. Let me help you. Li Xian smiled and said, I don't want you to light. Cigarettes lit by the bride are more delicious. It's fine if you want to light one, but I won't give you a red envelope. Ha ha. The fourth time, seeing Chen Hai standing by with a fierce look in his eyes, Li Xin did not resort to any tricks, and the bride finally lit the cigarette. Chen Hai put his arm around Li Xin's shoulders and whispered in his ear, "You dare to embarrass my wife? Wait until you host a wedding banquet and see how I'll deal with you." Li Xin handed the red envelope to the bride and replied to Chen Hai with a smile, "You dare to threaten me now? Think carefully. We haven't started drinking yet. Do you still want to enter the bridal chamber tonight? When we have a wedding night, I will gather everyone to line up and perform a show to congratulate you and your wife on your wedding." When the bride heard this, she glared at Chen Hai, then quickly came over to smooth things over. She said to Li Xin with a smile, "You classmates are as close as brothers. Don't listen to him. He is just joking with you. Don't make things too difficult for us later." At the same time, she asked the bridesmaids to put some candies, peanuts and melon seeds into the hands of Li Xin and Li Ying. Li Xin laughed and said to Chen Hai, "Your sister-in-law is still good at talking. You should listen to your boss at home in the future, haha." There were also several college alumni who attended the wedding. They often met on the football field in school, and it was not easy to meet here after graduation. Everyone was unfamiliar with the relatives and friends of the bride and groom, so they sat together at the same table. During the meal, Li Xin, who had no alcohol tolerance and rarely drank, could not resist the urging of everyone to drink, and drank 2 glasses of white wine. After the banquet, everyone went to the bridal chamber together. Li Xin had originally planned to join in the wedding party, but later the alcohol took effect and he felt dizzy, so he said goodbye and left. Accompanied by Li Ying, they returned to the dormitory early. Looking at Li Xin lying beside her in a daze due to being drunk, Li Ying was very worried. She didn't dare to sleep. She turned on the desk lamp and lay beside Li Xin with her clothes on. Li Xin took her to attend a classmate's wedding, which made her very happy. In her opinion, this was equivalent to Li Xin announcing in public that she was his girlfriend. She knew that such occasions were often a good time for girls to compete secretly, compete with each other, and show themselves off. At the wedding, Li Ying was confident that she did not embarrass Li Xin. She observed carefully and found that the bride was not very pretty and her makeup was too bright. However, the wedding dress was nice. If she wore the same wedding dress, she would definitely be more beautiful than the bride. She saw it clearly, the scene where Li Xin designed to play a trick on the bride. She felt very upset, but she didn't dare to show it in front of so many people. Later, Li Xin got drunk at the banquet and left the wedding early, not continuing to participate in the prank. She felt a little happy. This way, she didn't have to worry about Li Xin coming up with bad ideas to tease the bride and bridesmaids during the prank. Otherwise, it would be another torment for her. At around 2 a.m., Li Xin woke up in a daze, feeling dry and bitter in his mouth, and wanted to drink water. Li Ying hurriedly got up, put on her coat, and poured him a glass of water. Li Xin took a sip, put down the glass, and said, "My mouth feels uncomfortable." Li Ying asked, "Are you feeling sick and want to vomit? I'll get you a basin." Li Xin said, "No, my mouth is too bitter, I'm going to rinse my mouth." Li Xin got up and went to the bathroom to rinse his mouth and wipe his face with hot water. He felt that the alcohol had gone away and he felt much more relaxed. After returning to his room and lying down, Li Xin said, "Drinking is really uncomfortable. I will never drink again." Li Ying asked, "Then why did you drink so much last night?" Li Xin said, "I didn't drink much actually. The key is that I can't drink much. I get dizzy after drinking just a little." Li Ying laughed at him and said, "Looking at the way you were last night, you really can't drink anymore." Li Xin asked, "What time is it now?" Li Ying looked at the watch and said, "It's not even 3 o'clock yet. It's still early for dawn. Let's sleep a little longer." Li Xin put her hand into her clothes and asked, "Why do you wear so many clothes when you sleep? Take them off." Li Ying said angrily, "It's because I was afraid that you would feel uncomfortable and vomit at night, so I didn't dare to take off my clothes to help you find something." After that, she stood up to turn off the lights. Li Xin hurriedly said, "Don't turn off the light. Let me see." Li Ying turned off the light, got under the quilt, and said shyly, "No." Li Xin hugged her, and Li Ying pointed at his forehead and said, Didn't you say you were dizzy? Why aren't you dizzy now? Li Xin put his arm around her waist, pressed his body against hers, and whispered in her ear, "You are my hangover-sobering soup. I won't feel dizzy when I see you." With the mottled moonlight coming in through the window, Li Xin somehow recalled the scene of last night's wedding, and the pretty faces of the bride and bridesmaids flashed in her mind. His mind kept thinking of some bizarre and exciting scenes, and looking at Li Ying, who was more beautiful than the bride and bridesmaids, those boundless and absurd fantasies made him experience another kind of wonderful feeling. Li Ying felt all of this with joy. She would never have thought of those wanton images in Li Xin's mind. She thought it was just like what others said, that alcohol can make people lose control of their sexual desires, and that Li Xin was different from usual after drinking. After getting up in the morning, Li Xin sent Li Ying to the gate of the TV factory and had breakfast at a nearby restaurant. After Li Ying went to work in the factory, Li Xin went directly to the exchange. There are still 10 minutes left before the trading ends. Li Xin thought that it will soon be the beginning of April and the trading volume of T605 will gradually decrease. If he wants to open a position, he can only open it in the T609 contract. Currently, I have 1 million yuan in funds and a 10% margin. According to yesterday's price, I can open a position of nearly 180 lots. Since I am firmly bearish and the two markets outside the province have begun to fall, I can open a larger position today with 1/3 of the funds. Judging from yesterday's downward momentum, the probability of markets outside the province rising today is not high. Even if it rises, it can recover yesterday's losses. The prices in the three places will only return to the equilibrium relationship for some time. The probability of a sharp rise in the price of sugar in the Jiangnan Commodity Exchange breaking this equilibrium relationship is very small. If the two markets outside the province continue to fall today, then the high price of sugar in the Jiangnan Commodity Exchange will be even more abrupt, and will fall sharply in the later period. Based on this analysis, it is safer to short sell by yourself. Although he had already made up his mind to short sell, he still became inexplicably nervous as the opening time approached. He could even feel his heartbeat quickening. When several other clients came into the office and greeted him, he merely nodded perfunctorily. His mind was all on today's opening price. This opening price was too important. What was the right price? He had no idea. He hopes that the market will fall today, but he is worried that if the market opens with a big gap down, the price will be too low and he dare not chase the short position. What he feared more was that the stock would rise at the opening, because that would mean that the judgment he had carefully made yesterday might be wrong. The feeling of facing an unknown outcome with the countdown is really maddening. When the market opened, T609 opened 20 points lower than yesterday's closing price, and the price was 56.48. The others in the room were confused for a moment and asked, "What's going on? Why did it open so much lower?" Li Xin, who was confident, understood immediately when he saw this situation. The news of the decline in the out-of-province market yesterday had already been reacted to. However, judging from the magnitude of the decline, it is clear that not many people know about this news, or it may be that many people know about it, but many people are still hesitant. As time goes by, the more people know about this news, the greater the decline will be. He felt that this opening price was perfect. The gap down was not large, which was completely within his psychological range and would not affect his short-selling rhythm. The result of the gap down was the best confirmation of his judgment made yesterday. Judging from this opening price, just referring to the decline of the out-of-province market yesterday, the Jiangnan Commodity Exchange will also fall by 30 points. There is no time to lose. If you don't act now, the price will be even lower. Sell 60 lots of T609 contract at 56.40. Li Xin said to Zhang Jin firmly. After placing the order, Li Xin let out a long sigh, as if to vent all the tension and anxiety in his heart. Zhang Jin immediately picked up the phone and reported Li Xin's order, then turned around and said, "It's done, the transaction price is 56.45. Is there any news? Why are you so bold to short sell?" Zhang Jin asked with a smile. Compared with other customers' orders of 1 or 2 lots, Li Xin's orders of dozens of lots made him feel very happy. Li Xin bowed his head and signed the transaction confirmation sheet handed to him by Wang Hong, then raised his head and said, "I heard that the sugar price in other places has dropped a bit. Seeing that the market opened so low today, I will follow suit and go short. The sugar price has been consolidating at a high level for so long, maybe there will be a correction. As we were talking, in just over 10 minutes, the price of the T609 contract had fallen below 5,600 and was hovering around 55.90. Li Xin calculated quickly in his mind that the current decline was consistent with the decline of the two markets outside the province yesterday. It was hovering at this position, indicating that it was following the decline. How the market would develop in the future would definitely depend on the influence of external news. He was not clear about the trend of the markets outside the province today, so he might as well leave and wait and see. Thinking of this, he immediately said to Zhang Jin, "Close the 60 short orders at the current price immediately." The order was traded immediately after it was submitted, and the transaction price was 5,593. Just like that, while other customers were still struggling to discuss how to make an order, Li Xin had already exited the market with a profit of 31,200 yuan. Li Xin signed the transaction confirmation sheet and handed it to Wang Hong. Wang Hong said to him, "Your short-term performance was amazing." Zhang Jin thought to himself, in just a few minutes, Li Xin had bought and sold 120 orders. If there were more customers like this, the commission income would be considerable. Li Xin smiled modestly and said nothing. He was thinking, I can't wait foolishly for the facts this afternoon. I should immediately call the two markets outside the province to see how their prices are trending. It's not convenient to talk on the phone here. It's not even 9:20 yet. I should go back to the company immediately. Thinking of this, Li Xin quietly got up and went out, quickly went downstairs and took a taxi to the company. At 9:50, Li Xin rushed to the company. The office door was open, but Xia Xiaona was not there. She might have gone to another office to do some work. Li Xin picked up the phone on the table and quickly contacted two markets outside the province. The result surprised Li Xin. The September contract price of Guidong Sugar Trading Center is 5,536, down 80 yuan from yesterday's closing price. The September contract price of the Nanhai Commodity Exchange is 5,530, down 85 yuan from yesterday's closing price. It has only been 1 hour since the opening, and the foreign market has fallen by more than 80 yuan compared with yesterday's closing, and the price of the September contract has fallen even more. The price in September was generally more than 30 yuan higher than that in May, but now it is only the same as or slightly lower than that in May. This is a very obvious bearish signal. There must be some news, otherwise the market trend would not be like this. Li Xin is sure of it. Li Xin immediately called Director Lin of the Guidong Sugar Trading Center. He wanted to hear his opinion in detail. The person who answered the phone said that Director Lin was in a meeting. Li Xin thought that it might not be convenient to call him at this time. So he immediately called the General Manager Zhao of the Nanhai Commodity Exchange, and it was Zhao who answered the phone. After returning from the inspection in the south, Li Xin and Mr. Zhao had several phone calls regarding the exchange of information between the two places, and they were no strangers to each other. Li Xin said, "Hello, Mr. Zhao. I am Li Xin from Jiangnan Sugar Company." Mr. Zhao said, "Hello, Xiao Li." Li Xin asked, "Mr. Zhao, I checked and found that the price of sugar in your exchange has dropped by nearly 130 yuan in the past 2 days. The price in Guidong Sugar Trading Center has also dropped by more than 120 yuan. The futures price here has also started to fall. What do you think caused such a big drop?" Mr. Zhao said, "I can't say for sure. There are various opinions at present. The main ones are roughly as follows. First, the amount of imported sugar may be more than the originally estimated 1.2 million tons. It is estimated that there may be a second batch, the amount of which is unknown. Second, several batches of sugar of unknown origin have been seized in the southeast coast, and the amount is not small. Based on this, it is speculated that the amount of sugar imported through abnormal channels across the country cannot be underestimated. I personally think that the main reasons may be these two." Li Xin asked again, "Mr. Zhao, how big do you estimate the decline will be?" Mr. Zhao smiled on the phone and said, "It's hard to predict market events. The current news is just rumors, but the current sugar price is much higher than the same period last year, so we still have to be more careful." "Has your company started trading futures now?" Li Xin said, "Not yet, right now I am just paying attention to and collecting information on futures prices. Mr. Zhao said, Shaoli, if I have the chance, I will give Mr. Wu some advice. Come to our exchange and open an account. Only by actually participating in it can you gain a real understanding. Li Xian certainly knew what he was thinking, but she was in no mood to care about this matter at the moment, so she could only agree and said, okay, I'll talk to Mr. Wu about it when I have a chance. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao said, you're welcome, contact me more often when you have time. Li Xian held the microphone in his left hand but did not put it on the phone. After hanging up the call with Mr. Zhao with his right hand, he immediately dialed the number of Jiangnan Commodity Exchange. The time is now 10:35, Li Xian is eager to know what the current price is at Jiangnan Commodity Exchange. Zhang Jin said on the phone that the price of T609 was 55.78. This price was more than 10 points lower than the price at which Li Xian closed the position in the morning, but it was almost negligible compared to the decline in the out-of-province market this morning. The out-of-province market fell sharply again today, indicating that the downward trend in sugar prices has already formed. Li Xian knew that the real opportunity to short sell had come. Do you want to place an order now? How big is the position? Time waits for no one, opportunities are fleeting. Li Xian suddenly felt the same inexplicable nervousness as before the market opened this morning. He felt that this was the time to sort out his thoughts and calm down. No matter how urgent it was, he would not miss these 10 minutes to think it over carefully. After hanging up the phone, Li Xian thought, the information lag in the local market is already obvious. Unless the prices in the two foreign trading markets rise sharply today and recover the declines of yesterday and this morning, the sugar prices in the Jiangnan Commodity Exchange will fall sharply tomorrow. But is there reason for a sharp rise? Li Xian thought that the two reasons Mr. Zhao mentioned just now were not groundless. First, let's look at imported sugar. This year, the gap between supply and demand of sugar cane is so large, and the price of sugar is at a historical high. In the current environment of curbing the rapid rise in prices and controlling inflation, it is a natural choice to continue to increase the amount of imported sugar to fill the gap between supply and demand. Looking at the sugar that comes through abnormal channels, according to historical data, domestic sugar prices are much higher than international sugar prices. Taking the same period last year as an example, the domestic price was around 4,200 yuan, and this type of sugar had huge profit margins after it came in. This year, the domestic sugar price is nearly 1,400 yuan higher than last year. Will such a huge profit temptation lead to a greater amount of this type of sugar? These two data cannot be accurately counted at present. Li Xian quickly estimated them using a simple rough algorithm. In the first case, if the amount of imported sugar can fill 70% to 80% of the supply-demand gap, which is very likely in Li Xian's opinion, then the domestic sugar price this year is nearly 1,400 yuan higher than the same period last year, which is unreasonable. How much will it fall? A fall of half of the increase should not be excessive, which means that the reasonable increase is 700 yuan. This is without taking into account the unknown amount of sugar coming in through abnormal channels. The reasonable increase is 700 yuan. If both factors are taken into account, the reasonable increase should be lower. In the second case, if the amount of imported sugar can completely fill the gap between supply and demand, then the reasonable increase will probably not exceed 400 yuan, which already includes the increase in various costs and market speculation factors. This increase was also obtained without taking into account the unknown amount of sugar coming in through abnormal channels. If we assume that the amount of such sugar is greater this year and take both factors into account, the reasonable increase may be only 200 yuan, or even lower. When Li Xian came to this conclusion, he was shocked. His palms were sweating and he seemed to be able to hear his own heartbeat. The current sugar price of more than 5,500 yuan is standing on the edge of a huge cliff, with an abyss below. Li Xian called Zhang Jin again without hesitation and asked, what are the current buying and selling prices of the T609 contract? Zhang Jin said on the phone, the buying price is 55.75, and the selling price is 55.76. Li Xian thought that if he shorted immediately, he could increase his position a little, at least 2/3 of the position, that is, 120 lots. The drop of more than 80 yuan in the two trading markets outside the province this morning has left him a large safety margin for shorting at the current price. Enter the market with 120 lots at a time. To ensure that the transaction is completed completely, you can place an order at 2 price levels. So Li Xin said, give me an order, T609 contract, sell 120 lots, price 55.73. Zhang Jin had never seen Li Xin open such a large number of positions at once, so he was afraid he had heard it wrong, so he asked, T609 contract, sell open 120 lots, price 5,573. Li Xin said, yes. Zhang Jin said, okay, I'll report in right away. Then, Zhang Jin replied on the phone, it has been completely sold. The transaction price is 5,575 and 55.74. The average transaction price is estimated to be a little more than 55.74. Li Xin said, okay, that's okay. Please help me calculate the average transaction price and I'll go over to sign in the afternoon. After hanging up the phone, Li Xin took a deep breath, stood up and calmed down by the window. The order has been completed, so let's wait and see the result. This order is for the long term. Li Xin thought. After calming down, he thought that he should tell Director Luan immediately about the price drop in the out-of-province market, so he immediately turned around and went to the office next door. Director Luan was on the phone, and Li Xin was sitting on the sofa waiting for him. A few minutes later, Director Luan finished the call, and Li Xin immediately said to him, Director, the sugar price at Guidong Sugar Trading Center and Non-High Commodity Exchange fell by nearly 80 yuan this morning, which is a bit abnormal. In addition, there is news that the amount of imported sugar and sugar coming in through abnormal channels has increased a lot more than expected. We should report it to General Manager Wu immediately. After listening to him, Director Luan rolled his eyes, patted the documents on the table, and said impatiently, I have a lot of things on my hands right now, how can I have time? I have to go out for work later, why don't you just go and tell him? Director Luan's disdainful look and tone were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing Li Xin's enthusiasm. He thought with a chill in his heart, is there anything bigger than this? He stood up silently and went out to find Wu Bin. The door to the general manager's office was open, and Wu Bin was sitting behind the desk, seemingly reading a document. Li Xin stood at the door and raised his hand to knock on the door. General Manager Wu raised his head and said, Xiao Li, is there anything? Li Xin walked in and said, Mr. Wu, I just called the Guidong Sugar Trading Center and the Non-High Commodity Exchange. The sugar prices in these two places fell by nearly 80 yuan this morning. The sugar prices in our commodity exchange fell slightly yesterday and fell by nearly 50 yuan this morning. I asked Mr. Zhao from the Non-High Commodity Exchange, and he estimated that the reason for the price drop is that the amount of imported sugar may increase. In addition, a lot of sugar that came in through abnormal channels was seized along the coast recently, and it is estimated that the amount of this type of sugar will also be considerable. The reason why Li Xin only talked about the data and did not express his own opinions and judgments was because he was just a clerk in the office. Originally, it was not his turn to discuss these data with Wu Bin face to face. It should have been the department head or the general manager's secretary Xia Xiaona who reported to Wu Bin. As for opinions and suggestions on the sugar sales business, they are not related to Li Xin's department and should be put forward by the general managers and business managers of each branch. Coupled with the cold reception he had just received from his immediate superior, he felt somewhat discouraged. He didn't want to meddle in other people's business anymore and just wanted to fulfill his duties and tell Wu Bin the news. After Wu Bin heard this, his face slightly changed color and he said, I saw the facts yesterday. It dropped by another 80 yuan this morning. Li Xin said, yes, that's the news just now. Wu Bin hesitated for a while and said, okay, I understand. Seeing that Wu Bin didn't ask any more questions, Li Xin said goodbye and left. As soon as he sat down in the office, Xia Xiaona came in. Li Xin said to her, the sugar price in the two exchanges outside the province fell by nearly 80 yuan this morning. Xia Xiaona put down the bag on her shoulder and lifted her long hair with both hands. After hearing this, she stopped what she was doing in surprise, looked at Li Xin with wide eyes, and asked, did you fall so much again? Li Xin nodded and said, yes, I told Director Luan about this. He asked me to report to General Manager Wu. I just came out of General Manager Wu's office. Xia Xiaona asked, what does Mr. Wu say? Li Xin said, he didn't say anything. Xia Xiaona said, "That's it. We have reported what needs to be reported. What the leaders decide is none of our business." After Li Xian left, Wu Bin couldn't help but feel a little nervous. The news just now made the huge sugar inventory in the hands of several branches suddenly become a huge rock pressing on his heart. Although sugar prices have been rising slightly these days, after careful calculation, the current price is still far from the expected level. He really hopes that the price will be as Tang Jianhua described, but the current reality is too far away from the vision. By the second half of the year, the price should go up, but it will take several months, which is really a long time. How does that saying go? The longer the night, the more dreams you have. I am optimistic about the sugar price in the second half of the year, but I am afraid that something might go wrong during this period. Whatever you fear will come to pass. It seems that we cannot be careless about what Li Xian said. Thinking of this, he picked up the phone and called the 3 branch managers to his office. He wanted to hear their opinions. Yu Shuhua and Yao Juansai knew nothing about the price drop. After entering the room and listening to Wu Bin's words, they both looked a little uneasy, but they couldn't express any opinions for a while and just sat there in a daze. After listening to Wu Bin's words, Tang Jianhua said disapprovingly, "Mr. Wu, I know that the price dropped yesterday, but I'm not sure about the fact that it dropped a lot today. I'll take a closer look later. But I think price fluctuations are common, so don't take it too seriously. You still have to look at the big trend, right?" Seeing Tang Jianhua's disapproval, Wu Bin warned him, "Don't be careless. It's better to be careful. How about this? Don't just keep the inventory untouched. Roll it out. Small profits but quick turnover. This way the risk will be smaller." After hearing this, Tang Jianhua clearly objected, saying, "Mr. Wu, given the current situation, if we sell a little bit, our inventory will be reduced, and we will never be able to make it back." Yu Shuhua didn't say anything. Yao Juansai heard this and echoed, "That's true. If you sell the candy you have now, you won't be able to buy it again." As they were talking, several people got off topic. Wu Bin originally called them over to discuss how to deal with the problem of falling prices, but now the topic has inadvertently turned into a discussion of how to balance immediate interests with long-term interests. On this issue, Yu Shuhua and Yao Juansai clearly stood on Tang Jianhua's side, and neither was willing to give up their interests half a year later for the sake of the little gain in front of them. So when Wu Bin suddenly realized that the topic was a little wrong, he didn't know where to start to return to the original topic, so he had to suggest that a few people listen to the information collected by Li Xian first. He hoped that after hearing this, they would become as alert as he was. Li Xian was in a good mood because he had built up a full position at one time and was not worried about missing out. He was chatting with Xia Xiaona in the office when the phone on the desk rang. Xia Xiaona picked up the phone and said, "Okay, we'll be there right away." After hanging up the phone, she said, "Mr. Wu asked us to come over." Li Xian and Xia Xiaona entered Wu Bin's office and saw 3 branch managers sitting in a circle on the sofa opposite Wu Bin. They were obviously in a meeting, and Xia Xiaona was often present at such meetings to take notes, so she was not unfamiliar with it. But Li Xian found it a little strange, and he was very surprised what he was asked to do in such a meeting. When Wu Bin saw them coming in, he called them and said, "Come, find a seat and sit down." After they sat down, Wu Bin immediately said to Li Xian, "Please tell me about the price situation and information you have learned about the out-of-province market yesterday and today." After Wu Bin finished speaking, Li Xian immediately understood that he was asked to come here to listen to the price information. So he repeated in detail the situation he had just told Wu Bin. After listening, the managers of the 3 branches were silent for a while. Wu Bin then emphasized, "I reminded you some time ago that you should sell sugar quickly while the price is good. Now it seems that you have to speed up your actions." Tang Jianhua smiled and replied to Wu Bin, "We have already sold some of them." Wu Bin said somewhat unsatisfactorily, "The part you are selling is the first batch of sugar you bought, right? That's just a small amount. I suggest you ship out a large amount as soon as possible." Tang Jianhua did not answer Wu Bin directly, but turned to ask Li Xian, "Is the news you said true?" Li Xian said truthfully, "This is just an estimate. There is no definite data." Tang Jianhua frowned and said with some disdain, "Without accurate data, we can't explain the problem. The amount of imported sugar that has been confirmed so far is the largest in history. How likely is it that the amount of imported sugar will continue to increase? Seeing that Li Xin didn't say anything and was listening quietly, Tang Jianhua continued, even if the amount of imported sugar increases, it will arrive in 2 or 3 months. Also, how much sugar will come in through irregular channels? Who knows the exact data? Do you know? You can't talk nonsense about things you don't know. Li Xin listened to him and immediately explained, there are 2 major differences between this year's sugarcane situation and previous years. One is the huge gap between supply and demand, which has led to a surge in prices. The other is the general environment of curbing excessive price increases and controlling inflation. Under these 2 premises, I think it makes sense to estimate that the quantity of these 2 types of sugar will increase. Tang Jianhua was already a little impatient when he heard this, and asked, is Director Luan here? Is this your department's opinion or your own? When Li Xin heard this and looked at his disdainful expression, she knew that he meant that her position was not equal to his and she was not qualified to discuss these issues with him. Recalling the situation when he reported to Director Luan just now, he felt a little angry, thinking, the head of the department doesn't dare or can't express his own opinions and judgments, and he is playing tricks on me, a small employee, and letting me face it, but you think what I said is nonsense. What's so great about you? You may not see what I see. With your character, if it weren't for the company, I would have kept this information to myself and not told you. He thought so in his heart, and replied stiffly, I said my personal opinion, which has nothing to do with others. As for other people's opinions, you can ask them yourself. After that, Li Xin decided to ignore him and turned to Wu Bin to tell him the judgment in his heart, Mr. Wu, I still think that the estimate that the quantity of these 2 types of sugar will increase is reasonable. If these estimates become a reality in the future, the current sugar price of nearly 5,600 yuan will drop by at least 700 yuan, and in the worst case, it may drop by 1,200 yuan. Wu Bin knew Tang Jianhua's character very well. Seeing that Li Xin's face turned slightly red due to his arrogant behavior, he was about to interrupt to resolve the conflict between the 2. However, before he could open his mouth, Li Xin put Tang Jianhua aside, turned around and told him a clearer judgment. Li Xin ignored Wu Bin's surprised look after hearing his words, and continued, the reason why the current sugar price is so high is because there is a huge gap between supply and demand. And now after comprehensively analyzing information from all aspects, I think such a huge gap between supply and demand may be mostly or completely filled. In this case, the year-on-year increase in sugar prices should not be so large. Then, Li Xin explained the process and reasons for his analysis in more detail. As soon as Li Xin finished speaking, Tang Jianhua said with a gloomy face, don't exaggerate. Do you know what responsibilities you will bear if you say that? Li Xin was somewhat stunned after hearing this. He really couldn't understand what kind of quality a branch manager like Tang Jianhua had and how he could say such low-level words. He suddenly despised this man in his heart. If he was still angry about Tang Jianhua's behavior just now, all that anger disappeared instantly. Because he felt that if he argued with him about these things, he would be lowering himself to his level of quality. Thinking of this, he smiled with obvious contempt, looked at Tang Jianhua and said, I am just expressing my own views. What responsibility do you think I need to take? Whether the sugar price rises or falls in the future, it will definitely not be caused by the few opinions I expressed here. Don't you think so, Manager Tang? After Li Xin finished speaking, no one spoke for 2 or 3 minutes. The room was so quiet that it was a little eerie. No one expected that Li Xin would speak to Tang Jianhua in public in such an obviously mocking tone. Xia Xiaona looked at Li Xin's slightly mocking face, and then glanced at Tang Jianhua's face, which had gradually changed from sallow to liver color. She was really worried that the 2 would fight in the house. Later, Wu Bin broke the silence and asked, Xia Xiaona, is there any new news from the Sugar Association? Xia Xiaona replied, no. Wu Bin said, okay, then you guys go do other things first. If there are any new changes in prices, please report them in a timely manner. Li Xin and Xia Xiaona agreed, then got up and left Wu Bin's office. Back in the office, Xia Xiaona whispered to Li Xin, you are so stubborn. Li Xin didn't say anything. He was feeling mixed emotions at the moment, and couldn't tell what he felt. But he felt a little bit happy to be able to speak out his carefully considered opinions at the meeting and respond to Tang Jianhua's arrogance in his own way. Li Xian's expression and tone when she spoke made Tang Jianhua want to get angry. It was something he had never experienced before when someone spoke to him like this. Even Wu Bin was courteous to him in the company, so where did this guy get the courage to do that? But this was not his office after all, and Li Xian was not under his jurisdiction, so he swallowed his anger for the time being. He was also very dissatisfied to see Wu Bin allowing Li Xian's rebellious behavior without any discipline. He even suspected that Li Xian was being used as a gun by Wu Bin and was deliberately arranged by Wu Bin to target him. But when he thought about it carefully, their expressions when they talked didn't seem to be like that, and he couldn't figure out what benefits this would bring to Wu Bin, the head of the head office. After Tang Jianhua came out of Wu Bin's office, the humiliation of being made fun of in public by his subordinates still made him furious. He secretly hated Li Xian very much, and even had some vicious thoughts. If Li Xian were in the army during wartime and made such lies to interfere with the leadership's decision, he would be put in solitary confinement at best, or even dragged out and shot at worst. But even though he was furious, because Li Xian was not from his branch, he was still a little out of reach if he wanted to deal with Li Xian immediately. In addition, the change in sugar prices did touch his most sensitive nerves, so he had to temporarily keep this hatred in his heart and take care of the most important thing at hand. So he called Lin Li and told him, the price of sugar in the futures market has dropped a bit in the past 2 days. You should take the time to learn more about the situation. Also, contact the sugar factory to see if their ex-factory price has changed. Tell me as soon as you have the result. Tang Jianhua's face was filled with anger and anxiety that could not be concealed. Lin Li did not dare to neglect him. He agreed and went back immediately to implement Tang Jianhua's instructions. Yu Shuhua and Yao Juansai were a little restless after hearing what Li Xian said. If it was really like what he said, they might as well sell the candy now. Didn't Wu Bin also suggest small profits but quick turnover? But after they thought about it carefully, they gradually gave up the idea. After lunch, thinking about the results of the transactions he placed in the morning, Li Xian took a short rest and came to the commodity exchange early. The office was filled with smoke. There were still more than 20 minutes before the session ended, so Lao Feng, Lao Zhao, Su Li, and a few others gathered together to play cards to kill time. Li Xian saw that the closing price of the morning session was about the same as the price at which he opened the position, which was 5 or 6 points lower, which was almost negligible. He asked Wang Hong to sign the confirmation form for the morning transaction, and then he got up and went out to go back to the company. At the corner of the stairs, he heard someone calling him from behind. Li Xian looked back and saw Su Li, who was doing futures in the same office. She was running down the corridor, her high heels making a tapping sound on the terrazzo corridor. She came up to Li Xian and asked, "Why are you leaving? Are you not going to check the market anymore?" Li Xian said, "I have something else to do, so I won't watch it anymore." Su Li looked at him with her big eyes and said mysteriously, "Li Xian, do you have any news? Tell me a little." Li Xian looked at her expectant expression and said with a smile, "No news." Su Li grabbed Li Xian's right arm, raised her face, and said seriously, "You are not honest. You made more than 100 short orders this morning. I heard it all." Li Xian was held back by her. Hearing what she said, he felt a little embarrassed. He smiled helplessly and said, "In this market, you either go long or short. There's nothing strange about it." Su Li fiercely hugged Li Xian's right arm with both hands, as if she was afraid that he would run away. She pressed her body against Li Xian and said, "When I saw you going long at the end of last year, I also went long, but I got out early and made a little profit. Now you have more than 100 short orders, there must be some news, please reveal a little, I won't tell anyone else." Su Li is about 28 years old, of medium height, and her family runs a clothing wholesale business. She usually dresses very fashionably. The young woman's sexy figure and curly long hair are actually very attractive to men in the office. At this moment, her plump breasts were touching Li Xian's arms, and the smell of perfume on her body made Li Xian a little distracted. Sugar prices have been hovering at high levels for so long, and it looks like they will pull back a bit. "I think we can do some short trading," said Li Xian. "How much will it fall?" Su Li asked immediately. "No one can say for sure. Anyway, don't go long recently. Go short when the market is high. Li Xin replied. Okay, I'll listen to you. Su Li said with a smile. Please pay attention to the risks. Leave when you make a profit. This is just my personal estimate. Don't blame me if you lose money. Li Xin saw that she was serious and quickly reminded her. Oh, do you think I'm a child? How can I blame you if I lose money? Then, she hugged Li Xin's arm tightly and whispered, I'll treat you to a meal when I make money. Li Xin stared at her eyes and said, how boring is eating? How about I ask you to go out dancing? Su Li smiled, looked at Li Xin, and said, okay, where do you want to dance? Seeing that she didn't refuse, Li Xin boldly said, I saw you wearing a cheongsam in the office before. You looked very beautiful. How about wearing a cheongsam and dancing with me? Su Li said happily, you like to see me wearing cheongsam. Okay, I will wear cheongsam when the time comes. Please remember my pager number and call me when you are free. Li Xin quickly wrote down her pager number, feeling secretly delighted and looking forward to this unexpected gain. Wu Bin sat alone in his office. He had not expected Li Xin to speak so eloquently at the meeting and explain the whole matter so thoroughly. It seemed that he had some reservations when he first came to see him. Thinking back to Li Xin's words, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The good mood he had not long ago was now gone. He was not as determined as Tang Jianhua, and it was impossible for him to ignore the information he heard. He knew exactly how much inventory the three branches had in total, but he was not sure about the exact overall cost price because the managers of the three branches might ambush him on the price. But even so, based on the rough numbers he knew now, if the price turned downward at this moment, what would be the consequences? He didn't dare to think too deeply about it. The opinions of the three branch managers at the meeting just now were obviously inconsistent with his own. They were all unwilling to ship large quantities at this time, which surprised him a little. Given his own style of doing things, he definitely did not have the courage to ignore everyone's opposition and force their three branches to ship large quantities of goods. What if they are right? Not only will I lose the supply that I have worked so hard to get, but I will also be solely responsible for the wrong decision. After careful consideration, he agreed with their suggestion to observe the situation for a while. He was also unwilling to believe that the situation Li Xin described would definitely happen. Li Xin returned to the company, and just as she was going upstairs, Yushihua called her in the corridor, Li Xin, come here for a moment. Li Xin followed her into the office and asked, Manager Yu, what's up? Yushihua said casually, sit down, nothing, just chat. After Li Xin sat down, Yushihua asked, how is the futures price of sugar cane today? Li Xin said, the price in the morning is roughly what I said at the meeting this morning. The situation in the afternoon is not clear yet. We will know it after the information is faxed after the market closes at 3 p.m. Yushihua hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but say what she was most worried about, do you think the price of sugar will really drop a lot? Li Xin understood in her heart that this was the real reason why she let herself in, so she said, I think the current high price is very dangerous. It is hard to say what will happen if there is any disturbance. But this is just my own opinion, I can't guarantee that it is correct. Yushihua asked, how is the production situation of sugar factories in the province? Li Xin said, there is nothing special, it is normal. It is early April now, the peak of the crushing season is almost over, and some sugar mills have already stopped crushing. Yushihua said thoughtfully, in the past, at this time, the sugar mills finished their crushing season and it was the peak sales period for sugarcane. Could there be a problem with the price at this time this year? When Li Xin heard her say this, she didn't seem to be asking him, so he kept silent. After a while, Li Xin asked, Manager Yu, how many tons of sugar do you have? Yushihua said vaguely, we don't have much sugar. Li Xin continued, isn't it said that there is still a profit of nearly 200 yuan per ton of sugar? If you are worried about the price change, you can sell it first. Yushihua didn't answer Li Xin, but changed the subject and said, the price information of the futures market came by fax this afternoon, remember to give me a copy. Seeing that she was avoiding his question, Li Xin didn't ask any more questions. He just agreed, got up and left. As soon as I entered the office, I saw Lin Li sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, chatting with Xia Xiaona. Here you come to flirt with the beauty in our office again, said Li Xin. I'm jealous again. Lin Li replied. Xia Xiaona smiled and said, stop it, you too. You are taking advantage of me again. Li Xin took the opportunity to joke, you can only talk about it, can you really do it? Lin Li followed up Li Xin's joke and said, that's right, a rabbit doesn't eat grass near its burrow, hee hee. Xia Xiaona blushed, lowered her head and said nothing. Although they were in the same office, Li Xin had never made a joke about Xia Xiaona before. Today, he took advantage of the mood to flirt with Su Li and blurted out such a joke. Seeing that she was embarrassed, he immediately stopped talking. He reached out and picked up the water cup on the table. While taking the water, he asked Lin Li, aren't you busy today? How did you find time to come and inspect us? Lin Li said, can't you come over and brag and chat if you have nothing to do? Li Xin put down the cup, picked up the cigarette on the table, threw one to him, and said, warm welcome, come often when you have time. Lin Li laughed and said, why do I feel like you're asking me to leave? Li Xin laughed and didn't explain. Lin Li asked, has the sugar price in Guidong and Yueshi futures markets fallen recently? Li Xin said, yes, from yesterday to this morning, the price of the futures market in the province fell by more than 70, and the price of the futures market outside the province fell by about 130. Lin Li asked, do you think the price will continue to fall in the afternoon? Seeing that he was not surprised after hearing these data, Li Xin knew that he had some prior knowledge and said, it's hard to say, but I think it's more likely that sugar prices will fall in the long run. Recalling that Yu Shuhua had just asked him about the futures market prices, contrary to her usual practice, he guessed that it was no coincidence that Lin Li came here to inquire about these things today, and it was very likely that he came here on the instructions of Tang Jianhua. It seems that my opinions were taken seriously during the morning meeting. At least they served as a reminder to them of the risk of falling prices. Lin Li asked, why is the provincial market falling less? Li Xin explained, I feel that it may be due to information lag. If the market outside the province closes down today, the market within the province will also follow suit and fall tomorrow. Lin Li said to himself, it's not a good sign that prices in these two provinces are leading the way to fall. Li Xin seemed to have suddenly remembered something important and was about to ask Lin Li about it, so he asked, have you learned that the spot price of sugar mills has dropped? Lin Li said, it didn't fall. Li Xin said in disbelief, is it true that the sugar factory's ex-factory price has not dropped? Seeing Li Xin's questioning expression, Lin Li said unhappily, why would I lie to you? Li Xin didn't pay attention to Lin Li's attitude, thinking, is the information from the sugar factory really so far behind? No way. But on second thought, the price information of the futures exchange in Jiangqing lags behind the information outside the province by 1 day. The nearest sugar factory in the province is 200 or 300 kilometers away from Jiangqing, so it is understandable that the reaction is slow. Then he asked Lin Li, from your perspective, do you think the price of sugar will continue to rise after the crushing season ends? Lin Li said, this was mostly the case in previous years. After the crushing season ended, the supply was less, and the Mid-Autumn Festival, National Day, New Year's Day in the second half of the year and around the Spring Festival next year are all peak sugar consumption periods. This year's supply and demand gap is so large, there is no reason not to increase. Li Xin said, but the current sugar price has risen so much compared with the same period last year. How much more can it rise in the future? Also, if the contradiction between supply and demand is alleviated this year, what will the price be like? Lin Li asked, is there any news that the amount of imported sugar will increase? Li Xin said, I have also heard that this is possible. Lin Li said, if this is the case, it is hard to say what the sugar price will be like in the second half of the year. Xia Xiaona said, sell the candy quickly while the price is still good. Lin Li curled his lips and said, it's easy for you to say that. If the leader doesn't give the order, would I dare to sell it? Li Xin said, I heard that there is still a profit of nearly 200 yuan per ton of sugar, which is not bad. Small profits but quick turnover. Lin Li smiled bitterly and said, it would be great if that were the case. Xia Xiaona asked curiously, isn't that so? Lin Li hesitated for a while and said, if we only consider the shipping and storage fees, it's like this. Seeing that he was hesitant and seemed to be hiding something, Li Xian asked directly, "Are there any other expenses?" Having said this, Lin Li couldn't hide it anymore, so he said, "Yes, there is also the biggest expense, the loan interest." Li Xian asked, "How much?" Lin Li said vaguely, "No less than 10%. Xia Xiaona said in surprise, "So many?" Lin Li said, "What do you think?" When Li Xian heard this, he suddenly understood. Including bank loan interest, the cost per ton of sugar will increase by at least 500 yuan. In this case, calculated based on the current market sales price, not only is there no profit, but the profit is actually inverted, with a book loss of about 300 yuan per ton of sugar. No wonder they dare not sell candy. He suddenly understood why Tang Jianhua said such stupid things after listening to his analysis in Wu Bin's office this morning. That was a kind of gaffe, an expression of incoherent speech under tremendous psychological pressure. Lin Li whispered, "Just keep this to yourself, don't go out and tell anyone about it." Xia Xiaona said, "Who do you think we are? How could we go out and say such nonsense?" Li Xian was stunned for a moment and didn't say anything. Seeing that he was silent, Lin Li asked, "Hey, Li Xian, what are you thinking about?" Lin Li's words interrupted Li Xian's contemplation. He looked up and said, "Oh, I didn't think about anything. I just didn't expect your cost per ton of sugar to be so high." Lin Li looked at Li Xian suspiciously, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Seeing that it was almost 1500 hours, Li Xian called Zhang Jin and asked about the current price. The latest transaction price of T609 was 55.57, which was nearly 20 yuan lower than the morning closing price. After Li Xian put down the phone, Lin Li immediately asked, "How much has it fallen?" Li Xian said, "It has fallen by another 20 yuan compared to the closing price this morning. It will close soon. I guess this will be today's closing price." At around 15:20, the fax machine beeped and sent out price information from 2 markets outside the province. Li Xian took it and looked at it, blurting out, "Plummet." Lin Li stood up and grabbed the fax from Li Xian's hand, which clearly showed, the closing price of the September contract of Guidong Sugar Trading Center was 54.54, a decrease of 162 yuan from yesterday's closing price. The closing price of the September contract of the non-high commodity exchange was 5,440, down 175 yuan from yesterday's closing price. Lin Li looked at the 2 faxes and said with a worried look on his face, "Why did it drop so much?" Li Xian said with certainty, "Today's decline is twice as large as yesterday's. It seems that the downward trend has been established. As soon as the market opens tomorrow, the sugar price of our Jiangnan commodity exchange will definitely fall sharply." In front of Xia Xiaona and Lin Li, he had actually tried his best to conceal it, but he couldn't suppress his inner ecstasy, and there was no trace of anxiety in his words. However, Xia Xiaona and Lin Li were frightened by such a sharp drop. They did not pay attention to Li Xian's expression and tone at all, and could not understand Li Xian's mood at the moment. Xia Xiaona said, "I'll go make a copy and send it to Mr. Wu right away." Li Xian said to Xia Xiaona, "Print one more copy. Manager Yu from the alcohol branch said she wants one." Lin Li also said, "Print a copy for me too, I'll show it to Manager Tang." Xia Xiaona agreed and turned to run to the copy room. Watching Xia Xiaona and Lin Li leave the office, the ecstatic Li Xian turned around and did a celebration move that only happens when a goal is scored on the court. He clenched his right fist and punched forward with force at his waist, "Yeah." He was extremely excited by the sharp drop in sugar prices in 2 markets outside the province. He was very proud of himself for predicting the price trend, and was secretly glad for his prompt decision. Judging from the fax data, if we take action tomorrow, we will miss a lot of profits. After get off work in the afternoon, Li Xian, who was very satisfied, asked Li Ying to go eat hot pot together. After dinner, it was already 20:30 in the evening, and the 2 walked all the way back to Li Xian's dormitory. While Li Xian was chatting with Li Ying, the fax she received in the afternoon kept flashing in her mind. The sharp drop in the futures market outside the province indicated that the trend of sugar prices from high to low had already formed. At this time, the price of the futures market in the province had just begun to fall by more than 70 yuan. It can be said that most people, whether on the long side or the short side, had not yet realized this trend. According to my own judgment, the magnitude of this round of decline will not be small, and I cannot exit my positions easily. I should keep them and make enough profits. Do you want to go to the stock exchange tomorrow morning? If you go to the trading site, you will definitely be affected by market fluctuations. You may leave the market as soon as you see a little profit and fail to stick to your own judgment. But thinking that there will be a sharp drop of at least dozens of points as soon as the market opens tomorrow morning, such an exciting scene should not be missed. I should still go and have a look and feel the atmosphere of the market, but I must stick to my own judgment, take a long-term view, and not close my positions. Lee Xin made up his mind. Even so, the future market trend still lingers in Lee Xin's mind. He himself has not yet realized that he has actually been captured by the monster of market conditions. As long as he holds positions, regardless of whether he is currently making a floating profit or a floating loss, his emotions will be influenced by the market, and he will feel a huge pressure on his heart that is unknown to outsiders. On a night in early spring, the moon was bright and the wind was clear, and there were many people walking on the road. The two walked along, Lee holding Lee Xin's arm, and the pleasant scent on her body made Lee Xin's surging desire burst out uncontrollably. Lee Xin then took Lee to avoid crowded streets and walked in quiet alleys as much as possible. Lee said, "How can we take the small road? It's narrow and hard to walk on." Lee Xin said perfunctorily, "The path is quiet." In an empty alley, Lee Xin took Lee and led them behind a big tree, where there was no street light and it was pitch black. In the darkness, Lee Xin couldn't wait to hug Lee and squeeze her against the tree trunk. Lee pushed Lee Xin's hand away in panic and said, "No. People will see us. Let's go back." Li Ying's refusal to cooperate forced Lee Xin to give up. He calmed down for a while and took her back to the dormitory. After entering the room, Lee Xin eagerly embraced Li Ying into the bedroom. Lee Xin's passion along the way had already aroused Li Ying's tenderness, but on the street, she was worried that the intimate behavior would be seen by people coming and going, so she didn't let Lee Xin succeed. At this time, in the private bedroom, Li Ying no longer had any scruples and let Lee Xin go wild. After making love, Li Ying hugged Lee Xin's arm and leaned against him. "What's wrong with you today? Are you feeling unhappy?" Li Ying buried her head in Lee Xin's neck and asked shyly. "Nothing happened. Why are you asking?" Lee Xin felt a little strange. Li Ying blushed and did not answer. Seeing her expression, Lee Xin thought about it carefully and realized that she was referring to her reckless and rough behavior during the intimacy just now. She touched her rosy and hot cheek and said softly, "This way I can better enjoy your tenderness." Lee Xin was telling the truth, but she just expressed it in a way that Li Ying liked. She has been under a lot of pressure recently. Every time she makes love, Lee Xin feels that this is the only way to completely release herself. "I received an invitation today. A female classmate from a university outside the province is getting married at the end of the month and she invited me to attend," said Li Ying. "Oh, do you want to go?" Lee Xin asked. "I may not be able to go. I have a lot of things to do recently and I can't ask for leave. I plan to send her a red envelope," Li Ying said. "This is also a solution. Even if we can't go, we still have to be polite," said Lee Xin. "Did many of your college classmates get married after graduation?" Li Ying asked. "Not many, just one or two," said Lee Xin. "3 of the girls in my college class are married," said Li Ying. When Lee Xin heard this, he suddenly understood what Li Ying meant. He turned sideways, hugged her and said, "Isn't it sweet now? Let's enjoy our love time first and talk about marriage later, okay?" Lee Xin saw through her thoughts, so Li Ying pushed Lee Xin, turned around with a red face, and said, "You wish for it, who would want to marry you?" Lee Xin smiled and said nothing, but in her heart she lamented the girl's little thoughts and her duplicity. The next morning, after getting up early and having breakfast at a restaurant in the community downstairs, Lee Xin took a taxi to send Li Ying to work and then came to the Jiangnan Commodity Exchange. As soon as he got off the taxi at the gate, he heard someone calling him, "Lee Xin, why are you here so early today?" He looked back and saw it was Su Li. She was wearing a lavender suit today. The waist of the top was tight, which perfectly outlined her slender waist and plump breasts. The skirt was very close-fitting, perfectly showing off her round but just right hips, and her beautifully contoured calves were revealed under the hem of the skirt. Li Xin was so fascinated by what she saw that he forgot how to answer her for a moment. "What do you think about the sugar market today?" Su Li asked. "The price may fall when it opens," Li Xin said as he walked. "Really? How much will it fall? Yesterday I listened to you and shorted 20 lots." Su Li asked happily. "It's hard to say, it might drop by dozens of points," said Li Xin. "Will it drop so much? Then won't I make money?" Su Li said happily after hearing this. There has never been such a big drop recently. Besides being excited, she also couldn't believe it. At the corner of the stairs, Li Xin saw that there was no one around, so she approached Su Li, put her hands on her waist, and whispered in her ear, "You said you would dance with me." Su Li stopped, looked at Li Xin, and said, "Do you want to go today?" Li Xin felt a surge of excitement after hearing Su Li's obedient words. Seeing that there was no one else around, she put her arms around her waist, rubbed her waist with her palms, and said, "Let's take a look at the market. I'll tell you to leave in a moment." Then he let her go reluctantly, and the two of them walked into the office one after the other as if nothing had happened. Each found a seat and sat down, waiting for the market to open. Li Xin, who now had a position in hand and was confident, was much more relaxed than before the market opened yesterday. The stimulation he felt when he had physical contact with Su Li in the corridor just now also made him feel like he had been injected with a stimulant, and he did not feel the nervousness he had felt when the market opened yesterday at all. As Li Xin expected, after the opening, the T609 contract with the largest trading volume opened more than 80 points lower than yesterday's closing price. There was a cry of surprise in the room. "Wow! What happened? It fell so much." In the blink of an eye, just 2 or 3 minutes, the stock price has fallen by 110 points compared to yesterday's closing price. Li Xin suppressed his joy, sat quietly, watched the price drop, and enjoyed the feeling of a smooth journey. Su Li couldn't contain her joy at making money, so she submitted a closing order to close yesterday's short position. Soon, 2 or 3 people also reported closing their positions. Li Xin could tell that they were long orders to stop loss. Lao Zhao said to himself, "If I had shorted yesterday, I would have made money." Zhang Jin whispered to Lao Feng, "If you don't close the long position you made yesterday, you will have to add funds this afternoon." Lao Feng slapped his thigh and said dejectedly, "Alas! I never keep overnight orders. Seeing how much it fell yesterday, I wanted to buy on dips and grab a rebound. Who knew it would fall so badly today?" Lao Zhao advised Lao Feng, "With such a sharp drop, it seems that it will be difficult for the price to rise again in the short term. It is better to close the position." Lao Feng said gloomily, "Let's see in the afternoon. If the price doesn't go up, we'll close the position." The sudden drop in price made everyone in this small office uneasy, and the peaceful atmosphere of the previous period was no longer there. Whether long or short, people are busy dealing with the orders in hand. At this time, someone from another trading seat next door hurried over and said to Zhang Jin, "Did you hear any news about this sudden drop in prices?" Zhang Jin was also confused and said, "I don't know. I haven't heard any news. What about you guys? Any news?" The man lowered his voice and whispered mysteriously in his ear, "We have a client who said that the price of Guidong plummeted yesterday." Before leaving, he patted Zhang Jin on the shoulder and whispered, "Don't do too much." Li Xin was determined to hold on to his position, thinking that if he continued to stay here, he would be easily influenced by others, so he winked at Su Li, stood up and left first. Li Xin went downstairs and walked to the front door, called the company, and told Xia Xiaona that the sugar price had dropped sharply at the opening of the early morning market, and asked her to report the situation to Wu Bin. He had just finished his phone call when he saw Su Li coming out. "I'm so happy. I made money." Su Li walked to Li Xin, as happy as a child, and said while holding Li Xin's arm, "Look how happy you are." Li Xin said with a smile. "Where are we going?" she asked. Li Xin looked at her directly and said, "Let's not go dancing. How about coming to my place to play?" Su Li looked at Li Xin with a pair of charming eyes and said, "Okay." In the back seat of the taxi, the two sat close to each other. After all, it was the first time they had agreed to do such a thing together, so they were both a little reserved and didn't say anything. In order to prevent the driver from seeing through the rearview mirror, Li Xian's hands explored stealthily, and Suli sat quietly, allowing Li Xian to move. It didn't take long before they arrived downstairs of Li Xian's residence. After entering the room, Li Xian took Suli to the bedroom, drew the curtains, and took Suli to make love with him. After the mist dissipated, Li Xian closed his eyes and rested. Suli hugged Li Xian sideways, wrapping around him like a snake. "If you are so bad now, what will happen to you in the future?" she said. Li Xian asked with a smile, "How am I broken?" "Look at what you said." Suli looked at Li Xian with hazy eyes and said, "It's not bad to take over a decent woman." Li Xian's hand gently slid across her rosy cheek, and asked mischievously, "How long can you occupy her?" Suli said softly, "How long do you want?" After hearing her question and looking at her expression, Li Xian knew the answer was that it would take as long as he wanted. So he turned to ask a more interesting question with great pride, "Can you wear a cheongsam and show it to me someday?" He had seen Suli wearing a cheongsam in the office before. The young woman's radiant and charming look, like a beautiful snake, left a deep impression on him. At this moment, the woman was completely under his control. He wanted to realize the fantasy scenes that had appeared in his mind countless times before as soon as possible and truly experience that wonderful feeling. Suli said readily, "Okay. It's more convenient in the morning. You can make an appointment with me in advance." "Then," she said, "I will wear a cheongsam. You have to be gentle and not as wild as you are today. If the cheongsam is wrinkled and torn, how can I go out and go home?" Li Xian looked at her greedily and said, "Don't worry, it won't happen." Suli's sexiness and softness, coupled with a strange sense of stimulation, made Li Xian aroused again, and the two of them were in love again. I spent the whole morning in bed with Suli and almost forgot about what was happening in the futures market. After lunch, Li Xian saw Suli off and came to the office early. He called several exchanges to find out about the futures prices at the morning closing. The data he obtained made him extremely happy. The T609 contract of Jiangnan Commodity Exchange fell by 145 yuan compared with yesterday's closing. The September contract price of Guidong Sugar Trading Center fell by 65 yuan compared with yesterday's closing, and the September contract price of Nanhai Commodity Exchange fell by 73 yuan compared with yesterday's closing. The current situation is that the market outside the province continues to decline, and the futures prices within the province follow suit. This situation will definitely intensify as time goes by. In the circulation field, taking the company as an example, the cost of most sugar is higher than the current market price. With the sugar price falling so much, the book loss will become larger and larger. As for production enterprises, many sugar mills still have a large amount of inventory waiting to be sold. As the market price falls, the ex-factory price of sugar mills will also fall accordingly. The accumulation of these factors may just be the beginning of the current decline. He was just thinking about it when Xia Xiaona came in. "Mr. Wu, do you know about the price drop this morning?" Li Xian asked. "I know. I have reported it to him," Xia Xiaona said. "What did he say?" Li Xian asked. "He didn't say anything. But then he asked me to notify the managers of each branch to come to his office for a meeting, probably to discuss this matter," said Xia Xiaona. At this time, Yao Juansai, general manager of the materials branch, looked at the door, hesitated for a while, and walked in. "Xiao Xia, it's very quiet here," Yao Juansai said. "How can it compare to your manager Yao's office?" "Ha ha," said Xia Xiaona. "Oh, my office is also very noisy and annoying," said Yao Juansai. "Then let's switch. I'll go to your office and you come here, how about that?" Xia Xiaona said with a smile. "You've got to be kidding. If I come here, Mr. Wu will definitely kick me out. This is the face of the head office, and it's where handsome guys and beautiful girls hang out," Yao Juansai said with a smile. Xia Xiaona smiled and said nothing. "Li Xian, did you go to the commodity exchange this morning? Is the trading volume there large?" Yao Juansai suddenly changed the subject and asked. Yao Juansai suddenly asked this, which surprised Li Xian. He replied, "It should be okay." We have 140,000 to 150,000 lots traded every day. How many tons is one hand? Yao Juansai asked. One hand is 10 tons, said Li Xin. Yao Juansai thought about it and sighed. The trading volume in one day is 1.5 million tons, which is already amazing. Manager Yao, what plans do you have? Li Xin asked. No, I'm just asking casually. Hearing Li Xin's question, Yao Jun avoided Li Xin's eyes and walked out before he finished speaking. Manager Yao is very interesting. He says things with a hint of humility. Li Xin said with a smile. You just realized it. He is always like this, weird. Xia Xiaona pouted and said in a low voice. The phone rang. Xia Xiaona picked it up, handed it to Li Xin and said, It's for you. Li Xin took over and asked, Hello, who is this? I'm Qin Hai, said the person on the phone. Long time no see. What have you been busy with recently? Li Xin said. Still the same, busy with the Design Institute's work, said Qin Hai. Why are you calling today? Is there something wrong? Li Xin asked. Let me ask you something. The sugar market at the commodity exchange has been very hot these days. You work for a sugar company, so you should be more familiar with this aspect. Do you think you can buy some now? Qin Hai asked. You are well informed. Who told you that? Li Xin asked. A few friends told me when we were drinking yesterday that the price of sugar futures has dropped a lot recently. I want to try futures trading as well, so I'm asking you if you can buy some when the price is low, said Qin Hai. Have you ever done futures before? Li Xin asked. I've never done this before, said Qin Hai. Then I suggest you understand the rules and risks of futures first, and then make a decision after you are familiar with the situation. This thing is very different from stocks. If you are not familiar with the situation, the risk is very high. Li Xin said. Is it that exaggerated? Qin Hai said. Of course there is. Don't end up losing money instead of making any. It depends on whether your wife will let you into the house, haha. Li Xin said. Just when Li Xin was about to tell Qin Hai not to go long on sugar futures in the near future, Wu Bin and Tang Jianhua came in. Li Xin said to Qin Hai, I have something to do now, let's talk later. Then he hung up the phone. How was the closing market this morning? Wu Bin asked as he entered the door. Li Xin then briefly reported on the morning closing prices of several exchanges that he had learned about during his afternoon work. After Wu Bin heard this, he remained silent. As the saying goes, good fortune never comes alone, and misfortune never comes singly. The price data Xia Xiaona sent in yesterday afternoon had already hit him hard, and the information he received this morning was like adding insult to injury, leaving him with a blank mind. Tang Jianhua murmured behind Wu Bin, such a sudden drop without any warning is totally unreasonable. Li Xin was very dissatisfied when he heard him say this, thinking, how could there be no signs? There were so many obvious signs beforehand. If I had been more alert, I would have been able to see some signs. In fact, nothing happens suddenly in the world. If you feel that something happened suddenly, it is not because there were no signs of change beforehand, but because you did not notice it. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change, which is the universal law of change of things, and it is a principle taught in junior high and high school textbooks. Take the recent drop in sugar prices as an example. There were many unusual signs after the Spring Festival. In my opinion, this price drop was a belated event after more than 2 months of stalemate, but you said it happened suddenly. If you yourself ignore these signs, and when others remind you, you don't take them seriously, thinking that their position is too low and their opinions are not worth listening to, then there is nothing you can do, just wait for it to happen suddenly. Seeing Wu Bin's face livid and silent, and Li Xin looking at him with some contempt, Tang Jianhua felt uncomfortable staying in this office that few people came into. Being a shrewd man, he knew that the best way to change the situation was to escape, so he turned around and slipped out the door quietly when Wu Bin wasn't paying attention. Seeing that there was no one else in the room except Xia Xiaona, Li Xin said to Wu Bin, Mr. Wu, the price in the futures market is around 5,400 yuan now. Can we sell the sugar in stock on the futures market first to prevent the risk of further price drops? Wu Bin said with a gloomy face, the company has considered this possibility. But there is a question. Who can guarantee whether the sugar price will continue to fall after today? If the price does not continue to fall after selling in the futures market but rises, then the operation in the futures market will be a loss. Who will bear the responsibility? Li Xin was a little confused after hearing this. Seeing that he didn't understand what he meant, Wu Bin explained, some things can't be done just because you want to. Losses in the actual sales process are easy to explain, but if there are losses in the futures market, if others don't consider that our selling operations in the futures market are measures taken to prevent losses from continuing to expand, and say that this is a loss caused by speculation in futures, then it will be difficult for us to explain. After listening to this, Li Xin was speechless for a while. He secretly sighed in his heart that everyone considers things from different angles. Some things, he really thought too simply. After Wu Bin left, Li Xin sat at the table with a serious expression and did not speak for a long time. How Wu Bin felt at this moment was beyond the imagination of Li Xin, who had kept pace with the futures market and was having a smooth journey. As the top leader of the company, the ups and downs of sugar prices in the past few months have stretched his nerves to the limit. In all his years of work experience, this is the most difficult sugar-making season. He vaguely felt that the extreme situation Li Xin described might really happen. Compared with that situation, although it would be horrible to sell the candy now, at least it would not hurt the vitality of the entire company. But even so, when Tang Jianhua and the others were hesitant, he did not dare to stick to his own judgment. In fact, he also had a fantasy that the sugar price would rise in the second half of the year. What if Li Xin was wrong? Now, he was tied up by the huge inventory and was completely unable to put up any resistance. He made up his mind that if the sugar price rose a little bit and reached the cost line, when the loss was not so great, he would order the branch managers to ship out the goods resolutely regardless of their opinions. After getting rid of this shackle, there were plenty of opportunities. He now had a new respect for the young man Li Xin, so he said those heartfelt words to Li Xin before leaving. Xia Xiaona sat nearby and listened to every word of the conversation between Wu Bin and Li Xin. In her heart, she secretly blamed Li Xin for being too nosy. Technically speaking, she didn't fully understand Li Xin's suggestion for a while, but she knew that this matter was very important and involved major decisions for the entire company's operations. Even the branch manager wouldn't dare to make such a suggestion, but Li Xin said it without hesitation. He was really bold. If something happened in the future, wouldn't he be in big trouble? And she could tell from Wu Bin's words just now that he didn't take his suggestion seriously at all. Why does Li Xin always do these thankless tasks? After leaving Li Xin's office, Yao Jun paced back and forth in his office a few times, called the driver, and drove out. The data Wu Bin reported when he convened the managers of the 3 branches in the conference room in the morning made him feel like he was struck by lightning, and it took him a long time to recover. The vague worry in my heart finally became a reality. Now the most urgent thing is what to do with the candies in my hand. Several people at the meeting also discussed this. Wu Bin believed that the futures price had just started to fall, and the sugar mills and other traders were lagging behind in information and reacting slowly. The price in the sales market had not changed significantly, and a large number of buyers were still purchasing. This was the best time to reduce inventory. If the market reacted after a while, it would be difficult to sell sugar. However, the actual problem that Tang Jianhua and Yu Shuhua were worried about was the same as his biggest worry, which was that if all costs were taken into account when selling sugar now, it would be a loss of several hundred yuan per ton, which was really not cost-effective. If it is sold, and the price of sugar goes up again in the future, where can we find supply? The sharp drop in sugar prices in 2 days also made Tang Jianhua, who was full of confidence a few days ago, somewhat uneasy. The huge gap between the futures price and the cost price of his inventory that suddenly widened made him dare not look directly at it. But as he muttered, despite his horror, he still insisted that such a decline was unreasonable. In addition to the fact that all the factors that led to his original judgment had not changed significantly, the latest ex-factory price learned from the sugar factory today still showed no signs of falling. This made him believe that the ups and downs of prices in the futures market were nothing more than the result of capital speculation, and such price fluctuations would not cause much waves in the sales market. While secretly blaming Wu Bin for being too sensitive and getting startled by the futures market prices, he also told Linley to pay close attention to the fluctuations in futures prices and notify him immediately of any slight changes. It was only when Wu Bin called me to meetings these 2 times that I learned about the drop in futures prices from him. This is too passive. As for Wu Bin's suggestion to sell sugar now, Tang Jianhua thought it was a completely bad idea. When he was arguing with Wu Bin at the meeting, he cursed in his heart, "MD, Wu Bin, you are the general manager, it's easy for you to talk, but don't you know what the price is now? If I listen to you and sell the sugar now, let's not talk about what to do with the lost profits due to the rising sugar price in the second half of the year. Now, will the loss from selling sugar be subsidized by your head office?" Just when they were hesitating and in a dilemma, things quickly deteriorated in the direction they least wanted to see. For more than a week thereafter, sugar prices continued to fall by nearly 100 yuan a day. It seemed as if overnight, the business offices of several branches that were once crowded with customers were now deserted. At this point, even if they wanted to sell candy, they couldn't find any customers who dared to take it over. These days, Li Xin was like an ant on a hot pot, restless all day long. The unstoppable decline caused a huge amount of money to be added to his account every day. If he experienced the last round of sugar price surge and learned the result instantly, then this time when the price fell, he truly felt the taste of the process, surprise, but also fear. Should I close my position? The decline is so big now, and there is so much floating profit. If I don't close my position, if there is a rebound, most of the cooked duck will fly away immediately. But if the price continues to fall, you will still lose a lot of profit if you close your position early. He didn't even dare to go to the stock exchange, fearing that he would be influenced by the market and others. He relied on making phone calls and reading faxes every day to learn about price trends. At present, the price of the T609 contract held has dropped to 4,655 yuan. Based on this price, the profit has been nearly 1.1 million yuan. At the same time, prices in the 2 exchanges outside the province continue to fall, with no signs of rebound. Liang went out to study a week ago and is not in Jiangcheng. Last night, Li Xin, who was under great psychological pressure, was bored and watched TV until very late. He drank a lot of tea before going to bed, tossed and turned at night, and slept very restlessly. This morning, just after dawn, he got up and took a hot shower after a night of torment in bed. While brushing his teeth, he saw 2 red eyes like rabbits in the mirror. Downstairs in the company, he met Linley and they went upstairs together. As they walked, Li Xin asked, "Manager Lin, how are the sales of sugarcane in the market recently?" Linley shook his head and said, "The situation is very bad. Everyone buys when prices are rising and not when prices are falling. Now no one comes to buy candy." Li Xin asked, "The price has fallen so much, what do you think will happen in the future? Will it stop falling and go up?" Linley turned his head and looked around. Seeing that no one was around, he whispered, "I can't say whether the price will stop falling, but it will definitely not go up." Li Xin was surprised to hear his affirmative answer and asked, "Why?" Linley explained, 2 weeks ago, when sugar prices had not fallen, sugar mills were reluctant to sell, and almost every sugar mill's warehouse was full. If sellers went to the mill to buy sugar, it would be difficult to get the goods if the price was not negotiated well. Seeing someone passing by, Linley stopped talking, and after the person had passed, he continued, "Now, the price of sugar has fallen so much, and the ex-factory price of the sugar factory has also been greatly reduced, but it still cannot be sold. There are few people buying sugar, and the sugar in the warehouse is piled up. Under this situation, if the overall inventory of the sugar factory does not drop to a certain level, I think it is unrealistic to want the price to rise." This sentence woke Li Xin up from his dream. He suddenly realized it and nodded, saying, "That makes sense." Arriving at the door of the business office of the sugar sales branch, Linley waved to Li Xin and went in. Li Xin entered his office, turned on the water dispenser as usual, and then walked to the window and opened it. Coming in from outside, the air in the room that had been closed all night was a little filthy. He was still thinking about the conversation he had just had with Linley. He walked to the water dispenser with a cup of tea leaves in his hand, but when he saw that the water was not yet boiled, he returned to his desk and sat down. He thought to himself, "In fact, the current trend of sugar prices is completely consistent with my original judgment. Although I have made a considerable floating profit now, based on what I learned from talking with Linley today, the sugar factories have huge inventories, and sellers buy when prices are high and do not buy when prices are low. This downward trend cannot be stopped for a while. As I watch the profits increase these days, my initial decision to hold on to the long term has become somewhat shaken, and I have gradually begun to struggle between holding on to my positions and closing them with profits. If I hadn't learned this information today, I might not have been able to hold on and closed all my positions. It now seems that I should grit my teeth and persevere, continue holding my positions, stick to my original judgment, and stay in the long term. Li Xin, what's wrong? Why are you sitting there in a daze? Xia Xiaona asked as she entered the room and saw Li Xin sitting at the table in a daze. Li Xin was concentrating on thinking about his future's positions. He didn't notice Xia Xiaona coming in. At this moment, he was interrupted by her words and said hurriedly, "Oh, it's okay. I'm waiting for the water in the water dispenser to boil so that I can make tea." Xia Xiaona put the bag on the table, glanced at Li Xin, and asked, "Is everything all right? You seem a little absent-minded." Li Xin smiled and covered it up and said, "It's okay." After a while, Li Xin stood up and said to Xia Xiaona, "I'll go to the commodity exchange this morning. Call me if you have anything." Xia Xiaona said, "Okay." Having worked in the same office for nearly 3 years, Xia Xiaona has always seen Li Xin as handsome, smart, and sharp. But recently, Xia Xiaona found that Li Xin was a little worried. Especially this morning, he was sitting at his desk in a daze and didn't even know she walked in. He said he was waiting for water to boil for tea, but when the tea was ready, he put it on the table and left in a hurry without taking a sip. This was so abnormal. Xia Xiaona knew that there must be a reason why he was so absent-minded, so she asked him casually just now, but seeing that Li Xin was unwilling to say, she did not ask in detail. After Li Xin came out of the company, he took a taxi to the gate of the commodity exchange and called Suli immediately. Suli called back. "I'm at the downstairs door, please come down for a moment," Li Xin said. "Aren't you coming up?" Suli asked. "Not going up," said Li Xin. After a while, Suli came out. "Do you have any orders?" Li Xin asked. "No," said Suli. "Then don't look at it anymore, come to my place and play," said Li Xin. "Another bad idea." Suli smiled knowingly. In fact, as soon as she heard Li Xin ask her to come downstairs, she knew what was going to happen. The scenes that happened in Li Xin's dormitory that day made this young and fiery woman reminisce for a long time. Li Xin's somewhat crazy words and actions were like a flame that ignited her gradually dull life and ignited a raging fire from deep within her plump body. Under Li Xin's guidance, the experience of having no thoughts constrained at all made her indulge in a fantasy and fly high with him. In the following days, she lingered over that passion for a long time. As a woman of modesty, she gave up the idea of actively dating Li Xin several times, but the desire he aroused in her body was tormenting her all the time. "Is it okay?" Li Xin said anxiously. "You're so anxious." Suli burst out laughing, looked around, and seeing no one was around, she approached Li Xin and said sympathetically, "You didn't tell me in advance, I didn't change into a Cheongsam." Suli's words made Li Xin a little hesitant. "I'll take a taxi to take you back to change, and then come to my place." "Why don't you come to my house? I'm alone there," Suli said. "Is it inconvenient?" Li Xin said worriedly. "Oh, it's okay, I can't eat yours." After saying that, Suli took Li Xin and took a taxi away together. After entering the house, Suli turned on the TV and said to Li Xin, "You sit in the living room and watch TV for a while. I'm going to take a shower." "Why are you alone here? Where are your family members?" Li Xin asked. "I'm on a business trip," Suli said. Li Xin was watching TV absent-mindedly, listening to the sound of water splashing in the bathroom. After a while, she heard Suli coming out of the bathroom. "Come and see if this one looks good on you," Li Xin heard Suli say in the bedroom. He got up and walked to the bedroom door. He saw Suli wearing a silk sleeveless Cheongsam with a white background and red flowers. She stood in front of the wardrobe with a charming look and said, I bought this the day before yesterday. What do you think of it? Li Xian's eyes widened. It's so beautiful, he said and walked into the house, closing the bedroom door. After a full half hour, everything in the house gradually became quiet. What do you want to eat? I'll cook it for you. After being moisturized by the rain and dew, Suli used her fingers to play with the hair on Li Xian's arm, and said to Li Xian while looking at him from the side. Whatever, said Li Xian. You bad guy. You held your short position for so long without telling me, causing me to miss out on the big market. Suli said angrily. I told you to short the day before, but you couldn't help but close your position early the next morning. What can I do? Li Xian said with a smile. Forget it, I won't say any more. Please tell me when you have the chance, okay? Suli said. Of course, said Li Xian. After a while, Li Xian said, how about we go out for dinner? No need, you take a rest, I'll do it, it will be done in a while. Suli got up and went to the kitchen. Li Xian was a little bored staying alone, so he stood up and walked to the kitchen door and asked, do you have any magazines at home? Suli poked her head out of the kitchen and said, yes, it's in the drawer of the bedside table. Look for it yourself. Li Xian opened the drawer of the cabinet, picked out a few movie magazines, went back to the sofa in the living room and started flipping through them one by one. After a while, Suli came out of the kitchen and called him, come over and eat. Let's have a simple lunch. Li Xian said, I am not picky about food, I can even eat instant noodles. Suli smiled and said, look at what you said. You've worked so hard, how can I let you eat instant noodles? Li Xian said while eating, the food you cooked tastes good, very delicious. Really? I'll cook for you again when I have the chance. You should eat more meat. You'll look more handsome if you gain some weight. Suli put some vegetables into Li Xian's bowl and said happily. Am I thin? Li Xian asked. You're not fat anyway. Suli said with a smile. It doesn't look good if you're overfed and bloated, said Li Xian. Suli smiled but said nothing. After a while, she asked, how long will you hold the short position? Why don't you close it now? Li Xian said, I think it will continue to fall, let's wait and see. Suli said, can you hold it? Li Xian said, I will grit my teeth and hold on. Suli was amused. She hit Li Xian on the leg with her hand and said, you are the only one who can say that. Others said they had to grit their teeth and hold on because their long orders were trapped. But you made so much profit from your short orders, and you still said you had to grit your teeth and hold on. You are so smooth talking. In fact, what Li Xian said was her true feelings, but Suli took it as a joke. Seeing her understanding, Li Xian knew that he couldn't explain it to her clearly at the moment, so he didn't say anything. After dinner, Suli made a cup of tea for Li Xian, came over to sit on the sofa, snuggled up to him and said, it's still early for work in the afternoon, you can talk to me. Li Xian said, yeah. Suli asked, how can you be so accurate? Li Xian said, just pay more attention and work hard on research. Many things are interrelated. If you can find the connection between them, you will have a chance of success. Suli said, using your brain is so tiring. When I was in school, I would get a headache whenever I saw numbers. Li Xian said, why do you trade futures? You deal with numbers every day. Suli said, I heard from others that this thing can make money, so I followed them. I also followed others in doing business, but I rarely made money. Li Xian said, no wonder you couldn't hold on to those orders once they made a little profit. Suli said, I have always lost money, you don't know how happy I am when I see those orders make money. Li Xian said, just sell it, as long as you don't lose money. Suli said, I will rely on you from now on. I will follow you and never listen to others again. Li Xian said, that won't work either. You have to make your own decisions. I can only give you suggestions. If you listen to me in everything, I will be under a lot of pressure. Suli asked, what kind of pressure do you feel? Li Xian said, if you follow my orders and lose money, I will feel bad. This is the pressure. Suli smiled and said, I won't blame you. I lost a lot of money in the past when I followed other people's advice on buying and selling, and I didn't blame them. Li Xian said, whether you blame me or not is one thing, but I feel bad about it is another. Sometimes this kind of anxiety is harder to resolve than the loss I suffered. Su Li said, according to what others say, you are too serious. Look at me, I just accept the loss and never take it to heart. You should learn from me in this regard, haha. Li Xian said, yes, it would be great if I could be as carefree as you. Do you know how to describe your carefree attitude? Su Li said, what? Li Xian said, heartless, haha. Su Li reached out and hit Li Xian on the shoulder, saying, humph, you never say anything nice. Li Xian quickly begged for mercy, saying, I was just joking with you, don't be angry. But you are right, it is good for the body to have a calmer mindset, and it is not good to be highly nervous all day long. The two of them chatted aimlessly on the sofa while watching TV. Su Li curled up beside Li Xian and listened to what Li Xian said quietly. She liked to listen to Li Xian talk about things she had never heard before. Seeing that it was almost time for work in the afternoon, Li Xian said, it's almost time. I have to go. Su Li said, okay, I'll call you another day. She reluctantly saw Li Xian off behind the half-open door, then went back to the bedroom to dress up and went out to the mall. When Li Xian arrived at the company in the afternoon, he was already late. He hurried upstairs and saw Tang Jianhua coming from the opposite side in the corridor from a distance. Seeing Li Xian, Tang Jianhua lowered his head, frowned, and passed by Li Xian quietly. He had completely lost the momentum of walking with his head held high in the company as usual, not taking anyone seriously except Wu Bin from the head office. Looking at Tang Jianhua's expression, Li Xian felt a sense of pleasure in his heart. He squinted his eyes and looked down at Tang Jianhua as he walked past him silently from afar. He suddenly remembered what Su Li said at noon, and thought, Tang Jianhua is now trapped in a long position. I don't know if he is gritting his teeth and holding on. With this trend, how long can we hold on even if we grit our teeth? After entering the office, Li Xian picked up the cup, poured out the tea he had drunk in the morning, and went to the water dispenser to fill a large cup with water. He had consumed a lot of energy today and felt dry mouth and tongue all the way here. Seeing that there was only boiled water in his cup, Xia Xiaona said, no more tea leaves. I have some here. Li Xian said, no, I still have some here. I haven't been sleeping well lately, so I don't dare drink tea. Drinking it will make me even more unable to sleep. Xia Xiaona opened the drawer, took out a box, handed it over and said, I also have chrysanthemum tea here. It won't affect your sleep, and it can also clear away heat and reduce internal heat. Li Xian took a small packet and said, I'll try one. Xia Xiaona said, take a few more packs. Look at your eyes, they're like a white rabbit's eyes. After saying that, she smiled. Li Xian said self-deprecatingly, I might as well change my zodiac sign to rabbit from now on. After hearing this, Xia Xiaona asked, what's your zodiac sign? Li Xian said, I am born in the year of the ox. Xia Xiaona thought for a moment and asked, born in 1973, right? If you change your zodiac sign to rabbit, wouldn't you be even younger? You should call me sister. She blushed after saying that. Li Xian smiled unconvinced and said, no way. What year were you born in? How dare you be my sister? Xia Xiaona blushed and changed the subject, I won't tell you. Anyway, I joined the company earlier than you. Li Xian joked, so I should call you senior sister from now on. That doesn't seem appropriate since we are not from the same school. Xia Xiaona scolded, go to hell. Li Xian laughed at this and said nothing. She thought, this girl has a really weird mind. She said she wanted to be a sister, but when I really called her a senior sister, she didn't want to. Could it be? Just as he thought of this, Yao Li, the manager of the head office's finance department, walked in, frowning, wiping her hands with a handkerchief, and yelling, the bathroom on the second floor is broken, and there's a strong strange smell in the corridor. You should find someone to fix it in your office. Xia Xiaona said, Director Luan next door is not here. I will report this to him when he comes back and see how he arranges it. Yao Li realized that her temper was misplaced after hearing this, and immediately softened her expression, put her handkerchief into her pocket, raised her hand to adjust her glasses, and asked, "Secretary Xia, is Mr. Wu not here? I see no one in his office." Xia Xiaona said, "I don't think I saw him come into the company today." Yao Li turned and walked to the door, hesitated for a moment, then stopped again, turned around, and asked expressionlessly, "Li Xin, are the futures prices at the commodity exchange still falling these 2 days?" Yao Li is the kind of woman who is very scheming and only looks upwards. She is of medium build and very thin, with not much flesh on her body. This is probably related to her being too scheming, as the expression on her thin face changes very quickly. Li Xin had seen this several times in the finance office. 1 second she was smiling at Wu Bin, but when she turned around and faced company employees who were lower in rank than her smile disappeared without a trace. Even Sichuan opera face-changing actors would probably feel inferior to such skills. Li Xin instinctively felt aversion to such women. When he heard her ask this, he raised his head, looked at the 2 cold eyes behind her glasses, and said, "Yes." Yao Li said, "It has fallen so much, do you think it will continue to fall?" Li Xin said, "I don't think it will be stopped anytime soon." Yao Li subconsciously lifted her glasses and asked, "Why do you say that?" Li Xin had no intention of explaining it to her in detail, but when she asked, she just blurted out her thoughts. "This morning I discussed this issue with Lin Li from the sugarcane sales branch. They learned that the sugar mills were reluctant to sell in the early stages, and currently the inventory is generally very high. With such a high inventory and no customers buying, the price will probably continue to fall." After listening to this, Yao Li didn't say anything, and her brows, which had just relaxed, frowned again. Li Xin asked, "Manager Yao, how is the sugar sales in the company now?" Seeing Li Xin asking about this, Yao Li said vaguely, "These things only the managers of each branch know, I'm not too sure." After that, she went out. After Yao Li left, Li Xin spread his hands and said to Xia Xiaona with some self-mockery, "Manager Yao is always in a hurry and looks like he's doing business. He rarely talks to us. Today, he came in to chat for a few minutes, but he only asked questions and didn't answer them. It made me so embarrassed." Xia Xiaona said, "She is a senior executive of the company, so of course she has to be arrogant. You are the same, so there is no need to ask her. The sales situation of sugarcane is of course known to the branches, so why don't you go and ask Lin Li?" Li Xin explained, "The reason why I asked her is because she knows the situation best. Think about it, each branch is more familiar with its own internal sales situation, but may not be very clear about the sales situation of other branches." Xia Xiaona said, "That's right." Li Xin said, "She is in the finance department of the head office. She knows exactly how much money goes in and out of each branch. She knows how much sugar is sold and how much money is collected. The finance department of each branch must report to her in a timely manner. She may know the overall sales situation earlier than Mr. Wu." She said she didn't know, but it was just an excuse. In fact, it's not surprising. These data are very sensitive, so it's normal for her not to say it. In the manager's office of the sugar sales branch, Tang Jianhua sat in a large chair with his head lowered, his whole body slumped in the chair. The large desk in front of him was messy, and the ashtray on the desk was full of cigarette butts. If someone came in from outside, it would be difficult to see that there was a person sitting on the chair unless they looked carefully. The windows and doors were closed, and the large room was filled with smoke. These days, Tang Jianhua seemed like a different person. He came to work late, hid from everyone he saw in the corridor, closed the door after arriving at the office, and left work late. He would only go out when there was no one in the corridor. What he didn't know was that his men were also avoiding him. The situation in the company was like a horsetail stuck in tofu, it was impossible to lift it up. If anyone was called by Tang Jianhua, he would say bad things and look bad, and everyone would avoid him. Among the 3 branches, Tang Jianhua's sugar sales branch has the largest number of employees and the best performance. Its annual profit is far greater than that of the other 2 branches, and the leaders of the head office rely heavily on him. Because of this reason, he gradually became more and more arrogant, and rarely paid attention to other people except Wu Bin. The plan to expand the scale of loans to purchase large quantities of sugarcane at the beginning of this crushing season was strongly suggested by him and Yao Li, manager of the head office's finance department. But the current situation was really beyond his expectations, making him feel ashamed in the entire company. After pondering for a long time, he slammed out the remaining half-cigarette in his hand, cleared his throat which was hoarse from smoking too much, picked up the phone on the table, and called Gao Hui who was already in the northeast sales area. "Hello, Gao Hui, how is the situation over there? How is the progress of renting a warehouse?" Gao Hui said, "Boss Tang, we are stepping up our efforts to contact them. We have already rented a warehouse that can hold 2,000 to 3,000 tons. Tang Jianhua said dissatisfiedly, "The storage capacity is too small. We have to hurry up and find a warehouse. What can we do with this storage capacity?" Gao Hui said, "Okay, I'll do it as soon as possible. But Mr. Tang, we may not be able to find a bigger warehouse for a while. The warehouses here are too tight. Can the sugar in the province be stored in the current warehouse?" Tang Jianhua said angrily, "You are stupid. These sugars will leave the province sooner or later. It is better to leave early than late. How can they be compared with those in the sales area? When everyone transports the sugar from the production area to the sales area in the future, who will you sell it to?" Gao Hui defended himself, "Boss Tang, I know, but it's really hard to find a warehouse." Tang Jianhua said impatiently, "Can it be done? If not, come back and I will send someone else." Gao Hui had no choice but to say, "Okay, I'll do it right away." Tang Jianhua then added, "Also, please fax me the sales prices in your market every day. Don't sell at any price." Gao Hui replied, "Okay." After hanging up the phone, he stood up, opened the door, and called out at the door, "Linley, come here." Next to his office is the business office of the branch, where business managers and salesmen from several major areas are concentrated. It is the office location for everyone after they return to the company. Now most people are on business trips, so the office is empty and there are only a few people there. When Linley heard the shout, he hurried to Tang Jianhua's office and asked, "Boss Tang, are you looking for me?" Tang Jianhua asked, "Have you finished the work you are doing? Go back immediately after you have finished. The East China sales region cannot just have salespeople there. You have to be there to take charge." Linley quickly replied, "It's done. I'll leave tomorrow morning." Tang Jianhua reminded, "It was mentioned at the meeting yesterday. In the past, we first had to rent a warehouse. Sugar in the province had to be shipped to the sales area as quickly as possible, so the larger the warehouse capacity, the better. We can't do things according to past experience. We must pay attention to this. In addition, we can control the sales rhythm and don't sell too much. The current price is too outrageous." Linley said, "Okay, I understand. Mr. Tang, if you have nothing to do this afternoon, I will go back and prepare." Tang Jianhua said, "Go ahead, hold on tight." After Linley left, he called the salesperson in charge of the car plan and asked, "How is the car plan at the station going?" The salesperson said, "It has been reported and we are following up." Tang Jianhua knocked on the table and said sternly, "Brother. Is it called following up if you stay in the office? Can't I do it myself?" Seeing the salesman lowered his head and didn't say anything, he softened his tone and said, "Well, starting from tomorrow, you go to their place and wait for them as soon as they start work. Use your brain, try to get close to them, treat them to a meal when you should, give them gifts when you should, otherwise why would they give you the wagon, don't you think?" The salesperson lowered his head and said, Tang Jianhua continued, "This year's carload plan is more tight for us than in previous years. We need to think of more ways. As long as we can get more carload plans, everything will be fine. If you have any questions during the communication process with the other party, please contact me directly, okay?" The salesperson agreed and went out. After watching the salesman leave, Tang Jianhua thought, the power of the sports car skin plan needs to be strengthened, otherwise it will be bad. Who should I ask to come over here? He lit up another cigarette, took a long puff, leaned back, half lying on the large office chair, closed his eyes and began to think. It is true that plans are not as fast as changes. Recently, with the rapid drop in sugar prices, the company's previously orderly work has suddenly become a mess. It is difficult to find suitable warehouses for storing sugar in the sales area at the last minute. The large amount of sugar that has been purchased is currently concentrated in the warehouses of sugar factories and stations in the province, and the railway transportation capacity out of the province has always been a bottleneck. This year these problems have become more serious for the company than in previous years. If they are not handled properly, the sugar cane in hand will be in trouble. The two sales regions of East China and Northeast China were doing quite well and had a certain foundation, so they could be further expanded. The Northwest has always been a blank slate, and we must start working on it immediately. We have so much goods on hand this year, and the current situation is so severe, so we must make more arrangements. Hurry up and ship the goods to the sales area, otherwise the price will not turn around in the second half of the year. I just ran into that guy from the head office in the corridor. What's his name? Oh, I think his name is Lee Xin. He should be a college student who came here 2 years ago. Where did this guy come from? Why is he so arrogant and looks down on everyone? More than a week ago, when Mr. Wu asked him to introduce the futures price situation in his office, he spoke so rudely. In all these years in the company, no one has ever dared to treat him like this. It was he who said that sugar prices would drop sharply, and now it seems that he was right. But will it really drop as much as he said? How is it possible? This kid has a bad mouth. Suddenly, a sharp pain in his hand interrupted his thoughts. The cigarette butt burned his hand. His hands trembled and he jumped up from his seat. He stomped out the cigarette butt on the ground with his foot as if to vent his anger, and kept rubbing his burned fingers with his hands. Nothing has gone well recently. We can't wait to go to the market in the Northwest, we must go there immediately. He rubbed his fingers, picked up the phone, called his assistant in, and said, "Book 3 tickets to City X for me right away. It would be best if it's for tomorrow, but if not, the day after tomorrow. Tell me as soon as you have a result." The current sales situation no longer allows him to be optimistic, and his price expectations for the second half of the year have also dropped a lot. When it was late at night and everyone was asleep, he was lying in bed awake all night, and he even secretly regretted not listening to Wu Bin's suggestion to sell candy a week ago. It would have been very easy to sell all the inventory to other customers at that time, and it would not be difficult to buy it back now given the current situation. How much cost can be reduced by this? After Lin Li came out of Tang Jianhua's office, he went to the company's office to get a few packs of business cigarettes, and then went to the finance office to advance the business trip funds. Then he went back to his desk, picked up the customer business card book and work notes, put away these materials, and went home to prepare for the business trip tomorrow. Along the way, Lin Li was thinking, this business trip will not be short. In the past, I went out for 2 or 3 months each time, but this time it will be at least half a year. The company has so much sugar this year, and most of it is still within the province. But the price is already like this. Even if it is shipped to the sales area, the price there will be higher, but after taking into account various expenses, it will still be a loss for every ton sold. Tang Jianhua is still optimistic about the future price and believes that sugar prices will improve in the second half of the year, so he does not allow large-scale shipments now. If sugar prices really go up in the second half of the year as he expected, that would of course be the best, but what if it doesn't? Even if the price does not continue to fall from the current level, how much will be lost in storage fees if so much sugar is stored in the warehouse for several months? What if prices continue to fall from their current levels? It looks like this year will be a tough one. How could such a good situation this year change so suddenly? At the beginning, it was quite a hassle to buy sugar. I had to ask people everywhere in the sugar factory and spent much more energy than in previous years to get the supply. I thought that after all the hard work, the supply and demand relationship was tight. It was hard to buy sugar, but it would be much easier to sell it, and the profit would be much higher than in previous years. But unexpected events happened. The sugar price had only been rising for a few days before it began to plummet. There are fewer customers buying sugar now than in previous years. I am afraid that it will be more difficult to sell sugar this time than to buy it. Lin Li sighed and didn't dare to think about it any further. As a sales manager on the front line, he has accumulated considerable market experience in the past few years. The unprecedented depression before him made him no longer believe in Tang Jianhua's judgment, but he did not dare to express his true thoughts in front of Tang Jianhua. He no longer counted on the bonus and car that Tang Jianhua had promised him. Those were all based on the company's huge profits this year, but now, he was lucky to be able to sell the goods at cost price. Like Tang Jianhua, Yao Li was also overwhelmed by the sugar price. For her, a financial manager, this was something she had never experienced before. Now, whenever she thought about the sugar price, she felt a headache and was restless. The bank has a really sharp nose. Yesterday, the director of the credit department and his team came to our door and asked in detail about the use of the loan and the sales of sugar so far. After listening to the brief introduction, their concerns were evident in their words, and they made it clear that they would assign additional personnel to closely monitor the company's sugarcane shipments and sales proceeds. Yao Li was not stupid, she knew exactly what the bank's move meant. Now the company's sugarcane had to be shipped out of the province in large quantities, so she would have to explain things to the bank herself. Alas, it has only been a short time and I already don't see a good face in front of the bank staff. But it is no wonder. The loan obtained from the bank at the end of last year has a term of 1 year. Up to now, nearly half of the time has passed, but the profit has not reached half of the expected amount. Calculated at the current price, the profit amount is even less than zero. It is a huge negative value. I can't even sleep every day thinking about this. It would be strange if the people in the bank weren't worried. She was exhausted from work, and she was also worried about things at home. Her husband was a slow-tempered person, always indecisive, and even 3 pricks of a needle wouldn't make him bleed. She couldn't tell him anything that was on her mind. Like a trapped beast in a cage, she paced back and forth in her office for a few rounds. She felt suffocated and wanted to find someone to talk to, so she went out and walked along the corridor. When she saw that the door of Yu Shuhua's office was open, she went in. "Manager Yu." Yao Li greeted with a smile on her face. Yu Shuhua is worried about the sale of sugar cane. The main business of her branch is the sale of industrial alcohol. In the past, she also did some sugar cane sales, but the scale was not large. She relied on the relationship she had established with the sugar mills over the years. She got some sugar cane from the sugar mills and sold it to out-of-town customers who came to buy sugar in the province. This saved a lot of warehousing and railway transportation, and she didn't have to go to other places to build a sales network. But precisely because of this, this business has not had a complete sales channel and a stable market, and has not been able to grow. This year, in addition to the alcohol business which maintained its original scale, the sugar sales business has expanded several times. It was originally expected that the sugarcane market would be good and there would be many customers coming to buy sugar. As long as the previous sales model was followed, the sugar could be sold locally, saving time and effort. Therefore, there was no time to start setting up sales outlets in the sugarcane sales areas. Now that the price of sugar has dropped so much, customers have disappeared in the blink of an eye. It seems that it will be difficult to ship the sugar on hand to the sales area, but the freight and establishment of sales outlets are all giving her a headache. What's more troublesome is that the current floating loss of these sugars has far exceeded the profit that the alcohol sales business could bring in the past year. If the sugar price does not rise in the second half of the year, not only will the work for the year be in vain, but it is likely that a lot of losses will be incurred. She was thinking about these things when she saw Yao Li come in. She nodded and asked her to sit down. "Manager Yu, the price of sugar is so low now. Do you think it will go up a little in the second half of the year?" Although Tang Jianhua still had hope for the price in the second half of the year when he talked with her in the morning, the huge negative number in Yao Li's heart made her breathless. She could no longer believe Tang Jianhua's words alone and wanted to hear more positive information to dispel the shadow in her heart. So the first thing she said when she sat down was to speak out her biggest worry without reservation. Yu Shuhua thought for a while and said, "It's really hard to say. Logically speaking, after such a big drop, the price should go up a little later. But now, no one is buying sugar. Even if it can go up, how much can it go up?" Yao Li murmured, "No one expected that the price of sugar would drop so much this year." Yu Shuhua said, "Not really." When the price started to fall, Mr. Wu called a meeting of managers from the 3 branches. At the meeting, Li Xian warned him that the price of sugar might fall sharply, but old Tang didn't believe it. Yao Li sat up straight after hearing this and asked in surprise, "How come I didn't know? The branch managers and above are having a meeting, what is Li Xian doing there?" "Attending the meeting." Based on Yu Shuhua's understanding of Yao Li, she knew that she was obsessed with personal gain and was very concerned about who was close to the company's CEO, who had power in the company, and who attended what kind of meetings. If she didn't attend a meeting attended by people at her level, she would feel ignored, which was the last thing she could accept. Therefore, she did not find it strange to see Yao Li's reaction at this time, and said calmly, "It seems that you were not in the company that day." In fact, he was not asked to attend the meeting. Didn't the company ask him to pay attention to and collect price information of sugar futures? He has a lot of contacts with several commodity exchanges in and outside the province, so he was asked to introduce the situation. Mr. Wu's secretary Xia Xiaona was also at the meeting. Yao Li seemed to be relieved after hearing this. She said disdainfully, "I don't think he does anything serious. He runs out all day and is rarely seen in the office. Isn't he just able to get some price data from the exchange? In fact, this information can be received through a fax machine." Yu Shuhua was a little dissatisfied when she heard this, thinking, "Why are you, a financial manager, in charge of office affairs? You are not afraid of losing your status by competing with a college student who just graduated. Yes, futures price information can be received via fax, but is that enough? Do you have the ability to understand this information and come up with some useful suggestions?" Old Tang has been arrogant in the company for many years. Not only ordinary employees, but even I, a branch manager, have been bullied by him. But Li Xin was not afraid of him at the meeting and dared to speak the truth. Just based on this point, I think Li Xin is a good guy. Thinking of this, Yu Shuhua did not respond to Yao Li's words. Seeing that Yu Shuhua didn't say anything, Yao Li changed the subject and said, "Manager Yu, it's almost May. How is your sales plan for the first half of the year going?" Yu Shuhua said helplessly, "You know, the alcohol business is not bad, better than the same period last year, but sugarcane is more troublesome. So far, only a small part of it has been sold, and most of it is still in our hands. The current market price is too low, it is really not worth selling." Yao Li said, "Among the three branches, your payment collection situation is slightly better now. You should continue to work hard. The head office still relies on you." Yu Shuhua said, "Old Tang and his team are the strongest, the head office should rely more on them." Yao Li said helplessly, "The payment collection situation is even worse over there." Yu Shuhua heard this and said with some vigilance, "Manager Yao, please don't try to take our alcohol money from the head office. If the money is intercepted by the head office, our business will be completely stopped." Yao Li smiled and comforted her, "That won't happen. If we really need to use your funds, the head office will discuss it with you in advance." Yu Shuhua felt even more uneasy after hearing this, but she couldn't say anything. She was wondering, from what she said, it seemed that the head office had no money in its account, right? She thought about it and it seemed that this was possible. The alcohol sales business on our side and the sugar factory equipment sales business of the materials branch are still ongoing, and some funds are liquid. However, the funds of the sugar sales branch, which used to be the strongest, are all in sugar, and the funds cannot flow. Sugar prices are so low now, and the book loss per ton of sugar is so huge. In this case, if the bank hears some information and takes some action, the head office may really be left with no money. Thinking of this, Yu Shuhua's heart was once again filled with dark clouds. Yao Li, who was rarely seen smiling in front of her, turned out to be a weasel wishing a happy new year to a chicken, with no good intentions. Yao Juansai, the manager of the material branch, who was extremely busy, urged his salesman to load the equipment parts purchased by the sugar factory for shipment, and then worriedly asked the driver to drive to the railway freight yard on the outskirts of the city, where part of the company's sugar cane was stored. When we walked into the warehouse, we saw 50-kilogram bags of sugar neatly stacked in rows in front of us. They formed many sugar piles that were 5 or 6 meters high and more than 10 meters long and wide. Looking around, they looked like small hills. Just a short time ago, the sight before him made him excited, but now, these mountains of sugar cane made him feel uneasy. He went to the commodity exchange yesterday to see if he could come up with something in the futures market. He didn't know much about the futures market, and originally wanted to ask Li Xin from the head office to go with him to explain it to him. But then he changed his mind and thought that if he asked Li Xin to go with him, he would definitely ask something, and he couldn't just say nothing, which would only make a bigger fuss. So, in the end, he didn't take anyone with him and went to the commodity exchange by himself and looked around for more than an hour. He is already in his 40s and has been dealing with sugar mills' sugar-making equipment for more than 20 years. He knows nothing about computers and even less about futures. He sat in front of the computer, watching the rapidly changing prices and trading volumes on the screen, and was greatly shocked. The prices he was familiar with were the factory prices of sugar factories and the sales prices in the market, which changed very quickly once a day. However, the futures prices on the computer here could change dozens of times in a minute, or even more. Watching the rapid changes in prices and the increase in trading volume, his heart was pounding and he felt very uncomfortable with the tense atmosphere here. In the market, it is good to sell several hundred tons of sugar a day. However, in the futures market, the transaction volume in 1 hour is tens of thousands of lots, equivalent to hundreds of thousands of tons. At this rate, the sugar produced in Jiangnan in a year is only the trading volume of 1 or 2 days. If the price is right, the sugar in the hands of the material branch can be sold here in minutes. He was not sure what procedures and how much money were needed to sell his sugar inventory in the futures market at this price. If you really sell it in the futures market, if the price of sugar in the futures market rises or falls in the future, do you need to continue to add funds? How much should you add? What should you do with the sugar in stock? Just looking at the price of sugar futures on the screen, it was far from what he could have imagined. This made him completely lose the confidence to continue to understand the above issues, and he also gave up the idea of finding a solution in the futures market, and returned to the company dejectedly. Now, looking at the sugar in front of him like a hot potato, he was at a loss as to what to do. After walking around the warehouse, he went to the warehouse manager and asked, "Master, is there a lot of sugarcane arriving at the warehouse recently?" The warehouse manager said, "There are quite a lot of them. The warehouses around here are full of sugarcane. There are many trucks transporting sugarcane here almost every day. They are almost full." Yao Juansai asked, "Then a lot of candy has been distributed from here recently, right?" The warehouse manager shook his head and said, "Not much sugar has been shipped." Yao Juansai thought that under the current circumstances, sugar factories across the country would no longer be able to sit still, and in the future, more and more sugarcane would be transported to the railway freight station waiting to leave the province. There are only 3 ways to spend the candies in your hands. One is to sell it on the spot. But at the current price, let alone whether I dare to sell it, even if I want to sell it, it is difficult to find anyone willing to take over such a large quantity. Selling several tons or even dozens of tons at a time to local wholesalers. How long will it take to sell them all? The second is to sell it in the futures market. This method seems feasible, at least there are people buying it, and as long as you make up your mind, you can sell all the sugar in your hand within a few minutes. However, it is said that selling sugar there still requires a lot of funds. If the funds are transferred to the futures market, the sales business of materials and equipment will have to stop. Also, if the price does not fall but rises in the future after you sell it in the futures market, what should you do with the loss you incur? Can you explain it clearly? The last option is to start shipping the sugar to the sales area immediately. If it is left there and the price does not go up in the second half of the year, it will be a complete waste of money. But it's easier said than done. Who can we find to sell sugar outside the province? The salesmen under him are familiar with selling equipment and parts to sugar factories, but not with selling cane sugar. Alas, plans are not as fast as changes. This year's good situation is like a soap bubble, which looks colorful but bursts in an instant. If things go wrong, the wealth accumulated through years of hard work in materials and equipment may be lost at once. If I had known this, I should not have touched sugarcane half a year ago and would have just focused on my original business. After chatting for a long time in Yushua's office, Yaoli returned to her own office. Thinking carefully about the information she got from Yushua, her irritability not only did not subside, but now she felt more worried and fearful. The entire company's current dismal sales performance and the banks that are eyeing her covetously have made her feel what it means to be blocked in front and pursued from behind. As a financial manager, she knows the company's financial situation best. Once the bank takes action, the company's entire capital chain will be broken immediately. At that time, the company will be like a vegetable, unable to move. She hated the smell of cigarettes very much, but at this moment she had an urge to smoke. When it was almost time to get off work, Yaoli walked into Tang Jianhua's office. She was now at a loss and wanted to hear Tang Jianhua's advice on how to deal with the current situation. As soon as Tang Jianhua saw Yaoli come in, he knew why she came. He himself was in a state of panic and felt upset whenever he thought about these things, so how could he have the energy to chat with her? But he couldn't show it for the sake of his face, so he asked her to sit on the leather sofa opposite and responded to her in a perfunctory manner. They chatted for a long time until night fell and they were the only two left in the office building. Gradually, Tang Jianhua noticed that Yao Li was a little different today. She was not as aggressive as before. Instead, she seemed much weaker, as if she was helpless in the face of a disaster, pitiful, and seeking protection. Tang Jianhua's heart moved, so he stood up from behind the desk, walked to the opposite side and sat next to Yao Li. After all, Yao Li is his most important ally in the company. He would not tell his wife and Wu Bin many of his true thoughts about the company's internal business, but he could tell her without reservation in front of Yao Li. He didn't want Yao Li to back down at this moment. As long as she was still standing with him, he would not be alone in the company. He suddenly realized that he had always needed the woman in front of him, but he had not realized it before. While he was trying to find various reasons to convince her, he was secretly looking at her from the side as she was so close to him. Today, Yao Li, who was thin and wearing a beige dress, seemed to have become beautiful in his eyes. Yao Li seemed unaware of his strange look and just let him sit next to her. Her words seemed to have completely lost their usual sharpness. Like a lamb to be slaughtered, she was led around aimlessly by Tang Jianhua's words. Yao Li felt a lot more relaxed as she listened to Tang Jianhua talking incessantly. The irritability and uneasiness she felt when she was alone in the office gradually dissipated. She really didn't think about what Tang Jianhua was saying, she just felt that it was a good feeling to have a man telling her stories. When things developed in the direction Tang Jianhua expected, Yao Li was also confused. She herself didn't know whether she had originally hoped for this to happen. Anyway, the crazy things that happened afterwards, besides being terrified, also made her feel a strange feeling. It was a feeling she had never felt before, which made her completely forget the troubles in her heart, and the huge pressure in her heart was completely released, and she was immersed in a kind of psychedelic feeling. Afterwards, Yao Li suddenly woke up from her hallucination. She hurriedly packed her clothes, opened the door and fled out. She walked through the dim corridor, went downstairs, rode her bike, and rushed home in the night. The dim light around her seemed like a barrier, giving her some comfort in her guilty conscience. When she passed under the bright street lights, she couldn't help but lower her head, afraid that people around her would notice the evil in her. What happened to me? Why would I do such a thing in the office, and with Tang Jianhua? Fortunately, there was no one else in the corridor just now, otherwise, if people in the company knew about it, I would be ruined. After returning home, Yao Li lied to her husband who was waiting for her to eat that she had already eaten with a client. While her husband was eating in the living room, she quietly slipped into the bathroom, turned on the hot water, and washed off the traces on her body. After everything was cleaned up, she changed into clean clothes, went to the living room, pretended nothing was wrong, and sat on the sofa to watch TV. At this point, after taking care of all the details, she had gradually calmed down from the panic she had when she entered the house. She secretly looked at her honest husband who was sitting across from her and eating, and then looked at this lifeless home. The only uneasiness and shame in her heart gradually disappeared. She secretly began to recall what had just happened in Tang Jianhua's office. The novelty of that incident and Tang Jianhua's vulgar behavior made her experience a different feeling. This feeling gradually replaced guilt and became the melody in her mind that night. Tang Jianhua was also shocked when he saw Yao Li get up and rush out. In addition, Yao Li did not close the office door after she left. The dim light in the corridor cast into the dark office, like a window opened, spreading out the scenes that had just happened in the room. Tang Jianhua walked over and closed the door. After smoking 2 cigarettes in the room, he remembered that he should ask Yao Li if she had arrived home. He wanted to call Yao Li, but he didn't know her home number. Even if he knew her home number, it might not be convenient to call her at this time. After careful consideration, he slowly calmed down and dispelled unnecessary anxiety. Then Tang Jianhua got up, went downstairs, got his car, drove out of the company gate, and drove along the street. When passing by a roadside barbecue stall, he, who usually only went to the private rooms of restaurants, stopped his car, bought a few roasted pork feet, ordered a bottle of beer, and sat on the side of the road, enjoying the rare tranquility while eating in the cool breeze. The next day, Tang Jianhua, still feeling a little uneasy, pretended to go to the bathroom and walked back and forth in the corridor several times. When he saw that there was no one else in Yao Li's office, he slipped in. When Yao Li saw Tang Jianhua coming in, she felt a little embarrassed for a moment. She was in a complicated mood and didn't know how to deal with it. At this moment, she still didn't know how to face this person. She lowered her head and pretended not to see him. Seeing her expression, Tang Jianhua secretly felt relieved. If something happened, she wouldn't sit here quietly. Even though he thought so, Tang Jianhua still didn't know how to start. He looked around the room awkwardly, then walked to Yao Li's desk and asked for something to talk about. Manager Yao, are you busy today? Yao Li didn't expect Tang Jianhua to ask this. She lowered her head and replied without thinking, of course I'm busy. Don't you see how many things I have on my hands? No matter how dumb Tang Jianhua was, he could tell from her silly words that they contained a wealth of information, but not a single risk. Overjoyed, he looked at Yao Li, who was busy looking at the account book in front of him, and said, yes, it's working hours, so of course we're busy. Yao Li rolled her eyes at him and said, you know it's working hours, but you're still wandering around. Aren't you afraid of delaying other people's work? Tang Jianhua chuckled twice and didn't respond. He was completely relieved at this point. But Yao Li was different. Tang Jianhua's wandering around her desk made her feel uncomfortable. She frowned and said, are you okay? If not, go out. I have something else to do. After hearing this, Tang Jianhua said glibly, then I will kneel down and come back another day. Yao Li was very pleased to hear this, but her expression remained stern. After Tang Jianhua finished speaking, he opened the door and went out contentedly. The purpose of his trip had been achieved, and he had also gained more information. He smoked a cigarette and temporarily forgot about the dire and helpless market situation. Wu Bin, with a gloomy face, walked out of the office building of the Light Industry Bureau. Even though the sun was warm outside, he still felt a chill all over his body. The driver, Master Yang, noticed that he looked a little strange and asked, Mr. Wu, are you okay? Wu Bin's voice was a little hoarse, it's okay. Master Yang asked, shall we go back to the company? Wu Bin said, let's go to the Provincial First People's Hospital first, and then go back to the company. Master Yang agreed and drove straight to the hospital. After registering at the hospital and waiting for more than an hour, Wu Bin finally entered the cardiology clinic. The doctor asked, where do you feel uncomfortable? Wu Bin pointed to his chest and said, I've been feeling anxious and chest tightness lately. I've finished the medicine I was given. I'd like to trouble the doctor to prescribe some more. The doctor flipped through the brand new medical record book, put the stethoscope on his chest, and asked, have you come to see him before? What is the diagnosis? Wu Bin said, I had a CT scan 4 years ago, and it showed that the coronary artery was somewhat narrowed. The doctor listened carefully for a while and asked, what is the degree of stenosis? Wu Bin thought for a moment and said, it seems to be around 40%. The doctor took his blood pressure again and said, remember to bring your previous medical records and test reports next time. Your blood pressure is fine. How are your blood sugar and blood lipids? Have you checked them recently? Wu Bin adjusted his sleeves and said, I've had this disease for many years. I had a physical examination last year and my blood sugar was not high, but my blood lipids were high. The doctor asked, do you smoke or drink? Wu Bin said, I don't smoke and I seldom drink. The doctor suggested, old comrade, you can't take this illness lightly. Go get an electrocardiogram first and come back after you get the results. Wu Bin originally wanted to go to the hospital to get some medicine and leave, but now that he had to do these tests, it was a bit troublesome. But it seemed that the doctor would not prescribe medicine without the test, so he took the list and went out for the test. After the examination, the doctor took one look and said, the electrocardiogram shows that your myocardial ischemia is quite obvious. I suggest you take some time to be hospitalized for examination and treatment. What medicines are you taking now? Wu Bin named 2 or 3 medicines. The doctor wrote the prescription and said, I'll give you some more of these medicines today. You must take them every day. It's important to arrange time to go to the hospital for a thorough checkup. Wu Bin nodded in agreement, took the prescription and went downstairs to get the medicine. He thought, this disease has been fine for so many years, just take the medicine on time, there are so many things to do in the company, how can I have time to be hospitalized for examination? After picking up the medicine at the pharmacy, Wu Bin returned to the company. He sat listlessly behind the large desk, his mind confused and unable to think of any solution. He was a little afraid to look at the summary delivered every day. The price numbers on it were like steel needles, piercing his eyes and his heart. Now the grim situation of the entire company is like a huge slab of stone pressing on his heart, making him depressed to the extreme. The increasingly low sugar prices and market conditions have made him realize that the situation is hopeless. It is undoubtedly a pipe dream to expect sugar prices to rise by the end of the year. Several times when he went to the Light Industry Bureau to explain the company's business situation to the leaders in the bureau, he felt like he was going through the gates of hell. That kind of depression and tension was something he had never experienced before, as he had been doing smoothly all these years. At this point, the managers of the 3 branches could no longer hold on and began to speed up the sales of their inventory of sugarcane. But Wu Bin knew exactly what the current price was. He was losing so much money for every ton of sugar he sold. What would happen if all the inventory was sold out? Every time he thought of this, the gentle Wu Bin couldn't help but want to curse. When the sugar price just started to fall, they were reminded to sell sugar quickly, but Tang Jianhua and his people were unwilling to sell. They had illusions about the sugar price at the end of the year, so they kept putting it off, and ended up in this situation. If they had listened to me earlier, things wouldn't have gotten so out of control. In the exchange office, Suli went home before the afternoon futures market closed. The market trend made her very depressed. She had not expected that this wave of decline would last so long. She closed the short position she entered following Li Xin's after the price dropped by just a few dozen points. After that, she no longer had the determination to chase the short position. She watched helplessly as the price plummeted, and missed this great market trend. Another reason for her anxiety was that she hadn't seen Li Xin for 2 days. Without Li Xin around, she had no idea what to do. Looking at the rapid development of the market, she didn't know what to do. She was unwilling to watch from the side, but if she rashly went in to buy and sell, she might lose more than she gained, just like before. In fact, Suli was also a little at a loss when she saw Li Xin in the office. These people in the office are now quite familiar with each other, and it is common for them to joke with each other. Suli and Li Xin used to talk and laugh together, but since they established this relationship, she didn't know what to say to Li Xin in front of everyone, and she felt awkward with every move she made. It was indeed difficult to hide the true relationship between the two in front of outsiders. She was afraid that one day she would be careless in her words and deeds and let everyone see the flaws, which would be embarrassing. She had only one way now, which was to avoid talking to Li Xin as much as possible to avoid being exposed. Thinking back to every moment she spent with Li Xin, the anxious Suli couldn't help feeling a little more worried. I won't be alone at home next week, but there are many things that happened when I met Li Xin a few days ago that have not been dealt with yet, so I have to find a way to do them quickly. After careful consideration, she took out a cheongsam and a short skirt that she had worn a few days ago from the washing machine and went out to take a hot spring bath. Unlike others, Li Xin, who has also gone through suffering, now has a smooth road ahead of him. The continued fall in prices brought him huge profits. His mood now is no longer the same as before. Even if the current price rebounds sharply and most of the cooked ducks on the plate fly away, the ones that are left can still make him satisfied. The most important thing is that, judging from the current market situation, the possibility of this happening is very small. Li Xin was in a particularly good mood as the funds in his account were increasing. On Saturday morning, he took Liing to a hot spring resort on the outskirts of the city. The hot spring villa is surrounded by mountains with lush forests. There is a small village at the foot of the mountain and the village is surrounded by farmlands winding at the foot of the mountain. This villa has an underground hot spring. The spring water contains sulfur. Bathing in such water is very good for the skin. Many people come here to soak in the hot springs during holidays, and the villa got its name from this. After lunch, the two walked out of the villa gate, went down the mountain along the path, and came to the fields at the foot of the mountain. Li Xin and Liing were walking on the ridge of the field. It was mid-August, early autumn, the season when the rice flowers were fragrant. The breeze blew gently, bringing bursts of fragrance from the fields. Li Xin greedily breathed in the refreshing air, and the depression that had accumulated in his heart after living in the city for a long time was swept away. The air here is so good, it smells better than in the garden. Li Xin said as he looked at the rice fields in front of him. Yes, the scenery is beautiful and very quiet. Look at the village over there, there is still smoke rising from the cooking fires. Li Ying said, pointing to the village in the distance. Passing by a canal, Li Xin said, in a month or two, when we are ready to harvest rice, the water from the rice fields will be released into the canal, and there will be many fish in it. Really? Li Ying said. Yes, when I was in elementary school and junior high school, during the rice harvest season, a group of us kids would go to such canals, divide the canals into sections, scoop out the water with buckets, and then go down to catch fish. After catching the fish, we could also dig up the mud at the bottom of the canal to catch loaches, which was so much fun. Li Xin said excitedly. Can you catch big fish? Li Ying asked with interest. There are no big fish. Those fish all ran out from the rice fields. They are all small fish, only about 1 finger long and this big. Li Xin said, gesturing with his fingers. How many can you catch? Li Ying asked. It's a lot. We can catch half a bucket in one afternoon, including fish and loaches. Several friends divided it equally, took it home, washed it, removed the internal organs, and fried it in oil until it turned golden. It was so delicious. I'm drooling when I think about it now, said Li Xin. Li Ying chuckled and said, look at how greedy you are. You are salivating, as if you didn't eat just now, hee hee. Li Xin smiled and said, you don't know, the fish back then was really delicious, unlike now. Maybe it was because there weren't many delicious foods back then, and the kids played all over the mountains and fields all day long, so when they came home to eat, everything tasted delicious. I've also caught eels. Do you know what that thing is? Li Xin asked. I've seen it. It looks like a snake and it's scary just looking at it. Li Ying said with a frown. Unlike snakes, which have rough surfaces, eels are slippery. You'll know once you touch them, said Li Xin. How dare I touch it? Li Ying made a horrified expression. We seldom catch them with our hands. We mainly try to find ways to fish, said Li Xin. Like fishing? Li Ying asked. It's different. You don't need a fishing rod. Find a thin steel wire, about 1 foot long, sharpen one end, and then use pliers to bend the tip into a hook shape. This is the hook for fishing eels. Put an earthworm on the hook, and then go to the ridges of rice fields and underwater on the riverbank to feel for eel holes with your hands. After finding the hole, put the hook with the earthworm into the hole. When you feel something biting the hook, pull it out with force, and you have caught the eel, said Li Xin. Aren't you afraid that you might touch a snake hole? Li Ying asked. Before you fish it out, who knows whether it is a snake or an eel? We were really brave back then. Sometimes when we fished it out, we would find out it was a snake and quickly throw it away. Li Xin made a gesture of throwing a snake and gestured towards Li Ying to scare her. Li Ying listened attentively, and when she saw Li Xin's gesture, it was as if he really threw a snake at her, and she was frightened. Ha ha ha. You are too timid. This can scare you like that. Li Xin couldn't help laughing when he saw how scared she was. Li Ying raised her hand and hit Li Xin on the shoulder, saying angrily, you are annoying. Li Xin took Li Ying's hand and walked across a ditch on the ridge of the field to the path at the foot of the mountain. This flower is so beautiful. Li Ying picked a pink morning glory on the roadside. Do you want me to help you put it on your head? Li Xin said. Li Ying put the flower next to her hair and asked with a blushing face, is this it? It doesn't look good, doesn't it? Wouldn't it make me look like a country girl? Li Xin took the flower, put it on her head and said, it looks good when you wear it like this. Then, he looked at her face against the background of the flower with fascination and said, the village girl is simple and kind, what's wrong with that? Besides, where can you find such a beautiful village girl? Li Ying felt a little embarrassed by what he said, and said, it's too hot, the sun is so hot, let's go back. Li Xin took Li Ying through the woods and walked towards the hot spring villa on the mountain. The dense woods blocked the scorching sun. It was cool under the shade of the trees. The air was mixed with the fragrance of various trees. The mountain breeze rustled the leaves, and there was a mysterious and quiet feeling in the forest. Li Xian walked in front, occasionally pushing aside branches that blocked the way, and Liang followed closely behind. Ouch! Liang screamed from behind. What's wrong? Li Xian asked, turning around. My skirt is caught. Liang said, pulling the hem of her skirt. Li Xian walked closer and saw that her light blue dress was caught on a thorny branch. Li Xian bent down and grabbed her skirt, trying to take it off the branch. The hem of her skirt was caught by the sharp thorns on the branch and hung tightly. Li Xian carefully pulled over the thorny branch, untied the hem of her skirt from the thorns, led Liang around the thorns, and walked up the mountain along the forest path. Liang looked at Li Xian's hand carefully and said, "Did you get pricked by the thorn?" Li Xian said, "No, if I was also caught by the thorns, how could I save you?" Liang said, "How about we do it again next month?" Li Xian said, "If you want to go to a new place, why come here?" Liang said, "Didn't you say that it would be time to harvest rice in a month? There would be fish in the ditch by then. You brought me here to catch fish." Li Xian said, "Fishing is very tiring. Not only will you get covered in mud, but the sun will also tan you. How can you bear that if you have to put on makeup every day when you go out? Isn't it easy for you to eat fish? Let's eat fish when we get home later." Liang said, "They don't catch fish for eating, they just think it's fun to catch fish." Li Xian said, "Okay, as long as you are not afraid of getting tired, I will take you here. But you can't just stand on the shore, you have to scoop water from the ditch." Liang said, "Of course, otherwise how can I catch fish? I still need to dig loaches out of the mud." Li Xian smiled and said, "See what you can do. Just don't make a fuss when the time comes." Liang said, "Why do you say I would yell?" Li Xian said, "I saw many women screaming in fear when they touched loaches in the mud. I can't imagine whether you will feel the same way." Liang said, "No way." After dark, a bonfire was lit in the courtyard of the hot spring villa, and many people played the piano and danced folk dances around the bonfire. Li Xian and Liang also went downstairs to dance with them. When they were tired of dancing, they sat next to them to eat barbecue and drink beer, and did not return to the house until very late. After returning to the room, Li Xian lay on the bed watching TV. Liang said to Li Xian, "Did you know? Our factory was merged." "Which company acquired it?" Li Xian asked. "It's a TV factory outside the province. I told you about it before." Liang replied. "Oh, I remember now. Are there any benefits for you after the merger? Are your treatments improved?" Li Xian said. "It's okay. The merger should be a good thing for our factory. The televisions produced by our factory used to have poor sales. The brand was not well known, and the sales in the province were not good, let alone outside the province. After the merger, we will improve our production lines and technology, eliminate the original products, produce new products, and the salary and benefits will be better than before." Liang said. "Isn't this great?" said Li Xian. "But the original factory almost went bankrupt. The feeling of being lost and without anyone to rely on was really uncomfortable," said Liang. Li Xian said, "Don't worry, I'm here for you. Okay, I hope you can be reliable." Liang saw Li Xian lying on the bed with her clothes on, so she said, "You lie on the bed with your coat on, and you've made the bed dirty." Li Xian stood up and said, "It's not that particular." Liang pointed at his hands and said, "And your hands? You just grabbed the bottle and the barbecue, and you didn't even wash them." Li Xian said angrily, Okay, I'll go wash it now." When Li Xian came out after washing her hands, Liang was sitting by the bed reading a book. Li Xian walked over and asked, "What time is it? You are still reading a book. What book fascinates you so much?" Liang said, "If translated literally, the title of the book is Gone with the Wind. Of course, there is another more well-known name. Can you guess what it is?" Li Xian said, "Of course I know that. Are you reading the English version?" Liang said, "Yes, although it looks difficult, I still want to try it. Maybe after reading this book, my English will be greatly improved." Li Xian said, "I read the novel after watching the movie. The story is amazing. The Chinese version of the book's title is very well translated, but after reading the English version, I still feel that the word in the translation is somewhat lacking. The literal translation of "Gone with the Wind" seems more complete. Liang said, "How is your English? If there is anything I don't understand, I will ask you." Li Xian said, "Please forgive me. I have always been determined to learn English, but I couldn't stick to it. I have forgotten everything the teacher taught me. Or you can stop reading and read it tomorrow. Go to bed early now because we have to go hiking early tomorrow morning." The next morning, the bright light coming in from the window woke Li Xian up early. He rubbed his eyes as he was not used to staying in bed. After getting up and washing up, he went downstairs to see what kinds of breakfast were available today. In the corridor, he thought to himself, "This warm family feeling is so good. Maybe it's time to consolidate this warm feeling." This thought flashed through his mind, and then his thoughts fell on the positions he held. Calculated at the current price, the profit has far exceeded the original expectation. He really couldn't tell whether the price would continue to fall. If you are not sure, just leave the market and wait and see. This is a trading discipline he set for himself. If he follows the rules, it is time to exit the market, but in the current market situation, there is really no sign of sugar prices rising. Early in the morning, the mind is most active. Li Xian lay in bed, thinking about countermeasures. Even he himself did not expect that he would hold the position for such a long time. Looking back on the struggle and persistence during that time, it was actually very torturous. Now that the thought of closing the position has come up, I can no longer suppress it. With such a good result, it is better to close the position immediately and lock in the profit. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. He couldn't lie still any longer, so he stood up and prepared to go to the bathroom. As soon as he moved, Liang beside him woke up, opened her sleepy eyes and asked, "What time is it?" Li Xian said, "I don't know, but it's time to get up." Liang muttered, "What are you doing up so early?" Li Xian walked to the bathroom door and turned around to answer, "Get up, have breakfast, walk around the nearby mountains, and look at the river. What's better than sleeping in?" After her husband came back from a business trip, Su Li's life became less easy. She temporarily gave up the idea of meeting Li Xian and tried her best to cover up any traces left by Li Xian to prevent her husband from discovering any clues. Although her careless husband was unaware of all this, something Su Li suddenly thought of yesterday afternoon still made her break out in a cold sweat. She lay in bed sleepless last night. When she heard her husband close the door and go to work, she quickly got up, took something out of the bag on the dressing table, and ran to the bathroom in her long nightgown. Yesterday, she suddenly realized that she had not had her period for nearly 2 months. Thinking about it carefully, she had not had her period last month, but it did not attract her attention. This month's period should have come at the latest 3 days ago, but it had not come until yesterday. Was she pregnant? She panicked and didn't dare tell anyone. She went to the pharmacy in the afternoon and bought a test strip, planning to take a test this morning. A few minutes later, the test results came out, and the test showed positive, I was pregnant. Looking at the results, Su Li was a little confused. Could it be that the test results were wrong? It is said that the accuracy rate of such tests is only about 80%, which is not necessarily accurate. After Su Li came out of the bathroom, she didn't have time to eat breakfast and hurried out to the provincial maternal and child health hospital. She had a glimmer of hope and suspected that the test she had done was inaccurate, so she wanted to go to the hospital for a thorough checkup to avoid a false alarm. She thought that even if she was not pregnant, she should go to the hospital to check after not having her period for such a long time. Not long after arriving at the hospital, the test results came out, confirming that she was almost 2 months pregnant. At this time, Su Li was really at a loss. Su Li is 28 years old and has been married to her husband for more than 4 years, but they have no children. More than 2 years after marriage, because of this problem, the couple went to the hospital for examination. The result was that her husband's XX was abnormal and the number was too small, which led to infertility. Since then, Su Li's husband has never stopped treatment, especially Chinese medicine, and has taken a lot, but there has been no obvious effect. Over the years, Su Li had never taken any contraceptive measures in her couple's life, but until recently, she had never been pregnant. Now that she's pregnant, she should be happy. Why is Su Li so panicked? Because Suli knows intuitively that the child is not her husband's. She sat blankly in the corridor of the hospital. Compared to the marks left by Li Xin on her chest, shoulders, and clothes which were already gradually disappearing, the mark he left in her body would not disappear but would only become more and more obvious. How can I hide this from my husband? Her husband is 9 years older than her. He has been running a clothing company for the past few years and is often on business trips. In addition, they have been married for several years and have no children at home, so the couple does not communicate much. Especially in the past few months, the couple has rarely had sex. Since having this relationship with Li Xin and Suli have had many private meetings over the past few months, meeting once or twice almost every week. Every time they met, it was either in Li Xin's dormitory or in a hotel room. Once, when Suli's husband was away on a business trip, the two of them had a tryst at Suli's house. Suli could feel that Li Xin was very obsessed with her, and every time they met, they didn't talk much and went straight to the point. Li Xin is a few years younger than Suli, young and handsome. The surging passion and unbridled behavior during their private tryst also made Suli confused and infatuated. She longed for Li Xin's slightly rough conquest, and even enjoyed the feeling of lying beside him and listening to him chatting with her about everything. Perhaps it was this obsession that made Suli completely unaware of the risk of pregnancy. Judging from the time, Suli knew that the seed in her belly must have been planted by Li Xin. If she took her husband's infertility and Li Xin's vigorous energy into consideration, it was even more certain that the child was Li Xin's. Deep down, Suli hoped for this result. Her husband was infertile, and if she could get pregnant with Li Xin's child, she would have good conditions, good figure, and good looks, and Li Xin was smart and handsome, so the child would definitely be smart and cute in the future. But emotionally, my husband has been very good to me in the past few years, and I feel very sorry for being pregnant with someone else's child. Although my husband knows that the reason for infertility lies with him, if he knew that the child was not his, our family would fall apart. If they really get divorced, Li Xin is a few years younger than me, so the possibility of her being with him is very small. If I abort this child, and if my husband's infertility cannot be cured in the future, I will never have the chance to get pregnant again. After much deliberation and facing a dilemma, Suli finally made up her mind to keep the child. She thought that now she was the only one who knew about the pregnancy, and as long as she didn't tell anyone, no one, including Li Xin, would know who the father of the child was. As for my husband, as long as I explained everything perfectly, he had no reason to doubt that the child was not his. He had been undergoing treatment over the years and had a strong desire to have a child. But if this happens, I will definitely not be able to meet Li Xin again. If I continue to have contact with Li Xin, even without considering the fact that she is pregnant, my husband will definitely notice it after a long time. Besides, I am already confused now. If I meet Li Xin again, I might not be able to help but tell her the truth about my pregnancy. Also, during the examination, the doctor specifically advised that couples should exercise moderation in their sexual intercourse during the first 3 months of pregnancy, otherwise it could easily cause miscarriage. She was already 2 months pregnant, and Li Xin had no idea about it. If she continued to have secret meetings with him, his almost crazy sexual desire during their intimacy would inevitably have a negative impact on the fetus in her womb. Suli knew that she was now at a crossroads. After careful consideration, she chose to keep the baby in her womb and stay with her husband. She didn't know what kind of situation she would face in the future, but she knew one thing: as long as she was with her husband, the baby in her belly might be her only hope of having a baby. She doesn't think much, but she is a woman who is very meticulous in her work. I can no longer go to the futures exchange. Even if I change my trading seat and work in a different office, it is only a matter of time before I meet Li Xin. If the child in her belly has nothing to do with Li Xin, it doesn't matter even if they meet in the future. After giving birth to the child, it is not impossible for them to continue their current relationship as lovers. The kind of fiery passion when they were together is something she has never experienced before. Thinking about it now still makes her unable to stop. However, the baby in her belly is now Li Xin's, which has caused her mentality to change completely. When she met Li Xin again, she could not face him calmly as before. She did not know how to talk to him now. If she was with Li Xin in the secret of an ulterior motive, he would find out her flaws sooner or later. If this layer of window paper is broken, when the child is born and grows up, how will the adults and the child face each other? No, I absolutely cannot let this happen. I can only keep this secret in my heart for the rest of my life, and I cannot let anyone else know. Suli made up her mind. My husband's clothing company has a retail store, and he had wanted her to work in the store, either as an accountant or a store manager. However, she thought it was too tiring to get off work and back on time every day, so she didn't go. Now it seems that for the sake of my unborn baby and my family, it would be better for me to go to work in my husband's company. She was hungry, so she left the outpatient building and went to the hospital cafeteria to buy 2 steamed buns and a bowl of porridge. After breakfast, she saw that it was still early, so she ignored the fatigue of not sleeping all night and took a taxi directly to the exchange. Li Xin, who was only thinking about cashing in his profits, hurried to the exchange after finishing his work in the office. As soon as Li Xin entered the exchange office, Wang Hong smiled and said to him, "Long time no see. You made a lot of money this time." Zhang Jin also said with a big smile on his face. "Li Xin, you have such a good mentality. You held on to such a profitable order for several months without doing anything. If it were me, I would have closed the position long ago. So you can only make a little money, hee hee." Wang Hong said to Zhang Jin. Li Xin chuckled, "I can't say that I have a good mental quality. I'm still troubled by this order. Every day feels like a year." After saying that, he looked around and didn't see Suli. "I haven't been here for a long time, and there are quite a few unfamiliar faces in the room." He found a seat, sat down, and concentrated on watching the market. Zhang Jin turned his head and glanced at Li Xin, who was sitting in front of the computer. He felt a little complicated. There was envy in his eyes, but also something he couldn't explain. He knew very well the positions of his clients. In this wave of decline, the profit Li Xin made in his account was unmatched in the entire exchange compared to the funds invested. Among all his clients, Li Xin should spend the least time in this office, but he has almost completely grasped the 2 major waves of market ups and downs in the past few months. This guy is so lucky. Li Xin, who was concentrating on watching the market, didn't notice that, in fact, except for Zhang Jin, several other old customers also looked at him with complicated eyes. He stared at the number of buy orders at the current price and said to Zhang Jin, "Put in an order, T609 contract, price 3,845 yuan, buy and close 120 lots." Soon, Zhang Jin turned around and said to Li Xin, "All the sales have been completed, and the average price is around 3,843. Li Xin said, "Okay." Zhang Jin said, "I agree with your operation method. Once you decide to close a position, you can place an order at a higher price to ensure that the transaction is completed immediately without any hesitation." Li Xin said, "That's right, the feeling of waiting in line for a deal is so tiring." After that, he signed the deal confirmation form handed over by Wang Hong and handed it back to her. Wang Hong took the bill, shook it in her hand and said, "This bill is valuable." Li Xin smiled and said, "It was just luck, it was just a coincidence." Seeing this, several people who had been silent stood up and walked to Wang Hong. Someone took Li Xin's transaction confirmation sheet and asked, "What price is it sold at?" Wang Hong looked at Li Xin and said, "I remember it was short at more than 5,500, right?" Li Xin nodded. "I made more than 1,700 yuan per ton." "Is this true?" someone said. Wang Hong smiled and said, "Do you think it's fake? I made money with this order." She suddenly realized that she had let the cat out of the bag, and stopped talking immediately. She glanced at Li Xin, stuck out her tongue, put the list in the drawer, turned around to look at the market on the computer, and stopped talking. Old Feng's eyes were full of surprise and envy. He walked over and sat next to Li Xin, saying to her, "It's rare to see you here. Come and chat more often when you have time. Tell us some information if you have any. Let's make money together, haha." Li Xin explained, "I have other things to do and can't stay here every day." Lao Zhao asked Li Xin, "Your short position has been closed. What do you think of the future trend?" Before Li Xin could answer, Zhang Jin took over and asked, "Are you turning bullish and buying on dips?" Li Xin said, "No, I closed my position because I couldn't see the future market clearly. It was too torturous to hold it in my hands. Lao Zhao smiled and said, "Such a lucrative order is still tormenting me." No way. He watched more than he did. In this wave of falling market, he was almost an outsider. While marveling at the unpredictable market, he envied others for making money and secretly felt lucky that he did not lose money. However, it was the first time he had seen someone like Li Xin make so much money in one order. Wang Hong took over the conversation and said to Lao Zhao, "I think what Li Xin said is true. If you have such an order in your hands, you will know how it feels." Old Feng, who was at a loss as to what to do due to the market situation, nodded in agreement and said, "That makes sense. I seldom leave orders overnight. As long as there are orders overnight, whether I make money or not, I will feel uneasy. I have experienced this." His operation method is to look at the indicators every day to do short-term trading, and close the position quickly on the same day. In this wave of decline, he made very little profit but lost a lot. After closing the positions, Li Xin roughly calculated in his mind that the profit after closing the 120 short positions was 2.07 million. Although he tried his best to hide the joy after the big win, the eyes of others still noticed it. Zhang Jin said to Li Xin, "In a sense, a certain sugar factory just happened to fall into your hands." Li Xin was a little surprised and asked, "Why do you say that?" Zhang Jin explained, "There is a sugar factory in the trading seat next to you that made a 100-lot long order when the index was over 5,200 points, and it has not closed the position yet. Your two orders are very typical examples of this wave of decline. Both of them were held for a long time, one made a big profit, and the other made a huge loss. So I said that this sugar factory seems to have just fallen into your hands." Li Xin said, "They didn't show up even though they lost so much. What were they thinking? They are really persistent." Zhang Jin said, "Yes, when the price fell to more than 4,600 points, many people advised them to stop loss and leave the market, but they did not listen and firmly believed that the price would go up. Later, when the price fell further to around 4,000 points, they still did not leave the market, saying that at worst they could come to pick up 1,000 tons of sugar when it was delivered." Li Xin asked, "With the price falling all the way, if they don't close their 100-lot long positions, they will have to put in more than 1 million to maintain their positions?" Zhang Jin said, "Yes." Li Xin said in confusion, "They haven't closed their positions even though the price has dropped to this level. They are a sugar factory, and they are still waiting for the long orders to be settled. What are they thinking?" Zhang Jin smiled and said, "I don't know." Li Xin thought for a moment and said, "This situation may be because they are not familiar with the rules of futures trading, or they are confused and have completely lost their ability to respond. This contract will be delivered in a month, and the future storage and sales of the 1,000 tons of sugar they took away at the time of delivery will be a problem. In addition, in terms of time, it is unlikely that this batch of sugar will be sold to others in the form of short delivery. If they continue to be optimistic about the future sugar price and believe that it will continue to rise, the easiest way is to transfer the current position to the new contract." Zhang Jin said, "That's right, many people don't understand their approach. In this wave of decline, in our words, the bulls were shot down by the Air Force." Li Xin smiled and said, "Shot down by the Air Force, that's quite a vivid description." Lao Feng said with deep feeling, "In the past few months, those who have been long have all stopped losses and left the market, and the short side has won completely." Lao Zhao said, "I have never seen such a big one-sided market. Li Xin, you made so much money on just one order, it's amazing." After hearing this, the proud Li Xin also smiled excitedly. After some chatting and laughing, he looked at the trend chart on the computer screen and quickly recalled the whole process of this wave of market trends in his mind. The sugar factory that Zhang Jin mentioned just now went long when the price was around 5,200 yuan, which was actually in line with the views of many traders at the time, who believed that the sugar price had fallen by nearly 400 yuan and was a good opportunity to buy on dips. But they are a sugar factory and a manufacturer. Shorting on rallies is the operation method they should consider. Longing on rallies should only be short-term speculation. How can they hold on to it for a long time? Seeing that the others in the room were discussing heatedly, he stood up and walked to Zhang Jin, whispering to him, "I'll come over tomorrow morning to handle the withdrawal procedures." Zhang Jin said, "Okay, I'll let Wang Hong do it for you when the time comes. How much do you want to transfer?" Li Xian said, "Leave 500,000 here and transfer the rest." Zhang Jin was surprised and said, "Ah. What's wrong? You don't want to do it anymore?" Li Xian said, "No, it's useful elsewhere, so I'll transfer it for now." Zhang Jin pulled Li Xian aside and whispered, "Are you going to transfer to another trading seat?" Li Xian said, "It's really not." Zhang Jin said, "No matter what, you still have to support us. As for the preferential conditions for transaction fees, I can give you the same conditions that others can give you." "Okay." Li Xian smiled and said, "As far as I know, my handling fee rate is not the lowest either." Zhang Jin said sternly, "I'll lower the rate for you today to the lowest standard we have here. Is that okay?" Li Xian patted his shoulder and said, "Okay, I understand. I'll come over early tomorrow morning to handle the formalities." Zhang Jin smiled and said, "What's going on?" "Everyone is busy transferring the funds." Upon hearing this, Li Xian asked, "Have many people transferred funds recently?" Zhang Jin realized that he had said something wrong, and smiled to cover it up. No, I was talking about you." Li Xian didn't say anything after hearing this. She just waved at him and walked out. In fact, Li Xian has not thought of a new use for the funds. The reason why he wants to transfer most of the funds is that he does not have a clear view on the future trend of sugar prices and there will be no operations in the near future. It is better to keep the funds in a bank than to leave them idle in the futures account. Second, he saw a news report on Jiangqing TV a few days ago saying that a month ago, the person in charge of a trading seat at the Jiangnan Commodity Exchange swindled client funds and was only recently caught. So he thought that when there were no new positions, he should transfer most of the funds to the bank. What Li Xian didn't know was that the person Zhang Jin was referring to just now was Suli. After Suli came out of the hospital this morning, she went straight to the exchange. She originally wanted to close the futures account she opened at the exchange, but the procedure was rather cumbersome and she didn't bring her ID with her when she went out. In comparison, the procedure for transferring funds to a bank account was much simpler, so she transferred all the funds. She arrived at the exchange quite early, and had just left after completing all the formalities when Li Xian arrived. The two of them almost passed each other by. What Li Xian didn't expect was that the sugar factory that Zhang Jin mentioned, which had been stuck in the long position due to high-level long positions, was exactly the Julin sugar factory. This wave of price drops also has a huge impact on sugar factories. The mood of Wang Dong, director of Julin sugar factory, has changed drastically compared to the beginning of the sugar-making season. It's really a matter of time. In the past, customers gathered around him to buy goods, but now he has to beg people to buy candy everywhere. This morning, as soon as he entered the office, he was busy dealing with various things. Although there are not many things to do in the production workshop now, the product sales issues give him a headache. In the past, this time of year was a relatively easy time for sugar factories, but this year the situation is just the opposite. The payment for the sugarcane raw materials and the still considerable inventory in the warehouse were all like dark clouds hanging over his mind, lingering. He put down the phone tiredly and just took out a cigarette, but before he could light it, the chief financial officer knocked on the door and came in. "Director, the exchange sent a notice yesterday afternoon, requiring an additional 600,000 yuan in margin." What a joke. Wang Dong threw the lighter on the table and frowned. "Didn't we pay an additional fee last month? Why do we have to pay it again?" The chief financial officer carefully considered his words and said, "This time, it's because the contract we hold is approaching the delivery month, and the exchange has increased the margin ratio for the contract according to regulations. If we continue to hold the position, we will have to add another 600,000 yuan." The chief financial officer saw that Wang Dong did not say anything. He just closed his eyes, rested his elbows on the table, and buried his head between his palms, rubbing them back and forth, as if thinking of some countermeasures. After a long while, the chief financial officer asked cautiously, "Director, should we continue to hold the position? This additional margin." The finance chief's words left Wang Dong speechless for a moment. If I knew what to do, this matter wouldn't have dragged on until now. These positions in the futures market have become a source of worry for him. Whenever he thinks of them now, Wang Dong feels extremely regretful. The huge supply-demand gap at the beginning of the sugar-making season made him firmly optimistic about the trend of sugar prices. The sales work in the factory was carried out in an orderly manner according to his original expectations. The sugar leaving the factory was sold at a good price, and a large amount of sugar was stockpiled in the warehouse. He will wait until the factory finishes crushing the sugar and the price of sugar is higher before selling it. The reason for doing this is that he expects sugar prices to be even higher by the end of the crushing season. If, as in previous years, all the products were sold out before the peak sales season arrived, then when the sugar price was at its best, traders like the sugar company would make a lot of money, while sugar factories like himself that worked hard to produce sugar would have no sugar and would not be able to make the maximum profit. So he changed his sales strategy from previous years and stocked up more goods and shipped less. Just as his warehouse was almost full, sugar futures prices began to fall. When he heard the news, he was also a little nervous. However, after comparing with other manufacturers, he found that the ex-factory prices of various sugar factories did not fall along with the futures prices. In addition, his original view on sugar prices remained unchanged, so he believed that the price drop in the futures market was just a correction after a sharp rise. As long as the manufacturer's ex-factory price did not fall, there was no reason for sugar prices to fall, and sooner or later they would return to the upward trend. So when the futures price fell rapidly to around 5,100 yuan, seeing that the price was nearly 400 yuan lower than his own factory's ex-factory price, he felt that this was a good opportunity to buy on the dip. The surge in sugar prices at the beginning of the sugar crushing season left a profound impact on him. In just 1 week, the price rose by nearly 800 yuan, and that happened even though the sugar factory's prices did not increase at all. Now the ex-factory prices of sugar mills are high. It would be strange if the futures prices did not rise. Looking at the huge price difference, Wang Dong couldn't resist the urge to open a position and buy 100 lots in the futures market. His idea is very direct and simple. The gap between supply and demand is so large, and the futures price is so much lower than the ex-factory price, which is obviously unreasonable. It won't be long before futures prices continue to rise. By that time, it would be easy for me to sell my positions and make 200 to 300 yuan per ton. According to his estimation, the futures price will rebound in a week or two at most, and he can make 200,000 to 300,000 yuan by short-term trading of the 1,000 tons of sugar in his hands. He secretly compared how long it would take to earn 200,000 or 300,000 yuan in the workshop and how many tons of sugar would be produced. In the futures market, he could earn the same amount in a short time with very little capital. However, the futures price did not stop falling and rise as he had expected, but continued to fall at an unstoppable rate, leaving him no chance to exit the market. Within 2 or 3 days after he opened the position, he suffered a floating loss of more than 300 yuan per ton of sugar. Such a heavy blow left him stunned. Lacking experience in futures trading, he did not stop loss and exit the market immediately, but instead held on to his luck, believing that prices would continue to rise over time. So he held on to his position and waited. A month later, things got out of hand. Compared with the price at that time, his opening price had a loss of more than 1,000 yuan per ton. During this period, according to the notice of the exchange, the factory added several times to the exchange for a total of 1.4 million yuan in margin. Now, in addition to finding a market for the sugar piled up in the warehouse, the 100 holding position in the futures exchange also makes him feel heartbroken when he thinks about it. Regardless of whether the delivery is made or the position is closed immediately, the loss of more than 1 million is inevitable. How can I explain these losses in the futures market? Originally I wanted to make a quick buck, but I didn't expect it was like a cat scratching the rice cake and I couldn't get my claws off. What worries him most is the sugar in the warehouse. If he sells it now, the price per ton is nearly 1,800 yuan lower than it was 2 months ago. If he sells it earlier, he can make tens of millions more yuan. It seems that my expectations for this year's sugar prices were too high. Otherwise, the inventory in the warehouse would have been almost gone, and I would not have opened a long position in the futures market. Alas. It's no use thinking about anything, let's just focus on the present. He sighed and said to the chief financial officer who had been waiting beside him, first, add the margin as they require. I'll think about what to do with the positions. The chief financial officer agreed, opened the door and went out. The current dilemma left Wang Dong with nowhere to go. After considering for a long time, he called Linley. After receiving Wang Dong's call, Linley felt very strange. Director Wang. Long time no see, how did you know this number? Wang Dong smiled and said, I called your company, and they told me to call you, saying that you were still in the sales area. Linley agreed, yes, I'm on a business trip. Director Wang, what's going on? He was still a little confused in his heart, wondering why Wang Dong called him. Wang Dong laughed and said, Manager Lin, we are old acquaintances. Can't I just talk to you when I have nothing to do? When Linley, who had already made his way in the sales market, heard what he said, he knew that something must be going on with Wang Dong. He didn't point it out, and continued to play dumb. That's right, we are friends. Director Wang, please come over here when you are free. I will treat you well then. After listening to Lin Li's words, Wang Dong complained, Brother, I envy you too. I want to be as successful as you, but I can't. I still have a lot of inventory, and I'm trying to find a way. Linley was completely confused and asked in disbelief, Director Wang, you still have inventory? No way. Wang Dong said, yes, there are still some. Manager Lin, can you help me get some more goods? After hearing this, Linley finally believed what Wang Dong said was true. He was shocked. He never thought that Wang Dong still had some sugar in stock and was looking for a market for it. Given the good situation at the beginning of this year, it was difficult to get sugar even though he tried every means to curry favor with Wang Dong at the sugar factory. He thought that the sugar in Wang Dong's factory had already been sold out at a high price. He thought, no matter how much inventory Wang Dong has now, if he sells it at the current price, how much less profit will he make per ton? Recalling the scene when he begged Wang Dong to buy candy, and now hearing Wang Dong on the phone with a smile on his face asking him to go to his factory to purchase goods, Linley really wanted to see Wang Dong's smiling face on the other end of the phone in person. You deserve it because I made you reluctant to sell it, he cursed in his heart. Director Wang, how many tangs are there in your factory? Linley asked. About 3,000 to 4,000 tons, Wang Dong replied, discounting the number a bit. Even so, his words still surprised Linley. Even in previous years when sugar prices were not high, there were very few sugar factories that could produce thousands of tons of sugar at this season. The reason why Wang Dong told Linley 70% to 80% of the truth was because he subconsciously still had some confidence. Although he would earn much less by selling the candies he had now, he would still make money, so he was eager to get out of his predicament and was not too shy to talk about it. Seeing that Linley didn't say anything, Wang Dong asked, Manager Lin, the sales of the sugar company this year are good, right? If possible, please support us again, and we can discuss the price. Linley did not answer him directly, but he tried to be tactful in his words, we still have a lot of candy on hand, and it will probably take some time to sell them all. Director Wang, you also know that it is difficult to deal with the current price. Wang Dong knew from Linley's tone that there was no hope for this matter. He chatted with Linley for a few more words on the phone and then hung up. He called Linley out of helplessness. He had such a large inventory on hand that he had to find a way to sell it. If he didn't find a way to sell the inventory quickly, what would he do with the new crushing season that was about to come? The prices offered by those small customers were too low and the quantities they wanted were not large. The sugar company is different. At the beginning of the year, they ordered 2,000 to 3,000 tons of goods from us at one time, and they didn't haggle over the price. Given the strength of their company, they must have made a lot of money this year. If we could find a solution from them, the factory's inventory would be much easier to manage. But judging from Linley's tone, it seemed that he still held a grudge against the unpleasant incident that occurred when he bought candy from him a few months ago. After Wang Dong hung up the phone, he thought about it and sighed inwardly, it's really a different time now. After receiving the call, Linley was also deeply touched. From Wang Dong's words, he unexpectedly learned that despite such a good start this year, not every sugar factory made as much money as he had originally imagined. Linley avoided answering Wang Dong's questions on the phone about the sugar company's sales this year, because this matter was not worth telling to outsiders. We are now making such a huge loss for every ton of sugar we sell. I am too embarrassed to talk about this situation with outsiders, even without the leader's special instructions. Carefree days are always relaxing, and before we know it, 2 months have passed quickly. Li Xin now has so much money in his hands. He himself doesn't like smoking or drinking, and he doesn't spend too much in his daily life. At most, he takes Liing out to eat and travel. He has already started to look for a good car to buy for himself. However, he doesn't like the ordinary cars on the market now, and the few good models he thinks are too expensive, costing hundreds of thousands of dollars, which makes him reluctant to buy. Although he also likes cars very much, compared with the excitement of fighting in the futures market, he still prefers to keep his funds in futures. It has entered the end of the crushing season, and the salesmen in the out-of-province market have gradually returned to the company. The corridors that were deserted not long ago are now increasingly crowded with people. But compared with previous years, the atmosphere in the company at this time of year seems a little depressing. Lin Li, who had just returned from outside the province, couldn't stay in the bustling business office, so he strolled along the corridor. Seeing Gao Hui chatting in Li Xin's office, he went in. Gao Hui, sitting cross-legged on the leather sofa, picked up a fax from the coffee table, looked at it for a long time, sighed and said, "In just half a year, who would have thought that the current sugar price would drop to 3,600 yuan?" Lin Li walked over and sat next to him, took the paper from him, and looked at it for a while. Thinking back to the hardships of running back and forth to purchase and sell goods in the past few months, he said with a sigh, "Oh, it's really horrible." Xia Xiaona heard them sighing and groaning beside her, so she smiled and said, "Why are you two always saying such depressing things? You are the elites of the sugarcane branch." "What elites? They're almost out of food," Lin Li said unhappily with a dark face. "Haha, that's not necessary. You all have no food to eat, what should we do?" Xia Xiaona said. "You are not in the business department, there are some things you don't know," Gao Hui said in a low voice. "What's wrong? So mysterious?" Li Xin raised his head and asked when he heard this. Gao Hui stood up, walked to the door and closed it, whispering, "The company has suffered a huge loss this year." "How much did you lose?" Li Xin asked. "I'm afraid only Mr. Wu and Yao Li, the manager of the finance department, know the exact figures," said Gao Hui. "Then why do you say it's a huge loss?" "You're just guessing," Li Xin said. "How can it be a blind guess? Just do some calculation and you will know," Gao Hui said seriously. "Tell me, how do you calculate it?" Li Xin stood up and handed them cigarettes, lit one for himself, and asked while leaning against the table. "It's very simple. You can get a rough estimate by subtracting the purchase price of sugarcane from the sales price we sold this year," said Gao Hui. Xia Xiaona listened and said disapprovingly, "How would we know the purchase price and sales price? The people in your branches are also secretive about it, making it like a military secret." "That's right," said Li Xin. Gao Hui sat up straight on the sofa and said to Li Xin, "Let me roughly calculate it for you. I won't talk about other things, just talk about the 200 million yuan loan. The three branches used this loan to buy more than 37,000 tons of sugar in total, and these sugars were not sold out until last month, which is September. On average, the difference between the purchase price and the sales price per ton of sugar is no less than 1,000 yuan, which means a loss of 37 million yuan. Your sugar is only sold out this month." "No way. The new sugar-making season will begin in another month or two," Li Xin said in surprise. "Why would I lie to you?" Gao Hui said seriously, "Add to that the loan interest payable, let's keep it simple and calculate it at 10%, which is 20 million. Just adding these two figures together, the total is 57 million. In fact, according to my inference, the loan interest should be higher, more than 10%. The gap between the purchase price and the selling price of each ton of sugar is no less than 1,000 yuan. Is it that much?" Li Xin was a little unconvinced. "This is my estimate of the average price difference, which should not be too different. If you don't believe me, ask Lin Li and see how he sells sugar in Jiangsu and Zhejiang." Gao Hui pointed at Lin Li and said. Lin Li nodded and said, "About the same. And this does not include sales expenses. If the shipping cost per ton of sugar and other miscellaneous expenses are included, the loss will be even greater." Li Xin said, "I thought you had sold out a long time ago, but I didn't expect to lose so much on just 1 ton." Lin Li said, "Sugar prices fell too fast. Once the price dropped, no one wanted to buy sugar. Originally, they said there was a gap between supply and demand this year, but later it seemed that sugar cane was everywhere, and there were more people selling sugar than buying it. Xia Xiaona said, "Do you know how much sugar was imported this year?" More than 2.9 million tons, the most in history. Lin Li said, "Not only that, if it was just imported sugar, the supply and demand would be roughly balanced, and the sugar price would not fall so much. I heard that a lot of sugar came in through irregular channels, no wonder the sugar price fell so much." Li Xian thought about it and asked Gao Hui, "With a loss of more than 57 million, isn't the company seriously injured?" Gao Hui looked at Li Xian and said in a low voice, "It's more than just a broken bone. At this time last year, when I applied for this 200 million yuan loan from the bank, I heard the manager of the finance department, Yao Li, say a number. The company's net assets were more than 50 million. I can't remember the exact number, but it was less than 60 million. What's the result of comparing these two numbers?" Xia Xiaona said in surprise, "Doesn't that mean the company is insolvent?" Lin Li took over the conversation and said, "What do you think? I just told you that we were running out of food and you didn't believe me." Li Xian said, "If this is the case, the sugar company is finished." Xia Xiaona asked, "What about the sales business in the new squeezing season?" Lin Li said, "There is no business to do. Among the 3 branches, only the alcohol sales branch still has some business. Their little business is to use the existing alcohol warehouse to help the sugar factory sell alcohol. The other branches have no money to do business. Otherwise, after a while, when the sugar factory is producing sugar in the new crushing season, how can Gao Hui and I have time to sit in your office and chat? We would have been sent to the sugar factory to buy sugar long ago." As they were talking in low voices, the door was pushed open. A salesperson from the sugarcane branch poked his head in and said, "Manager Gao, Manager Lin, you are here. I have been looking for you everywhere. President Tang has called a meeting for department managers and wants you to come over." Gao Hui said, "I know, I'll be there right away." After the salesman closed the door and left, Lin Li stood up and said to Gao Hui, "Let's go to the meeting." Gao Hui said to Li Xian and Xia Xiaona, "Just keep in mind what I just said to you, don't go out and talk nonsense." Before Li Xian and Xia Xiaona had a chance to say anything, Lin Li said to him in an unpleasant tone, "Hey! What are you afraid of? We didn't make this up. These are real things, and no one can cover it up. Sooner or later, everyone in the company will know about it. Come on, let's go to the meeting and see what else they have to say." After that, he went out with Gao Hui. After they left, Xia Xiaona looked at Li Xian thoughtfully and said, "You're right." "What do you mean?" Li Xian asked. "In April, you told Mr. Wu in his office that sugar prices were going to plummet." Xia Xiaona said. Li Xian felt upset after hearing this. He sighed and said, "Yes, they didn't take it seriously at the time. Look, in just a few months, such a large sugar company has come to this point." Li Xian took a sip of water from the cup, then put it down and said, "But to be honest, I didn't expect them to lose so much. I thought they would sell the sugar as soon as they saw the price drop, but they didn't sell it until now. No wonder they lost so much money per ton just because of the average price difference between the purchase price and the sales price. If their business manager didn't tell us, how would ordinary people know about this? Do you think there is still hope for the company?" Xia Xiaona asked in a low voice with concern. "If the loss per ton of sugar is more than 1,000 yuan as they said, the company will definitely be doomed," Li Xian said without hesitation. After Xia Xiaona heard this, she lowered her head with a heavy heart and stopped talking. What the others had said just now made her worried about her future. What would she do if the company went bankrupt? "After much deliberation, I finally chose the sugar company when I graduated. At that time, the company was quite famous. As long as you could get into the company, you would be allocated a house in a short time. I also went through a lot of twists and turns to get into this company. But man proposes, God disposes. I didn't expect that such a large company would go bankrupt in just a few years, and I had to find another way out. If I had known this would happen, I would have listened to my parents and gone to the Chemical Engineering Design Institute. Although there was no housing there, I could live with my parents. What's the point of having housing now that the company is in this state? If I transfer to another company in the future, won't I have to give up the house I'm allocated here? Lin Li and his friend's words also made Li Xin feel heavy-hearted. He thought, no wonder the company has been so deserted recently, it turns out that all business has stopped. The company's huge losses also made him realize the opportunities and risks in the capital market. The difference between success and failure actually starts in the details, between millimeters. Half a year ago, when I was shorting in the futures market, everyone in the company was bullish. As a result, half a year later, such a large company as the sugar company collapsed due to misjudgment of market trends. This really proves the saying, a slight error can lead to a huge mistake. The company had such a big problem, but those leaders were still pretending as if nothing had happened. If Lin Li and the others hadn't complained today, they would still be kept in the dark. Although Li Xin felt heavy-hearted, with his current strength, he subconsciously looked at the future of the sugar company from the perspective of a bystander. Even if the company could not pay wages tomorrow, he was not worried at all. Not long after, Li Xin's thoughts slowly turned to the futures prices. He thought about what Lin Li had just said. The new crushing season was about to begin. If the company still had funds to do business, what would they do? The current sugar price in the market is around 3,600 yuan, while the price of the T709 contract for delivery in September next year at the Jiangnan Futures Exchange is even lower, at only 3,220 yuan. Such a low price has not been seen in recent years. Is it a bit too low? According to the sugar yield rate of sugarcane in the province over the years, 1 ton of sucrose requires 8 or 9 tons of sugarcane. Although the sugar mill has not yet sent the data of the new crushing season, there is no abnormal change in the climate in the province this year, and the sugar yield rate of sugarcane should not be much different. If we refer to the purchase price of raw materials in the previous crushing season, the price of 3,220 sucrose is low. Is this an opportunity? He is a little unsure. The biggest variable now is the sugarcane output, but from what we have learned so far, the situation in major sugarcane producing areas in the country is still good. Unlike the previous crushing season when the raw material production dropped sharply, the overall situation is comparable to the normal level of previous years. Thinking of this, he said to Xia Xiaona, look at the price list that was faxed over. The futures price of sugar for September next year is only 3,200 yuan now. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Xia Xiaona didn't have the energy to think about these things now. She responded absent-mindedly, the price is so low, there must be a reason. Li Xin didn't notice Xia Xiaona's expression and continued, such a low price indicates that supply will still exceed demand next year, but I don't think the supply and demand relationship next year will be as outrageous as this year. This year's situation is too extreme. It should be a special case. Xia Xiaona evaded the question by saying, we will have to wait for a while until the sugarcane production statistics of each province are compiled to find out. Li Xin said unwillingly, then can you estimate whether the sugarcane production in the new crushing season will be completely opposite to the previous crushing season, with oversupply? Xia Xiaona thought for a moment and said, that shouldn't be the case. The domestic sugarcane supply is in a tight balance most of the years, and a large oversupply is rare. At this point, Li Xin felt more and more that the idea that just popped up in his mind might really be possible. It is precisely because of this that the current price of sugar for delivery next year is even more unreasonable. Seeing Li Xin's certainty, Xia Xiaona was a little unconvinced and said, this year's sugar price has dropped so much that most sugarcane businesses are losing money. Maybe that's why no one dares to have too high expectations for next year's price. Li Xin thought about it and said, it seems to make sense. As the two were talking, they saw Gao Hui passing by the door, so Li Xin called him, Manager Gao, come in. Gao Hui walked in and asked, what's the matter? Seeing his gloomy face, Li Xin smiled and said, let me ask you a question, why do you look like that? Gao Hui said unhappily, hey, it's nothing. It has nothing to do with you. Tell me, what's the matter? Li Xin estimated that he was in a bad mood because of the meeting at the sugarcane branch. Seeing that he changed the subject, he did not ask any more questions and said, we were just discussing that the current sugar price of 3,600 is already low enough. Do you think the sugar price will be lower than it is now at this time next year? Gao Hui said, it's hard to say. Li Xin further asked, if you can buy candy for 3,200 yuan now, would you dare to buy it? Gao Hui said, You are talking about the futures price, right? Li Xin smiled and said, yes, the sugar contract for delivery in September next year at the futures exchange is currently around 3,200 yuan. Do you think this price is a bit low? Gao Hui asked suspiciously, why do you care about these? Are you doing futures? Li Xin had never told anyone about his futures business. These things were very sensitive in the company. When he was asked, he denied it flatly, no, I just felt that the price faxed over was a little low, so I just asked casually. Gao Hui evaded the question by saying, don't worry about it. No matter how low the price goes, it won't work. The company has no funds left to do business. Seeing that he was trying to change the subject, Li Xin said, Manager Gao, don't joke with me. Whether the company has money to do business is another matter. What I asked you was whether the sugar price of around 3,200 yuan in September next year is a bit low. You didn't answer my question. Gao Hui muttered, you are so annoying. Who has the heart to think about these things now? Li Xin said with a smile, tell me about it. Gao Hui saw that he couldn't avoid it, so he thought for a moment and said, the price of sugar in September next year is only 3,200 yuan now, which is definitely a little low. There haven't been such low prices in recent years. But then again, that's the price a year later, I can't say for sure. Just like last year, who would have thought that the price of sugar in September this year would be as low as 3,600 yuan? Don't you think so? Li Xin listened without saying anything. Xia Xiaona interrupted and said, why don't you call the sugar factory and see what they say? Li Xin thought about it and it made sense. He looked at his watch and saw that it was already time to get off work in the afternoon. Even if he called now, there would probably be no one at the sugar factory. So he said, that's a good idea. I'll call the sugar factory tomorrow morning. Gao Hui waved his hand and said, the opinions of the sugar mills are not necessarily reliable. In the past sugar-making season, they set the X-factory price so high at the beginning, but then they couldn't sell the sugar, so they dropped the price significantly. So when it comes to prices, the market has the final say, and no one can predict it. What Gao Hui said seemed to make sense. Li Xin couldn't make up his mind for a moment, and the idea that had just popped up in his mind became a little hesitant again. I'll ask the sugar factory tomorrow, he thought. In the evening, on the way to dinner with Li Ying, Li Xin said to her, our company is probably insolvent. Li Ying asked in surprise, what's going on? Why haven't I heard you mention this before? Li Xin said, I just found out about this too. Li Ying asked, why did this happen suddenly? Li Xin said, it's a long story, but to put it simply, at the end of last year, our company took out a loan to buy a large amount of sugar cane. Later, the price of sugar cane dropped sharply. Now that we have sold all of it, we have suffered a huge loss, which has led to the company's current predicament. It's been such a long time since last year, why haven't I heard you tell me about it before? Li Ying complained. I only learned the specific situation today. For many business matters, how would we ordinary employees know if the business personnel did not tell us? Now the 3 branches are out of funds and normal business has stopped, so many things have only now surfaced, Li Xin explained. Everything will get better in the future, right? Li Ying asked worriedly. Given the current situation of the sugar company, I don't think it will be able to get a loan from the bank. How can we do business without money? I think it will be difficult to get better in the future, said Li Xin. If that's the case, what are you going to do in the future? Li Ying asked with a frown. If we can contact other units, we will try to transfer them, said Li Xin. It's so difficult to transfer now. It's impossible without connections, let alone to a good unit, said Li Ying. Yeah, I don't have any connections, so I have to run around and ask more. If it doesn't work, I'll just quit my job and find another way. Anyway, I won't starve if I work. Li Xin said disapprovingly. It's easy for you to say that. What will you eat after you quit your job? Li Ying said with a sullen face. In fact, given Li Xin's current financial situation, he no longer cares much about how the company will develop in the future. He just casually mentioned the company's situation today, but he didn't expect Li Ying to have such a big reaction. Li Xin listened to Li Ying's tone and looked at her expression and felt a little surprised. He had never seen such an expression and attitude from her before. In an instant, the gentle and considerate Li Ying disappeared, and the person standing in front of him seemed to be a stranger. Li Xin, who was easily affected by other people's emotions, felt a little uncomfortable. In order to ease the atmosphere, he changed the subject and said, "There must be a way out when you reach the mountain. Let's not talk about this today. It's getting late. Let's go eat first." Li Ying, who was feeling resentful, was in a bad mood the whole night. She didn't say anything, but in her heart she blamed Li Xin for hiding such important news from her. His workplace is going to close down, but he is still so indifferent and doesn't take it seriously. This is a major event in his life. I really don't know what he is thinking. Li Xin was also very unhappy with Li Ying's changed expression. He regretted telling her about such a work-related matter, which made her unhappy all night. It was originally a very simple matter, and I didn't take it to heart before telling her. Why did it become so complicated for her? If Li Ying asked him nicely, he might have patiently explained, but with her attitude, Li Xin's stubborn temper came out. He was a donkey that gave in to soft words but not to harsh ones, so he would not humble himself and say nice things to coax her. The key is that he feels that he is not wrong at all. After eating at the restaurant, Li Xin sent Li Ying home early. He was very depressed that the beautiful night he had been looking forward to was ruined. He returned to the dormitory and spent his time watching boring TV programs alone. Around 9 o'clock the next morning, Li Xin picked up the phone and called the director's office of Julien Sugar Factory, assuming that the factory had already started working. Julien Sugar Factory. Please ask for Director Wang. The person on the phone said, "It's me." Who are you? Li Xin said, "Hello, Director Wang, I am Li Xin from the sugar company office." Wang Dong said, "Hello, Shaoli, what's up?" Li Xin said, "It's not urgent. Isn't the crushing season about to start? Please fax over the estimated crushing start time, sugarcane yield, sugar content, sugar yield, crushing time, and other information as soon as possible. Director Wang, please hurry up." Wang Dong said, "Okay, I'll have them finish it as soon as possible and upload it to you." Li Xin asked, "Director Wang, what do you think will happen in your factory in the new sugarcane season? Are there any significant changes in the sugarcane planting area and sugarcane production compared to last year?" Wang Dong said, "The raw material planting area here has not changed much over the years. The weather has been pretty good so far this year. As long as there is no frost in the later period, the sugar content of sugarcane will not change much. Therefore, it is estimated that the sugar production this year should be similar to that of last year." Li Xin asked, "What do you think of the sugar price in the new crushing season?" Wang Dong sighed and said, "Well, it's hard to say. The sugar price in the previous crushing season has dropped to this level now. The sugar factory doesn't make much profit from producing 1 ton of sugar. Of course, we hope that the sugar price in the new crushing season will be better." Li Xin asked, "The current market price of sugar is about 3,600 yuan. What do you think if the price of new sugar is also like this?" Wang Dong said vaguely, "At this price, the sugar factory can't make much money." Li Xin further asked, "The sugar price in September this year has dropped a lot compared to the beginning of the sugar crushing season. Do you think the sugar price in September next year will be much lower than 3,600 yuan? For example, it will drop to below 3,300 yuan. Wang Dong said, "Isn't this price too low? Based on last year's sugarcane purchase price, 3,600 yuan is not considered high. If it falls below 3,300 yuan, unless the sugarcane purchase price drops significantly in the new crushing season, the sugar mill will have no profit at all and will have to close down." Li Xin said, "That's true. As for the purchase price of sugarcane, it has been relatively stable in various places in recent years, and the possibility of a reduction should not be great." Wang Dong said, "Yes, the purchase price of sugarcane is related to the interests of the majority of sugarcane farmers. If the price is too low, it will affect the enthusiasm of sugarcane farmers to plant. Once the planting area is reduced, the output in the next 2 or 3 years will be affected. So I think that unless the supply of sugarcane planting area exceeds the demand, the purchase price of sugarcane will drop significantly. However, judging from all aspects, the supply of raw materials in the new crushing season has not encountered such a situation, at least that is the situation I have learned. After listening to this, Li Xian said, Director Wang, you are right. Thank you. I won't bother you anymore. Please come to our office to chat when you have time. Wang Dong said, okay. After Li Xian hung up the phone, Xia Xiaona asked, what did the sugar factory say? Li Xian said, they also think that the price is too low. At this rate, the sugar mills will not make any profit at all. Xia Xiaona said, so, the current sugar price is relatively low, but unfortunately the sugar company is now out of money, and there is nothing they can do about this fat piece of meat that is right in front of them. Li Xian casually replied, who says it's not? He said this, but in his heart he was thinking, the sugar factory has no profit at 3,300 yuan as the X-factory price, so isn't 3,200 yuan even lower? If the seller gets the sugar from the sugar factory at this price and keeps it in September next year, the cost will increase with the freight and storage fees. It seems that the price of the T709 contract for delivery in September next year is obviously too low. The only explanation for this phenomenon is that the market has reached another extreme. This is the opportunity. He picked up a blank piece of printer paper and started calculating on it while thinking. The capital in hand is 3 million yuan, and the price is around 3,200 yuan. Based on a 10% margin, a full position can buy 900 lots. If you are bolder, you can buy 600 lots based on 2/3 of the position. Is such a large position too risky? If you hold 600 long orders at around 3,200 yuan, how much loss can you bear if the price trend is contrary to expectations? If the price drops by 167 yuan from the purchase price, the remaining 1 million yuan in the account will be lost, and the loss ratio will reach 33%. You might as well set this number as the bottom line. If it reaches this point, stop loss and exit the market. Is this a high probability? At this price, sugar mills have no money to make and will close down, so the safety margin should be very high. So how high can it go? Director Wang said that the sugar factory can barely make a profit at a price of 3,600 yuan, which should be more credible. If we take this price as the X-factory price of the sugar factory, after traders purchase the goods and add the freight and storage fees, the cost will increase by at least 200 yuan by September next year. September marks the end of the sugar crushing season and the peak period for sugar consumption in the second half of the year. Taking this seasonal factor into consideration, coupled with traders' profit expectations, it is possible for sugar prices to return to 4,300 yuan in September last year. The possibility of a drop of 167 yuan is small, but the possibility of a rise of 1,000 yuan is high. This is worth doing. After Wang Dong hung up the phone, he began to wonder. Li Xian was evasively asking about the sugar price in September next year, which obviously refers to the futures price. Why was he asking about this? Could it be that the sugar company was planning to buy futures for September next year? He now feels upset whenever he mentions futures. The last time he bought 100 lots of futures at a high price, he lost more than 1 million yuan. That experience cast a huge shadow in his heart. Li Xian's words reminded him that he also felt that the futures price in September next year would be relatively low, but he really did not have the confidence to bother with futures anymore. What if I lose again? Didn't I make the move accurately last time? After seeing Li Xian answer the phone, Xia Xiaona sat there concentrating on writing and drawing, and she didn't know what he was planning. After a while, Li Xian stopped writing, folded the paper in his hand, put it in his pocket, stood up and hurried out. Li Xian rushed to the exchange and saw that there were not many people placing orders. Zhang Jin and Wang Hong were both relatively free, so he said, Zhang Jin, are you free now? Please help me with the deposit procedure. Zhang Jin heard this and said excitedly, sure. He immediately turned around and ordered, Wang Hong, take Li Xian to go through the deposit procedures. I'll watch over here. After Li Xian transferred the funds from him, his trading volume suddenly shrank a lot. Now seeing Li Xian taking the initiative to propose to go through the deposit procedures, he was very happy. All major banks have on-site branches in the exchange. After more than 10 minutes, Li Xian completed the deposit procedures. Seeing Li Xian coming in after completing the formalities, Zhang Jin asked with a smile, do you have any new plans? What will you do, empty or large? I think the prices are about the same, so we can buy some on dips. Li Xian said, and then he sat down and stared at the computer screen, concentrating on the market. The delivery month of the T709 contract is September next year. It will become the most actively traded main contract around April next year. Now the trading volume of this contract is not large, with only more than 2,000 lots per day, and the total open interest is more than 5,000 lots. Holding 600 lots of such contracts accounts for nearly 1/10 of the total. Will we be targeted by the other party? After careful consideration, Li Xian decided that he was not afraid even if he was targeted. Because if the main contract with the largest trading volume at present falls sharply from the current level, then even if no one uses funds to suppress it, it is inevitable that T709 will follow the decline. Otherwise, the possibility of it being driven down to 167 yuan by the opponent's funds alone is very small. This contract has only been traded for over a month. From the graph we can see that the holding price of more than 5,000 lots is between 3,200 and 3,300 yuan. If we want to suppress the price by 167 yuan against the market trend, it would be impossible without tens of millions of yuan in funds. More importantly, if other contracts do not have a corresponding decline, and the price of this contract falls so much against the market trend, the number of short positions open to suppress it will be at least nearly 10,000 lots. By then, more long funds will target these positions, and how will these short positions be exited? Zhang Jin looked at Li Xian, who was sitting in front of the computer and watching the market attentively, and he knew that he would definitely take action today. He spends every day with his clients and likes to observe them when he has nothing to do. Li Xian is a very unique person. He does things without procrastination and will start doing things immediately after making a decision. But he is very cunning. Even if he reveals a little bit, no one can guess what he really thinks. He made a lot of money in the first two waves of the market, but he never talked about the reasons for his buying and selling beforehand. When other customers place orders here, they will discuss with others. Li Xian never asks for other people's opinions before placing an order. I really don't know where he gets such confidence from. Li Xian looked at the market for a while, and suddenly remembered something, and asked Zhang Jin, how did the long orders of the sugar factory you mentioned last time end up being handled? Did they close the positions or wait until the final delivery? In the end, we closed the positions by agreement. I heard that it was quite troublesome. Zhang Jin said. What's going on? Li Xian asked. Zhang Jin said, the 100 short orders of the short side were scattered among several customers. In fact, these customers holding short orders were individual investors, not sugar mills. The quantity held by each person was not large, and it was not easy for them to find sugar that met the delivery standards. Moreover, it was difficult to satisfy so many people. Everyone had different expectations for the closing price, and it was impossible to reach a consensus. In the end, the exchange had to come forward to coordinate, and everyone sat down and agreed on a price acceptable to both the long and short sides, and the position was closed by agreement. Li Xian said, this is a good solution. Otherwise, both the long and short sides will have to deal with a lot of trouble. Zhang Jin said, that's right. As the long side, if the sugar mill really wants to make delivery, they will definitely hope that the 1,000 tons of sugar they take away are from the same factory, so that it will be convenient for them to sell them later. Most of the short side clients holding short orders are speculative traders and are not familiar with the delivery procedures. If they are asked to find sugar for delivery, the sugar they find will definitely be varied, and it is hard to say whether it can meet the delivery standards. In this way, not only will the two sides argue, but the delivery department of the exchange will also have a headache. Li Xian smiled and said, this must be the first time that the exchange has encountered such a troublesome situation, right? Zhang Jin said, that's true. I've never encountered anything like this before. This time, at least the staff in each department have gone through the procedures thoroughly in their minds and are familiar with them. When something similar happens in the future, they will have a better idea of what to do. Li Xian asked, what do people here think of the current sugar price? Zhang Jin was just thinking about it, trying to find out what Li Xian was going to do this time and what her reason was. But before he had a chance to ask Li Xian asked him first. He hesitated for a moment, and before he could speak, Lao Feng said, I think such a big drop in this crushing season has seriously damaged the entire sugar industry, especially many sugar traders have suffered heavy losses this year. It is difficult for sugar prices to improve in the next 1 or 2 years. Lao Zhao said, in fact, the drop in sugar prices is also good. For downstream sugar-using companies, the cost of raw materials has dropped significantly. For example, in our factory, the sugar needed to produce cakes and food has become much cheaper. Especially now, we have purchased a lot of sugar while the market price is relatively low, and we have enough raw materials for production at the end of the year. Lao Feng said disapprovingly, you can buy it in the market at any time. Why buy so much now? If the sugar price drops again at the end of the year, won't you buy it at a higher price again? Lao Zhao said, it has already fallen to this point, how much lower can it fall? Besides, no matter whether the sugar price goes up or down, our factory will have to use so much sugar. Instead of worrying about whether it will go up or down in the future, it is better to buy more now while the price is relatively low. At the current market price, we have not bought such cheap sugar in the past few years. Li Xin asked, are you buying in the futures market? Lao Zhao said, no, there are very few orders in the futures market, all of which are speculative transactions. We have never delivered here. The main reason is that we need sugar at any time for production, which conflicts with the time limit for delivery of the main contract. In addition, it is inconvenient to pick up goods at the delivery warehouse, so we buy in the market when the price is right. Li Xin nodded and said, that's the truth. In the more than 1 hour since the morning opening, the T709 contract traded more than 600 lots. The trading volume was very small and the price fluctuated within a range of more than 20 points. Li Xin decided to start buying. He asked for an order form, filled in the date, and filled in 200 lots in the order quantity column. He wrote, less than 3,240, in the order price column. Although Li Xin thought that the contract was unlikely to be attacked by the opponent at the current price, he still felt that he should be cautious. So after filling out the form and signing his name, he stood up and called Zhang Jin out the door. Is there anything wrong? Zhang Jin felt a little strange and asked. Li Xin handed him the order and said, today, buy 200 lots of T709 contracts for me at a price below 3240. This is the order I filled out. I didn't write a specific number in the price column. After the transaction is completed, you can fill it in based on the actual situation. Zhang Jin smiled and said, okay, isn't this simple? Why don't you just talk about it in the office? Why make it so mysterious? Li Xin said, there are too many people in the office, and the trading volume of this contract is relatively small. I am afraid of attracting other people's attention. Zhang Jin said, oh, I see. Li Xin continued, when buying, don't bid all 200 lots at once. You should buy them separately, 20 lots at a time, with a longer time interval, so as not to cause price fluctuations. Zhang Jin said, I understand. Li Xin reminded him again, just know that I bought and opened a position. Don't mention it to other customers or people in other trading seats, so as not to become a target. Zhang Jin said, don't worry, it won't happen. Li Xin said, that's it. You help me buy it. I'm leaving first. Then he went downstairs. Li Xin returned to the company's office. As soon as he sat down, Xia Xiaona asked, how is the sugar price at the exchange this morning? Li Xin picked up the cup and walked to the water dispenser. As he filled the cup with water, he said, until I left, the price was about the same as what was faxed over yesterday. There was not much change. Xia Xiaona said, oh. Li Xin felt a little strange. After taking the water, he returned to his seat and asked, you don't usually care about futures prices. Why do you want to ask about this today? Xia Xiaona said, it's okay, just asking casually. Li Xin's mysterious behavior made her very confused. The company has come to this point now, and everyone in the company is in a panic. Why did he run to the stock exchange for no reason? In private, she heard people talking about Li Xin doing sugar futures, and it seemed to be true. Li Xin didn't notice Xia Xiaona's somewhat puzzled look, his mind was now completely focused on the futures price. This time he opened a position to buy 200 lots at once, and then there were another 400 lots to be bought at the right time. Such a large position immediately made his spirit change from the carefree state not long ago to a state of war, as if he was on the edge of an abyss and treading on thin ice. The sudden increase in psychological pressure made Lee Xin feel even more lonely. He needs warmth and support, but these are exactly what he can't get now. In recent days, Lee Xin vaguely felt that Li Ying's attitude towards him had changed, from the previous tenderness to last night's coldness, which made Lee Xin very disappointed. Lee Xin didn't want to think about why. But when Lee Xin was under great pressure, she was not around. The feeling of loneliness made Lee Xin feel lost and depressed. Lee Xin was a little depressed by the inexplicable disappearance of Su Li. He went to the futures exchange several times but didn't see her. He called her pager but she didn't return his calls. He couldn't figure out whether she was on a business trip or had something else happen, and it was not convenient to ask others about it. Lee Xin couldn't help but wonder, is he sick? Or is he no longer doing futures here? He wouldn't just disappear without even saying hello, right? These two people are the ones Lee Xin relies on the most and is most willing to confide in. This dependence and confiding is reflected both physically and psychologically. Lee Xin is a person who keeps everything in his heart. The more important the matter is, the less likely he will reveal a word. It is precisely because of his character that, during the process of contact, Li Ying and Su Li felt more of Lee Xin's obsession with their bodies, and it was difficult to detect Lee Xin's psychological release and silent confession in this process. On the way home from get-off work, Lee Xin felt extremely lonely deep in his heart as he walked alone on the sidewalk under the afterglow of the setting sun. The next morning, Lee Xin, who was concerned about the transaction status of yesterday's orders, arrived at the exchange office early. There were still more than 20 minutes before the trading session ended and other customers had not arrived yet. Only Wang Hong was in the room, making preparations before the market opened. When she saw Lee Xin coming in, she said, "You came very early today." Lee Xin said, "I was thinking about yesterday's order, so I came here early to see if it was completed." "What was the price?" "All transactions have been completed." "Take a look." I calculated the average transaction price and filled it in the price column. Wang Hong said as she took out the order form written by Lee Xin yesterday from the drawer and handed it to him. Lee Xin took it, took a look, and said, "The average transaction price is 3,228, not bad." Wang Hong asked, "How do you open a position on a 4-month contract with a small trading volume?" "Your order is very troublesome. I submitted it in 10 batches yesterday. If you open a position on the main contract with a large trading volume, it will be completed in 1 transaction." Lee Xin said, "The prices of long-term contracts are more advantageous." Wang Hong said, "But the open interest of this month's contract is too small, and the possibility of price fluctuation is also very high. Aren't you afraid of being targeted by others?" Lee Xin said, "Yes, there is such a possibility. I have considered it." At this moment, Zhang Jin came in, saw Lee Xin, and said, "Yesterday's orders have all been executed. Did you see it?" Lee Xin said, "Wang Hong showed me that the transaction price is good. Let's buy another 200 lots today, and the price should still be below 32.40. Zhang Jin said, "Okay, I get it. Let's separate the time intervals and buy them separately, right?" Lee Xin filled out the order form and said, "Yes, that's what I mean." Zhang Jin took the order from Lee Xin and said, "You bought so much this time. Is there any news? Tell me a little bit." Lee Xin said, "There is no news, but I really think the price is a bit low. If you are interested, I suggest you buy some." Zhang Jin smiled and said, "Forget it, I'll just be a bystander." Wang Hong was listening nearby without saying anything, but Lee Xin noticed that when she heard that she had opened a position and bought another 200 lots today, a look of surprise flashed across her face. Lee Xin asked Zhang Jin, "According to your understanding, have the sugar factories that have opened accounts at the exchange made any recent moves?" Zhang Jin said, "It seems that there is nothing special. The trading volume of these sugar mills is not large to begin with. In addition, after seeing the sugar mill we talked about last time suffer a huge loss in long positions, they became more cautious when placing orders." After listening to Zhang Jin's words, Lee Xin felt a little worried. Although these trading seats in the exchange are in a competitive relationship as the old saying goes, and there is also competition for customers, they are in the same hall after all and are too close to each other. The information from other trading seats can be transmitted to Zhang Jin and his team, and the information from Zhang Jin and his team will definitely be transmitted to other trading seats. The fact that he held so many positions in the T709 contract might have already been known to everyone. Alas, there is nothing we can do about it. Just know it now. Just go at your own pace and find an opportunity to build up the remaining one-third of the position tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Just as Xia Xiaona thought, among all the people in the company, only Li Xin was completely above the company's dismal operating conditions. The others were all more or less anxious about this matter. The person who is under the most pressure here is none other than the company's general manager Wu Bin. As the general manager of the company, Wu Bin had watched the company go from bad to worse for several months, and the pressure on his heart was increasing. The leaders of the department had contacted him several times to learn about the situation in detail. As the general manager, he was not immune from the responsibility for the company's situation. The company's current true situation is still kept secret from ordinary employees. Although everyone has heard some rumors, they are still just gossip. But even so, the phenomenon of unrest among employees has become very obvious, especially after the complete suspension of business operations. The scene of all company employees staying in the office doing nothing, chatting and gossiping, made him worry that some trouble will occur one day. What will happen to the company if the true situation is made public? A year ago, the company was doing well, but now it has reached the point where it can't even pay salaries. How will the dozens of employees under him live in the future? The huge mental pressure and guilt made him frown all day long. After dinner that day, he was sitting in the living room watching TV when he suddenly felt suffocated and short of breath. Just as he was about to stand up, his eyes went dark and he fainted. The family immediately called an ambulance and sent him to the hospital for emergency treatment. After Wu Bin was hospitalized due to illness, the entire company was leaderless. Tang Jianhua, who is not bothered by lice or debts, is no longer concerned about the company's business. As early as a month ago, he secretly contacted another unit and submitted a transfer request to the company, hoping to be transferred to another unit. He knew very well that the sugar company was ruined and he himself did not have much future here. In the past, everyone in the company looked up to him, but now, everyone he met in the corridor lowered their heads and no one was willing to greet him. The strange looks in people's eyes made him not want to stay here for a day. But there was no news about this matter now. Feeling very anxious, he once again went to the personnel department of the hall to inquire about the news. Compared with the ambiguous information he had learned before, he finally got a clear answer today: all personnel transfers in the sugar company were frozen. This added to his uneasiness. He was so anxious to get this done because he was afraid that things would get more complicated if the time was too long. He wanted to buy some time and withdraw to another company while maintaining his administrative level before the sugar company's affairs were fully exposed. You know, when he first started contacting the other company, the other party was very polite, but when he called them again recently, their attitude was obviously much colder. He wondered if during this period the other party had learned a lot from the department about the sugar company's operating conditions over the past year. Truth will come out sooner or later. If time goes on too long and the situation of the sugar company is completely exposed, even if the department releases him, the other party may not be willing to accept him. It now seems that the path of transfer is not so easy to take. His last glimmer of hope was shattered, and he walked out of the light industry hall dejectedly. In fact, ever since he first submitted his application for transfer, it had caused some discussion among those in the hall who knew about the matter. Everyone thought that he was being clever and treating others as idiots. It's like an ostrich burying its head in the sand. It can't see others, so it thinks others can't see it either. For a while, people from top to bottom in the hall were talking about this matter, and they all said that with Tang Jianhua's way of thinking and vision, how could he be the most capable branch manager of the sugar company? No wonder the sugar company has fallen to the state it is in today. Feeling disheartened, Tang Jianhua returned to his office and closed the door to think about countermeasures. If he could be transferred to another unit, he no longer cared about the difference in job level. He couldn't imagine what a life worse than death he would be in if he continued to stay here. In the smoke, he made it until the end of his shift. Assuming that most people in the building had left, he knocked on Yao Li's office door. Yao Li was also sitting in the office bored and waiting for the end of work. When she saw him come in at this time, she knew what he was planning. When the two looked into each other's eyes, they could sense the desire in each other's hearts. Ever since the two of them broke the window paper last time, the relationship between them has been out of control. This abnormal relationship allowed Tang Jianhua to find an unbridled channel for release, and also allowed Yao Li to experience something she had longed for but never gotten. As soon as he stepped into Yao Li's office, which he had fought in many times, Tang Jianhua immediately entered a battle state. He wanted to use the blazing fire to burn away the haze in his heart. In the past few months, whenever he felt stressed, he would find a way to seek comfort here. This kind of indulgence can relieve his stress better than cigarettes and alcohol, and brings him a rare sense of relaxation. This is a secret in both of their hearts. Tang Jianhua walked to Yao Li's chair. Yao Li gave him a meaningful look and said, "You're at work, aren't you afraid of being seen?" Tang Jianhua said, "Where is the person? They all left long ago." Looking at the impatient Tang Jianhua, Yao Li felt a strange sense of satisfaction in her heart. As a woman, she enjoyed the man's coveting of her. She was not in a hurry to let Tang Jianhua succeed immediately. She wanted to continue the process and feel the wonderful feeling brought by vanity. After Yushihua finished her work at the alcohol warehouse, she remembered that she had left her keys in the office, so she asked the driver to take her back to the office to get them. She returned to the company building and found the corridor empty. When she took the key from the table and locked the door, she saw that the light in Yao Li's office was still on, so she walked over and knocked. When there was no response, she turned the doorknob and found the door was open, so she pushed it open and went in. Yao Li and Tang Jianhua were about to embark on a wonderful journey. They were so affectionate that they forgot to lock the door from the inside. They were startled when they saw someone pushing the door open. Tang Jianhua's hand retracted quickly as if bitten by a snake, and the two of them separated like lightning. Yushihua stood at the door awkwardly, not knowing whether to go in or back out. Tang Jianhua's quickly withdrawn hand and the instant they separated reminded her of what had just happened. Even though the two had separated, Yao Li, who was leaning on the sofa, had her right leg bent and placed on the sofa cushion, without having time to straighten it. She was wearing a skirt, and this sitting posture inappropriately exposed herself completely to Tang Jianhua next to her. This scene doesn't look like two colleagues discussing work, but rather like two close men and women being affectionate in their own living room. Seeing Yushihua come in, Yao Li and Tang Jianhua were obviously a little at a loss. Yao Li greeted Yushihua with a stiff smile. Yushihua was also embarrassed and didn't know what to say, so she closed the door and walked out. Thinking back to the scene she had just seen, and thinking about the unnatural behavior of Yao Li and Tang Jianhua in front of everyone during the recent meetings, a woman's unique sensitivity made her realize that there was something unusual about the relationship between the two. "It's already this late, and you still have the mind to do this in the company, you really don't know how to live or die." She cursed inwardly. The wild mandarin ducks startled by Yushihua flapped their wings and lingered in place for a while in shock. Although it wasn't the most critical moment that she was caught, Yao Li was afraid that the truth would be revealed. She sorted out her slightly messy clothes and asked worriedly, "What should I do? Will she tell others?" Tang Jianhua had calmed down by now, half lying on the sofa, looking like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. She didn't see anything, what can she say? Yao Li didn't think the same way as he did. She was worried that Yushihua would be quick-witted and tell others about this matter, which would ruin her reputation in the unit. She was at a loss, and after listening to Yushihua's footsteps gradually fading away as she went downstairs, she decided to leave the office. Tang Jianhua, whose good thing had not yet been accomplished, was being so agitated by his emotions that he could hardly control himself. How could he miss the delicious meal in front of him? Without this feast, the gloom in his heart would keep him awake all night. He was so bold that he pulled Yao Li and said, "Let's go out." Yao Li asked, "Where are we going?" Tang Jianhua said, "Drive out, go anywhere." Yao Li, who had run out of ideas, followed Tang Jianhua downstairs, got in the car, and drove out of the company gate. Tang Jianhua had decided to put the battlefield in the car, but the traffic and bright lights along the way made it difficult for him to find a satisfactory place. Looking at the dark night sky in the distance, he came up with an idea, turned the steering wheel in his hand, turned the car out of the ring road, and drove all the way to the mountains in the suburbs. The car went further and further away on the winding mountain road. There was no light at all on the mountain road, and the pitch-black night surroundings could conceal any unspeakable actions. But the narrow road and bends made it difficult for Tang Jianhua to find a place to park and enjoy himself. The dim night also made the anxious Yao Li gradually relax. The small space in the car was filled with a strong smell of tobacco oil. Tang Jianhua's unscrupulous words and actions made her feel a feeling that she had never experienced even during their trysts in the office. In a state of confusion and passion, the two of them touched each other all over in the speeding car. At the end of a long downhill slope, Tang Jianhua, who was in a trance, had no time to turn the steering wheel, and the car ran off the road, with the left front of the car hitting heavily on a protruding boulder. Fortunately, the car was not far from the road. After some time, a passing vehicle spotted them and they worked together to open the right door and carried Yao Li, who was not seriously injured, out of the car. However, Tang Jianhua, who was in the driver's seat, was squeezed in the seat and could not get out because the car was severely deformed. After the police arrived, they broke open the car door with force, carried him out of the car, and sent him to the hospital for treatment. In the hospital emergency room, Tang Jianhua, whose both knees were shattered, was unconscious. Yao Li, whose gold-rimmed glasses were shattered by the airbag and whose face was covered with blood, revealed the name of her unit and contact information after repeated questioning by the police. It was time to rest at night, but Director Luan was not sleepy at all. The person who called him at work again in the afternoon made him extremely angry. He didn't want to explain it too clearly in front of other people in the office, and was afraid that the men would find the company, so he made an appointment with him and went out. After meeting that person, Director Luan said unhappily, "Didn't I tell you clearly? Why do you keep calling me again and again?" The men smiled and said, "Director Luan, please bear with us. We are also a small business. These tens of thousands of yuan are not a small amount. Please just return it to us." Director Luan frowned. "How can this be possible? The money has been spent, what can I give you back?" The men said helplessly, "No, the deal was not concluded. If it was concluded, we can't ask you for the money." Director Luan defended himself, "I have done all the things that need to be done. The failure of the deal is your business, so why do you involve me?" Seeing that the man was speechless, Director Luan continued, "I have inquired about it. The sugar factory I contacted for you has agreed to ship the goods to you. You just thought the price was too high and didn't want it, right?" By the end of the conversation, Director Luan was already a little impatient. He felt that these businessmen were too unreasonable. "Later, they lowered the price, but you still didn't want it. Do you think this is my fault?" The men sat across from Director Luan hesitantly, and after a while he said, "At first I wanted you to help negotiate a lower price, but the price was too high, and we had no profit at all. You know what happened later, when the sugar factory lowered the price, who would dare to buy sugar?" Director Luan didn't want to argue with him anymore, so he interrupted him and said, "You have no right to talk to me about these things, it's your business. The little money you contributed has been spent, and it was all spent on you, there is no reason to refund it. So that's it, don't look for me again in the future, it's useless to look for me." After that, he turned and left. In a bad mood, he did not return to the office. Seeing that it was almost time, he went to the vegetable market, bought some vegetables and went home to cook. After dinner, he watched TV series with his wife, and was still wondering where to put the money in his hand. He is severely henpecked and has no financial power at home. He has to hand over his monthly salary in full, and only has enough money for groceries left in his pocket. It is rare for him to go out for drinks and meals, and he almost always goes out when he spends public money or is invited by others. This time he had the opportunity to use his position to make some extra money, and he suddenly had a lot more money on his hands. He would never give it up no matter what. She had kept the money a secret from her wife, but this man had come to bother her several times today, which was not a big deal. The phone next to the sofa rang, and he picked it up and asked, "Who is this?" The person on the phone asked, "Is this Director Luan from the sugar company?" "I am, who are you?" "I'm from the traffic police team." "Traffic police?" Director Luan's heart skipped a beat. Police. Could it be that he was collecting money himself? He thought again, the traffic police team wouldn't take care of this matter. He calmed himself down and asked, "What do you want from me?" "It's like this. A car from your company was involved in a car accident in the suburbs. 2 people in the car were injured. Their condition is quite serious. They are now being treated at the First Municipal Hospital. Please send someone from your company to assist as soon as possible. After hearing this, Director Luan broke out in a cold sweat and asked, Okay, I'll be there right away. Who are the 2 injured people? It's Tang Jianhua and Yao Li. Please come as soon as possible. Tang Jianhua is in a coma and cannot contact his family. Yao Li's injuries are less serious, but she is unwilling to contact her family. This is not okay. Please ask your unit to help contact the family and come as soon as possible. I'll do it right away, Director Luan said repeatedly. As he flipped through the phone book, he muttered to himself, why are you looking for me for this? Later, after thinking about it carefully, I understood, Wu Bin was still in the intensive care unit of the hospital. Even if he was fine, if something like this happened, wouldn't he have to arrange for me, the office director, to handle it? He hurriedly called the families of the 2 people and rushed to the hospital. When he rushed to the hospital, Tang Jianhua's wife was already there, crying and wailing. The doctor in the emergency room persuaded her and asked her to sign the emergency surgery form. Seeing Director Luan coming in, she stood up and pulled his clothes and cried, Old Luan, what happened? He was fine at noon, why did he become like this in the evening? Director Luan had never seen such a situation before, and he was also panicking. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I don't know the specific situation. Just listen to the doctor's instructions, okay? Tang Jianhua's wife sat down on a chair, wiped her tears and said, Your company is too outrageous. You order people around day and night. You really treat them like cattle and horses. If old Tang went home earlier after get off work, how could this happen? Director Luan defended himself, it's common for Manager Tang and his friends to go out to discuss business at night. I don't care. Anyway, if anything happens to old Tang, your company will be held responsible. Before he could answer Tang Jianhua's wife, the police officer who was taking Yao Li's statement in another clinic came out and asked, Are you the person in charge of the company? You were the one who answered the phone just now, right? I answered the phone. I'm the office manager. The policeman motioned him to the side and asked him, What is the relationship between the 2 people in the car? Director Luan said in confusion, He is a colleague from our company, what's wrong? Then why were they both in disarray when we found them in the car? The policeman said, choosing his words carefully. Is this true? Director Luan asked with his eyes wide open. Who is so disheveled? What's going on? An angry roar from the side startled the 2 men. When they turned around, they saw it was Tang Jianhua's wife. It turned out that she was wiping her tears, and when she saw the police wink and call Director Luan aside for questioning, she became more cautious and quietly walked over and stood behind the 2 of them to listen. When she heard this, she couldn't help but get furious. Seeing that the police and Director Luan didn't know how to start the conversation, the woman instantly understood what was going on. She no longer had tears in her eyes. She jumped up and down, pointing at the emergency room and cursing, Tang Jianhua, you bastard. You didn't go home after work. It turns out you went out to fool around with some wild women. You deserve to be hit to death. Woo. Director Luan then understood why Tang Jianhua and Yao Li were in the same car. The question that had been confusing him now had an answer. It seems that this matter is not simple. He didn't know how to persuade Tang Jianhua's wife for a moment. The woman cried for a while on the chair, and then suddenly seemed to come to her senses. She stood up and rushed into the clinic where Yao Li was, pointing at Yao Li and cursing, You shameless slut, you seduced someone else's husband, I'll tear your face off. As he spoke, he raised his 2 sharp claws and was about to attack Yao Li's head and face. Director Luan and the police quickly grabbed her and kept persuading her to push her outside. In the hospital corridor, when the 2 people covered in blood were pushed in by the police and emergency personnel, a lot of people had already gathered to watch. At this time, hearing Tang Jianhua's wife yelling and cursing, the onlookers crowded over to see what the male and female protagonists of this bloody romance looked like. Yao Li's husband, who was sitting next to her and looked a little dull, became the focus of everyone's attention. Not knowing what was going on, he stood up and shouted, Who are you scolding? Who are you? Are you sick? Tang Jianhua's wife, who had been pulled to the door, turned around and continued to curse, "I'm scolding your wife, shameless. If she hadn't seduced my husband, how could there be a car accident? Bitch, I'm not done with you." The man who had been kept in the dark just now blushed red, turned around to look at Yaoli, who was covering her eyes with her hands, and said nothing, and asked, "What's going on, huh?" Yaoli was afraid that her affair with Tang Jianhua would be exposed, so when she was sent to the hospital, she was unwilling to notify her family, saying that she was fine and could go home after a simple bandage. Now the matter has been exposed. When Tang Jianhua's wife pointed at her and cursed at her, people in the hospital corridor came to watch. She felt ashamed and couldn't say a word. When her husband saw that she didn't say anything, he gradually understood. There were so many people crowded at the door that it was difficult to see Yaoli clearly as she covered her face with her hands, so she cast her eyes on the man next to her. That meaningful look was like a spotlight, burning his body. He stared, angrily asking, "So what they said is true? You didn't go home that night because you were doing that with someone else? You spendthrift woman. You deserve it." Yao Li's husband could no longer stay in this environment. He threw the towel in his hand at her and turned away. After a while, the crowd inside and outside the house dispersed a little, and the doctor called out in the corridor with a stack of test reports, "Yao Li, is Tang Jianhua's family here?" Director Luan then realized something was wrong. He looked around and replied, "It was here just now." "How come it disappeared in the blink of an eye?" The doctor looked him up and down and asked, "Are you also their family member?" Director Luan quickly shook his head and said, No, I'm a colleague from their unit." The doctor heard this and shoved the test results in his hand into his hands, saying, "This family member is the same. It's already this late and we haven't seen anyone yet. You work for them, so hurry up and pay the fees so you can get checked. If you delay any longer and someone dies, we won't be responsible." Director Luan took the documents helplessly, thinking, what kind of thing is this? He didn't expect there would be so many twists and turns when he came here. He thought there were family members with him and didn't even consider bringing money. Now that this has happened, I remembered that I only have $20 or $30 left in my pocket, which is not enough to cover the expenses of rescuing the patient. There was no other choice, so he had to rush to the phone booth to call the company's cashier and ask her to bring money and come to the hospital immediately. Human life is at stake, and he was also afraid that if he delayed the process, if something really happened to these two people in the hospital, his family would take the blame on him and he would be in trouble. The cashier hurried to the hospital, and Director Luan, as if he had seen a savior, led her to the cashier's office. The cashier asked anxiously, "Director Luan, what happened to Manager Yao? Is it serious?" Director Luan said angrily, "Why are you in the hospital if it's not a big deal? Pay the fee quickly, the doctor is waiting." After finishing these things, when I handed the documents to the doctor asked again, "Have the family members come? The two injured people cannot be left alone. There are still many tests to be done later, and someone must accompany them." Director Luan, who was out of breath after running, sat on a chair and weakly instructed the cashier, "Hurry up and call the homes of old Tang and Manager Yao, and tell their family members to come. If their husbands and wives don't come, ask their parents to come." Director Luan, who had been busy in the hospital all night, reported the matter to the department office the next day when he went to work. Wu Bin was not around and there was no one in charge in the company, so he didn't dare delay such a big matter. This news immediately caused a sensation in the hall and within the company. Before the discussions in the company could die down, in response to the huge operating losses of the sugar company and the serious traffic accident, a working group formed by the Light Industry Bureau immediately entered the sugar company, inspected the company's business activities over the past year, and the company suspended operations for rectification. For a moment, the sugar company, which had been silent for several months, seemed to be bustling again. Strangers often came and went in the corridors, and the finance office of the head office was crowded with people. But this kind of bustle was completely different from the bustle in the past when many customers came to discuss business. There seemed to be an invisible wall between the company employees and the members of the inspection team. Unless it was required for work, they ignored each other. There was no greeting or chatting, and a suffocating atmosphere filled the building. A number of key business personnel came from the finance department of the Light Industry Bureau and looked through the company's accounts receivable and payable in recent years. The desks in the finance office were filled with mountains of account books. There was no more room, so they went to Li Xian's office. The sofa and coffee table were littered with account books. Director Luan also specifically told Li Xian and Xia Xiaona, "Do your job well and don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask." Looking at the account books everywhere and the expressionless financial staff coming in and out, Li Xian complained to Xia Xiaona, "They don't think it's crowded. The business offices of the branches across the street are very spacious. Why don't they go there?" Xia Xiaona whispered, "I'm just checking the accounts of several branches. It doesn't seem appropriate to go there." Li Xian thought about it and said, "That's true." Immediately afterwards, the company's general manager Wu Bin and sugar sales branch manager Tang Jianhua were dismissed, and a deputy director of the light industry bureau named Ma Tianming was appointed as the new general manager of the head office. The newly appointed general manager Ma made an impassioned statement at the general staff meeting, "It doesn't matter if the company has difficulties. We cadres are here to solve problems. Otherwise, what are we cadres for?" Prior to this, all employees of the company had already learned about the difficulties the company was facing. Everyone was in a low mood and very worried about the company's prospects. His passionate speech inspired the employees' confidence to a certain extent. Everyone was looking forward to the new company leadership bringing some gratifying changes to the company with the support of the higher-level authorities. At this meeting, the decision to remove Director Luan from the sugar company's administrative office and place him under investigation was also announced because he accepted bribes in the company's business operations. This incident surprised everyone. They had thought that the economic problems would arise in several branches, but unexpectedly, the one who got into trouble was the director of the administrative office, who had little to do with production and operations. That day, seeing that there was no one else in the office, Xia Xiaona asked Li Xian, "What do you think of the new general manager Ma? I didn't know this person before and didn't know him." "Why did you ask this?" Li Xian said. Xia Xiaona smiled and said, "Everyone says the new general manager is only capable of repairing toilets." Li Xian laughed and said, "That's quite vivid." The reason why everyone was talking so much about the new general manager in private was that after the staff meeting when he took office, everyone had high hopes for him. But after a period of time, everyone found that apart from taking out tens of thousands of yuan from the company's already limited funds to renovate the company's toilets, his other actions were unremarkable. Especially in terms of company operations, the business of several branches has not improved much. No wonder the employees say that a new official starts with three things. Mr. Ma's first thing started in the toilet, but the next two things were nowhere to be seen. Do you think there will be some hope if the company changes its general manager? Xia Xiaona asked. I think it's very difficult. Li Xian shook his head and said. Why? Xia Xiaona asked. A good cook cannot cook without rice. Regardless of whether General Manager Ma has the ability to be a good cook, the fact that the company has no money in the account and cannot get a loan means that no matter who is in charge, it will be useless. Li Xian said in a low voice. Yes. Without money to do business, I'm afraid it will be difficult to pay salaries after a while. Xia Xiaona said with a frown. You're spreading rumors here again, affecting the stability and unity of the company. I heard it all. Gao Hui walked in with a smirk on his face and said. Xia Xiaona was startled. She turned around and saw that it was him. She patted her chest and said, Oh, I was so scared. I thought it was someone else. You are so sinister. You stood at the door and eavesdropped on other people's conversations. How can you be like that? Gao Hui laughed and said, I wasn't eavesdropping. I heard it when I walked to the door. Xia Xiaona asked, Did you hear what we said? Gao Hui said with a smile, I heard everything. Xia Xiaona was a little anxious and said, Then you must have stood at the door and eavesdropped. Otherwise, how could you have heard everything? Seeing Xia Xiaona so anxious, Li Xian laughed and said, Look how anxious you are. Can't you see that he is bluffing you? Gao Hui also smiled and said, Look at your courage. If I really heard something and wanted to report it, would I still come in? Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Xia Xiaona blushed and said to Li Xian, You are also very bad. You saw it and didn't tell me earlier, and you and he tried to scare me together. Li Xian looked at Xia Xiaona's blushing cheeks and smiled without saying anything. This was the third time Li Xian saw her blushing. The first time was a few months ago when Li Xin joked with her in the office and she also blushed like this. They work in the same office together every day, but apart from discussing work, they rarely discuss other topics. In fact, Xia Xiaona is very beautiful. She graduated from college, has outstanding appearance and figure, and a good personality and temper, otherwise she would not be in a position like secretary to the general manager of the company. Most young people in the company like to come to Li Xin's office to chat when they have nothing to do. One reason is that this office is full of young people and they can chat together. The other reason is that Xia Xiaona is a flower in the company and is attractive to young male colleagues. At this moment, Li Xin saw her expression and came to her rescue, changing the subject and saying, "Manager Gao, since you heard what we are talking about, why don't you tell me too? Do you think there is hope for the company after the change of leadership?" Gao Hui was evasive. "These issues are too big and not something we should consider." Li Xin said, "You are playing tricks. How can this be a big problem? This is a matter related to everyone's vital interests. If we can't pay salaries next month, I don't think you will consider it." Gao Hui said, "Oh, how can I explain this? It's hard to put into words." Li Xin pressed on, "What's so difficult about this? I'm not asking you to preach, just tell me something practical. Is your branch doing business now? This is what we care about most." Gao Hui shook his head and said, "How can we start a business? How can we get the funds? Besides, we are still a mess over there. We don't even know who will be the manager of the branch." Li Xin said, "Didn't the new CEO Ma come up with any solution for you?" Gao Hui said, "Now our branch is directly managed by him, and all matters are reported to him. I wonder if he will also serve as the manager of the sugar branch in the future." In fact, Li Xin himself was also feeling lost. With the company at this point, he felt that there was not much point in staying here any longer. However, he did not know where to go in the future and he could not find a suitable unit for the time being. More importantly, with such a large position on hand, he would feel uncertain if he left the sugar company and lost the first-hand price information. Seeing that Li Xin didn't say anything, Gao Hui continued, "After Lao one of your administrative office was dismissed, wasn't he also in charge directly?" Li Xin said, "Yes, he is now grabbing everything. Old Luan is really something. He dares to ask for any money." Gao Hui said with some contempt. When Xia Xiaona heard this, she asked with great interest, "What on earth is going on?" Li Xin also said, "Yes, some time ago, the finance department of the Light Industry Bureau came to check the accounts of several branches. They thought that if there were any financial problems, they would be caused by the operating branches. Unexpectedly, he was the one who was caught." Gao Hui said unhappily, "It turns out you have bad intentions. You're just hoping something bad happens to us, right?" Li Xin realized that her words were a bit too straightforward, so she smiled apologetically and said, "That's really not what I meant." Xia Xiaona said anxiously, "Is there any inside story here? Please tell me about it." Gao Hui said, "It's not an inside story. I just heard it from others. He probably took tens of thousands of yuan from others, but didn't help them get things done. They were not satisfied and asked him to return the money, but he refused. In the end, they were so angry that they sued him." Xia Xiaona asked in surprise, "Is there such a thing?" Gao Hui said, "Yes, no one would have thought that such a smart man like him would do such a stupid thing. You say that people have turned against him and asked for the money, but he still holds the money in his hand and refuses to return it. It would be strange if nothing goes wrong." Li Xin thought for a moment and said, "I think this is quite consistent with his nature. He is usually very calculative. If you ask him to give up the tens of thousands of yuan he has already earned, wouldn't that be the end of his life?" Gao Hui said, "Wouldn't this cost him his life? He went in. I really don't know what this guy was thinking. This is called greed blinding one's mind." Li Xin suddenly cursed angrily. Li Xin, who rarely showed his emotions, was surprised by what he said at this moment. Gao Hui was also a little surprised, and then a little disapproving. He thought Li Xin was gloating over Director Luan's misfortune, and thought, "You are being too obvious." But Li Xin was not in that mood at the moment. He was talking to Director Luan, which was true, but not entirely true. He was angry that due to the incompetence of the company's leaders, the company collapsed in an instant and put all the employees in the current embarrassing situation. All of this could have been avoided if they had just listened carefully to other people's opinions and not been so arrogant. The winter rain was falling gently, and the bare branches of the tall sycamore trees on both sides of the street were swaying in the biting northwest wind. It was not even 7 p.m. yet, but night was already falling. After get-off work, Lee Xin did not return to the dormitory, but went to the bookstore. He read books aimlessly in the bookstore for a while until his eyes felt sore. Then he came out of the bookstore, opened his umbrella, and walked towards the dormitory in the wind and rain. It was past dinner time, but he didn't feel hungry at all. Instead, the smell of sugar-roasted chestnuts on the roadside aroused his appetite. He stopped and bought some food, then went into a street snack bar and bought 3 buns, a cup of soy milk and a braised egg. These are our dinner tonight. He thought to himself that he had to eat something, otherwise the night would be even more difficult. His mood at this moment was as desolate as this cold winter day. Over the past half-month, the futures price of sugar cane on the exchange has been slowly declining, moving further and further away from Lee Xin's expectations. After the market closed this afternoon, Zhang Jin called and reminded Lee Xin to pay attention to the current prices and positions. His words were very tactful, but Lee Xin knew exactly what he meant. There were other people in the office at the time, so Lee Xin couldn't say much on the phone and just answered hesitantly. I guess Zhang Jin also heard that there was someone else on Lee Xin's side and it was inconvenient to talk, so he talked briefly for a while and hung up. The price of the T709 contract has fallen below 3,180 yuan. The average opening price of Lee Xin's 600 long positions in this contract was 3,235 yuan. Based on today's closing price, there has been a floating loss of 330,000 yuan. These circumstances have made him very depressed in recent times. After entering the house, Lee Xin peeled chestnuts and ate them while turning on the TV. The news had already finished, and he switched channels, but there was nothing interesting to watch. He opened a drawer, dug out a few tapes of Hong Kong and Taiwan TV series, and put them into the VCR to play. I'm using it to kill time tonight. I won't be able to fall asleep until 1 or 2 in the morning. My eyes were fixed on the screen, but my mind was always thinking about the floating losses. The bottom line of 1 million is set, and now it has reached 1/3. Will the price fall faster? Should I reduce my position or close it to avoid further losses? These questions bothered him and made him lose his appetite. Liang often travels to sales outlets and other places on business recently, and we haven't seen each other for a long time. After eating the chestnuts, the buns had already gone cold, especially the soy milk, which was icy cold and had a bean smell. He took a sip and put it down. The TV series in front of me is not very interesting. Several gangs of people beat me today and I beat him tomorrow. The plot is not attractive at all. Why is it that it has more than 40 episodes? But what else can I watch if not this? At about 3 o'clock in the morning, Lee Xin was woken up by the cold on the sofa in a daze. The videotape had already ended. He got up, turned off the TV and VCR, and went into the bedroom to continue sleeping. The next morning, all employees of the company gathered in the conference room to study. An inspector from the Light Industry Bureau came to give a report. The title of the lecture was Modern Enterprise Management. After listening for a while, Lee Xin felt that it was ironic for this person to talk about this topic. He didn't want to continue listening. In addition, he had not been sleeping well recently. After a while, he felt sleepy. His eyelids became heavier, so he held up his forehead with his hands, covered his eyes, and closed them to rest. Linley, who was standing nearby, saw him dozing off and quietly pushed him. Lee Xin opened her sleepy eyes and felt as if she was caught sleeping in class by her teacher in middle school. He looked around and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that everyone was looking down and no one was paying attention to him. Be careful about being called out, Linley whispered, handing over a cigarette. Lee Xin rubbed his eyes, took the cigarette, lit it, took a puff, and asked, "How long will it take?" Linley said, "Who knows, but it's probably almost over. We've been talking for more than an hour." Lee Xin patiently listened to the boring lecture. After more than half an hour, the boring lecture finally ended. Everyone felt relieved and left the smoke-filled conference room. As soon as Li Xin entered the office, Lin Li followed in. He said with a smile on his face, "You almost snored in the meeting room just now, haha." Li Xin smiled and said, "No way. I just closed my eyes for a while." Xia Xiaona joked, "Your attitude is not right. You fell asleep during the meeting. What did you do last night?" "Haha." Li Xin said, "I didn't sleep well last night." Just now in the conference room, the buzzing sound of the speaker on the stage was like a sleeping pill. I couldn't even open my eyes. Lin Li laughed and said, "Do you know what he said?" "You didn't hear a word of it, did you? You were sleeping so soundly. If I had known, I wouldn't have woken you up. I would have let you snore like thunder in the conference room for everyone to enjoy." Ha ha ha. Li Xin said seriously, "At the beginning, I really went there with a learning mentality and listened carefully for a while, but later I found that he was just reading from the book and many of his concepts were wrong, so I didn't want to listen anymore." Xia Xiaona glanced at Li Xin and said with a smile, "Quibbling." Li Xin said seriously, "It's not a quibble. Didn't you hear it? He made a conceptual mistake at the beginning. He didn't even understand the most basic concept of which one is a person and which one is not a person between the legal person and the legal representative. But he kept talking for more than an hour. It's really unbearable, and it really makes people admire his strong psychological quality. If it were me, how could I have the nerve to give a lecture on the stage?" Xia Xiaona smiled and said, "You are the only one who can say this. What a tongue twister." Lin Li said, "I also noticed that when he said this, the girls in the finance department laughed in private." Li Xin said, "Who arranged this? Can't we invite a few people with some experience to talk about it?" Xia Xiaona said, "I guess it was arranged by the office. We will have to have such meetings and study sessions in the future." As he was talking, a salesman from the sugarcane branch greeted Lin Li at the door and said, "Manager Lin, each department is organizing a discussion and study session. Please come over quickly." Lin Li said, "Okay, I'll be there right away." Before leaving, he turned around, made a face at Li Xin, and said, "See. This is my main job now." After seeing him leave, Li Xin said to Xia Xiaona, "We are not going to organize a discussion and study session in our office, are we? What is there to discuss about what was just discussed in the meeting?" Xia Xiaona joked, "I don't know. If we continue to discuss studying, you can just continue to doze off, haha." As the two were talking, Yushihua called out from the door, "Li Xin, Mr. Ma wants to see you. He wants you to go to his office." "Looking for me?" Li Xin asked in surprise. "Yes, he is in the office and wants you to come over now," said Yushihua. "Okay, I'll be there right away," Li Xin replied. After seeing Yushihua leave, Li Xin whispered to Xia Xiaona, "You are the general manager's secretary, and General Manager Ma should be looking for you." "Why is he looking for me?" Xia Xiaona said, "If they ask you to go, then go. Maybe it's something good." Li Xin said disapprovingly, "I can't think of anything good that can happen to the sugar company right now." Then he walked out and headed towards the general manager's office. At the door of the general manager's office, Li Xin raised her hand and knocked on the door. She heard Ma Tianming say from inside, "Come in." Li Xin pushed the door open and asked, "Boss Ma, are you looking for me?" Ma Tianming nodded and said, "Yes, please sit down." After Li Xin sat down opposite his desk, Ma Tianming asked, "Li Xin, how long have you been in the company?" Li Xin said, "It's been almost 3.5 years." Ma Tianming said, "I just came to the company and I am not too familiar with the company's situation. I want to talk to you today and hear what you think." Li Xin originally thought that he would ask her to do something specific, but now after hearing what he said, she couldn't figure out what he was up to. She couldn't think of how to answer him, so she said, "I don't have any ideas, I just feel very anxious that the company's business is not developing well." After listening to this, Ma Tianming said, "Yes, this is the company's top priority right now. I hope everyone can work together to overcome the difficulties." Then, he changed the subject and asked, "Have you been in the head office all these years?" Li Xin said, "Yes." Ma Tianming asked again, "Do you still go to the futures exchange often?" Li Xian said, I don't go there very often, maybe once or twice a week. Ma Tianming said, let's put the futures exchange matters aside for now and focus on our own work. When Li Xian heard this, he immediately realized that someone was reporting him behind his back, so he said, Boss Ma, I went to the futures exchange as a task assigned to me by the company in order to observe and understand the price trend of sugar futures, and it did not affect my job. Ma Tianming said, but the current situation shows that observing and understanding the price trend of sugar futures has not brought any benefits to the company's business. In the future, we don't need to go there anymore. We can just receive their price information through the fax machine. Li Xian was very surprised to hear this. In his opinion, the most fundamental reason why the sugar company has reached its current situation is the lack of understanding of the market and the wrong judgment of price trends. The new general manager in front of him seemed to have not found the reason for the company's huge losses. Thinking of this, he said tactfully, Boss Ma, in fact, a trading company like the sugar company makes money from the difference between purchase and sale prices. I think observing and understanding the trend of futures prices is still very helpful to the company's business. The company's huge losses this time are due to the sharp drop in sugar prices. However, before the sugar price fell, many unusual signs had already appeared in the futures market. At that time, I reminded the company that the sugar price was abnormally high, and that it should pay attention to the risk of price decline and step up the sale of sugar. Later, when the price fell, I suggested that the company should immediately sell the sugar in its hands in the futures market to prevent the price from continuing to fall and causing losses to expand. When I said this, Boss Wu and the managers of the 3 branches were present, but no one listened to these opinions. If they had listened to my advice at the time, the company's losses would probably be only 1/3 of what they are now, or even less.